Tang Tianqi fell asleep while playing a Marvel video game, his mind drifting into unconsciousness. In the haze, he thought he heard a faint click of the mouse. When he opened his eyes again, he suddenly saw Black Widow in a white wedding dress smiling at him. The gown accentuated her stunning beauty, blending allure with a sense of purity. He looked around and found himself in a grand church. The seats below were filled with people, mostly Westerners, with only an occasional Eastern face. A solemn voice came from the altar. "Miss Natasha Romanoff, do you take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband? To have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness, and in health, to love and to cherish till death us do part?" Black Widow nodded gently and said, "I do." The priest continued, "Tang Tianqi, do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife? To have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness, and in health, to love and to cherish till death us do part?" Tang Tianqi looked utterly bewildered. "What's happening? Am I dreaming? I must have played too much Marvel, and now my dreams reflect my thoughts." Tianqi had always thought that in the Marvel universe, the most pitiable character was Black Widow. Black Widow, whose real name is Natasha Romanova according to the comics, was born in 1928 in the Soviet Union, making her only 8 years younger than Captain America. Her body was modified by the infamous spy organization known as the Red Room, which greatly slowed her aging, so that decades later in the 21st century, she still looked the same. However, in the Black Widow film, it is clearly stated that she was born in the 1980s or in normal human age. Other parts of her story are similar. She was brutally trained since childhood in the Red Room, became ruthless, and earned a fearsome reputation in the spy world. Yet she was also breathtakingly beautiful, making men drop their guard. Many lost their lives to her charms, just like the venomous Black Widow spider that devours its mate after mating. Such a vicious nickname. No normal woman would like it. But after all the cruelty she had endured, a mere unpleasant moniker hardly mattered to Natasha. Worse still, to prevent female agents from being turned by male enemies, the Red Room removed her uterus, rendering her unable to bear children. After all, women are naturally maternal. If they had children, they might betray the organization for their family. So Black Widow, whether in the Red Room or later in S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers, could only be a beautiful enforcer forever deprived of personal happiness. Among all the Avengers, she and Hawkeye were the weakest in combat. Both were ordinary humans with no superpowers, the upper limit of normal people and the lower limit of superheroes. Faced with an endless stream of supervillains and alien threats, the male superheroes would get hyped up, shouting, "Bring it on." Only she would show a flicker of fear and loneliness in her eyes and say, I don't see what's so good about this." But in the world of superheroes, no one heard her, no one cared. In the end, in Avengers Endgame, to obtain the Soul Stone, she and Hawkeye raced to sacrifice themselves by jumping off the cliff. Hawkeye had a wife and children, something to hold on to. She had nothing, so she won. At her funeral, those who mourned were comrades, colleagues, friends, but no lover, no child. It can be said that Black Widow, despite her stunning appearance and spotlight, was the loneliest and most pitiable of all. "Ahem. Mr. Tang Tianqi, do you?" the priest reminded him. Black Widow also looked puzzled. Tang Tianqi steadied himself and said, "I do. I do 1,000 times over. I, Tang Tianqi, swear by the universe that I will protect you with my life, that you will never be alone, never be harmed by any enemy. And no matter how cruel the reality, I am willing to overcome all difficulties to have children with you and raise them together." Black Widow's heart trembled. His words struck her deepest vulnerability. At that moment, a hint of panic flashed through Black Widow's mind. Does he know my past? Is he deliberately saying this to seduce me back? According to the intel, that can't be. His background is too simple. Even if he were a foreign agent, he couldn't possibly know the deepest desires of my heart. Not even Director Fury knows that. How could he know? Throughout her life, Black Widow had been alone. She didn't even know who her biological parents were, only that the Red Room's general told her they were dead, with no grave to find. In her line of work, she could have no family, no friends, and couldn't bear children. The Red ideology she had once been indoctrinated with collapsed along with the Soviet Union. She didn't know where she came from or where she was going, leaving her adrift and lacking a sense of belonging. It wasn't until she defected from the Red Room that she found some stability at S.H.I.E.L.D. The reason she settled down was simple. She told the other heroes many times, "This is my home. You are my family." Her deepest longing was to have a home, a place to anchor her wandering life. But her profession made a normal family impossible. She even feared that the man she loved might find only a corpse when he came home. "Now, by the power vested in me, I pronounce you husband and wife," the priest said. Applause burst out joyfully. Seeing Tang Tianqi still dazed, the priest reminded, "Now you may kiss your bride." Then came a long, almost suffocating kiss. Lost in this dreamlike bliss, Tang Tianqi mechanically went to toast the guests. But Black Widow had not forgotten her mission. The guest they were toasting now was a Westerner with blue eyes, an aquiline nose, and piercing eyes like lightning. Even at a wedding, he remained cautious. He only drank wine handed by his own men and never touched the food or drinks on the table. He even brought his own bottle and glass, which looked out of place amidst the wedding decorations and seemed extremely expensive at a glance. But unfortunately for him, he was up against Black Widow. As they clinked glasses, the tassels on her wedding dress gently lifted momentarily, blocking the view of the cups. An almost imperceptible powder slipped from under Black Widow's fingernail into the target's glass. Along with the blessings from Hawkeye's elder, it all went down his throat. Black Widow had carried out countless missions in her life, some righteous, some not, and some with accidental kills, but she had never hesitated. This time, however, she felt a sudden anxiety. She couldn't help but glance nervously at Tianchi. What would he think if he knew she was using him? Then came the wedding night. That night was warm. Tianchi had plenty of stamina. Black Widow's physical strength went without saying, and the bed was solid, holding up through the night. The next day, Tianchi woke up dazed. Looking around the Western-style bedroom and recalling the lingering fragments in his mind, he finally confirmed that this was not a dream. He had traveled through the universe. In his past life as a child, he went overseas with his elders to make a living. They arrived at the city of God in the West. Too far from heaven, too close to America. This is the city of God, the land of God. Because of America's enormous demand, it consumes over 60 of the world's drugs. Drug traffickers run rampant in the city of God, with nearly the entire population involved in dealing, and even the government forces are helpless against them. If anyone dares to truly enforce anti-drug laws, their corpse might be hanging under a bridge the next day. There was even a terrifying record of 118 election candidates being assassinated in a single year. Government officials were treated like this, so ordinary people's lives were even more worthless, often slaughtered like animals by drug traffickers. Tianchi didn't remember why his elders came to this place. He only knew that after arriving, life was hard. Having practiced Eastern martial arts and possessing Eastern wisdom, he had no choice but to become a bodyguard and strategist for a major drug lord. Later, he died protecting that drug lord. This major drug lord was the Eagle Eye Elder whom Black Widow toasted at the wedding. On his deathbed, he made his final request that his child could leave the organization and live like an ordinary person. Whether it was to buy loyalty or out of criminal honor, the drug lord allowed the teenage Tianchi to leave. After leaving, Tianchi had neither the Eastern martial arts taught by his elder nor any skill to support himself. He could only open a flower shop to make a living. Tianchi asked his elder why he hadn't taught him martial arts. The elder said, "Here, without martial arts or money, you might live longer." As for why they chose this chaotic place over all the good places in the world, Tianchi asked, but the elder never told him. Given the chaos of the city of God, for an ordinary person to run a small shop, harassment and extortion were the least of their worries. If they were unlucky enough to offend a gang, they could end up dead on the street the next day. Fortunately, Tianchi had a gentle temperament. When some petty thugs came to extort him, he considered it a loss of money to avoid disaster. In recent years, the drug lord had visited him a few times. He wanted to test Tianchi's martial arts skills and ultimately confirmed that Tianchi had no abilities, so he never appeared again. Because his elder had ties to the drug lord, and he lived under the drug lord's control. For this wedding, Tianchi sent a polite invitation, never expecting the drug lord to come, but he actually did. Whether out of respect for the deceased elder or to buy loyalty and appear loyal and righteous, Tianchi didn't know. Thinking about this, Tianchi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Damn, Black Widow was beautiful, but she was no ordinary person. She must have come here with a purpose. He immediately opened his phone and saw a local news headline in blood-red letters: Flying Eagle, the biggest drug lord in the city of God, died of a heart attack last night. The photo in the news was exactly the Eagle Eye Elder who came to the wedding yesterday. Yet, Tianchi felt no sadness. After the elder died, he visited Tianchi a few times, supposedly to look after him, but more likely to see if Tianchi had learned any martial arts. If he had, he would have been forced to serve the elder like before. As for whether Tianchi was willing, that wasn't up to him. No wonder the elder never taught him martial arts or left him any substantial wealth. This was indeed Eastern wisdom. The tree that stands out in the forest is the first to be felled. The weed that remains low grows long. Besides, Tianchi came from the East and abhorred drug dealers, so he could have no real feelings for Flying Eagle. Alas, the wedding was indeed fake, Tianchi thought. According to his predecessor's memory, 2 weeks ago, Black Widow, under the alias Roland, came to buy flowers. Flowers don't seduce people, but people become enchanted. His predecessor was just an ordinary person. How could he resist Black Widow's charm? With a little trick, she made him fall in love at first sight, and they quickly fell into a passionate romance. Within a week, they decided to elope, inviting friends and relatives to witness their love. Obviously, Black Widow knew of the connection between Tianchi's predecessor and Flying Eagle and calculated that Flying Eagle would come to put in an appearance. According to local custom, he had to accept a toast from the newlyweds. Flying Eagle was cautious and didn't drink the wine at the banquet, but how could he escape Black Widow's methods? As for why they wanted to kill Flying Eagle and why they sent an elite agent like Black Widow, Tianchi didn't know and didn't need to know. A drug lord's death wasn't worth investigating. The lingering fragrance on the quilt witnessed the madness of the night. On the table lay a white paper on which was written in elegant English, "Dawn, don't look for me." It was all fake. On the floor lay a torn marriage certificate with a happy photo of Black Widow and Tianchi together. Ding. Player has bound with superhero Black Widow as spouses. Fortune connected. Fortune value 60. First binding with superhero successful. Awarded 1 recovery potion. Tianchi was stunned for a moment. At least the reincarnation benefits had arrived. Otherwise, in this world where superheroes are everywhere and villains are as common as dogs, he wouldn't know how to survive. But the recovery potion was the cheapest item in the game. Usually you'd buy dozens or hundreds of bottles. If injured or hit by a negative spell, drink 1 and you're back to full health. But in the real world, 1 recovery potion meant an extra life. Still, that was all. A recovery potion couldn't give Tianchi enough security. Looking at the entire Marvel universe, supervillains constantly threaten to rule the world or destroy planets. And behind them, all the big boss Thanos, who wipes out half of all life in the universe with a snap. Living in this world, 1 extra life wasn't much of a guarantee. Picking up the marriage certificate, Tianchi smiled slightly. "You've become my woman, and you think you can run that easily." He was an ordinary person now, but the Marvel universe was full of opportunities. Using his foreknowledge of the plot, there might be a chance to become stronger. Many major events in the Marvel universe happened within America. To find opportunities, he could only go to America. But what stage was he in now? How long until Thanos arrived? Judging from Black Widow spending half a month setting a trap just to lure a mortal drug lord into the game, the Great War probably hadn't started yet. After a brief thought, Tianchi put away the marriage certificate, then sold the flower shop and liquidated his assets. He originally planned to apply for a tourist visa to America. But in the city of God, bribery was rampant and bureaucracy was slow. A proper passport and related documents often took months to process. Even if he got the visa, the American border could reject him at any time without reason. The drug trafficking in the God's country was so rampant that the American border was always on high alert, rejecting anyone with the slightest suspicion. He submitted the application, slipped some money to the clerk, waited a few days, but got no news about the tourist visa. Tianchi didn't want to waste any more time. With a firm heart, he found a local coyote. In other countries, coyotes kept a low profile, but here they had open storefronts in busy streets, and everyone knew them. The coyote was a burly, brown-skinned Westerner. He looked at Tianchi. "Easterner. That's rare. Pay $10,000. Tianchi said, "Isn't it $1,000? You're an Easterner too easy to spot. Need to pay more." Tianchi was about to say something, but the coyote snapped, "Pay or get lost." Tianchi knew the coyote was price gauging, but in his urgency, he thought that future strength would make this money trivial. So he pulled a thick wad of cash from his jacket and handed it over. "Go wait over there, don't leave. We leave at night." A few hours later, the sun set. The coyote called to Tianchi, "You come out." Tianchi sensed something wrong. "What for?" The coyote said, "Checking your luggage. This is illegal immigration, not a trip. Throw away all this junk. Also, to make sure you're not a police informant, we need to frisk you." With that, ignoring Tianchi's protests, several big men grabbed his backpack and pressed him against the wall for a search. Tianchi instantly understood they were robbing him out of greed. In his past life, he came from a peaceful and prosperous era, a homebody who knew a lot of surface-level truths. But he had just transmigrated into this world and hadn't yet experienced its dangers. His inner guard wasn't high enough. He only thought of finding opportunities from the plot to grow stronger, willing to be cheated as long as it was quick. Impatient, he had violated the taboo of never show your wealth. The coyote quickly found the remaining 100 on him, scattered his luggage everywhere, and only after confirming there was nothing more pushed Tianchi back into the crowd with satisfaction. With no strength, Tianchi dared not react. He could only return to the crowd, staring coldly at the coyote's face, etching it deep in his heart. America, also known as the Eagle Empire with the eagle as its totem, lies to the north of the city of God. The gap in wealth between the two countries is like heaven and earth. One side is swimming in money, claiming to be the overlord of the planet. On the other side, the poor are everywhere. Drug traffickers run rampant, and ordinary people live in constant danger. So countless people smuggle themselves into the Eagle Empire in search of a living. Of course, many were mules transporting drugs. In the middle of the night, a large truck packed full picked up Tianchi and the others. From a distance, they could still see the lights of the American border checkpoint. Guided by the coyote, everyone quietly entered an underground tunnel. When they came out, they were already inside America. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of rushing wind. A massive searchlight illuminated the area as bright as day. "Freeze. You are suspected of illegally crossing the U.S. border. Please cooperate with the investigation." Only a fool would comply. Dozens of illegal immigrants scattered in all directions. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets from the aircraft machine gun rained down like a torrent. "Ah, help." Some of the border crossers were hit and killed instantly, while others had their limbs severed by the massive rounds, leaving broken limbs flying through the air. Tianqi's hair stood on end in terror as he steeled himself and dashed toward a nearby grove of trees. The small forest was connected to a mountain range that stretched for hundreds of kilometers, making it impossible to search. This was precisely one of the reasons the snakehead had chosen this area for the crossing. The helicopter circled overhead for a while, its searchlight sweeping back and forth before quickly giving up. After all, hundreds of thousands of people entered the country illegally each year, there was no point in searching an entire mountain range for a few insignificant fish. After several days of stealthy travel, Tianqi finally emerged from the woods into a small town on the U.S. side of the border, feeling temporarily safe. Just then a news report caught his attention. A blonde female anchor spoke before the camera. The military exchanged fire with an unknown enemy on the campus of Courier University. The army claims this is a rumor. But 2 sophomore students witnessed the entire incident and captured it on their phones. As she spoke, the camera zoomed out, revealing a scene of chaotic destruction across the lawns and buildings. Then 2 male students stepped forward, visibly shaken. That giant was completely green, 3 or 4 meters tall. Bullets bounced off him like they were from a toy BB gun. Even a .50 caliber cannon did him no harm at all. Armored vehicles were like children's toys to him. He flipped them over easily. Later, the military even deployed sonic cannons. The 2 students excitedly showed the video on their phones. The phone cameras of that era were still quite poor, but they couldn't hide the Hulk's massive green form, exuding a brutal and oppressive menace. Tianqi thought for a moment. This was clearly the plot of The Incredible Hulk. Many also called it Hulk 2, as there was an earlier film simply titled Hulk. Hulk dealt with the earlier background of Bruce Banner's father's research, and there was a certain continuity between the two. At this point, Banner must be going to see his girlfriend Elizabeth Betty Ross, unaware that the military had set a trap to capture him alive. The result was clear. Banner transformed into the Hulk, rampaging and breaking through the encirclement. The Incredible Hulk was an early Marvel storyline before the entire superhuman war had begun. Tianqi breathed a slight sigh of relief. He still had some time. A plan began to form in his mind. America was known as a nation on wheels. Without a vehicle, it was impossible to get around. Penniless Tianqi stood by the roadside, sticking out his thumb to hitch a ride. As an Asian, he might face some discrimination in the West, but generally no one was afraid of him. After all, Asians were known for their law-abiding nature and had the lowest crime rate of any ethnic group. He was rejected countless times along the way, but there were always kind-hearted people who would give him a ride. Traveling day and night from the border of the land of God, he crossed half of America to reach New York City. Tianqi's goal was clear: the Hulk's blood. In The Incredible Hulk Dr. Banner sent blood samples to Dr. Samuel Stearns at Grayburn College in New York in an attempt to rid himself of the gamma radiation. This Dr. Stearns was quite remarkable. Although the blood samples Banner sent were small, he used genetic technology to purify and clone them, achieving a concentration even higher than the Hulk's own blood. The entire lab was filled with replicated samples. According to the plot, Dr. Banner would soon come to him seeking help to eliminate the gamma energy from his body. Meanwhile, a military special forces soldier named Emil Blonsky would also force Dr. Stearns to inject him with the Hulk's blood, ultimately transforming him into the gray-skinned abomination. The 2 giants would eventually clash. However, none of this had happened yet. Tianqi was counting on this time gap. He intended to obtain the Hulk's blood before the plot unfolded. The university campus was quite open. Tianqi pretended to be a student and easily found Dr. Stearns' lab. He knocked on the door. "Who is it?" The door was opened by Dr. Stearns himself. "Dr. I'd like to conduct an experiment with you. Not today, it's time to close up. Come back tomorrow." Tianqi smiled faintly. He hadn't expected the doctor to comply willingly. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Flipping his palm, he produced a pistol, aiming it at Dr. Stearns. The doctor looked terrified. "What are you doing? This is a lab. There's no money here." "I don't want money. I want the blood of Mr. Green." Since Banner was being hunted, he naturally wouldn't use his real name, adopting the alias Mr. Green. Dr. Stearns' face changed color. "How do you know about Mr. Green?" "That's not important. I want to be injected with Mr. Green's blood." "Aren't you looking for a human subject for your experiment?" "He'll be your test subject." "No, all the test animals exploded. We are far from the stage of human trials. It's too dangerous." "That's none of your concern." "Young man, I don't know why you want to do this, but the energy level in this blood is too intense. The human nucleic acid chain simply cannot absorb gamma energy. I am certain you will die from the rupture." "Less talk, just do it." To avoid any unforeseen complications, Tianqi said no more and gestured with the gun at Dr. Stearns. At the same time, with a thought, he retrieved a healing potion from the storage compartment in his mind. It was a pity that this system was too stingy. It couldn't store external objects, or else the $10,000 he had earlier wouldn't have been stolen. The healing potion could remove all negative effects. This was the foundation of his confidence to take the gamble. Holding the healing potion in his mouth, Tianqi lay down on the experimental bed. "Young man, we need to restrain your hands and feet to prevent you from struggling from the intense pain." Dr. Stearns pointed to the straps on the bed. Without Tianqi's permission, he dared not bind him, fearing that he might be shot for a misunderstanding. Tianqi said, "No need. Bring me the highest concentration, the most potent blood." This? Very well. Shortly after Dr. Stearns came out carrying a pile of glass bottles of various sizes. "Let's start with the smallest dose to see the effect." "I want all of it." "What a..." Dr. Stearns was stunned. If injecting a small dose still had a sliver of a chance of success, injecting all of it, the sheer volume alone would burst a person, let alone the gamma energy contained within. He seriously suspected this young man was trying to commit suicide. Dr. Stearns felt like crying inside. "When the police find a burst corpse in my lab, how am I going to explain this? They'll definitely think I'm a mad scientist who kidnapped innocent people for human experimentation. And since my research was done in secret, I won't be able to defend myself at all. Oh God, I was forced into this." But with a gun pointed at him, he had no choice but to comply. Tianqi had transfusion tubes connected to his body, arms, and feet. Click. With the mechanical sound of the injection, the highest concentration, the most potent dose of the Hulk's blood began to flow continuously into Tianqi's body. Instantly, Tianqi's entire body swelled up like a balloon inflated to its limit on the verge of bursting. Fortunately, the gamma energy took effect swiftly. At almost the same moment, Tianqi's veins bulged across his entire body like a spider web, with streams of green blood slithering under his skin like serpents. Thump, 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 thump. His heartbeat pounded like a war drum. The violent energy surged through Tianqi's mind, nearly driving him to the brink of insanity. His body was turning green and expanding. The steel mechanical bed groaned under his weight, emitting a shrill metallic screech on the verge of breaking apart. His form grew larger and larger until the bed seemed like a toy, no longer able to contain him. He swelled to 3 times the size of the Hulk before finally stopping. Even while half reclining, his head nearly touched the ceiling. He had reached the very edge of his limits. One more second, and he would either lose his mind forgetting to take the recovery potion or explode from the strain. Crunch. The glass vial in his mouth shattered, and he swallowed the recovery potion along with the shards in one gulp. In an instant, a green radiance emanated from his entire body, flooding the laboratory with a blinding light. The glow seeped through the windows, spilling out into the campus beyond. Fortunately, everyone knew this was a lab, so strange phenomena were not unusual, and no one came to investigate. When the green light faded, Tianqi had reverted to his human form, lying naked on the experiment bed. Tianqi carefully sensed the power within him. As he opened and closed his hand, faint bursts of air could be heard. Blonsky, with only a small injection, had become the abomination, slightly stronger than the Hulk. He had injected himself with over 10 times the dose Blonsky had taken. Surely he should be stronger than both of them. The tension that had gripped Tianqi's heart finally began to ease. From now on, he was no longer a mere extra in the Marvel Universe. In the great battles to come, he would have the power to protect himself. "Thank you, Doctor." Tianqi slipped on a white lab coat. "Incredible, simply incredible. How did you do it? What was that green light? This defies all science. Please tell me. I must record it in the experimental data." Dr. Stearns had completely forgotten that Tianqi had threatened him moments ago, his mind now consumed by scientific curiosity. "I could tell you, but I have one condition." "What condition? Name it." "You must keep this a secret and reveal nothing about me to anyone." "Agreed. I swear I won't say a word, not even about you pointing that gun at me." Tianqi smiled. Dr. Stearns had no idea the gun was fake. Tianqi had been robbed clean, leaving him too broke to buy a real pistol on the black market. But acquiring a toy replica gun for a few bucks was hardly a challenge. After all, there were plenty of kids on the street. Dr. Stearns was merely a scientist in a crisis. He couldn't remain as cool-headed as Yin Shuangyin, calmly betting that the gun had no bullets. "Very well. The reason is, I took a certain potion." Tianqi grinned slyly. "What potion? Can you tell me the formula?" "I'd pay any price." Tianqi replied. "As long as you keep my secret, I might consider it in the future." To avoid early exposure and drawing the attention of other supervillains, he had to keep the doctor hooked with this method. After all, he wasn't a villain himself, so he couldn't kill him without reason. Dr. Stearns, both frustrated and helpless, eagerly offered his contact information, almost pleading with Tianqi to return with the potion whenever he could so he could analyze it. In the face of science, he would willingly become a humble servant. Tianqi actually respected him for that. However, he himself wasn't sure if he could obtain another recovery potion in the future. He had tried multiple times, but the system remained unresponsive. So far, it had only provided a single recovery potion, proving to be quite stingy. If he ever had a surplus, he wouldn't mind letting Dr. Stearns analyze it. Mass production would be ideal. Leaving Greendale College, he had barely walked a short distance. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. People were running and screaming. "Run! Someone's shooting over there. Evacuate! The military is chasing a criminal. Hurry!" Tianqi froze. Was this a coincidence? Had Dr. Banner and Elizabeth just arrived to see Dr. Stearns right after he left? If he had come half a day later, he would have missed it. The lab would surely have been cleaned up by the military. In the original plot, Dr. Banner and his girlfriend sought Dr. Stearns' help to eliminate the gamma energy within him. Dr. Stearns first drew the Hulk's blood, then mixed it with a homemade antidote in a blood separator to neutralize the gamma energy before transfusing it back. But this method only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. The Hulk's gamma energy emanated from his very DNA. Unless he died, it could never be fully eradicated. Dr. Banner was unlucky too. Just as he had suppressed the transformation, Elizabeth's father, General Ross, found him and took him down with a tranquilizer dart. General Ross, surprised by how easy it was, cheerfully loaded Dr. Banner onto a helicopter and flew away. Tianchi caught a distant glimpse of Elizabeth on the helicopter. She was as gentle and intellectual as in the movie, with large, watery eyes full of tenderness. Only she could soothe the Hulk's raging fury and slowly bring Dr. Banner back. But the thought that Black Widow would later take over this role made Tianchi deeply uncomfortable. His woman comforting another man. The idea was utterly grating. Of course, Tianchi knew Black Widow didn't see it that way. To her, it was just a fake marriage for a mission, as she had never acknowledged him as her husband. Tianchi touched the marriage certificate in his bag and smirked, thinking she could abandon him after a fling. Married to me, and thinking you can run. You heartless woman, your husband is here. Come home with me. Just as his thoughts wandered, a thunderous crash echoed. A machine was hurled from Dr. Stearns' lab window, smashing heavily onto the ground. A voice like a giant subwoofer boomed across the entire street. Huh. Power. Power. This is power. Ha ha ha. Clearly the plot of The Incredible Hulk 2 had unfolded. Blonsky had transformed into the Abomination. As a battle maniac, Blonsky had dared to face the Hulk even as an ordinary soldier, showcasing his wild heart. But the power gap was too vast. The Hulk kicked him into a tree, shattering his bones. Yet his courage earned General Ross approval, and he received more serum. But he wasn't satisfied. Seizing the opportunity, he forced Dr. Stearns to inject him with the Hulk's blood. Poor Dr. Stearns. Within half a day, 2 people had come after his blood, and he couldn't escape in time. After the Abomination transformed Dr. Stearns was knocked to the ground. A few drops of blood heavily laced with gamma radiation fell onto his head. Instantly, his head swelled and undulated like a soft water balloon, growing to an enormous size. Tianchi had no idea what had happened to Dr. Stearns, as he never appeared in later Marvel movies. After a moment's thought, Tianchi decided not to pursue the Abomination, but instead headed to the lab first. After all, Dr. Stearns had just helped him. He found the doctor with his head grotesquely enlarged like an alien, his face twisted in agony as a superpower transformed him. This chaotic battlefield was no place to linger. Tianchi grabbed him and, using the cover of night, leaped several times until they reached the other side of the city. Ding. Saved 1 life. Reward 1 recovery potion. Huh. Saving people earned him a recovery potion. The system might be stingy, but it had a kind heart. Watching Dr. Stearns' head still mutating, Tianchi left the recovery potion behind and said, "If you can't bear it, drink this potion." Dr. Stearns' pained eyes lit up. "Is it the same one you drank? The one that reverted you from mutation to normal? Such a miraculous elixir. I must study it." "As you wish," Tianchi said calmly. Since the system judged that he had saved Dr. Stearns, the head mutation wouldn't threaten his life. As long as he could endure the pain, he could do as he pleased. Meanwhile, on the streets near Greendale College, the Abomination rampaged gleefully, his boundless power fueling boundless ambition. Soldiers and armored vehicles were no match for him. Ha ha ha. You're all worthless. Find me a real opponent. Hulk, come out. His roar echoed across the entire city. General Ross' face paled, and he cursed under his breath. Damn it. I spent years of effort to catch the Hulk when he couldn't transform. And now, before I've even left, an even fiercer one shows up. Is there no rest for the weary? Seeing that the Hulk had yet to arrive, Tianchi decided to seize this opportunity to earn some recovery potions first. Silently moving ahead of the Abomination, wherever it smashed, Tianchi would take the people in front away. Many passers-by who had no time to flee were in despair when suddenly a flash of light before their eyes brought them into midair, and when they landed again, they were already over a dozen blocks away. Some people stuck in traffic were foolishly waiting in their cars, unaware of the impending danger. Without a word, Tianchi pulled off the car door, tearing it clean off, and ripped the seatbelt like cotton candy. Ignoring the screams of those inside, he dragged them out and away. Ding, ding, ding. Saved 1 life, rewarded with 1 recovery potion. A series of notification sounds echoed in his mind. Meanwhile, General Ross, Dr. Banner, and Elizabeth on the helicopter noticed Tianchi through the monitors. Dad, is that a superpowered person rescuing people? Is he from the military? General Ross shook his head. The image is blurry, but I can vaguely tell he's an Easterner. We don't have anyone like that. Elizabeth watched Tianchi on the monitor moving like an ant relocating its nest, continuously saving people, and couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion. Dr. Banner said, "General, this can't go on. This mysterious person has limited abilities. He can only take people a dozen blocks away. If that giant isn't dealt with, a catastrophe is inevitable." Everyone had seen the Hulk leap crossing several mountains in a single bound and naturally assumed that Tianqi's power was far inferior to the Hulk's. Little did they know Tianqi simply hadn't fully mastered his own power and dared not jump recklessly. Banner said, "He'll handle it." Elizabeth quickly said, "You just took the antidote and can't transform. Don't go back to your death." Banner replied, "I can't stand by and watch innocent people die because of me." With that, he leaped from a height of hundreds of meters, spreading his arms and falling backward. At this moment, the rampaging abomination finally noticed Tianqi and growled, "Annoying flea." It casually threw a small car at him, but Tianqi easily dodged. The abomination grew even angrier that the little flea had dared to evade its attack. Boom, boom, boom. The abomination charged at Tianqi like a prehistoric beast, crushing cars into flattened metal discs with each step. Just then, with a thud, a human-shaped object fell from the sky, landing precisely between the abomination and Tianqi. It was the untransformed Dr. Banner. The abomination was stunned. What kind of move was this? Was he trying to commit suicide by smashing into him? The abomination curiously sniffed the deformed corpse on the ground, but found nothing unusual. After staring for a while, finding it boring, it stepped over Banner's corpse to continue its pursuit. But just as it crossed over, a giant green hand rose from the ground. "Your opponent is me." Dr. Banner transformed into the Hulk. Boom. The Hulk grabbed the abomination's leg and slammed it to the ground, creating a massive crater. Lying in the crater, the abomination laughed instead of getting angry, roaring, "Ha, now this is more like it. I've been waiting for you." Boom. The two monsters collided. The shockwave from their impact even affected the helicopter hundreds of meters above, causing it to wobble as instruments blared warnings. Boom, 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 boom. Exhilarating. This is power. This is a worthy opponent. Haha again. The Hulk growled, "You. Too noisy." The two humanoid monsters rampaged through the streets, and the surrounding buildings crumbled like paper, collapsing wherever they went. Countless huge craters were blasted into the ground. Even underground pipes were exposed, sending water spouting dozens of meters into the air. Tianqi, watching, instinctively looked down at himself and shook his head with a wry smile. He had now personally witnessed the secret of the Hulk's pants. In his past life, people often joked about how the Hulk's pants never fell off, no matter the transformation or battle, calling it one of Marvel's top 10 unsolved mysteries. But in the real world, such a thing simply didn't exist. That was just a setup for screen decency. Before transforming, Dr. Banner had indeed bought loose shorts. But how could ordinary fabric withstand such immense force in battle? With that green mass dangling before his eyes, Tianqi finally understood how Thor felt in Thor Ragnarok when he saw the Hulk naked. It was an image that would be etched into his mind forever. In contrast, the abomination's clothes were also gone, but below, it was completely smooth, devoid of anything. It seemed that part had been absorbed during the mutation. So this was the price of forced transformation. The abomination and the Hulk had no techniques. They simply exchanged blows with their immense strength. Occasionally, the Hulk would grab a car to use as a shield or weapon. The abomination, however, ignored everything, relying solely on its giant fists to keep pounding, recklessly reveling in its newfound power. Each punch was like a cannonball, sending deafening shockwaves across the entire city. The more punches the abomination threw, the more grotesque the spines on its back became, like a living bone dragon trying to burst out. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Suddenly, a hail of bullets rained down from the sky, aimed at both the abomination and the Hulk. But bullets that could snap an ordinary person in half were as ineffective as toy gun pellets against the abomination and the Hulk. "Easterner, what are you standing there for? Run." Elizabeth's voice came from the sky. Tianqi smiled and said, "Thanks, but don't worry about me. Get out of here." Flight. The abomination shielded its eyes with one hand and casually ripped a lamppost from the ground. With a sweep of its giant hand, the lamppost whistled toward the helicopter. "No." The Hulk roared and lunged toward the lamppost. But it was too late. His giant hand barely grazed its tail end, and it seemed his girlfriend was about to die. Bang! The lamppost stopped less than 3 meters from the helicopter, caught by a slender hand. Tianqi's. How is that possible? Elizabeth and General Ross couldn't believe their eyes. The lamppost, moving at near sonic speed with immense force rivaling a cannonball, had been halted by a single hand, unable to advance an inch. General Ross' pupils contracted. Having pursued the Hulk for years, he knew all too well how terrifying such power and speed were. Ding! Saved 5 lives, rewarded with 5 recovery potions. Tianqi smiled at Elizabeth and said, "You'd better stay far away. Bullets are useless against them." With that, he descended from the air. In the original story, the helicopter, trying to help the Hulk by lowering its altitude and using a Gatling gun on the abomination, was pulled down by it, resulting in a crash that killed everyone on board. Only Elizabeth and General Ross survived among the 5 on board. Unexpectedly, Tianqi's arrival altered the plot, and the helicopter still joined the battle. Character dictates action. Everyone has their own behavioral inertia, and General Ross was no exception. Pull up, pull up. General Ross snapped back to reality and shouted urgently. Seeing that Elizabeth was safe, the Hulk relaxed, only to be driven back step by the Abomination. In the original story, Banner returned to stop the Abomination to protect civilians, but he was still outmatched until Elizabeth was nearly killed, triggering his latent potential to choke the Abomination unconscious. The angrier the Hulk, the stronger he became. But now, with the civilians evacuated by Tianchi and his girlfriend's danger also averted by him, the Hulk lacked the drive to fight. You two have fought enough. It's my turn now, Tianchi said. The Abomination turned to him, baring its gleaming teeth. Ha ha ha. You're worthy. From dozens of meters away, it threw a punch at Tianchi. Its body accelerated with the punch, and by the time its fist reached maximum power, it was right before Tianchi. Tianchi didn't dodge or evade. He extended his palm to meet it head-on. Boom. A fist met palm with an explosion-like impact, and the shockwave sent nearby cars flying. The concrete ground beneath the Abomination and Tianchi cracked for dozens of meters. Compared to the Abomination's massive fist, Tianchi's hand looked like a baby's, yet the giant fist could advance no further. Tianchi assessed that if this was the Abomination's full strength, he was at least 3 times more powerful. He had injected himself with various purified high-concentration blood dozens of times more than the Abomination, but the power increase wasn't proportional. It felt somewhat lacking. If General Ross knew what Tianchi was thinking, he'd probably roll his eyes despite his dignity. The Abomination was slightly stronger than the Hulk, and Tianchi was 3 times its equal. How could that be too little? Tianchi gestured to encompass both the Abomination and the Hulk. Both of you come at me together. Tianchi's intent was simple: to test his own strength against these 2 giants. The Hulk shook his massive head. No fight. You are a friend, no fight. Though the Hulk had lost the intellect of Dr. Banner, he could still distinguish friend from foe. Tianchi had just saved his girlfriend, so naturally he was unwilling to fight him. That's not for you to decide. Tianchi stepped forward, attacking both the Abomination and the Hulk simultaneously. Elizabeth aboard the helicopter exclaimed in shock. Has he lost his mind? Why is he attacking the Hulk too? Initially, the Hulk refused to retaliate, but after taking several punches from Tianchi that smashed his head through the ground, filling his mouth with concrete and rebar, his rage surged. Roar! 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 The 3 monsters, 2 large and 1 small, roared in fury. Their colossal bellows echoed throughout New York City. The entire city descended into chaos. The sound, immense and ferocious, seemed to come from nowhere, as if a monster might appear at any moment. Many panicked, scrambling for cover. On the streets, crowds fled in disarray, cars collided, and horns blared incessantly. Watching from above, General Ross felt a throbbing headache. The night's catastrophe was far too great, and he had no idea how to resolve it. On the ground, the 3 monsters clashed. Tianchi, ha! Hulk, you're too slow. The Hulk, roar. Friend, still fight, roar. The Abomination, ha ha ha, exhilarating. Again. With that, he lunged forward once more. Boom. Tianchi delivered a whip kick, sending the Abomination flying dozens of meters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The Abomination had withstood RPG attacks from the military and even fought the Hulk without shedding a single drop of blood, yet Tianchi had drawn blood from him. Instead of fearing, the Abomination grew enraged and charged again. Ha ha, exhilarating. Exhilarating. This power is truly satisfying. Boom, 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 boom. Tianchi neither dodged nor evaded, meeting them with the most savage fists, disregarding technique or damage, recklessly squandering his newly acquired strength. With each punch, he sent the Abomination and the Hulk flying hundreds of meters. The Abomination, relentless, was repeatedly sent flying, only to charge back, perfectly inheriting Blonsky's pre-transformation battle lust. The 2 giants besieged Tianchi, yet still found themselves at a disadvantage. The Abomination and the Hulk were driven back step by step. Wherever they passed, the ground erupted, leaving nothing intact. After a bout of fighting, Tianchi confirmed his strength was more than 3 times greater than that of the Abomination and the Hulk, and he began to experiment with some techniques. Although his elders had not taught him Eastern martial arts, he had been exposed to it enough to know how to use some basic moves without formal training. The foundation of all martial arts techniques lies in strength and speed. Ordinary people possess neither, making techniques like ruthless flames known but unusable. Now Tianchi possessed both. Though his skills were not highly refined, they were far superior to the reckless charging of 2 bulls. Tianchi alternated between testing Wing Chun and Tai Chi. Many martial arts moves he had learned from watching movies suddenly became clear. He toyed with the Abomination and the Hulk, spinning them around. Their strength was either unusable or redirected by Tianchi's borrowing of force, causing the Abomination and the Hulk to strike each other, fueling their rage even further. The ruins echoed with the powerless roars of the Abomination and the Hulk. In the sky, General Ross watched with twitching eyelids beyond mere shock. Just pursuing the Hulk alone had cost countless soldiers hundreds of helicopters, tanks, and armored vehicles, and even the most advanced sonic cannons had failed against him. Now 2 more monsters no weaker had appeared. Worse still, this Eastern man maintained a normal human build and retained his sanity, making him even more terrifying than the Hulk or the Abomination. Unless nuclear weapons were used, it was utterly impossible to subdue this Eastern man. Conventional missiles would fail. Tian-Chi, with his strength and speed, could escape the core blast zone in the final second, avoiding sufficient damage. Only a nuclear weapon covering tens or hundreds of kilometers with its central heat of tens of millions of degrees capable of melting all matter could ensure a one-hit kill. On Tian-Chi's side, he noticed that as the Hulk's anger rose, his strength slowly increased, seemingly without limit. This was the Hulk's innate ability. The angrier he got, the stronger he became. In the later stages of the comic world, he could even become the world-breaker Hulk, shattering planets with a single punch. Tian-Chi could only hope this world wasn't as absurd that it wasn't the Marvel of the comics. Otherwise, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. As for the Abomination, as the battle dragged on, he began to pant, lacking the Hulk's endless stamina. Having now tested his strength, there was no need to continue the fight. Tian-Chi stepped forward and kicked the Hulk flying. Then he flashed behind the Abomination, his hands hooking like claws, plunging directly into the Abomination's spine, as if grasping a large log. Crack! The spinal column was brutally snapped by Tian-Chi. The Abomination roared in agony, collapsing limply to the ground, unable to rise again. Tian-Chi said to the Hulk, "Hulk, let's stop here. Go. Come find me when you turn back into Banner." The Hulk growled lowly, "I am Hulk, not turning into Banner. If you don't turn back into Banner, what about your girlfriend?" The Hulk glanced at the helicopter, hesitated, let out a low roar, took a few running steps, and disappeared into the night with a mighty leap. In the original plot, the Abomination was subdued by the Hulk with a chain and taken away by General Ross, disappearing without a trace. He didn't reappear until years later, after Thanos had wiped out half the universe's life in the plot of Shang-Chi, where he fought in a ring against Master Wong, a disciple of the Ancient One. By then, however, he seemed to have regained his sanity and even cooperated with Master Wong in a fixed fight. Tian-Chi smiled slightly at the sky. "General Ross, the rest is up to you." With that, he made a long leap and vanished from their sight. Tian-Chi found Dr. Stearns. He discovered that Stearns had endured the intense pain and refused to drink the recovery potion, resulting in a bulging cranium that made him look like an alien. Nevertheless, Dr. Stearns paid it no mind and began observing the recovery potion with simple tools. Tian-Chi produced 5 vials of the potion and said, "You saw what happened tonight. You can't go back to the Institute. Why not come with me? I'll provide enough potions until you finish your research." Dr. Stearns nodded in agreement, understanding he had been drawn into a massive vortex and might as well play dead amidst the chaos. He had witnessed the miraculous effects of the recovery potion firsthand. His previous research seemed like kindergarten homework in comparison. With everything settled, Tian-Chi finally had the time and peace of mind to contemplate how to survive in this world. First, he needed to figure out what kind of world this was. The Marvel Universe included countless parallel universes and intricate timelines. The most terrifying and dreadful was the comic universe, which frequently destroyed worlds, altered timelines, and broke through universal barriers, defying all logic. If he found himself in such a world, no matter how strong he became, he would never know when a more twistedly powerful being would appear and crush him with a single finger. In the original comics, the Hulk was once chained by Thanos and enslaved like a dog for millions of years. In the movies, he was kept as a battle pet by the Grandmaster on Sakaar. Had Thor not arrived on Sakaar and taken him away, he would have remained enslaved until defeated or killed by an even stronger being. His own power originated from the Hulk's blood. Facing such twistedly powerful beings would be difficult to withstand. Fortunately, from various signs, he seemed to be in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The cinematic universe was constructed more logically within the realm of normal human comprehension. The Hulk had also survived to the end. With caution, his chances of survival were considerable. But Tian-Chi dared not be careless. In the cinematic universe, even Iron Man, the core hero with the highest popularity, had died in the end. If he encountered a cosmic-level powerhouse, he still trusted his own fists more. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the apparent ultimate villain was Thanos, but there were many hidden powerhouses. The aforementioned ruler of Sakaar, the Grandmaster, was likely no weaker than Thanos. Then there was Star-Lord's father, the Celestial Ego, who was immortal as long as his planet survived. He planted his roots across the universe, seeking to propagate throughout all of existence. And Dormammu, forced back by Doctor Strange's time loop, a lord of a dark dimension, was not to be underestimated. There was also a place visited in Guardians of the Galaxy, the head of a Celestial. Even a single head had provided the Tyvan group with resources for centuries without depletion. One could only imagine how powerful this Celestial had been in life. And who had severed its head, or had the rest of its body gone? Then there were the Infinity Stones, the core treasures of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The movies briefly mentioned that these 6 stones were forged from 6 singularities left over from the Big Bang 13.8 billion years ago. Who had forged these stones? What terrifying level of power was required to condense singularities into gems? And what had transpired over the ensuing billions of years? How had these 6 stones scattered across the universe, and what cause had brought them together on Earth, a remote planet in the Milky Way? There were also the Watchers, the Eternals, who would appear in the future, the Celestial gestating within Earth, the Supreme, Living Tribunal, and even the legendary one above all. From the movie plots, the Avengers were far from a match for these powerhouses in terms of raw strength, yet they triumphed time and again. Was it all coincidence? The luck of the protagonists? Or was there an invisible hand behind it all manipulating everything? Tian-Chi meticulously reviewed every detail he had previously overlooked, and only then did he grasp the terrifying implications lurking beneath the surface. In comparison, the power he had gained was utterly insignificant. His greatest advantage lay in his intimate knowledge of the storyline's progression. He could leverage this foresight to develop quietly and bolster his strength. If he flaunted even a modicum of power with arrogance and recklessness, ignorant of the heavens' vastness, he might attract a hidden archvillain and meet an unjust end. He still had a beautiful wife who had run away from home. He couldn't afford to die unjustly and let another man have her. With this thought, Tian-Chi felt there was one more thing he needed to do. Tian-Chi searched the map and found an institution called the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division, the legendary S.H.I.E.L.D., the SHIELD. The location of the SHIELD headquarters was hardly a secret easily found on maps or via satellite. Ordinary people, upon hearing a name like Strategic Intervention and Logistics, would simply lump it together with typical military institutions and pay it no mind. In its early days, the SHIELD was indeed low-key, undertaking no major operations. It wasn't until the advent of the Super War that it surfaced to shoulder the responsibility of protecting humanity. After daybreak, Tian-Chi changed his clothes and arrived at the SHIELD's main gate. Outside stood a guard booth with armored vehicles and elite soldiers constantly passing through the entrance. Tian-Chi ambled leisurely to the guard booth. One of the 2 soldiers stopped him. Halt. Show your pass. Tian-Chi shrugged. I have no pass. I'm here to find my wife. What? The soldier asked, thinking he had misheard. Do you know what this place is? Coming here to find your wife. Tian-Chi pointed at the gate. Isn't it written there? SHIELD. Go on, get out of here. There's no wife of yours here. Look elsewhere, the soldier said with irritation. Tian-Chi remained unruffled, speaking softly. I've brought the marriage certificate. I'm here to demand my wife from your director. The 2 soldiers burst into uproarious laughter. Such a hilarious thing to hear first thing in the morning. Our director being asked for his wife. One soldier said, I bet $50 the director brought a beauty home from the bar last night. She might still be in his bed right now. The other soldier clapped his hands in agreement. Deal. I'll add $100 and bet she's an Eastern beauty. Tian-Chi smiled. Since you're my wife's colleagues, I won't punish your loose tongues. Tell Fury if he doesn't come out, he'll go berserk. Ha ha ha. You want to throw a tantrum? That's hilarious. Do you know where you are? An Easterner throwing a tantrum at our SHIELD. Ha, this must be the funniest joke of the year. No, this only ranks second. The one about finding his wife is the funniest, ha ha ha. Tian-Chi frowned. After all, this was the SHIELD where Black Widow worked, and which would later play a crucial role in defending Earth. He really shouldn't stoop to the soldier's level with violence. Tian-Chi turned to a surveillance camera and said, Fury, I know you're watching me. If you don't come out now, I'll truly go berserk. Black Widow had executed a mission involving a fake marriage to him. As the director, Fury couldn't possibly be unaware. Black Widow would have documented it in her report. If it were just this identity, director Fury might not recall it. After all, in their eyes, he was a nobody. But last night's battle had transcended the ordinary realm. It was a super fight. The SHIELD must have gathered intelligence. Otherwise, they wouldn't later so easily find the Hulk and recruit him into the Avengers. This indicated that the SHIELD had been tracking these superheroes all along. In the Avengers, when they invited the untransformed Dr. Banner to track the Tesseract, they were extremely tense. On the surface, Black Widow acted alone, but in the shadows, an elite squad lay in ambush. Banner only had to feign a loud roar to make Black Widow lose her composure, pointing a gun at Dr. Banner, and the entire hidden elite squad was exposed. This showed the immense pressure the Hulk exerted on them. Having bested 2 opponents single-handedly last night, Tian-Chi surpassed the Hulk. He believed that from the moment he appeared at the gate, the SHIELD's interior was on full alert. Seeing the building still silent with no response, Tian-Chi dropped his smile and deliberately roared, Fury, then I'll show you what berserk means. Ya. Instantly, alarms blared. Countless gun barrels aimed at Tian-Chi, and a frantic voice came over the loudspeaker, Hold your fire. Hold your fire. But it was too late. Rat-a-tat-tat. Enraged, Tian-Chi stomped his foot, and with a boom, the ground cracked, and the guard booth collapsed. He dodged the bullets in a flash and charged straight inside. Beyond the guard booth lay a large square filled with countless military vehicles. A tank slowly rotated its turret and fired a shell. Tian-Chi crossed his arms in front of him. With a boom, a fireball erupted, engulfing him entirely. The gunfire around paused momentarily as everyone assumed the intruder had been neutralized. But in an instant the fire vanished and Tian-Chi's figure slowly emerged, stunning the surrounding soldiers into forgetting to shoot. What kind of monster was this? He could withstand even a tank shell heat-in. Roar! Tian-Chi didn't give the tank a second chance. With a furious bellow, he cratered the ground beneath him and crossed dozens of meters in an instant, crashing straight into the tank. Boom! Creak! Creak! With a deafening crash, the tank's engine belched black smoke and then died. Not stopping there, Tian-Chi tore at the side armor plating. The 50mm steel designed to withstand armor-piercing rounds emitted a teeth-grinding sound as he ripped it open. The two drivers inside stared in stunned disbelief, unable to process what had happened before Tian-Chi tossed them out. Then, grabbing the barrel and bracing his waist, he hoisted the dozen Softens tank high and slammed it into the ground with a boom. Boom, 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 boom. The tank, like a massive hammer, pounded a dozen huge craters into the ground. Some armored vehicles and tanks attempting to aim at Tian-Chi were smashed into scrap by his relentless assault. Fortunately, unlike the Hulk or Abomination, he didn't lose himself in boundless power, otherwise countless lives at the Shield would have been lost today. At this time, the Shield had only a framework lacking any formidable superheroes. The mightiest Captain Marvel was still maintaining peace in other galaxies. Mr. Tang, please stop. Let's talk. A voice called from afar. Director Fury, who looked like a bald egg, jogged out of the building. Director Fury was known for his resilience and coolness in the original story. Even when gravely wounded and near death, he showed no panic. But now, facing Tian-Chi, a faint sweat broke out on his face, whether from fear or exertion was unclear. Tian-Chi, still holding the tank, glanced over. Fury instinctively stepped back, fearing Tian-Chi might hurl the dozen Softens tank at him. Boom! Tian-Chi set the tank down and walked slowly toward Fury. By now, hundreds of various weapons were trained on him, but no one dared to fire. As Tian-Chi drew closer, the sweat on Fury's forehead increased. Stopping before him, Tian-Chi said, "It seems you're not exactly welcoming. I had to go berserk to get you out." Director Fury quickly replied, "A misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I apologize to you on behalf of the soldiers." The two soldiers at the guard booth were drenched in cold sweat. They had thought he was a fool, but he was a god. Would this powerhouse hold a grudge for their mockery? Tian-Chi said, "Spare me the pleasantries. You know why I'm here." Director Fury said, "How about we talk inside?" Tian-Chi smiled, "Aren't you afraid? It'll demolish your shield if we can't reach an agreement." Mr. Tang jokes. "I believe you're a reasonable man." Fury thought to himself fear was useless. If he wanted to tear it down, he could do it from outside just as easily. In the top floor office, dozens of stories high, Tian-Chi got straight to the point. "Where's Natasha?" Fury said, "She's not at headquarters. She rarely returns. We need her on standby around the world. Since she's not here, I'll talk with you first. Please go ahead." Tian-Chi said leisurely, "It's nothing much. I'm here to find my wife. She left me on our wedding day. I haven't seen her for days and I miss her deeply." Fury's expression grew serious. "Mr. Tang, you should know that. That was a fake wedding. It doesn't count." Director Fury was tense inside, but had to speak the truth. He had thought Black Widow's fake marriage mission involved a nobody, never expecting a god. With a powerhouse of this level coming to demand an explanation, Fury was uneasy and dared not lie. "If you say it's fake. The wedding was held, the marriage certificate exists, and now you dare tell me it's fake." Fury said helplessly, "Mr. Tang, at our level, we all know the local laws of God City don't bind us. We didn't know your strength before and sent an agent to approach you. That was our mistake and I apologize. Please tell me directly what you want." Ha, straightforward. Director Fury, then he'll be blunt, and determined to marry Natasha. Fury's expression shifted as his mind raced. Had this powerhouse taken a fancy to Black Widow's beauty and intended to forcefully take her from the Shield? Should he resist or sacrifice Black Widow? "Mr. Tang, do you intend to take her by force?" If Tian-Chi resorted to force, Fury even considered summoning Captain Marvel back. Tian-Chi said, "No. I'm here today to make a demand that requires your cooperation. If you can't comply, it'll destroy the Shield." Fury's expression turned grave. "Please speak. From now on, Natasha is forbidden from using her allure for any reason or in any manner. Otherwise, I will hold SHIELD accountable." Fury breathed a sigh of relief. "Reasonable. I agree. I will issue an order to Natasha prohibiting her from using her body to seduce enemies from this point forward." Tian-Chi broke into a smile. That's good. The reason Tian-Chi had rushed to SHIELD was precisely this. After all, Black Widow hailed from the Red Room, a Soviet spy agency that maximized the use of feminine wiles. In the original plot of The Avengers, she pretended to be captured by a group of underground arms dealers who tied her to a chair for interrogation. She feigned helplessness to extract intelligence. But in a real world, how could a group of arms dealers, upon capturing a stunning beauty, merely tie her to a chair? They would surely do as they pleased. Given Black Widow's nature, she might even allow them to touch her for the sake of information. After all, men are at their most vulnerable when they are at their most pleased. Tianchi could not change the past, but now that she was with him bound by the system's fortune, he would never allow Black Widow to use her body for missions again. As for whether they could truly be together, only time would tell. Since Mr. Tang's issue is resolved, please allow me to ask you a few questions. Go ahead. Fury composed himself. I want to know, what is the purpose of a powerhouse like you from the Eastern great nation lurking in the West? Aren't you afraid of provoking a superwar between our nations? Tianchi was inwardly startled, but remained calm. You overthink it. I'm just an ordinary man. If not for meeting Natasha, I might have opened a small shop and retired in God City. Hearing this, Director Fury grew somewhat exasperated. Mr. Tang, let's not play games. I know your Eastern great nation looks down on us Westerners, believing we lack the capability to handle global threats. But we have an agreement. We don't need your intervention. Moreover, we are assembling a team fully capable of safeguarding the Western Hemisphere. These words carried immense implications. Tianchi's expression remained unchanged as his mind raced. From Fury's words, it seemed the Eastern great nation also possessed superpowered beings, and there was a mutual non-aggression pact. No, it wasn't just non-aggression, it was about each guarding half the globe. Tianchi quickly recalled the plots he had seen in his past life. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Avengers' activities were largely confined to the West, never venturing into the domains of the combatant nations or the Eastern Great Power. At most, they went to Hong Kong, which was once a colony of the British Empire. Yet the territories of the combatant nations and the Eastern Great Power remained peaceful, with no reports of supervillains. It seemed unlikely that ancient vast nations like the East and the combatant nations lacked any superheroes. In Norse mythology, there was Asgard and Thor. The Eastern Great Power, being even more ancient, might harbor hidden powerhouses within its myths. Indeed, later plotlines hinted at this. For instance, in the Sanctum of the Ancient One, there was an Asian sorcerer named Wang and a one-armed Taoist cultivating there. Moreover, Kamartaj was located in the Himalayas on the border of the Eastern Great Power. The Ancient One's abilities were more akin to Eastern sorcery than Western magic. And in the post-Thanos eras, Shang-Chi, Shang-Kai's mother, hailed from the mysterious Great Firmament, filled with Eastern people and countless divine beasts, including the Eastern dragon, a totem. Thus, the East not only had superheroes and gods akin to Thor, but possibly more and stronger ones tasked with suppressing the Eastern Hemisphere. For example, the Great Firmament had suppressed a dark dragon for millennia, rendering it immobile. Had it not been for Shang-Kai's father Wenwu using the ancient 10 rings to forcibly open the seal, the dark dragon would have remained imprisoned. Therefore, the East's tranquility was not due to lack of interest, but perhaps because it was too formidable, preventing dark forces from the cosmos from crossing its borders. Logically, if a place is frequently invaded, it must be the weakest point of defense. The Western world was precisely Earth's weak link. Being an Easterner with power far beyond Fury's imagination, it was no wonder his first suspicion was that Tianchi was sent by the Eastern Great Power. After a moment of thought, Tianchi decided not to be mysterious and said calmly, I can assure you I belong to no faction. I am a free man. Tianchi had weighed his words carefully. First, Fury would surely communicate with the Eastern Great Power, and posing as an Eastern superpower could invite unnecessary trouble. If both East and West distrusted him, he might face pursuit from even stronger beings. Second, to grow stronger by following the plot S.H.I.E.L.D.'s trust was essential. If S.H.I.E.L.D. viewed him as a threat, it would be tantamount to opposing the entire Avengers. The subsequent plot might change entirely, and he would lose his advantage of foresight. Fury stared into Tianchi's eyes. Truly. Director Fury let out a long sigh, his expression visibly relaxing. A powerhouse of Tianchi's caliber typically disdained lying. According to intelligence, Fury knew Tianchi had been brought to God City by his elders as a child, possibly the descendant of a rogue Eastern powerhouse. Since he was a free man, could he be recruited? Logically, a powerhouse of this level would have no shortage of beautiful women. If not for his infatuation with Natasha, why would he storm S.H.I.E.L.D. just to impose a ban? If they became true husband and wife, wouldn't that make him S.H.I.E.L.D.'s son-in-law? With this thought, Fury felt a secret joy. Mr. Tang, would you be interested in joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? We are about to form a team. Tianchi asked, is it the Avengers? Fury's expression shifted. How do you know? That name existed only in files. He had never told anyone. How could this Easterner know it? Tianchi smiled. I also know that name comes from Carol Danvers' jet. It's a pity she's not here. I'd like to ask her about combat techniques. Carol Danvers was Captain Marvel, the most powerful woman in the Avengers. Even Thanos might not defeat her without the Infinity Stones. In Avengers Endgame, she had a brief confrontation with Thanos. He tried to snatch the Infinity Gauntlet from her, but couldn't budge it, then headbutt her forehead. The towering Thanos couldn't even move Captain Marvel. Instead, he was left dizzy. Finally, he removed the Power Stone from the gauntlet and used its energy to punch her away. However, her storyline was set in the 1990s, over 20 years ago. Now she was likely playing superhero on some planet in the galaxy. Compared to Captain Marvel, who could easily traverse interstellar space and physically smash through starships, Tianchi felt his own powers were utterly inadequate. Tianchi said, "Don't worry about how I know. Everyone has their secrets. You just need to know, you no harm. Besides, I have my own affairs to attend to. I don't have much time." Fury did believe he meant no harm. During the battle last night, even the military hadn't actively rescued civilians. Only Tianchi had tirelessly carried people out of the danger zone one by one. How evil could someone with such kindness be? Of course, Tianchi's kindness was only part of the story. No one knew he also received system rewards for saving people. Fury said, "Since Mr. Tang is unwilling to join, how about a compromise? Be a consultant for us. No constraints in peacetime, only called upon for thorny issues like last night." Seeing Tianchi hesitate, Fury added, "It's a win-win cooperation. You can have us handle trivial matters, saving you time. And it would facilitate contact with Natasha." The chance to stay in touch with Black Widow tempted Tianchi. Without S.H.I.E.L.D.'s help, he couldn't even find her on his own. Tianchi also wanted to know the special significance of the system sharing her fortune with him. So he said, "That's feasible. However, I have a few conditions." "Name them." "First, give me 500 million as a down payment." Fury jumped up. 500 million. "Do you think S.H.I.E.L.D. is a bank?" "No, absolutely not. At most 5 million. The mention of money shattered Fury's cool facade as he haggled with Tianchi. "How is 5 million enough? I promised Natasha a home. That amount can't even buy a decent house." "Still, 500 million is too much. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s budget is limited. We have salaries to pay, equipment to buy. Can't you request additional funds from higher-ups? Hiring a superpowered being should warrant extra budget." "Still not 500 million. And you destroyed many of our tanks and armored vehicles last night. That costs money." Truly, it was hard to appreciate the cost of running an organization. In the original plot, Iron Man said S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't afford him, not just because of his high price, but because S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't yet proven its importance and lacked budget surplus. After a verbal spar, they reached an agreement. Fury promised Tianchi 30 million. Future missions would be compensated based on difficulty. Director Fury wore a smug smile. Recruiting a superpowered being for tens of millions who might become S.H.I.E.L.D.'s son-in-law, what a bargain. Over the years, the equipment destroyed by the Hulk alone cost far more than 30 million. As for Tianchi, he hadn't truly needed 500 million, it was just a starting point for negotiation. 30 million was enough for now. He could find more later. He had just recruited Dr. Stearns and needed to set up a lab, which alone would be costly. Moreover, he needed to buy a house. For an Easterner, a home was essential. As soon as Tianchi left, Fury initiated a holographic video call with Black Widow. "Fury, Natasha as the director, I forbid you from using a certain skill." Black Widow asked in confusion, "What skill?" "Seduction." Black Widow was baffled. Why would the director suddenly issue such a strange order? Her beauty was one of her greatest assets, always proving effective. If she couldn't use it, her combat effectiveness would be drastically reduced by at least half. Fury sighed, "Your husband has come knocking. If you don't agree, he'll tear down S.H.I.E.L.D. WH. What husband? Director, I have 37 passports, and over a dozen of them are registered as married. Is there a new mission? Which passport should I use?" When Black Widow went on missions, she most often posed as a fake spouse with her partner. After all, a newlywed couple traveling to various cities for sightseeing and photos was perfectly plausible. Most of Black Widow's partners were agents, except for one ordinary man who was kept in the dark. A thought stirred within Black Widow. Could it be him? The first time she met Tianchi, she had indeed felt a profound impact. Seeing him living in the chaotic city of God, it seemed as though he dwelled in a true paradise, neither sorrowful nor angry, content, and at peace, his eyes only on the flowers and plants in his shop. Having spent her entire life in a world of deceit and treachery, Black Widow had never encountered such a serene soul. In that moment, she truly wished she could live with him forever under the guise of husband and wife, escaping this world. But it was impossible. That fleeting emotion was only enough to sustain her for one more night. Any longer would be extremely dangerous for both herself and Tianchi. When she left the next day, she even tore up the marriage certificate and couldn't help but scribble a few lines, all signs of a troubled heart. It was utterly unbecoming of a top-tier spy. Yet upon reflection, she found it improbable. He was just an ordinary florist. How could he possibly have the power to storm S.H.I.E.L.D. and force the director into such a promise? Fury said, "I'll send you some files. You'll understand after you see them." With that, he transmitted the urgently gathered intelligence along with footage from the previous night's battle and the recent conflict at S.H.I.E.L.D. to Black Widow via encrypted channels. Tianqi's file was simple. As a child, he had fled with his elders to the City of God. After their deaths, he opened a flower shop there to make a living. The only anomaly was the connection between his elder and the drug lord Eagle. It wasn't until she watched the footage of the previous night's battle that Black Widow could scarcely believe her eyes. Her fake husband was this formidable. More importantly, he had sought out S.H.I.E.L.D. just days after she left, proving he had known her true identity all along. At this thought, Black Widow felt a flicker of anger. That deceiver, knowing her identity yet never revealing it. He must have been laughing at her behind her back. But then she recalled the vows from their wedding. Since he had known who she was, could those vows have been sincere? Black Widow's heart grew unsettled. A fake marriage for an assassination mission was one thing, but truly entrusting her entire life to someone. She felt a panic like any ordinary woman unsure of how to face it. If Tianqi were an ordinary man, Black Widow would have refused without hesitation, just as she had on their wedding day. To ensure her safety, she lived a nomadic life, never daring to have a real home. An ordinary person with her would surely meet a grim fate. But after watching the video sent by Director Fury, realizing her cheap husband was actually a peerless powerhouse, Black Widow couldn't help but feel her heart stir. Yet their beginning was all wrong. She had first deceived him, feigned love at first sight, then entered a fake marriage using him to get close to the drug lord and poison him. It hardly seemed like the start of a normal relationship. After a long silence, Black Widow said, "Director, I don't know what to do." Fury replied, "This isn't a mission. It's your life. The decision is yours." Seeing Black Widow silent, he added, "Take your time to think. I won't assign you any missions for the next few days. Remember, until this matter with him is resolved, you must never use your beauty again. S.H.I.E.L.D. can't withstand a monster even more powerful than the Hulk right now." Meanwhile, Tianqi, with $30 million in hand, first gave a large portion to Dr. Stern to establish a laboratory. Then he spent $8 million to buy a villa in the suburbs along with the surrounding land. This would be his home in this world. During this time, Tianqi called Black Widow several times, but each call was rejected. He shrugged, knowing she still didn't know how to face him, and decided to wait for another opportunity. Over this period, Tianqi gradually familiarized himself with his powers and learned some combat techniques. After all, he wasn't the Hulk, unable to rely on brute force to defeat every enemy. Tianqi glanced at his system data: recovery potions, 173 bottles. Black Widow's shared fortune 65. Hulk's shared fortune 30. Black Widow's shared fortune had originally been only 60. Her trust in him had increased slightly during this time. It showed that his visit to S.H.I.E.L.D. had been effective. As for the Hulk's 30, it represented goodwill. Tianqi had the Hulk's blood and had saved his girlfriend Elizabeth, so it wasn't surprising. But what exactly did fortune do? Tianqi still didn't know. One thing was certain, though: having fortune didn't mean one was immortal. In the original storyline, Black Widow, Vision, and even the absolute protagonist Iron Man had died, and in a way that couldn't be reversed even with the Infinity Stones. It might grant some protagonist's aura, but it wasn't a talisman against death. Speaking of Iron Man, Tianqi recalled from his memory that the timeline of the Incredible Hulk 2 roughly coincided with Iron Man 1. At this time, Tony Stark was not yet Iron Man, often making tabloid headlines for dating cover girls. Tianqi had been keeping an eye on the news about him. Suddenly one day, a news report emerged: Tony Stark, heir to Stark Industries, genius scientist and billionaire, had gone missing during a weapons transport in the Middle East. His whereabouts were unknown. Stark Industries offered a $50 million reward for any information regarding Tony's location. The plot of Iron Man 1 had begun. In the original story, Tony Stark was kidnapped by a violent group called the Ten Rings, who forced him to build missiles. At this moment, he should be in some cave in the Middle Eastern desert with shrapnel lodged in his heart, relying on an external battery to stay alive. Rescuing Tony wouldn't be difficult. Though Tianqi couldn't search himself, he could notify S.H.I.E.L.D., pinpoint the approximate location, and have them find and save him. The problem was that this experience was Tony's turning point, the pivotal event that transformed him from a playboy into Iron Man. If Tianqi interfered too early, there might be no Iron Man in this world. Iron Man was a central figure in a series of future events. Without him, everything would change, rendering Tianqi's foreknowledge useless. Yet if he did nothing and missed the chance to offer timely aid, he wouldn't be able to share Iron Man's fortune. And fortune was something to be hoarded. This left him in a dilemma. Tianchi thought for a moment, then contacted Dr. Stern, if I connect to a surveillance system, can you hack it? Boss, my brain power has increased drastically now. Learning such hacking techniques is a piece of cake. Good. Wait for my orders. Dr. Stern replied, no problem. But, boss, do you have any more recovery potions? I've run out. So soon. It's been less than a month. Tianchi casually asked, but to Stern it sounded like a hint of reproach. In his mind, such miraculous recovery potions must be incredibly valuable. 6 bottles were equivalent to 6 lives. Selling them to wealthy individuals alone could fetch billions. Using them all in a month was indeed hard to justify. Stern quickly said, boss, although I haven't analyzed the potion's composition, yet I've made some progress. Tell me. The potion is miraculous, capable of instantly restoring a person to a normal state, but it has some flaws. If the injury has already healed, or if an organ has been missing for too long and the wound has closed, it cannot be restored. Tianchi felt a sinking sensation and asked, if a person has been blind for 20 years or a woman has had her uterus removed for over a decade, those can't be restored. Exactly. It doesn't matter if it's a decade or more, once the wound has healed, it's irreversible. What if the scar is reopened? For example, if the blind eye is gouged out again? That won't work either. The potion seems to only restore the state before the wound healed. If you break the scar and then repair it, it just reforms into a scar. Tianchi's heart sank. He had originally planned to give a recovery potion to Director Fury at an opportune moment as a favor. Fury had lost an eye in the 1990s during the Captain Marvel storyline, scratched by a flurkin. Still, that was a minor matter, not important. The key issue was Black Widow. She had been cruelly sterilized by the Red Room, her uterus removed, leaving her barren for life. Her greatest regret. If he could fix that, it would undoubtedly dispel part of her inner demons. Since the recovery potion was ineffective, he needed to find another way. Tianchi said in a low voice, I'll send you a few more bottles. The next day in the desert of Abukiong. Based on the location of Tony's incident and his memory, Tianchi quickly pinpointed a canyon. Night fell. Under the cover of darkness, Tianchi quietly approached the canyon, where hundreds of armed militants were gathered, the ground littered with weapons, and a cave lay within. With Tianchi's prowess, hunting down these militants would be a trivial task. However, to maintain the original plot and preserve his foreknowledge of the future, many actions were forbidden. Tianchi descended the cliff, his fingers like hooks digging into the rock as he crawled like a gecko clinging to the stone surface. Locating the surveillance cables, Tianchi snipped them, and in less than a second swiftly attached a device. From then on, all surveillance footage would pass through this apparatus. The leader inside saw the monitor flicker for a moment before returning to normal and didn't think much of it. In this desolate wilderness, having a surveillance system was already a feat. Occasional minor glitches were nothing unusual. In movies, looping a segment of footage was a common trick, simple yet perilous, as it could be easily spotted by the observant. This device, however, delayed the video signal by 1 second. Within that second, the built-in micro-CPU could manipulate the surveillance feed at will. Tianchi had long instructed Dr. Stern to set up the program. As long as no one detected him, Tianchi could saunter past the cameras without leaving a trace on the monitors. The night was as cold as water. The militants gathered outside the cave, lighting a bonfire. Tianchi, his fingers like hooks, dug into the rock and crept silently along the cliff wall into the cave from the top. Inside, a makeshift cell had been constructed with iron plates. Tianchi produced a lockpicking tool. Such outdated locks were easily opened. With a creak, he swung open the iron door, revealing 2 people inside. One was Tony Stark, looking haggard with a stubbly beard, a long wire trailing from his chest to a battery on the table. The other was a typical Middle Eastern man, shabbily dressed, yet gentle and refined, undoubtedly Ensign. In Tony Stark's transformation into Iron Man, Ensign had the greatest influence. With his kindness and life, Ensign awakened a sense of responsibility in Iron Man's heart, prompting him to shoulder the burden of protecting the world. This was unimaginable for Tony, who once sought only to bed more cover girls. Both were startled, assuming the intruder was from the 10 Rings, only to find an Easterner. For a moment, 3 pairs of eyes stared at each other in silence. Tianchi broke the awkwardness. Ahem. You're Tony Stark, right? Tang Tianchi. Tony asked cautiously, are you here to rescue me? Watch out for the cameras. Seeing Tianchi's face, Tony and Ensign first ruled out the 10 Rings. Middle Eastern militants united by faith were extremely xenophobic. An Easterner among them was impossible. Tianchi said, don't worry about the cameras, they're taken care of. But I'm not here to rescue you. I am delivering takeout. What a... Tony and Ensign couldn't believe their ears. Was this guy kidding? Delivering takeout to the 10 Rings stronghold. Tony said, did Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes send you? He sure has a weird sense of humor. I don't know any Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes. I've got takeout here. You want some? Tianchi, with a straight face, opened his backpack and pulled out several cardboard boxes, filling the cell with a rich aroma. Insen said warily, "We have no money to buy takeout." Tianchi smiled. "No worries, you can run a tab." But Tony, less restrained than Insen, thought, "We're already in this mess, who would bother poisoning us?" Tony grabbed a paper-wrapped package. "Cheeseburger. How did you know I like this?" Cheeseburgers appeared multiple times in the movie plot. In the Iron Man 1 plot, after being rescued, Iron Man's first act was to get a cheeseburger. Later, he had a daughter, Morgan, with pepper pots, and often mentioned cheeseburgers to her. Clearly, Iron Man adored them. Tianchi, as an Easterner, wasn't keen on cheese, but thought of his country's stinky tofu, and figured foreigners liking similar foods wasn't strange. On his way, Head bought a few from a city outside the desert. I've never had a burger this good. Which restaurant is this? I'm buying it out and eating it every day once I'm out. Which restaurant is this? They'll buy it out once I'm free and eat it every day. Tianchi smiled knowingly. It was just an ordinary cheeseburger. Tony, trapped here for half a month eating bland mush, naturally found it delicious. It was like the ancient tale of Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang savoring pearl, emerald, white, jade, and tofu soup. Tianchi handed another package to Insen. "Don't be shy. If you don't eat, Tony will finish yours too." Insen thought it over and didn't hold back. Opening it, he found a large Orleans roasted chicken, golden and fragrant, its aroma filling the cell. Tony suddenly felt his burger wasn't as appealing. "How do you have roast chicken? Save me a drumstick." Halfway through eating, Tony sighed. A cola would make this perfect. In his mind, this mysterious Easterner bringing in 2 food packages was already a miracle. Hoping for cola was pure fantasy. Unexpectedly, Tianchi pulled 2 bottles of cola from his bag. "The ice hasn't melted yet. Drink up." Tony's eyes widened. "Now I'm starting to believe you're a delivery guy." The 2 feasted heartily, leaving nothing behind. Even the chicken bones were gnawed for flavor. Afterward, Tony leaned back comfortably in his chair. "That was divine. I'd pay $1 million for a meal like this. But once I'm out, eating it every day wouldn't feel the same. Let's go." Tony naturally assumed Tianchi was there to rescue him, that his earlier words were jokes, and the meal was to build strength for a tough escape. In his genius mind, this reasoning seemed logical. But he was wrong. Tianchi packed up the food containers. $1 million a meal, you said. He'll be back with more. With that, he secured his backpack, walked out, locked the door again, and vanished into the darkness like a gecko. What the hell? He locked us in. What's going on? Tony was dumbfounded, his refined upbringing failing to curb his outburst. "Get me out. If $1 million's not enough, they'll give $1 billion, $10 billion, $100 billion. But Tianchi was long gone, and Tony's shouts only drew 2 soldiers. "Soldier A, what's all the noise in the middle of the night?" "Shut up. Soldier B, I smell roast chicken." "Soldier A, what kind of nose do you have? There's no roast chicken here." "Huh. I do smell burger." The 2 soldiers searched the cell, found nothing amiss, and left puzzled. Tony and Insen were left equally baffled. Insen, "Tony, are you sure this isn't a prank from a friend in the military?" Tony shook his head firmly. "No, it's not from my friends. Rhodes is a soldier, rigid and strict. He wouldn't joke about life and death." If the soldiers had discovered anything odd or encountered Tianchi, a hail of bullets would have followed. Even the rebellious Tony wouldn't risk such a dangerous joke. But if it wasn't a joke, what was Tianchi's intention? Tony racked his brain, but couldn't figure it out. He felt his genius IQ was failing him. If Tianchi was just a delivery guy chasing $1 million fee, Tony wouldn't believe it. Rescuing him would yield any amount of money. The man had to know that. 2 days later, Tianchi infiltrated again. This time, Tony didn't rush to eat, but met Tianchi's gaze. "What's your real purpose? What do you want?" Tianchi thought to himself, "I want you to become Iron Man. I want your fortune," but couldn't say it aloud. He simply replied, "You'll know once you're out." Tony fumed out. "How can I get out if you don't rescue me? Haven't you thought of a way yet?" Tianchi wondered if Tony hadn't considered building armor yet. "Tony, what way can I have? I've got a big battery dragging from my chest. Even if they let me run, I wouldn't get far." Tianchi said, "If you can't run, can't you fly?" He glanced at the missile materials. The Ten Rings leader had forced Tony to build the Jericho missile. The Jericho missile was a terrifying weapon from Stark Industries. Before the incident, Tony demonstrated to the military a single Jericho missile could instantly split into dozens of smaller warheads, covering an entire mountain range and blasting it into dust, a devastating tool for mass destruction. With such a weapon, a conventional army would be decimated in one strike. Tony's eyes lit up. His genius mind quickly grasped the logic. Missiles can fly, can't they? Ding! Obtained Tony Stark's initial favor, sharing 10 of his luck. Tianchi hadn't expected that his casual question would spark Tony's inspiration. Though a 10 share of luck was modest, it at least signified that Tony had developed some goodwill toward him. After finishing their meal of hamburgers, cola, and roast chicken, Tony and Insun belched contentedly as Tony said, "Next time I want champagne and Australian lobster. Name your delivery fee. Just, we'll see. Not sure if it's possible." Tianchi gave a non-committal response. These supplies had been procured from a city over 100 kilometers away, requiring several massive leaps, each covering tens of kilometers, and careful timing to evade soldiers while sneaking in. It was quite time-consuming. He had no intention of indulging Tony's culinary cravings by traveling to a farther city in search of lobster. If he happened upon some head, bring it, if not, so be it. After Tianchi left, soldiers arrived the next morning to deliver food. Glancing at the porridge-like slop, Tony and Ensign didn't even spare it a look. The two soldiers caught the aroma again and grew suspicious, entering to investigate. Soldier A, no doubt about it. It's definitely the smell of roast chicken. Soldier B, I smell it too. Speak up. Where have you hidden the food? The soldiers pressed Ensign. Panic flickered across his face, uncertain how to respond. Fearing Ensign might let something slip, Tony stepped in. We're locked in here with a giant battery strapped to our chests. Where would we get roast chicken or hamburgers? If someone's been eating, who do you think it is, eh? With that, he winked in the direction of the 10 Rings leader's quarters. The cave branched into several passages, and the 10 Rings leader resided on the opposite side. Though the environment was far from luxurious, it was still more comfortable than enduring the elements outside. The soldiers instantly understood. These two prisoners couldn't possibly have gotten their hands on roast chicken. That left only one room in the cave, the boss. The cave was cramped and air currents flowed freely, so it wasn't surprising the aroma had drifted over. If the boss had eaten it, they wouldn't dare confront him about hoarding food. The two soldiers exchanged glances and wisely fell silent. By making that insinuation, Tony had not only defused the crisis, but also shifted the blame onto the 10 Rings leader. As a result, the soldiers would surely avoid reporting the matter, pretending ignorance. In just a few words, Tony had demonstrated his genius intellect. Moreover, he had planted a seed of doubt in the soldiers' minds. How could they remain loyal to a leader who hoarded food? Their faith might be unshakable, but that didn't mean their leader was. Every few days, Tianchi delivered food and checked on Tony's progress. In just over a month, the armor had taken shape, though they dared not assemble it due to surveillance. Over the month, Tony and Ensign ate well and couldn't exercise, visibly gaining weight. The soldiers grew increasingly suspicious, and even the 10 Rings leader came to investigate. The leader demanded angrily, "You barely eat, so why are you getting fatter?" Tony replied, "It's not fat, it's swelling. This junk battery is keeping me alive, but my boat is infected. I probably don't have long." The leader snorted, "You're swollen. Then what about Ensign?" Tony said without flinching, "He caught it from me. We share the same room and breathe the same air, so he got infected too." Ensign nearly burst out laughing. Tony was clearly taking advantage of the leader's ignorance. He barely suppressed his amusement, his face contorting before he turned it into a coughing fit. Seeing this, the leader assumed Ensign was having an attack. Fearing infection himself, he muttered a few words and quickly retreated. It seemed the leader's lack of education was his downfall. He added, "Hurry up and finish the missile. Once it's done, it'll take you to a hospital and save your lives." But Tony and Ensign both knew that if they actually completed the missile, their deaths would follow immediately. Days dragged by, each one feeling like an eternity. Tony had planned to craft a few more components to perfect the armor, but even the best laid plans could go awry. Ensign took a risk, hiding a drumstick to savor slowly. After all, Tianchi only came every few days, and the cravings in between were hard to bear. Unfortunately, during a routine inspection, the 10 Rings discovered it. Furious, the leader dragged Ensign out for interrogation. Before being hauled out of the cell, Ensign urgently said to Tony, "Hurry. I don't know how long I can hold out." Crack. Where did the drumstick come from? Talk. Ah. Crack. Talk or not. Ah. Crack. Ah. Each lash of the whip was followed by Ensign's agonized scream, yet he refused to speak. Tony understood. Ensign was signaling him to activate the armor. There was no time left. Whether Ensign survived the torture or not, once the 10 Rings leader regained his senses, he would come to confiscate the parts, and all their efforts would be for nothing. Tony's heart raced with anxiety. It was daytime, and the mysterious Easterner only came at night, and irregularly at that. Even tonight might be too late. With that thought, Tony immediately connected the armor's control unit to the old laptop and initiated the startup sequence. Booting. The progress bar on the command line crawled as if time itself had slowed. Outside, Ensign's screams and the leader's interrogations continued relentlessly. Beep. Startup complete. Tony donned the armor, unplugged the wires from his chest, and connected a circular glowing energy source, the first-generation arc reactor. The armor's appearance was crude, covered in weld marks and ugly gray-black, all over with cheap rubber and fabric at the joints. Creak, creak, creak. Without lubrication, the gears and joints emitted a grating metallic screech that set one's teeth on edge. Tony, clad in the armor, kicked the steel cell door with a thunderous boom. Ah! A soldier outside was struck, his bones snapping as blood gushed from his mouth. He likely wouldn't survive. Open fire! Open fire! The 10 Rings leader panicked and furious abandoned Ensign and opened fire with his rifle. But the armor was forged from missile casings impervious to regular bullets. Its only weakness lay in the joints made of rubber and fabric. In the chaos, however, the thugs couldn't think clearly. Thump! 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 Tony strode forward, swinging his iron fists at the soldiers. Bam! Ah! Beneath his iron fist, the soldiers were like meat buns. One punch was enough to crush a man flat. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Finally, some soldiers caught on and aimed their AKs at the armor's joints. Tony crouched, shielding his face and joints. Ah! Ensign suddenly cried out in pain. Several stray bullets ricocheted, striking his chest. Bloody foam bubbled from his lips. Ensign. Tony rushed forward, shielding Ensign with his body. Pressing a button, twin jets of flame erupted from his arms, his only weapons. The flames shot out over 10 meters, turning several soldiers into human torches who screamed and fled the cave. Tony cradled Ensign, grief-stricken. Hold on. Wait for that Easterner to come. We'll leave together. Ensign's face was serene. Don't worry about me. Cough. My family is all gone. Cough. Finally, I can go see them. Tony wept. You saved my life. I haven't repaid you. Earlier, when shrapnel had lodged in Tony's heart, Ensign had performed a makeshift surgery and built a crude electromagnet to keep him alive. Throughout the armor's construction, Ensign had been invaluable. Without him, Tony could never have built it so quickly. Ensign's unwavering optimism had deeply moved Tony. In the original story, it was Ensign who forged Tony, transforming him from an ordinary man into a superhero. At that moment, the Ten Rings leader's voice echoed from outside. Get the RPG. Quick, the RPG. Ensign smiled faintly. Go. Now. If you want to repay me, then cherish your life. Don't waste it. Boom. An RPG round flew in, but fortunately the cave entrance wasn't straight. It detonated at a turn. A cascade of rubble rained down. Seeing this, Tony knew that if he didn't leave now, they'd both die. Reluctantly, he set Ensign down and ran out. Just as he reached the cave mouth, he found over a dozen RPGs aimed at him. Tony's soul nearly fled his body. With so many RPGs, even if they didn't pierce the armor, the sheer shockwave would rattle him to death. Just then, a series of sharp, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sounds cut through the air. Several small pebbles like bullets struck the RPG soldiers' heads, causing their skulls to explode, instantly splattering white and red across the rock walls. It was Tianchi. From a distance, he had spotted the anomaly, gunfire and explosions, and guessed that Tony's escape had begun. He quickly leaped over, arriving just as a dozen RPGs were trained on Tony. As the fallen soldiers' bodies twitched, their fingers instinctively pulled the triggers. Several RPGs slammed into a pile of munitions outside the cave entrance. Boom, boom, boom. A chain of explosions erupted, flames billowing into the sky. Move it. What are you waiting for? Tony shouted. Ensign's still inside. If you save him, he'll do whatever you want, no matter your purpose. You go first. Your armor is too rudimentary to be of any help. I will do my best. Tony assessed the situation and realized that staying here was futile. He activated the jet propulsion system of his armor, and 2 plumes of black smoke erupted from his feet, launching him into the sky amidst the explosive flames. In the original plot, Ethan died to save Tony, and it seemed that his arrival did not change this narrative. A rock fell from the mouth of the cave, crashing into the cavern. At this moment, Ethan lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Tianchi quickly retrieved a vial of recovery potion from his storage system and poured it into Ethan's mouth. With a swift slap to his back, a surge of force expelled several bullets from his body. A surge of green light enveloped Ethan, fully reviving him. Ethan, in disbelief, patted his body, finding that the bullet holes had vanished. Tianchi said, "Let's go outside and assess the situation. Stick with me and don't wander off." The crisis was far from over. The cave was about to collapse, and if they didn't escape quickly, Ethan would be buried alive just after his revival. Ethan, disregarding any gratitude, protected his head with both hands and followed closely behind. Tianchi led the way, smashing any falling boulders or stones blocking their path, with powerful punches reducing them to dust. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed as half the cliffside collapsed, completely burying the cave's entrance. Tony, hovering in the air, watched anxiously. He couldn't help but regret sending Tianchi to rescue him. Ethan was already shot and likely dead, yet for his own selfish reasons he had called the delivery man to save him, inadvertently leading to Tianchi's predicament. However, now he was struggling to save himself, let alone provide help, simply watching in despair as the cave's entrance disappeared beneath the rubble. Suddenly, a roar echoed from deep within the cavern. It was as if an ancient beast was awakening. With a thunderous boom, the buried cave was blasted open, and a mass of several thousand pounds of rock was hurled dozens of meters away by the sheer force. The boulders crashed down on members of the Ten Rings gang outside, causing screams to erupt. Leveraging his threefold green giant strength, Tianchi smashed through the rock layers and emerged. At that moment, explosions erupted outside, filling the canyon with flames. It was impossible to know how many had been crushed by the boulders. The Ten Rings gang was thrown into disarray, with no one attacking them. With Ethan secured at his waist, Tianchi leaped in the direction of Tony, leaving the canyon. However, he encountered a new problem. In the original plot, Tony could only fly a few dozen meters high before running out of power and crashing into the desert. Fortunately, the height wasn't too great, and Iron Man didn't die? However, Tony was still ascending. The hastily constructed armor lacked any flight stabilization systems. In the original storyline, Iron Man returned to his lab, took a long time, and crashed into walls multiple times before succeeding. Now, under such rudimentary conditions, achieving flight was impossible. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. Tony flew higher and higher, but suddenly the black smoke beneath him extinguished and his power was depleted. Oh no, Tony thought grimly within the armor. Ethan shouted, "This height is certain death if we fall." "Ah," Tony cried out, disregarding his dignity. Falling from this height would not end any better than an egg breaking. Tianchi calculated the angle, and suddenly the sand beneath him exploded, choking Ethan with sand as he opened his eyes, just in time to see Tianchi leaping 200 meters into the air, catching Iron Man securely. Once he felt safe, Tony's rebellious nature resurfaced. "Hey, handsome, this is the first time I've been held like this. How about we go eat foie gras at a French restaurant tonight?" Tianchi laughed. "Aren't you worried about Pepper getting jealous?" Before Tony could respond, Tianchi suddenly tossed him upward again. The impact from a 200-meter free fall was something Tianchi could endure, but Tony could not. If Tianchi landed while holding him, he would be seriously injured if not dead. He could only throw him up again just before landing to mitigate the force. "Ah, I'm not afraid." After a roller coaster-like high-altitude journey, upon landing, Tony's legs gave way, and disregarding the scorching sand, he plopped down onto the desert. Phew. Phew. Ethan, you actually survived. That's fantastic. Tony exclaimed excitedly, hugging Ethan, only to suddenly remember. Wait, you were shot multiple times just now. How could you be unscathed? Ethan looked at Tianchi. He gave me a vial of potion, and I completely recovered. Thank you. Tony put away his rebellious expression and said solemnly, "Thank you for saving my life, and even more so for saving Ethan." Ding. Iron Man shared luck 30. Goodness, saving his life and his friend's life was only worth 30. Tony's mistrust was too strong. Indeed, smart people are hard to deal with, Tianchi thought helplessly. However, it wasn't entirely Tony's fault. Tianchi's arrival was too bizarre. After delivering takeout for over a month, he still didn't save him. If not for this accident, Tony wouldn't have known how long he would have been held captive. So what exactly is your purpose? As long as it doesn't go against my conscience, I will certainly agree. Tony said. No rush, Tianchi replied, gazing into the distance, realizing that planes were already flying towards them. Let's leave this dangerous place first before discussing it. The Middle East is inherently a battleground nation with various factions and arms dealers intermingling. With such a commotion, many forces would surely send people to investigate. Tianchi grabbed one person and jumped several times, already reaching a city over 100 kilometers away. Along the way, Tony and Ethan were buffeted by strong winds, unable to speak, merely exchanging shocked glances. Is this even human? A single jump spanning dozens of kilometers while carrying two people. And that miraculous potion capable of bringing Ethan back from the brink of death after being shot multiple times. With Tony's connections, he had never heard of such a miraculous drug. Otherwise, when he suffered from palladium poisoning later, he wouldn't have been helpless and could only rely on herbal drinks to alleviate his condition. Arriving at a small city over 100 kilometers away, Tianchi took the two to a shabby rental house. Tianchi said, I have no special purpose in saving you. However, since you wish to thank me, I may ask you for some things in the future. Of course, I won't force you. If you are unwilling, you can refuse completely. Tony replied, then I refuse right now. Ha ha ha. Tianchi laughed heartily, knowing that Tony was not an ungrateful person. If you really don't want to give, I certainly won't force you. Saying this, he pulled out a phone and handed it to Tony. Call Colonel Rhodes and have him come pick you up. He'll take Ethan away. No, Ethan is my benefactor. I will invite him to America to work in my company. No need to trouble you. Tony, do you think this kidnapping was an accident? Tony was shocked, wasn't it? You will find out, but there's no rush. You just went missing for over a month, and it's already caused a huge uproar in America. Now that you've suddenly been rescued, and you have someone with you who once worked for violent factions, what do you think will happen? Although both you and I know Ethan was forced to work for the Ten Rings, while others believe that. With Tony's intelligence, he quickly understood. Having been held captive for so long, suddenly being released while being accompanied by a Middle Easterner, the most likely scenario is that he was coerced. It's important to note that Stark Industries manufactures weapons for the Department of Defense, and any hint of trouble would make the Department of Defense uneasy. Moreover, his rival Hammer Industries would undoubtedly create trouble. At that time, not only Ethan, but even he himself could be in danger. Tony said, they'll transfer $5 million to you. Please ensure Ethan's safety. Tianchi said nonchalantly, rest assured, if I didn't want to protect him, I wouldn't have saved him just now. Ethan is an upright and kind person. Even though he lives in a war-torn country and his family has been killed by violent factions, he maintains a positive attitude, encouraging those around him. This greatly influences Tony's character. Moreover, he is a remarkable scientist who cleverly used a car battery to save Tony's life and assisted him in creating the armor. If he were in a prosperous nation, he would undoubtedly be a great scientist. By recruiting him into his team, Tianchi not only gained a talent, but also strengthened his bond with Tony. Tianchi asked Ethan, "Do you want to go home and take a look? Kamala Town is nearby." Ethan was taken aback. "How do you know I'm from Kamala? I never told you." "Does it matter how I know? The important thing is whether you want to go back and see." Tony and Ethan exchanged glances, feeling that this Eastern person was too mysterious. Not only did he possess superpowers, but he also seemed to know everything about them. This feeling of being understood was uncomfortable. Even though Tianchi had saved their lives, Tony's wariness had not diminished. Ethan slowly said, "It really doesn't matter. With your abilities, knowing the information of a small person like me is not difficult. There's no need to go back. I have no attachments there. If I ever have the ability in the future, I can help the residents of the town as a gesture of goodwill to my fellow townsfolk. Then let's go." Tianchi did not look back, taking Ethan and soaring into the sky. Tony dazedly took a moment before calling Colonel Rhodes. Colonel Rhodes received a call and immediately dispatched a fighter jet to escort Tony back home. Tony was unusually quiet, devoid of his usual reckless demeanor, enjoying champagne and watching the flight attendants dance. The recent peril had a profound impact on him. Not only was he physically hurt, but he also felt uneasy seeing his weapons exploited by violent factions. And what about that mysterious Eastern man? Why didn't he save himself? Yet he seemed worried about Tony's demise. There were too many questions for him to ponder. Upon returning to the United States, a swarm of reporters awaited him at the airport. A top scientist, a billionaire, and a playboy had been kidnapped by militants. Now he was finally back home. Who wouldn't want to scoop such explosive news? As Tony disembarked, Pepper and his friend and bodyguard Happy were already waiting for him. Pepper was on the verge of tears, rushing forward to hug Tony tightly, unwilling to let go. "I thought I would never see you again." Tony shrugged. "But I'm back now. Don't cry, or you'll ruin your makeup." Happy interjected urgently, "It's my turn now." Seeing Pepper not letting go, Happy simply wrapped his arms around the both of them, and the three of them embraced, causing Tony to shout, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Pepper noticed the wound on Tony's chest and exclaimed, "What happened? You're hurt. We need to get you to a hospital." Tony replied, "There's no rush. I have something more important to do." "Happy, get me a cheeseburger. Also arrange a press conference." The reporters were already on site, so the press conference was quickly set up. Holding the cheeseburger, Tony sat ungraciously on the floor beside the podium. "Do you know what? The tastiest food isn't about the food itself, but the environment. In the past month or so, I had the best cheeseburger and Orleans grilled chicken in a cave. Now that I'm back eating the finest burger, it doesn't even come close to the taste of the one in the cave. I want to thank that delivery man. He not only brought me the most delicious food in the world, but also saved me and my benefactor. Though I don't know his intentions, I believe that as long as he isn't out to destroy the world, I will do my best to repay him." The crowd buzzed with confusion, whispering to each other about what Tony was saying. Why was he talking about burgers and delivery men? Did we get our signals crossed? Finally, a reporter could no longer contain himself. "Mr. Stark, if I may be so bold, were you kidnapped or vacationing?" "I was indeed kidnapped, held in a cave for over a month. I was bombed, and there are still shrapnel in my chest. I'm currently sustaining life on a battery." The crowd erupted in chaos. What was once speculation was now confirmed by Tony himself, and the reporters couldn't help but be astonished. The United States, practicing hegemony worldwide, bombarding other nations and assassinating foreign generals, had offended too many. Of violent attacks were a nightmare they couldn't shake off. Now even a wealthy figure like Tony, still under military protection, had been kidnapped, which only heightened their sense of insecurity. A beautiful female reporter stood up and asked, "What about the delivery man? Did the militants still order takeout?" Tony replied, "I don't know more than you do. I can't elaborate on the details right now. What I want to discuss is another major decision." Upon hearing of a significant announcement, the reporters had to suppress their curiosity and put aside questions about the delivery man. Tony continued, "I didn't get to say goodbye to my father. I've had some questions I wanted to ask him, whether he ever struggled or doubted. I saw young Americans being killed, and the weapons I created to protect them were the very tools of their demise. I realized I could do more for the world than just create explosions. Therefore, I announced the closure of Stark International's weapons manufacturing division, effective immediately." The room fell silent, then erupted into chaos as reporters rushed forward, eager to ask more questions. But Tony was already exhausted and didn't answer any more questions as he left under Happy's escort. Meanwhile, at Apocalypse's side, he arranged for Ethan to meet with Dr. Stern. The two scientists hit it off upon meeting. Seeing Tony's decision on the news, Apocalypse knew that upon returning, Tony would refine the Iron Man suit. Sure enough, a few days later, under the cover of night, a humanoid suit flew out from Tony's house. Apocalypse sat in a distant outdoor bar, casually sipping beer. This initial model should be the Iron Man 1 Malawian Kwacha, which wasn't even painted, its silver metal base exposed. However, the 1 Malawian Kwacha was immature with a fatal flaw: it lacked an anti-freezing system. Indeed, Tony tested the suit's flying height, pushing it to the limits. 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet. 80,000 feet. The AI Jarvis warned Sir Ice formation has occurred, which may be deadly. Tony replied, continue, I haven't broken the fixed-wing height record of 850 feet yet. Soon the low temperatures at high altitudes caused ice to form on the suit, and the power system suddenly crashed. Oh, Tony screamed as he plummeted from the sky. Apocalypse remained unfazed. According to the original script, the power system should recover just before landing, allowing Tony to return safely. Whoosh, crack, whoosh. Tony kept trying to restart the power system, but only a few wisps of black smoke emerged, proving futile. This is bad, Apocalypse thought to himself. A gust of wind swept through the outdoor barn, knocking tables and chairs to the ground, and Apocalypse vanished from sight. Boom. Unfortunately, he was too far away. Even with Apocalypse's speed, he couldn't reach in time. Tony crashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Apocalypse flashed to the pit, and with a snap, tore off Tony's suit helmet. Cough, cough. Hey, we meet again. Tony coughed up blood, clearly injured. Initially worried about whether he would die, he felt an inexplicable sense of safety upon seeing Apocalypse. Apocalypse smiled. Why are you always so unlucky when we meet? I thought I might see you show off this time. Just then Jarvis' voice chimed in. Injury diagnosis: spine fractured in 3 places, both legs broken, internal organs ruptured and bleeding. An emergency call has been made to the nearest hospital, but it will take at least 20 minutes. Sir, I'm afraid you won't last that long. Tony continued to spit blood, a sign of his lung being punctured, and he was already struggling to breathe. Apocalypse waved his hand, pulling out a vial of recovery potion. Drink this, I share in your injuries. Tony was deeply moved, thinking Apocalypse felt guilty for not catching him in time. He hurriedly replied, cough, cough. How can this be your fault? Cough, cough. I was too impatient. However, Tony misunderstood. No matter how brilliant he was, he couldn't comprehend Apocalypse's true intention. Tony had originally planned to stay in the cave for 3 months. Although the 3 months were arduous, he would have had enough time to contemplate the suit's details and refine it. But Apocalypse's arrival unexpectedly allowed Tony to escape over a month early, leading to some technical details being overlooked. The omitted details caused the power system to be slightly inferior to the original plot, resulting in Tony not landing safely and ending up gravely injured. If Apocalypse hadn't been nearby, Iron Man might have perished before even officially coming into existence. The butterfly effect. Apocalypse sighed inwardly. Any minor change could drastically alter the subsequent plot. It seems he must be more cautious. Otherwise, one would never know when the plot might change, leading to some superhero's unexpected demise. You need to drink this. Wait a few more minutes, and you won't even have the chance to speak, he said, pouring the recovery potion down Tony's throat. A wave of green light illuminated around Tony, and in the blink of an eye, his injuries were completely healed. Apocalypse inspected the arc reactor on Tony's chest and found it hadn't been repaired. It seemed Dr. Stern was right. The potion recognized these old injuries as part of his body and would not heal them. Tony asked, is this the same potion you gave Ethan? It's incredible. It can instantly heal injuries. If it could be mass-produced, people on Earth would no longer fear injuries. I wish it were possible, but unfortunately this stuff is limited and currently cannot be produced. Tony agreed. Such a miraculous item would indeed be unlikely to flood the market like cold medicine. Tony tried to stand up, but found the suit too heavy. After losing power with his strength, he couldn't get up. The one Malawian Quacha model used regular steel. In the original plot, Tony flew home powered down and crashed through the cement floor into the underground laboratory. One can imagine how heavy this suit was. Let me help you take it off, Apocalypse said. Wait. Tony quickly stopped him. Don't force it. I need to check what malfunctioned. If you open it, you'll ruin the scene of the failure. Looks like I have to carry you again. Apocalypse said helplessly. I've never carried the same man twice in my life. You'll have to pay extra. Saying this, he scooped Tony up and leaped towards Tony's home. Upon arriving home, he encountered Pepper. Seeing the blood around Tony's nose and mouth, Pepper screamed in terror. Ah. Tony, what happened to you? We need to get you to the hospital immediately, she urged. Tony replied, I'm fine, just trapped in this hunk of metal and can't get out. With all this blood, how can you be fine? You're not planning to say your last words, are you? Wah. Pepper couldn't help but burst into tears. Tianchi was resigned. Women were prone to tears. At least his own Black Widow didn't shriek at every little thing. Ignoring Pepper's hysterical ramblings, Tianchi carried Tony directly into the underground lab, dumped him on the floor, and left the rest to the lab's robotic arms. With the aid of the robotic arms, Tony finally freed himself and said to Pepper, this is the delivery guy I told you about, Tang Tianchi. And this is my friend and assistant, Pepper Potts. Just call her Pepper. Thank you for saving Tony twice. Pepper was tall, nearly matching Tianchi's height with her high heels. She extended her hand for a handshake, her eyes filled with curiosity as she studied him. Tony trusted Pepper implicitly and never kept secrets from her. Naturally, she knew everything about his ordeal in the cave. Yet after pondering, they still couldn't fathom Tianchi's motives. After the handshake, Pepper said, he'll be handling some matters at the company for Tony in the coming days. Mr. Tang, why not stay here for a while? We haven't properly thanked you yet. Before Tianchi could answer, Tony jumped in. No, 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 absolutely not. I value my peace and quiet. Tang, this isn't personal. He wasn't lying. Tianchi understood Tony's temperament. The massive villa housed only Tony and Pepper without even a single servant. When Tony brought women home for the night, Pepper was the one who helped with laundry and trash disposal. Pepper retorted, do you prefer peace and quiet, or do you prefer flying into danger? If it weren't for Mr. Tang, you'd be dead. I still disagree, Tony insisted. Tianchi interjected, I happen to have a house to renovate. I'd like to see your designs. Pepper, arrange a large room for me. No problem. Tony exclaimed, hey. Do I have any say in my own home? Fine. Just don't put me too close. I like my quiet. Pepper ignored him completely and deliberately chose the guest room nearest to Tony. Her intentions were pure. She feared another accident might befall Tony. Having a mysterious powerhouse like Tianchi nearby gave her considerable peace of mind. Tianchi had no pressing matters and Black Widow wasn't replying to his messages anyway, so one place was as good as another for him. Being here to witness Tony's step-by-step creation of the Iron Man suit was a worthwhile experience. Tony spent all his time in the underground lab. Tianchi visited a few times, but found it rather dull. Forging the armor was a tedious process. Movies only showcased the most exciting moments. The actual research and development were incredibly monotonous. Tony often went entire days without speaking, lost in thought and calculations before his computer. After a few days, he finally completed the Mark II model. The Mark II rectified all flaws of the original Mark I. It was not only freeze-resistant, but also constructed from lighter, stronger titanium alloy, vastly improving flight speed and preventing the embarrassment of crashing through the floor upon returning home. Consequently, Tony officially painted the suit a flamboyant gold and red. With his masterpiece complete, he decided to unwind at a party. He invited Tianchi, but Tianchi was busy with other matters and had no interest in Western cocktail parties, so he declined. At the party, a beautiful female journalist showed Tony photos revealing that Stark Industries was still selling weapons, and those weapons were harming civilians. The location was a small town called Gulmira in the Middle East. Just days after announcing the closure of the weapons division, he was being contradicted. Tony's face darkened. Returning home, he found Tianchi and asked, Tang, is Yinsen's hometown called Gulmira? Yes, Tianchi confirmed. Have you discovered that a large number of weapons are being sold there without your authorization? Exactly, Tony replied, somewhat startled. How do you know about this? That's not the point. The point is, have you truly decided to go and destroy those weapons and save the civilians? Tony's body stiffened. How do you know what I'm thinking? It wasn't too strange that Tianchi knew about the weapons. Even an ordinary journalist could obtain photos. For a mysterious powerhouse like Tianchi, such information seemed easily accessible. What was terrifying was that Tony's resolve to destroy the weapons had only just formed on his way home. No one could possibly know, yet Tianchi did. Who was this Eastern man? Could he read minds? Tony, your thoughts aren't hard to guess. The key is, what will you choose to do? Tony downed a glass of wine. Some things must be done, or my conscience won't let me rest. With that, he headed down to the underground lab. The Iron Man suit was still quite primitive at this stage. Donning it required a complex and time-consuming process involving a set of robotic arms. After several minutes, Tony, clad in the golden-dread suit, stood before Tianchi with heavy, resonant steps. Don't tell Pepper, he said. Tianchi replied, I won't, but you can't hide it from her. Go on. If you run into trouble on your way back, you can call me. Whoosh. Without another word, Tony flew straight out the window and vanished into the night sky. Flying at full speed, a white sonic boom cloud formed around the suit, first enveloping Tony, then swiftly trailing behind him. Tianchi wasn't worried about the Gulmira mission. Tony's suit was overwhelmingly superior to anything there. He not only destroyed all the Stark-manufactured weapons, but also wiped out the militants in one fell swoop. Even a tank was no match for a single tiny micro-missile from the suit. After clearing everything, Tony threw the leader who had been slaughtering civilians before the terrified crowd, leaving him to their mercy. This was also a test for the refugees. Their previous reluctance to fight back for survival was understandable. But now that the militants had invaded their homes and committed atrocities with impunity, if they still couldn't bring themselves to act, Tony would wash his hands of their fate. Soon the leader was engulfed by the enraged crowd. With the mission complete, Tony flew back. But leaving was easy, returning was the challenge. The U.S. wasn't overly strict about aircraft leaving its airspace, but it was highly vigilant about unidentified flying objects entering. Tony was detected by ground radar shortly after reaching the border. Immediately, two F-22 fighters scrambled and locked onto Tony. During the pursuit, Tony's friend, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes, later known as War Machine, sensed something was off. The style and technique were too reminiscent of Tony. He called Tony. There's a humanoid aircraft in my base's airspace. That wouldn't be you, would it? Tony replied, how could it be? I'm at home taking a bath. Good, said Rhodes. Then we'll shoot it down. Whoosh. A heat-seeking missile launched from an F-22's wing. Tony quickly fired dozens of flares for cover. Boom. The missile struck the flares, erupting into a massive fireball in the sky. Then another fighter locked onto Tony, its cannons spitting two streams of fire. Tony couldn't dodge in time, and the suit was hit in the back. Unable to outrun them, inspiration struck. He spread his limbs midair to create maximum drag, braking sharply and hiding beneath the aircraft. But this only bought him a moment. Soon he was spotted by the other fighter. In the original story, Tony called Rhodes to plead for mercy, barely escaping. To cover for him, Rhodes held a press conference claiming it was a military exercise that resulted in the loss of an F-22. But with Tianqi's arrival, Tony sought help from a different source. Soon Tianqi received a call from Tony. "Tang, are you some kind of prophet? How did you know I'd run into trouble on the way back?" Tianqi laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha. Let me guess. 2 F-22s, and you can't fight them off." At this stage, the Iron Man suit was still rudimentary, agile enough, but lacking speed and unable to match the firepower of the advanced F-22s. Just comparing their sizes made the disparity in weapon capacity obvious. "You're absolutely right. Come save me, or you'll die for the third time." "Hang on a moment. Let me see if there's anything handy around here." Tianqi scanned the hull, grabbed two medieval antique spears, and leaped toward the U.S. border. Apocalypse's power was 3 times greater than the Hulk's, yet his weight was far lighter. Moreover, instead of leaping like a clumsy ox, he fully utilized aerodynamics to reduce drag, making his jumping distance and speed far surpass those of the Hulk. Empowered by his terrifying jumping force, each leap was like a cannonball shot, creating sonic booms in the air and covering hundreds of kilometers in a single bound. After several massive leaps, Apocalypse spotted 2 fighter jets in the distance, no larger than specks. He said, "Tony, lower your flight altitude and lure the jets down." "All right." Tony didn't hesitate, angling his suit and diving sharply downward. Believing the humanoid flying device was attempting to flee, the fighter jets also descended, pursuing and attacking. Finger-thick machine gun bullets rained from the sky, kicking up dust around Apocalypse. On the ground, Apocalypse neither dodged nor flinched, calculating the distance and speed. With 2 swift whooshes, slender afterimages shot up into the air. With a thunderous boom, the spears struck the power compartments at the tails of both jets. Thick black smoke billowed from the engines, and the aircraft, losing power, began to spiral. The pilots had no choice but to eject. By the time they landed, Tony and Apocalypse had vanished without a trace. Soon rescue crews arrived. Upon seeing the 2 spears embedded in the engines of the F-22s, they were struck with disbelief. When the report reached the base, the furious general roared, "Are you kidding me? 2 F-22s shot down by spears. Are we at war with cavemen? Damn it, I'm going to see this for myself." When he saw the wreckage, including Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes, everyone was stunned into silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Spears. Simple spears. Embedded in the engines of the jets, still smoking. The contrast between the most advanced technology and the most primitive tool was glaringly stark. 2 state-of-the-art F-22s brought down by spears. Who would believe it? Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes, unwilling to accept it, asked, "Is this some kind of black tech?" A technician examined it and shook his head. "Colonel, judging by its hardness and flexibility, it's likely ordinary steel." Rhodes let out a long sigh. Heavens, the loss of 2 F-22s. Such a grave incident must have already reached the White House. Was he really supposed to write in his report that they were shot down by 2 ordinary spears? This report was impossible to write. Back at the lab, Tony was in much better spirits, having done a righteous deed that brought great satisfaction. However, he was unaware that Obadiah Stane, the Stark Industries vice president, who had secretly sold the weapons, upon learning the news, became even more determined to eliminate Tony. Obadiah Stane was a bald man of extraordinary intelligence. Originally Tony's father's partner and an elder to Tony, he held only a small share of the company, but harbored immense ambition. Tony had always been engrossed in scientific research and women, showing little interest in corporate management, allowing Stane to seize total control. Now Tony's sudden announcement to shut down the weapons division had infringed upon Stane's power and profits. As a minority shareholder, he found himself powerless to oppose it. Apocalypse was aware of these intrigues, but decided to keep silent unless Tony asked, to avoid altering the plot. After all, in the original story, Tony and the others didn't suffer any real losses. "Tony, I want a suit like yours." Tony asked, "You're already so powerful. What use would a suit be?" "Flight." Apocalypse explained, "I may be fast at jumping, but for long distances your suit is quicker. Besides, hopping around isn't very dignified." Tony teased, "Didn't think you were such a gentleman, Tang. But a gentleman wouldn't force his way into someone else's home against the owner's wishes, would he? Haha, not only will I stay and eat for free, but I'll also take things for free. But I don't want the one you're wearing now. The 2 Malawian kwachas is too outdated. It's inconvenient to put on and requires several robotic arms to assist." Tony was speechless. He had just taken on 2 F-22s in his armor, and it was being called outdated. "So what do you want?" Apocalypse thought for a moment. "First, it must be easy to wear and carry, preferably no bigger than a suitcase. If it's not portable, it's useless to me. ID rather just jump. Second, increase the flight power. My body is stronger than yours, so I can withstand the forces from rapid acceleration. The instantaneous speed can be extremely intense. That's not hard, Tony said. I can just boost the power. But shrinking it to the size of a suitcase, that's a bit tricky. I might need some time. Oh wait, I believe you can do it. A suitcase-sized suit was developed in Iron Man 2, and later even more compact and powerful nanosuits capable of going toe-to-toe with Thanos appeared. But even a genius like Iron Man had to take it step by step. Haste was impossible. Just then Jarvis's voice rang out. Sir, Miss Potts has lost contact. The last recording is her scream. Pepper's voice came through the speakers, informed Tony. Tony's face changed. Damn it, Pepper's been discovered. What happened? Tony pulled up some weapon photos. The weapons I found in the Middle East were made by my company, but I ordered the weapons division disbanded. There must be a mole selling them secretly. So I sent Pepper to investigate. I didn't expect her to end up in danger. Who is the mole? Apocalypse smiled. Who else could it be? Think about it. In Stark Industries, who could secretly sell weapons without your knowledge? Tony caught on immediately. You mean Uncle Obadiah Stane? He was my father's partner and watched me grow up. How could he? It's impossible. When interests are at stake, anything is possible. Wait a moment. News will come soon. I can't wait. What about Pepper? I have to save her now. Don't rush. As long as you haven't handed over the arc reactor design, she's safe. Look, here he comes. The monitor showed a luxury car pulling up outside Tony's mansion. The visitor was none other than the bald Obadiah Stane. He'll leave you to face him alone. See his true colors clearly. With that, he vanished from Tony's sight. The bald man entered, casually chatting with Tony while subtly probing about the reactor on his chest. Warned by Apocalypse, Tony remained guarded, neither mentioning Pepper's disappearance nor revealing that the arc reactor was incomplete. Stane continued his veiled questioning, but when Tony refused to budge, he dropped all pretense. A piercing sonic wave suddenly emitted and Tony collapsed limply onto the sofa. Stane pulled out a small device. This is the latest weapon, a sonic screwdriver. It uses ultrasonic energy to induce muscle resonance, instantly paralyzing an elephant. Uncle, what are you doing? Stane said. I originally planned to wait until you perfected the arc reactor before making a move. I never intended to kill you. But you made the unforgivable mistake of sending Pepper to investigate me. I have to act early. He pulled open Tony's shirt, twisted the miniature reactor to the right, and tore it off. Without the reactor's energy, Tony's heart stopped, and his lungs began to struggle for air. Stane held the arc reactor mesmerized. A true masterpiece. This will be your greatest legacy, Tony. The new Weapon King. With this as a power source, our company's weapons will sell worldwide. Everyone using our suits will have to buy this as their power core. Our company will become the center of global power. Haha. Too bad you won't live to see it. Stane packed the arc reactor into a briefcase and strutted out. Tony, still affected by the sonic weapon and deprived of his heart's power source, lacked the strength to rise. Apocalypse appeared slowly. Tony forced a bitter smile. Are you just going to watch me die? I thought you'd get up on your own. The prototype arc reactor is downstairs. I can't move. In the original story, Tony had crawled to the lab alone and with the help of robotic arms installed the prototype. But somehow this time he couldn't move. Perhaps knowing Apocalypse was there, Tony's will to survive wasn't as strong. Tony's face was turning purple. Apocalypse didn't hesitate. He stomped the ground, shattering it with a thunderous crash, sending Tony and the sofa crashing into the underground lab. Looking around, he quickly found the prototype arc reactor that Pepper had decorated. Apocalypse crushed the glass casing and helped Tony install it. Tony took a long, deep breath and gradually recovered. At the same time, a ding sounded in Apocalypse's mind. Saved one life. Reward 1 recovery potion. Apocalypse was somewhat surprised. According to the system's judgment, if he hadn't intervened, Tony would have truly died. It seemed the butterfly effect was not to be underestimated. Tony looked at Apocalypse curiously. How do you know everything? If I didn't know your strength makes such schemes unnecessary, I'd suspect you were the mastermind. Haha, heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Why didn't you catch him just now, Tony asked. If we caught him, how could we save Pepper? We just need to follow him. A sudden realization dawned on Tony. Leave the tracking to me. Saying this, he opened a holographic display, and soon the trail of the bald man's car appeared. In truth, even without tracking, Tianchi knew the bald man was heading back to the company. However, to avoid any butterfly effect, it was safer to follow the bald man's car. Tony donned his armor and flew out. Just then, Colonel Rhodes called. Tony, Pepper just called and dispatched 5 agents to your company, but now her phone is unreachable. Do you know what's going on? Tony replied, it's my Uncle Stane's doing. Pepper is probably trying to arrest him. I'm on my way to find him now. Need any help? Clear the airspace. If you see anything flying in the sky, don't interfere with me. Also, if you spot someone jumping around in the sky, don't provoke him. Jumping in the skies. Colonel Rhodes was baffled. It wasn't strange for Tony to have flying vehicles with his tech prowess, but what was this about jumping in the sky? And they were warned not to provoke it. Could there truly be an existence in this world that even the U.S. military dared not offend? Unaware of their conversation, Tianchi controlled his power for safety and precise landing, leaping only a few hundred meters at a time, ascending and descending swiftly, hidden in the night. Tony, on the other hand, was far more conspicuous. The tail flame of his armor blazed brilliantly in the darkness, quickly detected by the military. Fortunately, Tony had given prior notice, or fighter jets would have intercepted him. The bald man's luxury car drifted to a stop before the Stark Industries building. He didn't even lock the door as he hurried upstairs. Dawn, according to infrared scanning, Pepper is locked in the basement, surrounded by over a dozen armed men. Damn it, these are Stark Industries security personnel. Leave Pepper to you. Stain is mine to handle. After all, he has deep ties with my family. Ending this myself will be a tribute to my father. All right, be careful. That bald man's gear might be as formidable as yours. With that, they parted ways. Tianchi, guided by the hologram Tony provided, charged into the underground levels. Upon reaching the first floor, he saw several agents holding guns, cautiously advancing. Clearly, they were there to rescue Pepper. Tianchi spotted a familiar face among them, Coulson. In the Marvel Universe, Coulson was a pivotal figure, not a superhero, but present in many major events. He ultimately died at Loki's hands, but not before firing an energy cannon at Loki. In another timeline, the series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., he became the director, leading a group of superhumans against Hydra and various villains, including Sky the Quake, whom Tianchi greatly admired. Hey, Coulson. In an instant, the tense agents spun their guns toward Tianchi. Coulson asked, "Who are you?" "You don't know who I am. Didn't Director Fury tell you?" His battle against the Abomination and the Hulk in New York should have been logged in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files. Was Coulson not authorized to know? What security clearance had Fury assigned to his file? Yet this seemed consistent with his modus operandi. Fury was extremely cautious. In the original plot of the Avengers, he sent Captain America and Black Widow to rescue a S.H.I.E.L.D. ship with Black Widow secretly assigned a mission even Captain America didn't know about. When discovered, Captain America argued with Fury, saying such secrecy could endanger the team. This illustrated Fury's extreme caution. His file was likely not accessible to Coulson. "Sir, whoever you are, please step back immediately, or we will consider you a threat," Coulson said. "As you wish. But with all this hesitation, when will you find Pepper?" Tianchi then walked past Coulson and his team. Coulson ordered, "Shoot his legs." Several bullets struck Tianchi's legs. American agents were indeed ruthless, firing at the slightest defiance. Had Tianchi not known Coulson was a good guy, he might have thrown them out. But saving Pepper was the priority, so he simply stomped his foot. With a deafening crash, the floor collapsed. Reaching the second basement level, Tianchi stomped again. In less than 5 seconds, he had broken through 2 floors, arriving at the deepest basement. This time, it wasn't Coulson firing, but the guards watching Pepper. Traitors. Tianchi didn't dodge. He lunged at one guard, snatched his MP5, and crushed it into a lump of scrap metal. These guards, paid by Stark, had kidnapped their own people, clearly colluding with the bald man. Tianchi showed no mercy. He grabbed the guard by the neck, lifting him off the ground. With a subtle twist, he dislocated every joint in the guard's body, leaving him limp and powerless. His recent training had paid off. While it hadn't dramatically increased his combat power, it allowed him to fight with finesse, unlike the Hulk's mindless rage. Another hail of bullets struck Tianchi. Though they couldn't harm him, the pain was real. Anger rising, he slammed his fists into the ground. With a roar, the floor exploded, the shockwave sending all the armed guards flying. They crashed down unconscious. Tianchi smiled. Brute force was indeed the most direct. No wonder the Hulk loved smashing things. The feeling of shattering everything was exhilarating. Pepper was locked in a storage room. Tianchi called out, "Stand against the wall," and breaking the door. With a thunderous boom, the heavy steel door was blasted off, crashing into the opposite wall. "Tony sent me to rescue you. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Where's Tony?" "He's settling accounts with the bald man. Let's get out of here. It's not safe." Saying this, he wrapped an arm around Pepper's slender waist and leaped upward. They landed right in front of Coulson. Facing several gun barrels, Tianchi frowned. "Are you sure you still want to shoot?" "I'm not always this patient." Coulson quickly signaled his agents to lower their weapons. From the moment he saw Tianchi, the man had been hit by hundreds of bullets in mere seconds. Aside from some torn clothes, he was completely unharmed. Provoking him further would be suicidal. Besides, Tianchi had rescued Pepper, so he was likely an ally. He seemed to know the director. Back at base, he could ask Fury about this man. With that thought, Coulson gestured to Tianchi. "Thanks for the help. Miss Potts, let's leave quickly." At that moment, tremors echoed from outside. Clearly, Tony had engaged the bald man. On the street outside Stark Industries, the area was already in chaos, littered with debris. Screaming pedestrians scattered as Tony and the bald man's battle extended to the distant highway, destroying countless cars along the way. While trying to save a mother and child in a car, Tony was caught off guard and suppressed by the bald man. Through his armor, the bald man's voice boomed. All these years I carried you while I slaved away at the company. Did you think being a playboy was enough to run a business? And now you want to take away my life's work? With heavy mechanical steps, he stomped on Tony, who lay on the ground. Fortunately, Tony's armor was resilient. Though he couldn't fight back, it protected him. With a mighty heave, the bald man hurled Tony into a bus, tearing it in half. A small missile launched from the bald man's armor, striking the bus. Tony was thrown high into the air. Had his armor not been so tough, the impact would have killed him. The commotion had already caught the military's attention. A military communications officer was about to alert the relevant departments when Colonel Rhodes stopped him, saying, "No need. It's just a drill. Keep observing." This left Tony in a bind. He had assumed his armor could crush the bald man, prompting him to tell Rhodes not to interfere. But the bald man's armor, though less advanced, was far superior in weaponry, leaving Tony without backup. After all, the bald man's armor was designed for killing, unlike Tony's. Realizing the danger, Tony had a flash of inspiration and commanded, "Jarvis, full power ascent." "Sir, your power is down to 15. "It might be. I know. Just do it." Instantly, white flames erupted from the armor as it shot toward the sky. The bald man, thinking Tony was trying to escape, roared with laughter. "Ha, Tony, you can't run." As he spoke, his mech suit belched thick black smoke, pursuing Tony relentlessly from behind. The smoke formed a towering pillar in his wake, starkly visible against the city lights. "Damn, this pollution is terrible. Don't you guys do anything about it?" Tianchi said to Coulson. Coulson was speechless. Who had time to worry about pollution at a moment like this? "That isn't our jurisdiction." Tony flew higher and higher, his power nearly depleted. But there was no turning back now. If he couldn't hold out until the bald man's clunky mech froze overhead, be intercepted midair. With that thought, Tony glanced down at the ground and mused, "I wonder if that monster Tang could jump this high. Probably not, or I'd just call him to save me." Unconsciously, Tony had grown dependent on Tianchi, though the feeling was so subtle he hadn't even noticed it himself. But on the ground, Tianchi received a system prompt ding. Iron Man's trust increased, fate sharing at 60. Fortunately, fortune favored them. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, the bald man's mech finally froze solid, just like Tony's earlier suit, losing power and plummeting straight down. It crashed near Stark Tower. Tony had no time to celebrate. With his suit's power gone, he had to rely on backup power for intermittent reverse thrust, barely managing a safe landing on Stark Tower. But no sooner had he landed than the bald man's mech ambushed him from behind, locking him in a bear hug. Using the mech's superior power, the bald man tried to crush Iron Man to death. Tony quickly fired decoy flares, ordinarily used to disrupt missile locks, but now employed as flashbangs. And it worked. The blindingly red flares filled the air. The bald man, blinded and unable to open his eyes, loosened his grip, allowing Tony to escape. In the original storyline, Tony lured the bald man to the top of Stark Tower, where Pepper overloaded the large arc reactor downstairs, unleashing a towering laser beam to destroy him. But Pepper had already been escorted away by Coulson, so things wouldn't unfold as they did originally. At this moment, the thought never even crossed Tony's mind. "Tang, my good friend, how about lending a hand?" Even in the midst of being overpowered, Tony's playboy nature shone through. Even his pleas for help were unique. Tianchi smiled. "I have a plan. Lure him to the rooftop, and he'll overload the arc reactor. We'll use the resulting energy burst to take him out. What do you think?" Tony was exasperated. "With all that strength, why are you so fixated on wrecking my company's equipment? That arc reactor cost a fortune. Speaking of which, you still haven't paid me for the takeout from when I rescued you in the desert. Fine. Help me win this fight, and we'll settle it however you like." Seeing the bald man lock onto him again, Tony lost his composure and quickly begged for help. "All right." Watching the two steel monsters on the rooftop, Tianchi bent his knees slightly, and with a boom, launched himself into the air. "Bald man, let that man go." Boom. The bald man's mech was sent flying by Tianchi's kick. Seeing a formidable opponent appear, the bald man remained unperturbed, laughing. Ha, excellent. Let's see how you handle my new weapons." As he spoke, the mech extended 8 weapon systems from its shoulders, hands, waist, and legs. Small missiles, Gatling gun barrels, and laser tubes. Whoosh, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. In an instant, a torrent of firepower rained down on Tianchi, the explosions coalescing into a massive fireball. As the barrage continued, the fireball grew larger. Watching from the side, Tony's heart pounded with fear. With such overwhelming firepower, even he and his armor would be shaken to death. Could Tang survive? Then the fireball moved. Tianchi strode forward through the bombardment, his steps steady and unwavering, until he stood before the bald man, whose face was a mask of terror. "Is that all you've got?" With that, he grabbed one of the mech's arms, and with a sharp crack, tore it off at the shoulder. "Ah!" The bald man screamed in agony, for the arm came away with his own limb still inside. Unmoved, Tianchi ripped off the mech's chest plate, then knocked the helmet flying with a single slap. For his own selfish gain, the bald man had sold weapons to violent extremists, causing countless innocent civilian casualties. He had even leaked information to orchestrate Tony's kidnapping. This punishment was relatively light. "He'll leave the rest to you," Tianchi said. "Later you'll need to make me a suit. It has to be stylish and able to withstand bullets and missile blasts." Looking at his own tattered clothes, he thought it was utterly disgraceful. He couldn't afford to end up looking like a beggar after every fight. Tony smiled wryly. "Even my Iron Man suit might not hold up. Where am I supposed to find such tough materials?" Tianchi patted Tony on the shoulder. "You're a genius. You'll find a way." Just then the wail of police sirens filled the air as countless American police officers arrived. Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes could control the military, but not the police. Tianchi had little interest in the aftermath. With Tony's connections, it would be easily handled. The next day a press conference was held. The previous night's battle had caused widespread damage, from near Stark Tower to the highway and into the sky. Countless people were injured and an unknown number of vehicles destroyed. A public explanation was necessary. Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes, swallowing his pride, lied on Tony's behalf. He announced to the dozens of reporters, "Yesterday the simulated combat systems of 2 Stark Industries prototype robots malfunctioned, causing them to run amok. Fortunately, one of Tony's personal bodyguards saved him in time and stopped the incident. Stark's vice president, the bald man. Ahem. Obadiah Stane tragically died in this accident." When it was Tony's turn to speak, he reluctantly recited a few lines from the script Coulson had given him. A beautiful female reporter suddenly interrupted. "Mr. Stark, do you really expect us to believe that nonsense? Rumor has it that a superhero called Iron Man stopped President Stane's rampage. And that Iron Man is you." Tony gave an awkward smile. "Come on, I'm no superhero. I'm not cut out to be one." "Really?" The beautiful reporter's face was full of challenge, a playful smile on her lips. She had once shared a one-night stand with Tony. When she woke up in his home, it was Pepper who brought her a change of clothes and arranged for a car. Both understood the rules of the adult world. She didn't cling, and he didn't linger. But there was still a thread of affection between them. Provoked by his former flame, Tony's playboy instincts kicked in. Without thinking, he blurted out, "That's right. I am Iron Man." The crowd erupted. And so the superhero who would one day open the Marvel Universe, save countless lives, and battle supervillains, Iron Man, was officially born. At the same time, it meant the supervillains were coming. Tianchi casually browsed a few of the explosive headlines about Iron Man. As expected, character dictated behavior. Tony had still revealed his identity. It certainly fit his flamboyant, attention-seeking playboy persona. Tianchi didn't go out of his way to hide his existence. Fury handled all of that for him. From the Three Giants brawl in New York to the battle at Stark Industries, every trace of evidence was scrubbed from the internet. That saved Tianchi a lot of trouble. The lower his profile, the more time he had to grow. Since gaining 3 times the Hulk's strength, Tianchi's combat skills had improved significantly, but his fundamental power remained unchanged. This forcibly acquired strength didn't seem to be cultivable, fundamentally different from the Hulk's ability to grow stronger with rage. In the comic world, the Hulk could evolve into Worldbreaker Hulk, but without other opportunities, Tianchi's power would forever be locked at 3 times the Hulk's strength. That was far from enough to face the various superbosses of the future. But for now, Tianchi had no solution and could only practice his combat techniques daily. After Iron Man declared his identity, he garnered immense attention, but also attracted trouble. The most immediate problem was Hammer Industries, Stark's archrival, which began accusing Iron Man of endangering national security, demanding he hand over his Iron Man suit technology. Tony was summoned to testify before Congress. As irreverent as ever, he delivered a brilliant argument that drew rounds of applause, infuriating Hammer Industries CEO and the obese politician, though they could do nothing to Iron Man. They were up against a wealthy, powerful super genius whose financial and political clout already dwarfed theirs. Their plan had been to leverage public outrage from the news to force Iron Man to hand over the tech, but they came up empty-handed. No one in the room sided with them. In the end, Iron Man closed the debate with a boastful line, "I have successfully privatized world peace." Clap, 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 clap. Amid the applause, Iron Man made a dashing exit. But every move he made was being watched by a burly man far away in Siberia. Dressed in a white tank top, a toothpick dangling from his lips, the burly man stared intently at the TV screen showing Iron Man. His table was covered in blueprints, clearly the design for Iron Man's miniature arc reactor. On the other side, Iron Man began drinking green vegetable juice every day. Neither Pepper nor his bodyguard Happy knew the reason, simply assuming he was trying to get fit. Apocalypse knew it was because the reactor in Iron Man's chest was accumulating toxins already affecting his health. At present, Iron Man was still using the outdated palladium element. Though it provided energy, it released radioactive toxins that continuously corroded the human body. The only solution was to replace palladium with a clean, safe alternative element. Yet even a genius like Iron Man couldn't find a substitute immediately. Apocalypse gave Iron Man several vials of recovery potion, but within 2 days Iron Man noticed the problem. This recovery potion is strange. It only precisely removes yesterday's toxins, not a single percentage point more. The toxins accumulated before that remain untouched. At this rate, unless you can provide 30,000 vials for me to drink until I'm 80, it's ultimately not a solution. Apocalypse shrugged helplessly. 30,000. I only have a little over 100 vials of this potion, and it's non-renewable. I haven't even figured out its composition yet. Iron Man gave an awkward smile. Such precious potions. Each one could save a life. I was being greedy. He paused and added, don't tell Pepper or Happy. I don't want them to worry. On the surface, Pepper was Iron Man's assistant and Happy his bodyguard, but the three trusted each other like family. Eventually, Iron Man married Pepper, and they had a daughter named Morgan. As for Happy, according to the original storyline, he was likely to end up with Spider-Man's still charming Aunt May. Iron Man pressed a button on his watch. Happy, come in and help me practice some boxing. Why not spar with me? Apocalypse shrugged. No way. I don't want to be beaten up by a monster like you. Even in my suit, I couldn't withstand a single punch from you. Soon Happy entered in a suit. He looked at Apocalypse with some curiosity, knowing only that he was a distinguished guest of Iron Man who had helped him escape from the 10 Rings in the Middle East. Beyond that, he knew nothing of this guest's background. On one hand, Apocalypse had asked them not to reveal his identity and abilities, and Iron Man and Pepper had kept that in mind. On the other hand, Happy was a chatterbox. If he learned Apocalypse's identity and power, he might boast about it while drinking one day and let it slip. After all, as Iron Man's close associate, countless intelligence agencies and tabloids were watching him, hoping to get first-hand information. Happy changed into loose training clothes and sparred with Iron Man on the platform for a while. Soon Tony was panting heavily. Happy, despite his stout build, breathed evenly, clearly possessing real skill. Tony, Happy said, why don't you take a break and let me have a few rounds with Tang? Iron Man quickly interjected, don't you dare provoke him. I'm afraid he might lose control of his strength and crush you with a single finger. This well-intentioned warning only ignited Happy's competitive spirit. Despite Iron Man's protests, he insisted on a match. Happy taunted Apocalypse, Mr. Tang, you're not scared, are you? Apocalypse smiled. Fine. I was looking for someone weaker to practice on to control my strength better, so I don't accidentally kill someone later. Iron Man rambled on the sidelines. Tang, please go easy. Happy is my friend. Don't hurt him too badly. Happy's face flushed red. His pride felt utterly crushed. Was he really so useless in his boss' eyes? He silently resolved to give it his all and show this Eastern guest a thing or two. Apocalypse didn't bother changing clothes. He jumped onto the ring casually and assumed a Tai Chi starting posture. Tai Chi overcomes force with gentleness. Perfect if he didn't want to harm anyone. Though Apocalypse only knew the basics, his immense strength allowed him to grasp many intricacies through sheer power and finesse. Happy assumed a standard kickboxing stance, bouncing lightly on his feet, shifting his position to avoid being locked on. Suddenly, he lunged forward and threw a punch at Apocalypse's face. But to Apocalypse, his movements were as slow as a snail and as weak as a breeze. With a simple grasp, the sparrow's tail, a press and a pull, Happy was sent flying through the air, crashing into the elastic ring ropes. The ropes creaked and stretched to their limit before snapping back, hurling the 200-pound Happy against the opposite ropes. He bounced once more and landed in the center of the ring, unable to get up for a moment. With just one move, Happy was defeated, robbed of all dignity like a balloon. Happy refused to accept it. Lying on the ground, he said, I was careless. I didn't have my footing. Let me rest, and we'll go again. Just then Pepper entered in high heels, followed by a woman in a professional suit, a white blouse, black trousers, and a slender figure. Tony, this is Natasha Rushman from the legal department. She has some documents for you to sign. The newcomer was none other than Black Widow. Seeing Natasha in her professional attire, sexy, yet composed, Iron Man's eyes lit up. The women he usually picked up were nowhere near her caliber in terms of aura. As soon as Black Widow entered, she spotted Apocalypse, and a flicker of panic flashed in her eyes. She had never expected to meet her husband, whom she had been avoiding under such circumstances. In the original storyline, after Tony declared himself Iron Man, Director Fury sent Black Widow to gather intelligence, to assess whether Iron Man posed a threat to Earth and whether he could join the Avengers. Now, besides gathering intelligence, there was another motive. Given Fury's intelligence network, he couldn't have been unaware that Apocalypse was staying here. Sending Black Widow was clearly an attempt to create an opportunity for the two. Seeing Black Widow pretend not to know him, Apocalypse wasn't in a hurry. He was curious to see how long she could keep up the act. Tony's Playboy mode activated instantly. He stepped forward and said, a new assistant from legal. How come I didn't know? Feel free to drop by any time. You're welcome here. In the past, Black Widow wouldn't have hesitated to use her beauty to extract information. But with her husband right there and Director Fury's warning to avoid using that skill, she naturally held back. Black Widow said matter-of-factly, Mr. Stark, these are agreements regarding the acquisition of some subsidiaries involving equity restructuring. They require your signature. No rush. Why don't we sit down and have some champagne while we chat? Legal documents take time to review, and standing all day is tiring. Black Widow replied, I don't mind the fatigue. Besides, I can't drink during work hours. The more she refused, the more Iron Man's interest grew. With his looks, wealth, and fame, he had never failed to charm any woman he desired. Watching from the side, Pepper fumed silently. At this point, she and Tony weren't in a romantic relationship. She was just his assistant, so she had no right to speak up. Every time she saw him bring a woman home, it irritated her. Black Widow noticed Apocalypse smiling silently nearby, which made her even more flustered. She dared not engage further with Iron Man. She quickly handed over the documents and stepped aside. But to Iron Man, her behavior seemed like that of a shy, innocent girl, a unique charm among Western women. Hey, what happened to the guy on the platform? Black Widow changed the subject. Is he injured? Happy seeing the beautiful woman take notice of him sprang up like a jack-in-the-box. No, how could I be hurt? I was just resting after some boxing. He then waved his gloves flashily. Natasha, right? Want me to teach you some self-defense moves, eh? Sure. Eager to escape Iron Man's pursuit, Black Widow quickly stepped onto the platform, though her eyes kept darting toward Apocalypse. Hey, beautiful. First lesson, face your opponent with focus. Keep your eyes on them, don't look around. Happy tried to draw Black Widow's attention and brushed against her with his gloves, but it triggered her instinctive reaction. With a Brazilian jiu-jitsu move, she used his momentum to pull him close, locked her legs around his neck, and hung her entire weight on him, bringing him crashing to the ground. Except for Apocalypse, both Iron Man and Pepper were startled. Happy struggled, but couldn't break free, so he tapped the mat in surrender, though he still blustered. That one doesn't count. I wasn't ready. Tony was captivated by this woman, beautiful, sexy, yet reserved and shy, and a formidable fighter. He ignored the legal documents and said to Pepper, "She's exactly what I want. Transfer her to my team." Pepper pouted. No. She knew exactly what Iron Man was thinking and firmly refused. At that moment, Apocalypse decided to act. If he didn't assert his claim soon, Iron Man would keep pursuing her. He never knew when to give up when it came to beautiful women. Tony, your flirting skills are terrible. Let me show you how it's done. Apocalypse said with a sly grin. Iron Man exclaimed with some surprise, "Oh, I thought Easterners would be more reserved about relationships. I'd love to see how you pick up women." As Apocalypse slowly approached her, Black Widow's heart grew increasingly flustered. He drew close to her body, close enough to feel the warmth of each other's breath, and with a grand gesture wrapped his arm around her waist. Natasha, is it? Truly a beautiful name, as lovely as the person herself. Meeting you is fate. I bought a house in New York. That is my home. How about we go there, open a bottle of red wine, chat about life, and untangle some knots in our hearts? As he spoke, he lowered his head and gave her a long French kiss. Black Widow instantly softened, as if transported back to her wedding night, nearly collapsing in his arms. This audacious move left Iron Man, Pepper Potts, and Happy Hogan utterly stunned. Is this how you pick up women? No build-up at all, just a direct kiss. Iron Man's mind raced with 1,000 bewildered thoughts. Even as a famous figure with boundless charm, he wouldn't dare such a move. Head risked getting slapped across the face. Yet Natasha's reaction suggested she had accepted it, surrendered. Maybe he should try this technique himself sometime. After the long kiss, Black Widow tried to break free, but with Apocalypse's strength, she couldn't escape unless he let go. She pounded her fists against his chest. To the onlookers, it seemed more like playful flirting. But Black Widow, feeling guilty about her infiltration, dared not reveal their relationship. She whispered, "Let me go, they're watching." "Haha, they're all friends of mine. Let them watch. Hey, race the key to our home. Feel free to move in any time." With that, he pressed a key into Black Widow's hand. She didn't know how to feel as she accepted it. Was this her home now? It had come so unexpectedly. Starting a family with a man like him wasn't a bad idea. At least she wouldn't have to worry about enemies tracking her down. Anyone who tried would be the one to suffer. She imagined her enemies painstakingly tracing her address only to confront this monstrous husband of hers. How amusing would that be? At the thought, a smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Her stunning beauty paired with that lowered smile was utterly intoxicating. Iron Man and Happy were dumbfounded. She had accepted it. Fallen in love. Had Tang used some enchantment? They hadn't seen it. Apocalypse released the flustered Black Widow, knowing he had pushed enough for the day. Too much pressure might backfire. Head let her digest this and slowly come to accept it. Iron Man had no idea what he had signed, scribbling carelessly on the documents. Black Widow grabbed the legal papers and fled as if escaping. Happy sidled up, his earlier defiance gone. Brother Tang, you moved too fast. I didn't catch it. Tonight at the bar, drinks are on me. Teach me a few tricks." Iron Man said, "Next week I have a car race in Europe. Tang, come with me. I can never seem to win over European women. Maybe I'm not famous enough there." Apocalypse laughed heartily, not revealing the truth, letting them speculate as they wished. However, Iron Man's trip to Europe for a car race meant the plot of Iron Man 2 had already begun. 3 days later, at a grand racing banquet in a small European country, Pepper Potts arrived with Black Widow. As if to keep an eye on Iron Man, she subtly nudged Black Widow toward Apocalypse. Apocalypse was more than happy to oblige, walking shoulder to shoulder with Black Widow. It was daytime, and the banquet was filled with dignitaries. Iron Man and Pepper were busy greeting people and networking. Poor Happy the lone bachelor was left to suffer the sight of the two couples drowning his sorrows in the banquet's drinks and food. "Hey, Tony the legendary Iron Man. I thought you'd be too busy to grace us with your presence." A voice called from afar. It was Justin Hammer, CEO of Hammer Industries. Hammer Industries and Stark Industries were fierce rivals, constantly vying for defense contracts. But Hammer's weapons always fell short, repeatedly outdone by Stark, breeding deep resentment. Coupled with Hammer's earlier alliance with a corrupt politician to force Iron Man to surrender his suit technology, the enmity between them was firmly entrenched. Now Hammer greeted Iron Man with feigned cordiality. Bound by the presence of the elite, Iron Man had to offer a perfunctory reply. "If I wasn't going to come, but I heard you'd be here. If I didn't show up, who would take second place?" Hammer gritted his teeth, ready to trade barbs, but then his eyes fell on Black Widow beside Apocalypse, and his interest was piqued. "Tony, who is this lady?" Hammer asked. "She's an employee of my company here with her boyfriend." Hammer feigned surprise. "Boyfriend? Surely not this Easterner. How could such a beautiful woman choose an Eastern man?" Hammer continued. "We rarely see Easterners at our banquets. May I ask your name, sir?" "My surname is Tang," Apocalypse replied coldly. "And what line of work are you in, Mr. Tang?" Apocalypse said, "I'm currently unemployed, relying on Mr. Stark's generosity." At this, Iron Man, Pepper, and Black Widow exchanged knowing smiles. Apocalypse had saved Iron Man's life more than once. Who was really taking care of whom? Hammer felt a surge of contempt amplified by his ingrained racial prejudice. He grew bolder, turning to Black Widow. "My dear lady, is this your first time at an event of this caliber? How about I give you a tour? Later, Hammer Industries race car will take the track, and I'm sure ITLL take first place." Black Widow glanced at Apocalypse, afraid of displeasing him. "Thank you, but I'm here with friends. I won't trouble you." "Haha, your friend is stuck following Tony around. Can't even get into the VIP section. Hard to see anything from there. I happen to be in need of a companion. Come with me to meet some influential people. After the race, he'll take you for a spin in a race car. How about it?" If Apocalypse were just an ordinary friend, Iron Man would have already intervened to stop Hammer's rudeness. Poaching a friend's date was an insult to him as well. But Hammer was provoking Apocalypse. Iron Man and Pepper exchanged a glance, unable to hide the amusement in their eyes, anticipating Hammer's downfall. Hammer surely assumed that as an Easterner, Apocalypse might have some influence back home, but here in the West, it was their territory. Apocalypse stepped forward. "Mr. Hammer, are you trying to take the woman beside me without my consent?" Two burly men in suits immediately flanked Hammer, facing off against Apocalypse. Tony and Pepper watched with gleeful anticipation, offering no objection. In Hammer's eyes, this confirmed that Apocalypse's relationship with Iron Man was weak, not worth a confrontation. He grew even bolder. "Are you planning to resort to violence, Mr. Hammer?" Apocalypse said with a smile. Given his power, even if all of Hammer Industries' weaponry were brought to bear, they couldn't harm him, let alone two ordinary bodyguards. No, no, no. We're in Europe now, where the nobility still uphold ancient traditions. Disputes can be settled through a duel. You may choose any one of my men to fight, Mr. Tang. Oh, and what are the stakes? Hammer said, "Since this is a racing event, I'll wager a race car worth $8 million. If you win, it's yours. If I win, this lady accompanies me for the day. Deal." The dignitaries at the banquet, seeing the famous Hammer and Iron Man's associate in a verbal duel, gathered around to watch, curious how the Easterner would respond. There was a subtle trap here. Apocalypse might not grasp it, but the status-conscious nobles present understood it well. If he accepted the duel, he would immediately be at a disadvantage. By wagering a car against a person, if Apocalypse agreed in today's rights-conscious society, he would be looked down upon and find it hard to integrate into this circle. If he refused, he would have to offer something of equal value. Even if he could, fighting Hammer's subordinate rather than Hammer himself would subtly diminish his status and position. However, Hammer had miscalculated. In the face of absolute power, all petty schemes would be shattered. Tianchi declared, "I will not wager my woman." Hammer taunted, "Do you even have a race car?" At this, Iron Man interjected, "I shall stake my Iron Man suit on behalf of my friend." Hammer, if you triumph, not only will the Iron Man suit be yours, but also its blueprints and patent rights. Henceforth you shall be Iron Man. A collective gasp rippled through the surroundings. The formidable power of the Iron Man suit was evident to all. It had even stirred a congressional hearing where officials attempted to coerce Tony into surrendering the armor, only to be effortlessly outmaneuvered. They merely sought the production technology, yet the war-weary Iron Man adamantly refused, let alone the patents and design schematics. Possessing the patents and blueprints would enable mass production of Iron Man suits, effectively monopolizing the arms trade, a colossal market worth trillions. Even the wealthiest nobles present could not help but feel their pulses quicken at the prospect of such immense fortune. Fearing Iron Man might renege, Hammer quickly exclaimed, "He means it. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard Tony. If he dares to go back on his word, you must bear witness for me. I never break my word." However, you offering just a race car for my suit. Hardly sufficient. Now Hammer was perplexed, momentarily lacking an item of equal value to bet against the Iron Man armor. Gritting his teeth, he said, 20% of Hammer Industries shares plus this race car. How about that? Though the shares were worth a considerable sum, they paled in comparison to the Iron Man suit. Iron Man cared little about the bet's fairness. His primary aim was to support Tianqi. He nodded. Whatever. Given your impoverished state, you likely have nothing of real value. Hammer's face flushed with rage, yet he found no retort. The assembled elite all possessed a keen sense of value. Though Hammer Industries was renowned globally, it still lagged a tier behind Stark. Tony, you will pay for your arrogance. His bodyguard was not only an underground fighting champion, but had also been injected with the latest human serum surpassing human limits. Captain America had been a legend since World War II. Countless corporations sought to replicate his serum, and Hammer Industries was among them. They had now achieved preliminary results perfect for a trial run. The Abomination's predecessor Blonsky had been injected with a serum to which Hammer Industries contributed. Though inferior to Captain America's super serum, it laid the foundation for Blonsky, enabling him to survive the subsequent injection of Hulk's blood. However, this was a highly classified matter unknown even to Iron Man. Hammer gloated, inwardly convinced that this Easterner, despite his martial arts, was no match for his bodyguard. After his defeat, the Western beauty by his side would leave him. At the thought of winning both the suit and the woman, Hammer couldn't suppress a smile. Alas, Hammer's standing was too low. He lacked access to certain confidential information. Or rather, Fury had kept Tianqi's details exceptionally well guarded. Had he known that even the real Captain America couldn't withstand a single blow from Tianqi, his smile would not have been so bright. Hammer said, "It's too crowded here. To avoid accidental injuries, let's change the venue." Tianqi replied, "No need. Right here will do. Let both your men come at once. If a single wine glass is shattered, I forfeit the match." The crowd erupted into commotion at his audacity. What if his opponent simply smashed a glass on the ground? Fine, fine, fine. This is the first time I've encountered such an arrogant Easterner. You said it, Tony. Don't go back on your word later. Seizing the opportunity, Hammer signaled his bodyguards to cheat if necessary. He doubted his two super bodyguards couldn't even break a wine glass. Bodyguard A stepped forward with a snort. "Kid, don't come crying for mercy." The nobles present instinctively retreated, clearing a large space. Only Iron Man, Pepper, and Black Widow remained still. Happy, aware of Tianqi's prowess, but not its extent, hesitated to retreat, but followed Tony's lead. Their solitary stance in the open space was conspicuously bold. Hammer said, "Tony, even for Iron Man without your suit, it's wise to step back." Iron Man swirled his wine glass and laughed. "I'll raise the stakes. If your man spills a single drop from my glass, I'll gift you my European winery." This declaration drew another wave of gasps. European wines were world-renowned. Many wealthy individuals coveted a vineyard there for entertaining and collecting fine vintages. As a top-tier billionaire, Iron Man's winery was naturally of immense value. Many present dignitaries had been invited there and knew its worth, hence their astonishment at his bold wager. Hammer grew uneasy. Could this Easterner be Tony's secret weapon, also injected with super serum? But even so, 2 against 1 could engage him, while the other cheated by shattering a glass. How would he explain that? Tianqi said, "Come on, let's finish this quickly so I can watch the race. This banquet is dreadfully dull." Heavy thuds echoed. Bodyguard A charged like a human tank, splintering the fine wooden floor and sending shards flying, eliciting screams from the noble women. Unfazed, Tianqi kept his left arm around Black Widow as the bodyguard closed in. Suddenly, he raised his right hand high. Heaven overturning hand seal. The bodyguard's eyes widened. Though he towered over Tianqi, the descending palm felt like a collapsing sky. He unleashed his full power to block. A dull thud echoed as wood and concrete debris exploded, forcing the crowd back several more steps. When they looked again, the bodyguard stood frozen, arms raised, driven straight into the ground, with less than a third of his body visible. Tianqi withdrew his hand, as if he had merely swatted an insignificant fly. Fortunately, the serum-enhanced bodyguard survived with broken bones. An ordinary person would have been crushed to pulp by Tianqi's strike. Another collective gasp filled the hall. The battle was both simpler and more terrifying than anyone had imagined. The floor was made of hard oak, difficult even to damage, let alone the concrete layer beneath. A man built like an iron tower had been hammered into the concrete, yet retained his human form, his body as tough as steel. Even more terrifying was the one who had driven him there. Hammer, shocked by Tianqi's power, yelled to glass. Bodyguard B lunged at a nearby noblewoman. The woman screamed. Tianqi was over 10 meters away, but the noblewoman was within arm's reach of the bodyguard. A sudden gust of wind, a blur of motion, and Tianqi stood between them. With another simple palm strike, the second bodyguard was also planted into the ground. It was over before the noblewoman's scream faded. Tianqi gently steadied her wine glass and said, "Please hold your glass, fair lady." Still shaken, the noblewoman's eyes sparkled with admiration. Sir, from which Eastern noble family do you hail? How about leaving your contact? I would like to thank you properly. From a distance, Black Widow seethed, her gaze fixed on the woman as she mentally plotted 1,000 forms of retribution. Seeing his defeat, Hammer hardened his heart and hurled his glass toward the ground. But the moment he moved, his hand was seized, and he cried out in pain. Everyone saw Tian-Chi gripping Hammer's hand, which was emitting ominous cracking sounds. Mr. Hammer, cheating is hardly gentlemanly, Tian-Chi stated, his eyes locked on Hammer. Let go. My hand is breaking. Tian-Chi said calmly. You have something left unsaid. I concede, all right. Tian-Chi extended his hand. Hammer flinched, fearing a palm strike, but seeing the hand still before him, he came to his senses and placed a key into Tian-Chi's palm. Key in hand, Tian-Chi turned and returned to Black Widow. Natasha, I realize I've never given you a gift. Let me borrow this opportunity. Shall we see if you like it later? Good. I wrecked my last sports car recently. I could use something with more power. Black Widow beamed. In Tian-Chi's memory, she never drove an ordinary car, always a sports car or a high-performance motorcycle. He had no need for a vehicle himself, being faster on foot. Giving it to his wife was only natural. I'm glad you like it. He turned to Iron Man. Tony, handle the shares. With so many witnesses, he wouldn't dare default. Iron Man laughed heartily. He still bore a grudge from the congressional hearing where Hammer had conspired with corrupt officials to force him to surrender the suit. Iron Man showed no mercy. Hammer, his face dark, ignored his bodyguards still embedded in the floor, clutched his injured hand, and stormed off. He had lost not only the woman, but a substantial share of his company. With Hammer's departure, the hall buzzed with activity. The elite swarmed Tony, probing for news of progress on super serum. Could Captain America be mass-produced? They assumed Stark Industries had developed the serum and that Tian-Chi was merely one of Iron Man's subordinates. After all, had Hammer won, no one would have sought out his bodyguards for conversation. The noblewomen, however, unabashedly set their sights on Tian-Chi. A handsome, powerful Easterner was a rare sight, and their enthusiasm overwhelmed even him. Many of these women had arrived with their husbands. Yet they were handing him business cards and batting their eyelashes. What was the meaning of this? Black Widow's eyes burned with murderous intent. If Tian-Chi dared to accept any of their offers, that household would surely face misfortune. After a round of socializing, Tony and Tian-Chi seized the moment when the announcer declared the race's start to escape to the restroom. Iron Man splashed water on his face, sighed deeply, and pulled out a small device. He pressed a button, a needle pricked his finger, and it began analyzing a blood sample. Toxin concentration 53. Still no solution. Tian-Chi offered several recovery serums. At the sight of the serums, Iron Man's expression eased slightly. No. Unless I find a clean new element to replace it, the palladium radiation will keep accumulating until I exhaust all the recovery serums. Tian-Chi knew where the new element was, but hesitated to reveal it. Ultimately, he decided not to alter the storyline, lest it trigger unforeseen consequences. I need some air. They'll drive a few laps to clear my head, Iron Man said. True to form, he remained the same Iron Man. In the original story, believing his time was short, he had commandeered a racer's car. Though the urgency was less now, the urge to drive still surfaced. Be careful, Tian-Chi advised. Soon the race began. With Iron Man's participation, the host and broadcasters emphasized his presence, drawing immense attention and boosting ratings and popularity beyond previous years. The roar of engines filled the track. Dozens of F1 class cars sped around the circuit like the wind. Tian-Chi checked Iron Man's standing. A respectable 8th place, impressive among world-class drivers. Of course, this was early in the race. Driving demanded not only skill, but immense endurance. A grueling multi-hour rally ultimately tested stamina and patience. Given his current health, Iron Man couldn't possibly complete the full race. After just over a dozen laps, a long-haired man in a yellow protective suit slowly climbed over the barrier and stepped onto the track. Someone screamed a warning. The cars were traveling at hundreds of kilometers per hour. A collision would be fatal. The man's action was tantamount to suicide. The first car to spot him swerved violently to avoid the man, lost control, and crashed into the barrier. The fuel tank exploded in a ball of fire. This disheveled, bearded intruder was Ivan Vanko from Siberia. The plot of Iron Man 2 had begun. According to the original plot, he came to settle scores with Iron Man following his father's last wish. Ivan was highly intelligent, and the spot where he stepped onto the track was chosen with great deliberation. It was a straightaway. The racers could see him from afar, giving them ample time to swerve. Any normal person would surely turn the steering wheel and brake, unlikely to crash straight into him. Flames slowly flickered from Ivan's body, several fiery serpents burning through his yellow protective suit, which fell away in charred strips. With a flick of his hands, 2 electric whips snapped out from his exoskeleton device. Ivan lacked Iron Man's resources, but possessed an equally brilliant mind. He not only crafted a miniature arc reactor identical to Iron Man's, but also used limited materials to build an exoskeleton and electric whips balancing defense with maximized offensive power. Ivan sneered at a race car hurtling toward him. I said stop. A flash of fire streaked past as the high-energy whip lashed out. The entire front of the F1 car was sliced off, sending it spinning out of control and crashing into the guardrail. With a deafening roar, a fireball erupted. Nearby spectators began to scream, scattering in panic. A true man never looks back at explosions. Ivan's eyes were fixed firmly ahead. Iron Man's car was coming. Barely 10 seconds had passed since Ivan stepped onto the track. Iron Man hadn't yet reacted. By the time he slammed the brakes, it was already too late. Ivan swung his whip at Iron Man. The electric lash cleaved the race car cleanly in two from nose to tail. Iron Man made a desperate leap from the vehicle. Fortunately, the speed had already dropped, otherwise that jump could have been fatal. The cars behind slowed down in succession. If not, Iron Man would have died either under Ivan's whip or crushed by the trailing vehicles. Ivan gave relentless pursuit, forcing Iron Man to take cover behind the wreckage. Ha ha ha. Tony Stark, aren't you Iron Man? Why are you hiding like a coward? Come on, fight me. In the VIP section, Pepper and Happy stood up nervously. Pepper said, Happy, give the red suitcase to Tang. The red suitcase, which Happy had been carrying, was chained to his wrist with a lock disguised as a glove. He thrust it into Tianqi's arms. This is the suit. Take it to Tony. Tianqi was speechless. Were Happy and Pepper this lazy now? In the original plot, they had braved danger to ram Ivan's car, delivering the suit to Iron Man in time to subdue him. Now they were passing the task to him without a second thought. How utterly unceremonious. Happy, aren't you Tony's bodyguard? Don't be so lazy. Before Happy could answer, Pepper was nearly in tears, shaking Tianqi's arm. Tony can't hold on much longer. Please hurry, I'm begging you. Tianqi had no choice. He took the suitcase and snapped the steel chain binding Happy's wrist. Turning to Black Widow, he said, they'll be back shortly. Protect them and don't let anyone cause trouble in the chaos. Black Widow nodded solemnly. Her striking, resolute beauty was especially alluring. Tianqi couldn't resist planting a smacking kiss on her forehead before leaping out of the VIP seat. With Tianqi taking charge, Pepper and Happy relaxed, turning to tease Black Widow, who blushed slightly. What are you looking at? Pepper asked. Are you sure you've only known each other for a few days? It feels like you've been together forever, like an old married couple. Since she wasn't involved with Tony, Pepper harbored no hostility toward Black Widow, instantly upgrading their relationship from colleague to close friend. Yeah, Happy chimed in. You turned down the handsome, wealthy Tony Stark, but you chose Tang. Black Widow didn't know how to answer. Although she and Tianqi hadn't met at Iron Man's home, even counting their time in Cidade de Deus, they hadn't known each other long, and most of it was under false identities. Yet it truly felt as if they had known each other for ages. She couldn't explain why. Meanwhile, on Iron Man's side, the last piece of race car wreckage was shattered by Ivan's whip. Iron Man had nowhere left to hide, and death under the electric lash seemed imminent. Just then, a red suitcase flew through the air, deflecting the whip and saving Iron Man's life. Tony, he's all yours. They'll go save the others. No problem. Iron Man pressed his hands onto the suitcase and pulled upward. Instantly, the red case unfolded layer by layer, transforming into a golden-dread suit that enveloped him. Now that was Iron Man. With the suit's power, he could finally fight back. Surrounded by dense crowds, Iron Man dared not use bullets or micromissiles. A miss could cause casualties. So he closed in for hand-to-hand combat with Ivan. To his surprise, Ivan's exoskeleton, though crude-looking, packed considerable strength. Sparks flew as the two traded blows. The electric whip lashed across the Iron Man armor, leaving weld-like scars, but failing to breach its defense. The spectators, instead of evacuating, watched with rapt attention, cheering loudly from time to time. Tianqi frowned deeply, silently mocking their behavior. Was this a cultural difference, the reason for the West's low population? Frustrated by his inability to land a decisive blow, Ivan seized an opportunity and wrapped both electric whips tightly around Iron Man's neck. The intense electric field crackled, corroding the armor. Iron Man struggled, but found he couldn't break free. A chill ran down his spine. The whip's power was evident. A single strike could cleave a race car in two. Though his armor boasted advanced defenses, having two whips coiled around his neck for too long would be disastrous. The neck was the armor's weakest point. If the whips corroded through, his head would be severed. Unable to break free, he decided to close in for a kill. Iron Man wrapped the whips around his hands step by step as sparks showered from the armor, advancing toward Ivan. Meanwhile, Happy, Black Widow, and Pepper urged anxiously, why isn't Tang helping Tony? I'm afraid he can't hold out. With his strength, one punch could knock that villain down. She cared only for Iron Man's safety, not the fate of bystanders. Besides, medical staff were tending to them. Black Widow smiled faintly. He doesn't like fighting. She recalled when she first met Tianqi. She had already investigated him. He had run a flower shop for years. A man of such immense power, choosing a simple life tending to flowers and plants. His heart must be profoundly peaceful. If not for her, he might never have left that place. But then thinking of how he seemed to know her true identity all along yet went along with their marriage without exposing her, she felt a mix of irritation and affection. Back on Iron Man's side, he had closed in on Ivan and ripped the arc reactor from his exoskeleton's chest. Iron Man smirked. You were careless. You forgot to protect the arc reactor. Ivan shrugged nonchalantly. Oh really? Look again. The electric whips continued to crackle and slice their power undiminished. Iron Man was stunned realizing Ivan had a dual power source, the other likely hidden on his back. The armor at his neck was nearly eaten through. If he didn't act fast, his head would fall. Tang. Help. Help. If one only heard the voice, unruly yet tinged with humor, they might think it was a joke. But Tianchi knew Iron Man valued his pride above all. He wouldn't call for help unless absolutely necessary. He set aside his confusion over why the battle didn't follow the original plot. In a few flashes, he was between them. The electric whips had entangled the two so tightly they couldn't separate. Tianchi grabbed the whips with both hands. Instantly, they crackled and smoked, and even through his helmet, Iron Man could smell burning flesh. Impossible. Ivan couldn't believe it. How could flesh and blood grab an electric whip? With a mighty pull toward Ivan, Tianchi snapped both whips cleanly. Iron Man breathed a sigh of relief, escaping decapitation. Without his whips, Ivan was a toothless tiger. Iron Man quickly subdued him, pinned him to the ground, and tore out the arc reactor on his back. Thus Ivan was utterly defeated. Iron Man! Iron Man! Iron Man! The ignorant crowd cheered, seeing only Iron Man's final takedown, oblivious to Tianchi's crucial intervention. They had come for a race, but witnessed the legendary Iron Man driving in person, and such an exhilarating battle, well worth the ticket price. Tianchi was exasperated by Western attitudes. Truly, they loved a spectacle without fearing danger. No wonder in later superhero battles there were always bystanders gawking and heroes endlessly rescuing random civilians. Soon security dragged Ivan away. From a distance, he shouted at Iron Man, "Tony, your father, and you owe me. I will get it back." Ha ha. Iron Man was utterly bewildered. This man seemed to have come for revenge, yet he couldn't recall offending such an enemy. Could it be a grudge from his father's generation? Seeing the grievous wounds on Tianchi's hands where bone was visible, Iron Man was deeply moved. "Thank you, Tang. You've saved me again." "No need for thanks. Even if you hadn't saved me this time, you would have found a way." "Tang, don't be modest. I will always remember your help." With a ding echoing in his mind, Iron Man's trust increased by another 2 percentage points. He thought Tianchi was being modest, but Tianchi hadn't received a system prompt for saving someone, so he was certain Iron Man wouldn't have faced a crisis this time. His intervention had merely inadvertently stolen Iron Man's thunder. Glancing at his hands, the electric whip was indeed formidable. In just a few seconds of contact, his hands were nearly severed. Fortunately, the Hulk's blood was not without merit. It was slowly healing now. Returning to the VIP seats, Black Widow and Pepper Potts each rushed to their respective men, offering their comfort. This left Happy, a single man, looking left and right, realizing that neither side was suitable for a hug at that moment. He could only stand awkwardly to the side, holding the Iron Man suitcase. Black Widow touched the wounds on Tianchi's hands and asked, "Do you need some medicine?" "No need. It will fully recover in a day or two." Black Widow gently brushed away the charred skin on Tianchi's wounds and whispered, "Does it hurt?" "It was quite painful, but it eased a lot the moment you touched it. You should hold my hand for these 2 days to stop the pain." "Umph. As if I do believe you." The two couples were affectionate for a long while, stuffing Happy full of their display of affection until he finally couldn't bear it and coughed incessantly. "I think you've had enough. Tony, if we don't leave now, the European police will come and we'll have to waste time making statements." Iron Man, who dreaded such trivial troubles, quickly decided to leave first. Back at the residence, Tianchi said to Black Widow, "I need your help with something." The attacker just now was Ivan Vanko. His father once conducted scientific research with Iron Man's father. "I want to know that man's residence in Siberia." "All right." Black Widow nodded without asking why. "He'll use S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network. We should have news soon." Black Widow sent a message to S.H.I.E.L.D. Shortly after S.H.I.E.L.D. responded, sending an address to Black Widow. After reading it, Tianchi called Ethan. Ethan had been brought to America by Tianchi and had been working with Dr. Stern for Tianchi, primarily researching restorative potions, but with little progress. Tianchi had few people he could deploy. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. was good, they weren't his own people, making some matters inconvenient. "Ethan, I'm sending you an address. Go on a business trip. Find a bird and bring it back safely by any means necessary." What bird?" Ethan was baffled. He looked at the address. "Go to Siberia and bring a bird back to America." What kind of mission was this? However, since Tianchi had assigned it, it must be extremely important. Ethan didn't ask further, packed enough money, and set off immediately. The reason Tianchi sent Ethan was that he had survived in the chaotic Middle East and knew various complex channels. With money to pave the way, it shouldn't be a big problem. In contrast, Dr. Stern was a pure academic scholar, somewhat bookish. Sending him out, he might not even be able to find the address. That evening, Iron Man decided to go with Tianchi to visit Ivan in prison. He wanted to understand clearly why Ivan had attacked him. Mastering such technology, he could have sold it on the black market and lived a life of luxury. To risk his life attacking him, there must be a deep-seated blood feud. But he had no quarrel with him, nor had he heard his father mention such an enemy. Upon arriving at the prison and inquiring, Iron Man learned about the grudge between Ivan's father and his own. It turned out that Ivan's father was a scientist sent from the Soviet era to cooperate in America. At that time, the two world superpowers had not yet entered the Cold War and collaborated in many fields. Ivan's father and Iron Man's father, Howard Stark, jointly developed the arc reactor. However, due to the limitations of the era, the arc reactor was extremely bulky and impractical, leaving only a prototype at Stark Industries. Later, the two global powers began to clash over hegemony, and the Cold War began. Ivan's father was arrested by the U.S. government on charges of espionage and deported. Ivan's father believed Howard was behind it and harbored resentment ever since. After returning to his country, the Soviet Union experienced a series of upheavals, and much scientific research was forced to halt. Ivan's father lost his job and income, spending his later years in poverty. A once brilliant scientific genius ultimately died in a shabby rented room. Before his death, he saw news about Iron Man. Ivan's father told his son, "This is our research achievement. The Starks are all thieves and robbers. They stole my achievements and the glory that should have been ours." Both families were extremely familiar with the arc reactor. Inspired by Iron Man, Ivan successfully overcame his knowledge gaps and created a miniaturized arc reactor. But lacking Iron Man's resources, he couldn't build an Iron Man suit. Instead, he bought parts on the black market, assembled an exoskeleton electric whip, and came for revenge. After hearing this, Iron Man said, "My father was not a thief. This was their joint research." Ivan roared angrily, "Lies. Your father falsely accused my father of being a spy to monopolize the arc reactor's achievements." The two argued fiercely, each defending their father's honor. Unfortunately, these old stories lacked evidence and couldn't be resolved. They eventually parted on bad terms. As he left, Ivan said, "The taste of palladium poisoning must be terrible, right?" Ha ha ha. Iron Man paused. This struck a nerve. Now he consumed the restorative potion Tianchi gave him every day. Such a miraculous potion, each bottle capable of saving a life, only alleviated the previous day's poisoning in his case, filling him with deep guilt. Tianchi said calmly, "Palladium poisoning is not incurable. Your vision is still too limited." "Oh," Ivan sneered, "unless you can invent a non-radioactive new element, there's no other way. All elements in the world capable of nuclear transmutation are radioactive. Wanting both nuclear transmutation energy and no radioactivity is like trying to have a spear and a shield that can coexist. But there happens to be such an element. Your thinking is just too limited to conceive of it. Impossible." Iron Man and Ivan shouted in unison. Both were geniuses, and based on existing particle physics theory, such a contradictory and perfect element simply couldn't exist. Tianchi said calmly, "Nothing is impossible." As he spoke, he approached Ivan, his hands like hooks, and suddenly plunged them into his heart. "Ah!" Ivan screamed in pain. You're going to kill me." Tianchi didn't answer. With a pull, he yanked out a beating bright red heart. Ivan couldn't believe it. Was this how he was going to die? He hadn't taken his revenge yet, and he still had so much talent and intelligence to unleash. He was unwilling. Without a heart to pump blood, Ivan's eyes gradually glazed over, and his limbs went limp. Tianchi took a bottle of restorative potion from his storage compartment, pried open Ivan's mouth, and poured it directly in. As soon as it entered, Ivan's entire body glowed with a green light, especially the injured heart, which shone even brighter. Nourished by the green light, the heart grew back at a visible rate, its color indistinguishable from the surrounding tissue. Ivan felt his chest in disbelief. If Tianchi weren't still holding a heart in his hand, he would have thought it was an illusion. Bam! Tianchi threw the heart in front of Ivan, still beating. Ivan, calling you a frog at the bottom of a well is no exaggeration. The world you see is far too small. Regardless of Ivan's shock, Tianchi turned and left with a cool, imposing figure. Iron Man, still confused, left as well. He was aware of the restorative potion, but Tianchi had confidently asserted the existence of a new element. How could he, who didn't seem like a genius scientist smarter than himself, know this? Tang, does the new element really exist? Where is it? It doesn't exist now? Once you research it, it will want it. Don't joke, Tang. Such a perfect element even violates existing particle physics theory. You'll find out soon enough. Seeing Tianchi being mysterious again, Iron Man said helplessly, "Forget it. You have so many mysteries, one more won't make a difference." Since meeting Tianchi, he had been an endless enigma. Every time Iron Man wanted to get to the bottom of things, he never got answers, which was both frustrating and irresistible. Iron Man quickly thought of another question. Why had Tianchi demonstrated the restorative potion in front of Ivan? With his intelligence, a little thought revealed Tianchi's intention. He asked, "Do you want to recruit him?" If not for recruitment, Tianchi would have had no reason to show off such a skill in front of a prisoner and then leave mysteriously without explanation. Exactly. He's a genius, and he'll need him in the future. Aren't you afraid he'll continue to use high-tech for evil? The evil he does is nothing compared to the future crisis. Iron Man then asked, "Then why not recruit him directly? I can ask an acquaintance in Europe to transfer him to America. The time isn't right." Iron Man shrugged helplessly. "Tang, you know so many things but refuse to speak. At first I thought you were after my good looks. Get lost." Apocalypse did not immediately recruit him. Firstly, Ivan's bird was not yet obtained. Secondly, without Hammer's assistance to fulfill his revenge of building the mech suit, Ivan could not let go. Although in the original plot he failed to kill Iron Man, after all this turmoil, at least the resentment in his heart would be vented. After all, the feud between his father and Iron Man's father was merely a professional conflict, not a blood vendetta, and could still be resolved. As expected, no sooner had Apocalypse and Iron Man left than Hammer came knocking. The technique Ivan displayed on the racetrack had opened his eyes. Soon he learned it shared the same roots as the power source of Iron Man's armor. If he could secure Ivan, he would effectively obtain the core of the Iron Man suit. What was losing 20 of the shares? As long as I obtain this core power source, Hammer can build an even mightier weapons empire. Tony doesn't produce suits, I won't be so hypocritical. With Hammer's influence, securing an insignificant prisoner was hardly a problem. Using government connections, he claimed the attackers were Americans and demanded extradition to the United States for trial. The small European nation dared not defy the U.S. request, especially for a mere prisoner, and readily handed him over. But Ivan was no fool. He knew Hammer was merely using him, and all the promises were nothing but illusions with no real guarantee. Thus, while conducting secret research at Hammer Industries, he secretly planted numerous backdoors in the mechanical armor. Poor Hammer thought himself the master puppeteer, unaware he was merely a stepping stone in the struggle between Ivan and Iron Man. As days passed, the palladium toxin in Iron Man's body accumulated. To conserve the recovery agent, he could only take it every few days to delay the poisoning. Unless his heart stopped beating, the palladium toxin would be produced unceasingly. Iron Man grew increasingly restless, frequenting various parties. Unaware of the reason, Pepper was deeply displeased with Iron Man's dissolute behavior, yet at a loss for how to advise him. "Tang, am I going to die? My toxin level has reached 90. Apocalypse said calmly, "If you don't find a solution, yes. My recovery agent is also used up. From now on, I can no longer provide you with any." Iron Man asked gloomily, turning to Black Widow, "If this were your last birthday, what would you do?" Black Widow replied, "I would spend it with my husband." Iron Man asked curiously, "You two are married? How come I didn't know? Tang, secretly getting married isn't something a good friend does, is it?" This question left Black Widow embarrassed, as she had inadvertently revealed her relationship with Apocalypse and didn't know how to explain. Apocalypse said, "You should worry about your relationship with Pepper instead. You're so heavily poisoned, aren't you going to tell her?" "What good would that do?" said Iron Man. "It would only cause her unnecessary worry. Forget it, let's not talk about these boring topics. At tonight's party, let's just have a blast." At the party, Iron Man, clad in his armor, frolicked with a group of blonde beauties, shattering bottles with his laser cannons and performing acrobatics with the suit, drawing screams of delight from the women. Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes, who had been invited, was greatly alarmed. At this moment, Iron Man held the world's most advanced armor technology. To wear it so irresponsibly in public, especially while drunk, could lead to serious trouble. Even when Pepper came to reason with him, Iron Man ignored her, smashing things at the party into disarray. Seeing Iron Man so reckless, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes was furious. Believing Iron Man was unfit for the task of safeguarding world peace, he strode into the lab and donned another prototype suit. This suit was unpainted, displaying a raw, silvery white metallic sheen. When Colonel Rhodes emerged in the armor, the group of women screamed again, and Iron Man enthusiastically invited him to join their antics. Without a word, Rhodes tackled Iron Man to the ground, attempting to subdue him. Iron Man exclaimed in surprise, "Rhodes, what are you doing?" Colonel Rhodes retorted angrily, "Tony, look at yourself. You claim to be the sole guardian of world peace. What is peace anyway? Whoever wants to protect it can do so. Tonight we only drink and dance. Then I'll dance with you until you've had enough." The two engaged in a fierce brawl at the party. Fortunately, Apocalypse knew from the original plot that this scene would unfold and managed to save many people at the critical moment. Seeing the two iron monsters fighting for real, the guests screamed and fled abruptly, ending the party. Seeing that Iron Man seemed genuinely intoxicated, Colonel Rhodes had no choice but to leave him to his madness at home. He then flew directly to the military base in the armor. Watching Colonel Rhodes leave, Iron Man suddenly fell silent. The suits all had remote control technology, but without authorization, they were impossible to pilot. In Iron Man 3, he had dozens of suits self-destruct as a fireworks display for Pepper to comfort her. Allowing Rhodes to leave now was actually a contingency plan he had set in place. If he truly could not survive the life-and-death crisis, this technology would be handed over to the nation. This was also the only Iron Man suit to fall into outside hands, eventually leading to the creation of the famous War Machine. The next day, Coulson arrived with a large stack of documents. These are your father's research files left with S.H.I.E.L.D. related to the arc reactor. Perhaps you can find a solution from them. Iron Man said, just leave them. We'll take a look when I have time. He held little hope, for he was as brilliant as his father, and with decades of technological advancement, these old files held more sentimental than research value. In the original plot, Director Fury had Coulson supervise Iron Man in the lab to find a solution. But due to Apocalypse's presence, the semi-house arrest was changed to a suggestion, as they dared not be too forceful. At least until a powerhouse capable of contending with Apocalypse was found, Fury wisely showed Apocalypse sufficient respect. Coulson turned to Apocalypse and said, Mr. Tang, I have to go on a business trip. I'm entrusting Tony to you. His talent is valuable to humanity. Please help him through this crisis. Naturally, said Apocalypse. But my recovery agents are mostly depleted, so I need to find another way. By the way, are you going to New Mexico? How do you know? Coulson asked in surprise. This was classified information, not even shared with Black Widow. I also know it's related to a hammer. Once Tony's matter is settled, I'll go take a look. Coulson was overjoyed. With Mr. Tang on the case, we can rest easy. The last time Coulson encountered Apocalypse, he reported back to Director Fury, who was compelled to show him Apocalypse's file. After all, his agent had already crossed paths with Apocalypse. Continuing to keep secrets might lead to the agent unknowingly provoking this monster with unpredictable consequences. After reading the file, Coulson gasped. His previous actions at Stark Industries were truly the boldness of ignorance. He had actually dared to fire at a monster-level powerhouse. Fortunately, Mr. Tang had recognized him as S.H.I.E.L.D. at the time, or else he might not have left Stark Industries alive. Subsequently, through observation, he discovered that Mr. Tang was inherently kind-hearted, most fond of rescuing people at disaster sites, yet utterly uninterested in combat. With him involved, the potential threat posed by that mysterious hammer would be greatly reduced. The hammer Apocalypse referred to was Mjolnir. According to the original timeline, the events of Thor occur after Iron Man 2. To test, Thor, the All-Father Odin cast the hammer to Earth, and then banished Thor to a nearby town, hoping he would reflect on his mistakes. At this point, the hammer had just been discovered, and Thor had likely not yet landed on Earth. Apocalypse was in no hurry. He would first resolve Iron Man's problem. After Coulson left, Iron Man spent the entire day reviewing data without any progress. Tang, let's go to the company and see Pepper. I have some matters to discuss with her, said Iron Man. Tianchi thought to himself, finally it's coming. Iron Man drove, while Tianchi sat comfortably in the passenger seat. Ever since acquiring 3 times the strength of the Hulk, he rarely relied on cars. The sports cars he had envied in his past life now stirred no desire in him. At a roadside fruit stall, Iron Man stopped and bought 2 boxes of strawberries. Instead of paying, he removed his watch and handed it to the farmer. The farmer was overjoyed and accepted the watch. Even if it were a counterfeit, it would be worth far more than 2 boxes of strawberries. Moreover, the famous figure before him was Iron Man Tony Stark, a household name seen frequently on television. It could hardly be a fake. A single watch was worth half a farm. Upon arriving at the company, Iron Man came with a heavy heart, intending to settle his affairs, though Pepper remained unaware. Pepper, I brought you some fruit. Seeing him with strawberries, she said angrily, did you know that among all fruit, strawberries are the only one I'm allergic to? You're always so self-centered, never considering others or their feelings. Iron Man felt deeply guilty and fell silent. At the brink of life and death, he realized that the person he cared for and couldn't let go of the most was Pepper. He had intended to buy fruit as a small gesture, yet he didn't even know what his most cherished person liked to eat. He had truly neglected Pepper's needs. In the original story, their relationship began to change from Iron Man 2 onward. Tianchi handed over a box of kiwi fruit and said, the strawberries are mine. Tony bought these for you. Really? Pepper was skeptical. Look, I've already eaten most of the strawberries. If Tony had bought them for you, would he have let me eat them? Tianchi said. Iron Man shot Tianchi a curious glance. He found Tianchi increasingly incomprehensible. This Easterner always seemed to help him whenever he faced a problem. He even knew what Pepper liked and disliked. Was there nothing he didn't know? Ding! Iron Man's trust increased to 75. Tianchi hadn't expected that a small gesture to ease their awkwardness would earn him Iron Man's favor. It seemed Pepper held a greater place in Iron Man's heart than appearances suggested. They were indeed destined lovers who would eventually become spouses. Hearing Tianchi's words, Pepper said to Iron Man with a feigned pout, are you trying to annoy me on purpose? Tianchi added, don't you know Tony's nature? How could he ever bring himself to do something so heartfelt? He wants to but can't swallow his pride. That's why he dragged me along as a shield without considering my feelings." These words dispelled Pepper's doubts, turning her anger into joy and filling her heart with sweetness. The man she had always loved was finally showing her some affection, making all her years of silent devotion worthwhile. Iron Man shot Tianchi a sidelong glance. Tang was truly remarkable. Hadn't he effortlessly won over Natasha Romanoff last time? Who was the real playboy here? He couldn't let Tang steal his woman with such intimate knowledge of Pepper. So he unceremoniously kicked Tianchi out to have some alone time with Pepper. Tianchi had no idea what they discussed. After a while, Pepper emerged with a flushed face and went to handle company affairs. Ever since they dealt with the bald Obadiah Stane, someone had to manage the company. Iron Man almost never bothered leaving all the practical matters to Pepper, who was overwhelmed with work. Seeing Pepper's expression as she left, Tianchi asked, "Tony, you haven't told Pepper the truth yet, have you?" Iron Man sighed. "I don't know how to bring it up." Accustomed to being a carefree playboy, Iron Man struggled to express such heavy topics. Tianchi pondered whether he should find another opportunity to help them. In the original story, Iron Man would wander around the office and eventually bring back the city model in the corner to the lab, where he would discover a new element. This was the legacy left by Iron Man's father. Tianchi watched as Iron Man sat listlessly in his office chair, showing no intention of examining the city model. If he hadn't come along, this might have been another divergence point due to the butterfly effect. Seeing Iron Man about to leave, Tianchi had to remind him, "Aren't you going to look around here for any new discoveries?" Iron Man replied, "All the company's technical data is in my head. What new discovery could there be here?" "Is that so?" Tianchi picked up the city model and said, "Tell me, what do you see?" "This was left to me by my father. He said the future lay in this city, but limited by his era, he couldn't realize it. I always thought he meant the city's architecture." Before he could finish, Iron Man immediately sensed something. With Tianchi's hint and his own genius, he quickly felt the peculiarity of the city model before him. He then threw off the covering cloth, growing more excited the more he looked. "Tang, there's no equipment here. Help me take these back to the lab for further study." Suddenly he stopped and stared at Tianchi. "Tang, how did you know?" "You've known all along, haven't you? Why didn't you just tell me? Did you want me to discover it myself?" Tianchi smiled silently, leaving Iron Man to rack his brains in vain. In another world Tianchi had witnessed his entire life. Iron Man stepped forward and gave Tianchi a firm embrace. "Tang, if I were 30 years younger, I'd believe you were an angel sent to guard me. And now I think you're more like a delivery guy. Get lost." Soon several large pieces of the city model were brought back to the lab. Iron Man activated the holographic display and began extracting key data from the model, filtering out the noise. With Tianchi's explicit hint, he decoded it faster than in the original story. Finally, with a sweep of his hands, an elemental model radiating energy appeared in the hologram. "Perfect, Tang. This element is absolutely perfect. I can't believe it. It ingeniously bypasses the contradiction that nuclear elements must be radioactive. It's a stroke of genius. This element shines like the sun, releasing boundless energy. Why did my father invent such a powerful new element and never tell me?" "Precisely because it was so powerful he dared not tell you," Tianchi said. When Iron Man's parents died, he was still a minor, barely a teenager. Howard Stark naturally couldn't casually reveal such crucial information to his son, nor did he even tell H.I.E.L.D. He likely planned to disclose everything once Iron Man came of age, but tragedy struck. "Tang, I need to build a microparticle accelerator. Lend me a hand." A standard particle accelerator typically spans tens of kilometers, accelerating particles to near-light speeds for collision to explore the deep truths of the universe. However, Iron Man only needed to transform palladium into another element through energy conversion, which was far less complicated. In the original story, Iron Man built the microparticle accelerator single-handedly. Now with Tianchi as a helper, he could relax and work much more efficiently. Before long, a ring-shaped microparticle accelerator tens of meters long was completed. Tianchi also saw the prototype of Captain America's shield, which Iron Man used as a brick in the original story. Captain America's shield was forged by Tony's father Howard. The real shield was likely still sleeping in the frozen wasteland alongside Captain America. Alright, success or failure hinges on this. Iron Man activated the particle accelerator. Vast energy rapidly converged on a laser which reflected through a prism, slowly moved, slicing everything in its path into two. Even some experimental Iron Man suits were not spared, illustrating the terrifying power of this energy. Tianchi felt that even his own body couldn't withstand this laser, it would likely cut him open. It seemed there were still many things in this world that could harm him, and he must not be too careless. SSS. 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 With the prism's enhancement, the laser's energy struck the palladium element, causing it to vibrate violently and emit a blinding light. Soon the intense reaction subsided, the light dimmed, and the palladium grew calm. A new miniature arc reactor had taken shape. That easy? Iron Man was incredulous. Tianchi stepped forward. He didn't understand science and couldn't detect anything unusual, but he could sense that the energy level within was more than 10 times stronger than the arc reactor in Iron Man's chest. This meant the new element was a success, cleaner, more powerful. This was the future heart of Iron Man. "Thank you, Tang," Iron Man said solemnly. Tianchi replied, "I merely lent a hand. You should thank your father. His technological legacy saved your life." Ding! A system notification sounded in Tianchi's mind, indicating that Iron Man's trust had increased again. Iron Man said, "I don't know what your goal is, but you've saved me time and again. I, Tony Stark, won't forget this debt." Tianchi and Iron Man opened a bottle of champagne for a small celebration. Just then the phone rang. As Tianchi expected, it was Ivan. With Hammer Industries materials and equipment support, his genius finally had an outlet. Ivan said arrogantly over the phone, "Stark, I've built a dual-core system with greater power. For what you did to my family, I'll take it back within 40 minutes. Tianchi knew Ivan was about to stir up a major storm. What a pity that villains always meet their end at the most opportune moment. If he had struck earlier, before Iron Man had synthesized the new element, the outcome of the ensuing battle would have been uncertain. Ivan might even have held the upper hand. But now, the two exchanged a knowing smile, their thoughts aligned. With the new element, Ivan's dual-loop arc reactor seemed like a mere joke. Iron Man suddenly recalled, "Damn, in 40 minutes Hammer's weapons exhibition begins. Pepper and Natasha are there. They're in danger." Even without Tianchi's foresight into the plot, Iron Man knew the exhibition would inevitably descend into chaos. He immediately donned his armor. "Tang, this is another suit tailored for you. It's equipped with some ranged weapons, but its primary focus is enhanced flight speed." "Then I want stand-on ceremony," Tianchi replied. The suit could now transform into a briefcase, greatly improving portability, and was ready for use. Though not as convenient as future nano-armor, one couldn't expect to become a glutton in a single bite. Given Tianchi's prowess, close combat weapons were unnecessary. Only for ranged attacks, where his abilities fell short, were basic weapons like micro-missiles and lasers equipped. Iron Man's armor was a flamboyant gold and red, strikingly handsome, while Tianchi's was a sky blue. Tianchi had no particular preference for the color. The sky blue was chosen primarily to reduce the likelihood of detection during aerial flight. The two suits of armor flew out of Iron Man's residence, one after the other. Tianchi commanded the artificial intelligence to accelerate at full throttle. With a whoosh, the blue flames from the foot thrusters surged. In moments, he vanished from Iron Man's sight. Seconds later, with a resounding boom, as if breaching a barrier, a ring of white clouds encircled the armor. A sonic boom cloud. In mere seconds, he had accelerated to supersonic speed. The 0 to 100 acceleration of a sports car seemed laughably feeble compared to the armor. Such acceleration could only be endured by Tianchi's extraordinary physique. Aside from a slight heaviness in his body, he felt no other discomfort. Iron Man himself dared not attempt such a feat, as the instant gravitational force would tear his internal organs apart. Reaching supersonic speed, Tianchi did not stop, but continued to command acceleration. He wanted to see the armor's maximum velocity. 1 times the speed of sound. 2 times. 3 times. At 3, 5 times the speed of sound, the armor reached its limit. Tianchi was immensely satisfied. This speed was far faster than his own leaping and bounding. The armor also allowed for phone calls. With some distance still to cover before reaching Hammer Industries, Tianchi recalled something and dialed Ethan. "Have you brought back the bird from Siberia?" "Mr. Tang, it has been brought back. However, due to the climate difference here, this bird is suited for the cold of Siberia. I've built a miniature refrigerated birdcage for it and airlifted some Siberian bird feed. It's currently in excellent condition." "Well done," Tianchi praised. Scientists were meticulous. Had he gone himself or sent A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, such details might have been overlooked, and the bird could have died from acclimatization issues. Tianchi pondered. Take the bird to the botanical garden in the city center. Find a concealed spot. There might be a major battle there. According to the original plot, Ivan was defeated by Iron Man and War Machine in a city botanical garden. Regardless of whether the plot would unfold as before, it was best to prepare in advance. Even upon hearing of a potential battle, Ethan did not question further and immediately replied, "All right." Having come from the Middle East and endured countless wars, this minor scene was nothing to him. He simply did as his boss instructed. At the Hammer Industries Weapons Exhibition, CEO Justin Hammer proudly introduced his new model, the Hammer Unmanned Iron Soldier. The Iron Soldiers were divided into 4 categories: Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marine Corps, each with distinct specialized functions. With each category introduction, a row of Iron Soldiers marched out in unison, their towering forms exuding an oppressive presence, drawing gasps from the audience. Tianchi wondered whether this division into 4 categories was due to Hammer's technical limitations, unable to achieve the versatility of Iron Man's suit, or a deliberate sales strategy. Given his knowledge of the plot, Tianchi leaned toward the former. After all, the micro-missile ex-wife he had installed on War Machine had nearly made Iron Man die of laughter. After the product presentation, Colonel Rhodes took the stage in his Iron Man suit. Hammer shamelessly claimed it as his prototype, dubbing it War Machine, though it was merely an old suit of Iron Man's that Rhodes had taken. Now, after modifications by Hammer Industries with weapon systems installed and a fresh coat of paint, it was packaged as Hammer's own product. Colonel Rhodes did not expose him. Having suffered trauma in the Middle East, Iron Man had grown utterly averse to weapons and refused to design them for the U.S. military. Thus, the military had few options left, and Hammer, second only to Iron Man in capability, became the prime choice. In the audience sat Pepper Potts and her nominal assistant Black Widow. Typically, such exhibitions did not invite competitors. Hammer's deliberate invitation to Stark Industries was clearly an attempt to provoke Iron Man. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin the QA session. Any questions? Before the reporters could raise their hands, Tianchi descended from the sky like a meteor. With a soft thud, the sky blue armor landed steadily on the stage. The airflow from the high-speed descent nearly swept Hammer off his feet. Iron Man is here. The audience erupted in cheers. Hammer's face darkened. Tony had stolen his thunder once again, yet he could not vent his fury. After all, he had sent the invitation to Iron Man. Welcome, Tony. You always love to steal the spotlight, Hammer said, feigning composure. He did not know that the person inside was not Tony Stark, nor did Pepper or Black Widow in the audience. After all, everyone knew Iron Man's armor was never lent out. It was one of a kind. Of course, the War Machine suit was considered a deliberate accident. Tianchi activated the armor's speaker and shouted, "Everyone leave immediately. There's danger here." But no one listened. Instead, they watched with amused expressions. Everyone knew Iron Man and Hammer were arch-rivals, and given Tony Stark's temperament, if he showed up, trouble was sure to follow. Seeing Iron Man disrupt the event, the audience was even more thrilled, eager to see how Hammer would respond. Hammer's face twisted with anger. This man had stolen his spotlight and now tried to drive away his guests. Hammer declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, no need to worry. My Iron Soldiers can fly at subsonic speeds. Even if danger arises, they can swiftly evacuate everyone." "Oh, only subsonic. So slow. I just accelerated to 3 times the speed of sound in 5 seconds. Without comparison, one wouldn't realize how vast the gap was between these Iron Soldiers and Iron Man's technology, even with Ivan's help." "Impossible," Hammer bellowed. "Accelerating to 3 times the speed of sound in 5 seconds would crush a person. It's utterly impossible." "Nothing is impossible. You just can't imagine it." "Tony," Colonel Rhodes in his War Machine armor stepped forward, "can you do me a favor and not cause trouble here? We're not forcing you to build weapons for the military, but you can't stop us from buying them." "Rhodes, you misunderstand," Tianchi said without revealing his identity. "Ask Hammer who designed these weapons. Does he still have control over these Iron Soldiers?" As his words fell, the Iron Soldiers' weapon systems lit up, their cannons slowly rotating to aim at the audience. Ivan, who had been monitoring everything, saw Tianchi expose his scheme and knew there was no time to lose. He immediately activated the Iron Soldiers. "Damn it, these machines are out of my control," Hammer shouted. He frantically tapped his laptop, but the Iron Soldiers would not stop. Among the audience were none but high-ranking officials, nobles, and many influential journalists. If the machines went rogue and wiped them all out, Hammer Industries would likely face the wrath of dozens of forces. Not just the company, but even his own life might not be spared. War Machine's face changed dramatically, and his helmet snapped shut. "Everyone run," he shouted. With that, he lunged toward the nearest Iron Soldier. The timely tackle sent bullets spraying into the ceiling, showering debris and glass down upon the hall. Panic erupted below as female guests shrieked. Tianchi shielded Pepper and Black Widow, saying, "Natasha, take Pepper and go." The tone alone told Black Widow that Tianchi was inside the armor. Without hesitation, she grabbed Pepper's hand and dashed toward the fire escape. Bullets ricocheted off the armors of War Machine and Tianchi with a clatter. Some guests were hit by stray bullets, collapsing with cries of agony. Fortunately, the Iron Soldiers' primary targets were not civilians. Most of their firepower was focused on War Machine and Tianchi. War Machine said, "Tony, save the people first. We can't fight here. Too many civilians." Tianchi thrust his hands into the floor, lifting a massive carpet into the air to envelop the Iron Soldiers. The spinning Gatling guns unleashed a torrent of bullets, shredding the carpet in an instant. But that was enough time. Tianchi's feet exploded with force, creating a sonic boom. With a thunderous crack, he was already upon an Iron Soldier. His hands hooked like talons, tearing out the power source of the machine. Its indicator lights slowly dimmed, and it fell still. With a series of sonic booms, Tianchi replicated the move a dozen times, disabling just as many Iron Soldiers. By the time the shredded carpet scraps hit the ground, nearly all the Iron Soldiers in the hall had fallen simultaneously. Meanwhile, War Machine had only just managed to down one. Such speed, such destructive power. War Machine and Hammer stared in stunned disbelief. As a scientist and weapons dealer and a soldier respectively, they knew best. In 2 or 3 seconds, he had accelerated over a dozen times, each time instantly reaching sonic speed and then stopping dead. This terrifying extreme start-stop was impossible for any machine, and even if it were no human flesh and blood could withstand such acceleration. Hammer stammered, impossible. Absolutely impossible. This defies the laws of physics. It's not real. Tianchi stepped before him. Tell me, how many iron soldiers did you make? Where is Ivan? Hammer suddenly realized that Ivan had designed and built these machines. Without a doubt, he was the one pulling the strings. He's at Hammer Tower. Tianchi activated Black Widow's earpiece. Natasha, did you hear that? The man behind this is at Hammer Tower. Ivan, the one I asked you to find information on. Go subdue him. I'll handle the iron soldiers outside. Understood. I'm on my way. At that moment in the factory, hundreds of iron soldiers slowly powered up, their eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. Due to time constraints, Ivan and Hammer Industries hadn't been able to produce more. The hundreds of iron soldiers burst through the doors, soaring into the sky, filling the air with the roar of engines. Just then Iron Man arrived. Quite the party. What's happening? War Machine looked at the two suits. Which one of you is Tony? Tianchi said, never mind that now. Let's take down these machines first, or who knows how many will die tonight. Iron Man replied, Don, you're fast. Handle the machines. Rhodey and I will cover the crowd and go where the danger is. Agreed. The three suits split apart. Tianchi shot straight into the sky, heading for the densest cluster of iron soldiers. These iron soldiers were flying toward the city center, the most crowded area. Once they deployed, even Tianchi couldn't stop them quickly, and the casualties would be incalculable. Fortunately, they were still midair. With a sonic boom, Tianchi streaked like a meteor before the iron soldier horde, crashing directly into their ranks. With his immense strength, every move tore machines apart into fragments, raining debris from the sky. On the ground, War Machine was evacuating the crowd. Seeing Tianchi tear through the iron soldiers like a tiger among sheep, with Hammer's machines looking like toys before him, he swallowed hard. Tony, is your armor tech really this powerful? Tony replied over the comms, the armor isn't the impressive part, it's the man inside. Though Iron Man's suit was more advanced than Hammer's, destroying even one iron soldier took considerable effort, nothing like Tianchi's effortless shredding. Who is he? Iron Man said, you've met him. Colonel Rhodes suddenly realized those two F-22s last time. Did he take them down? Ahem. Let's focus on the matter at hand. We'll talk later. With the sky clear of the machine swarm, the remaining iron soldiers were manageable for Iron Man and War Machine. Tianchi turned and flew toward Hammer Tower. Though in the original story Black Widow fought her way through, Tianchi didn't want to take any chances. He feared she might come to harm. Even Iron Man himself, if not rescued, could have died several times over from the butterfly effect. Landing at the entrance, Tianchi retracted his armor. He found Happy sweating profusely, locked in a tough fight with a bodyguard. Among ordinary guards, Happy's skills were decent, but compared to superheroes like Black Widow, he was far outmatched. Tianchi appeared before the two, flicking the bodyguard's head like a child flicking a marble. The burly man rolled his eyes and collapsed unconscious. Tianchi had held back, otherwise brains would have splattered. Happy panted, I didn't need your help. Go check on Natasha. Turning, he saw a corridor littered with unconscious brutes. He gulped, his usual bravado failing him. Tianchi said, I'm going up to help Natasha. You get the crowd out. Right. As Tianchi vanished, Happy muttered, why do I feel like I'm the one who needs help? Soon Tianchi caught up with Black Widow. She had changed into a tight combat suit, her exquisite figure on full display. Her eyes blazed with murderous intent as she stared ahead. The sight of her heroic bearing made Tianchi's mouth water. But this was no time for romance. Tianchi suppressed his feelings. When they burst into the control room, several guards lay unconscious, and Ivan was nowhere to be seen. Natasha, go catch Hammer. Don't let him escape. Ivan is for me and Tony to handle. Okay. Black Widow turned and strode away with a sharp, commanding air. Hey, wait. Tianchi hadn't expected Black Widow to be so decisive in work mode. He stepped forward, wrapped his arm around her waist, and gave her a long kiss before laughing heartily and leaving. Black Widow was left with a flushed face. Whether from shyness or prolonged lack of oxygen was unclear. Tianchi donned his armor again and flew toward the city's botanical garden. He had just received word from Iron Man that a heavily upgraded iron soldier was hunting him and War Machine, likely Ivan. By the time Tianchi arrived, Ivan, War Machine, and Iron Man had already exchanged several rounds in the botanical garden. The garden was ravaged by lasers, bullets, and micro-missiles. As expected, this part of the plot hadn't changed. Ivan, fighting 2-on-1, had Iron Man and War Machine pinned down. Fortunately, Iron Man and War Machine worked in tandem, keeping Ivan trapped here to prevent more civilian casualties. True to his fighting nation heritage, Ivan compensated for technical shortcomings with brute force. Coupled with dozens of unmanned iron soldiers, he had Iron Man and War Machine on the defensive. In the original story, Iron Man first used a wide-area laser attack to cut all unmanned machines to scrap. Then he and War Machine fired laser cannons at each other, creating a powerful shockwave to defeat Ivan. Before dying, Ivan detonated all the unmanned iron soldiers, causing countless casualties. Tianchi naturally couldn't let events unfold as before. He needed to recruit Ivan and prevent him from detonating the remaining unmanned iron soldiers outside. Ivan, stop this now. Ivan was startled. He quickly diverted a portion of his drones to intercept Tianchi. The moment the iron soldiers blocked Tianchi's line of sight, Ivan turned and fled. Tianchi's act of tearing out his heart in the prison had left an indelible impression on him. Moreover, Tianchi's display of strength in the sky, tearing apart iron soldiers as if they were paper, had profoundly shaken him. He could have fought Iron Man and War Machine, perhaps even stood a chance of winning, but against such a monster, he wouldn't have even a tenth of a chance. He was not afraid of death, but that didn't mean he would blindly fight to the death. Tianchi was speechless. This was utterly inconsistent with Ivan's fierce appearance and demeanor. Where was the promised rather die than surrender? Tianchi scattered the iron soldiers blocking his path, and with a sonic boom, he was already standing before Ivan. Ivan was terrified out of his wits. The two electric whips in his hands crackled with blinding light as he swung them at Tianchi, the surrounding grass and trees being sliced in two by the whips. Simultaneously, all weapon systems on his armor activated. In an instant, countless bullets, lasers, and micromissiles were all hurled at Tianchi. Tianchi neither dodged nor evaded. He grabbed hold of each electric whip with his hands, pulling Ivan towards him while enduring the remaining weapon fire. A series of booming sounds erupted from Tianchi's position, with countless flashes of fire forming a massive fireball. The shockwave even blasted through the dome of the botanical garden. As the fireball dissipated, Tianchi slowly emerged. These weapons couldn't harm him, but his battle suit was damaged. It seemed that at this stage, Ivan's technical prowess was not far behind Iron Man's. Tianchi tore off the damaged suit, the hard superalloy, crumbling easily in his grip. Ivan, let this end here. Tianchi continued. The feud between your father and Tony's father was born from the collision of two superpowers. There's no real right or wrong. The confrontation between great powers swept up many ordinary people. It was a tragedy of the era where an individual's power seemed insignificant in the torrent of the times. However, Iron Man's father, being on the winning side of the United States, naturally rose to prominence and amassed immense wealth. Ivan's father, on the other hand, witnessed the collapse of his empire and its economy, ultimately unable to reverse the decline, dying in despair. I failed today, so I don't plan on leaving the U.S. alive, Ivan said. Tianchi looked at him with amusement. Is that so? Then why were you running just now? Ivan was helpless. He couldn't defeat this monster before him, couldn't escape from him, and couldn't even muster defiance in a verbal exchange. He had to ask, what exactly do you want? Do you want to resolve the grudge between me and Stark? No. The feud between you and Tony is insignificant. A much greater upheaval lies ahead, one that will require top scientists like you to protect humanity. Hearing this, Ivan let his guard down slightly. Previously, when Tianchi had visited him in prison, he had directly ripped out his heart only to restore it with a miraculous potion. Such a shocking act had already shaken his understanding of the world. Now, hearing Tianchi's words, he wondered, was humanity facing a great crisis? War Machine, Iron Man, and Ivan were among the elite. They possessed the requisite broad vision. In the face of a major crisis for humanity, their petty grievances were indeed insignificant, especially since their conflict was not a mortal blood feud. After all this commotion, Hammer had largely vented his resentment. Apart from the losses inflicted on Hammer Industries, few had been harmed. Don, is there really a great crisis for humanity? A nuclear war? Iron Man asked. War Machine shook his head. I serve in the military. The nuclear powers are currently exercising restraint. A nuclear war is unlikely. All right, stop guessing. I won't tell you, but you'll soon start noticing clues. Tianchi then said to Ivan, because we stopped you today, there were no real casualties. You can still turn back. Ivan remained silent and grim. Though he admitted defeat, he couldn't bring himself to immediately join his opponent's side. Seeing this, Tianchi added fuel to the fire. If you refuse, he'll have to threaten you. Iron Man was taken aback. Was Tianchi going to torture Ivan? That didn't seem like his style. In every disaster, Tianchi was always the most eager to save people. He didn't seem like someone who would use brutal methods. Ivan was equally bewildered. I'm not afraid of death. What can you threaten me with? If you die or run away, you'll roast your bird and eat it. How do you know I have a bird? After his father's death, the only thing Ivan cared about in the world was his pet bird. When Hammer Industries had recruited him, he repeatedly asked Hammer to bring him his bird. But Hammer hadn't taken it seriously, buying a cheap substitute from the market and trying to fool Ivan, saying, "This is your bird." This infuriated Ivan, making him dislike Hammer Industries even more. Hammer never realized he had missed the only chance to win Ivan's loyalty. Had he been humble and genuinely attended to Ivan's request, the situation today might have been very different. Tianchi said, I not only know I've already gotten it. I just haven't had the chance to taste it yet. How dare you? Ivan roared in anger. It's intelligent. Could you really eat such a creature? Have you no humanity? Tianchi shrugged. It's not my bird. I have no attachment to it. In my eyes, it's no different from ordinary poultry. If nobody wants it, he'll roast it. After a moment's hesitation, Ivan asked, "Where's my bird?" He knew that since Tianchi knew about his bird, he must have prepared for this. Tianchi looked around and called out, "Ethan, are you there?" Ethan slowly emerged from behind a large rock in the distance, carrying a birdcage. Hearing Tianchi's call, he hurried over. "Mr. Don, hey, race the bird." "Tony, long time no see." Iron Man stepped forward and gave him a solid hug. "Long time no see, Ethan." Although Iron Man couldn't easily place Ethan in his own company, they had stayed in touch. Their laboratory wasn't kept secret from Iron Man. Tianchi even hoped that Dr. Stern and Ethan might gain some inspiration from him. Tianchi said, "After news of your arrest reached Siberia, the neighbor you asked to take care of your bird had already abandoned it. If my people hadn't arrived in time, it might have starved to death." War Machine was initially confused. What were these two talking about? All this talk of birds, anyone listening would think they were discussing some private matter. It wasn't until Ethan came out with the birdcage that War Machine confirmed the two men were genuinely talking about a pet bird, but threatening Ivan into surrendering with a bird. That was too absurd. Yet Ivan's next words shocked him. Ivan removed his armor, walked over, took the cage, and bowed his head slightly. "Thank you. You saved it. I'm willing to work for you, but I want to align myself with the Stark family." War Machine's mind was flooded with disbelief. If it was this easy, what was the point of all that fighting? Why didn't they just bring out the bird earlier? He was from the military, primarily responsible for liaising with Hammer Industries on weapons procurement. The Iron Soldiers were designed and built according to military specifications. With such a major incident causing incalculable public property damage, he was bound to face a severe reprimand back at base. How was he supposed to write this report? Could he honestly write that the big villain was ultimately subdued by a bird? "Don't worry. I'm just friends with Tony. We're not in the same organization. However, if humanity faces a major crisis in the future, we'll need to join forces. I don't give a damn about humanity's crisis. I agreed to work for you just to prove that I, Ivan, am not inferior to the Starks." And so a genius scientist who could rival Iron Man in his early days was recruited by Tianchi. As for the farce, everyone tacitly placed the blame on Hammer Industries. Poor Hammer. This incident not only failed to bring any profit to his company, but also angered a host of powerful figures. Now facing prison time, no one was willing to intercede for him. After the incident was resolved, Iron Man's reputation reached a new peak. At the press conference, the dignitaries and journalists rescued by Tianchi in his azure suit credited Iron Man, leading to widespread praise across various media outlets. For a time, newspapers and media worldwide were filled with articles and videos lauding Iron Man. Iron Man initially wanted to hold a press conference to clarify, but Tianchi stopped him. He didn't need the acclaim, but Iron Man did. The future Avengers would need a prestigious leader, and Iron Man was the most central figure. Unaware of Tianchi's plans, Iron Man and War Machine saw his indifference to fame and fortune, which further increased their trust in him. Tianchi tallied his gains. Having saved many people, he had earned several hundred bottles of restorative potions, replenishing what he had used on Iron Man. With the plot of Iron Man 2 concluded, Tianchi felt it was time to move on. New Mexico, a desolate small town. Wearing his suit, Tianchi flew to the edge of the town and landed quietly. If the original plot hadn't changed, Thor should already be in the town by now. The reason for Thor's arrival on Earth was a long story. Not long ago, Odin the All-Father was prepared to bequeath the throne to Thor, the god of thunder. However, during the coronation ceremony, it was discovered that frost giants had infiltrated the weapon vault, seeking to seize the casket of ancient winters, only to be slain by the destroyer, the guardian automaton. Thor, the god of thunder, was naturally displeased that his coronation had been disrupted. He declared that the frost giants had violated the peace treaty and insisted on launching an assault on their stronghold Jotunheim to teach them a lesson. Odin, however, rebuked him, saying, "That is the thought of a warrior, not a king. These were but the actions of a few frost giants, not worth unleashing a full-scale war." The young and impetuous Thor would not listen. Father and son argued bitterly before parting in discord. Afterward, Thor summoned his brother Loki and a band of loyal comrades, Fandral Hogan Volstagg and the Valkyrie Sif, to secretly infiltrate Jotunheim. To traverse from Asgard to the Nine Realms, one must cross the Bifrost Bridge. Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, harnessed the power of the rainbow to observe all realms. Nothing escaped his sight or hearing. He was all-knowing and all-seeing. That an enemy had managed to slip past him under his very watch was strictly speaking a dereliction of his duty. Thus he too yearned to know how the frost giants had eluded his gaze, and so he consented to Thor's plan. Thor and his companions crossed the Bifrost, arriving at the frost giant's lair in Jotunheim. They caused a great commotion and engaged the frost giant king in direct combat. Yet deep within enemy territory, even the god of thunder could not withstand the sheer weight of numbers. Soon they were besieged by countless monstrous beasts and frost giants. At the last moment, Odin the All-Father descended upon his steed Sleipnir to rescue them. But this act only enraged the frost giant king, pushing the two realms to the brink of war. To de-escalate the situation, Odin decreed, For the god of thunder has defied his king's command and acted on his own, leading our people toward war and destruction. He is unworthy of the throne. I now strip him of his power and banish him to Midgard." Yet Thor was still his son, and true exile was never the intent. Odin cast Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, down to Midgard, landing not far from where Thor himself had fallen. He then pronounced a solemn enchantment upon the hammer. "Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor." Should Thor attain true enlightenment, he would be able to lift Mjolnir once more, reclaim his divine power, and become the god of thunder again. Recalling this sequence of events, Tianchi wondered if his mere existence in this world would create a butterfly effect for Asgard, so far away at the other end of the cosmos. At least not before he encountered Thor. The small western town was a sea of yellow desert as far as the eye could see. Tumbleweeds rolled with the wind, adding a touch of peculiar vitality to the barren landscape. The town itself was clean, devoid of the clamor of a bustling metropolis, and still retained the cowboy charm of the 19th century Wild West. No sooner had Tianchi entered the town than he heard a commotion. A tall, handsome man, with flowing golden hair, clad in a hospital gown, came bursting out of the town's clinic, pursued by a group of nurses and security guards. Needless to say, this was Thor. Upon his descent, he had been struck by a car driven by the astrophysicist Jane Foster, rendered unconscious, and taken to the hospital for treatment. Upon waking, Thor caused a ruckus in the hospital. The doctors and security guards could not restrain him, and he fled from within. Though stripped of his divine power, his muscles were no mere decoration. Coupled with over a millennium of combat experience, ordinary people stood no chance of stopping him. "Hey friend, have you seen a hammer?" Thor asked Tianchi bluntly. Tianchi frowned, realizing why Jane and the others had initially thought him insane. Running down the street in a hospital gown, accosting strangers about a hammer. No sane person would act that way. Shouldn't you deal with the trouble behind you first? Thor scoffed. "They are but mortals. I simply choose not to harm them." By then the nurses and security had caught up, encircling him in an attempt to subdue him with a sedative. Tianchi quickly intervened. "He's a friend of mine. He got drunk last night and was a bit disoriented when he woke up in the hospital. I apologize on his behalf." But the woman who brought him in said he was hit by a car. "Huh. Have you ever seen a patient hit by a car who can still bounce around like this?" The crowd found this reasonable. If even several security guards couldn't hold him down, he certainly didn't seem injured. A young nurse said, "But his medical bills haven't been paid yet. They'll cover his expenses." With that, he handed over a roll of $100 bills. The nurse accepted the money but added, "Sir, you should still advise your friend to come back for a checkup. Does he look like someone with internal injuries to you? All of you together couldn't even catch him." Thor cooperatively struck a few bodybuilding poses, causing the young nurse to giggle. In the end, she simply took the payment and returned to the hospital. It seemed Thor had an innate talent for being a goofball, a trait that would be fully unleashed in Thor Ragnarok. He clapped Tianchi on the shoulder. "Thanks, buddy. I don't have any of this realm's currency. It would have been a hassle if they came after me for the bill. One day when I return to Asgard, I will repay you." Just then a small camper van screeched to a halt from the edge of town, stopping mere inches from Thor and Tianchi. Tianchi recognized them immediately: the beautiful scientist Jane Foster, her sharp-tongued intern Darcy, and the aging astrophysicist Eric Selvig. With driving skills like that, it was no wonder she had managed to run over Thor twice in the original story. Jane jumped out of the van, saying hurriedly, "The hospital just called and said you ran out. Don't worry about the medical bills. We hit you, so we'll cover all the expenses." In America, medical costs were exorbitantly high. Without insurance, a hospital visit could bankrupt an average family. Many without insurance would struggle to gasp out, "Don't call an ambulance," even as they were losing consciousness. Jane naturally assumed Thor had fled the hospital out of fear of the bill. "Thank you, kind lady. But this friend has already settled my account." Darcy's eyes lit up. What a handsome Eastern man. "Hi, handsome. I'm Darcy. This is my mentor Jane, and this is the astrophysicist Eric." Tianchi was strikingly handsome, his stature rivaling that of Western men. Coupled with his overwhelming power, an innate kingly aura radiated from him, naturally exuding boundless charm. "Hello, I'm Tianchi." Jane asked Thor, "Where do you live? We can give you a ride." Thor replied, "Your vehicle can't take me there. Drop me off at a bar. I want a drink. You were just in a car accident last night and just got out of the hospital. You shouldn't be drinking," Jane advised. Tianchi said, "Jane, don't worry. With his constitution, he'd be fine even if he got hit 10 more times." "Ha ha ha, exactly. You're a man after my own heart. It's rare to make a new friend in a foreign land. How can we not celebrate with a drink?" Thor grabbed Tianchi and headed for the bar, with Eric naturally following along. Jane and Darcy exchanged exasperated looks. When it came to drinking, men just naturally became bosom buddies. The town was small, and the bar was just half a street away. As soon as he entered, Thor bellowed, "Barkeep, give each of us your strongest drink. 1 drink isn't enough. Make it 10 each." Tianchi shouted. Thor's eyes sparkled. Was this guy even more audacious than him? The glasses weren't ordinary. They were massive beer steins, each filled with nearly a liter of vodka. Thor and Tianchi each took a stein, locked eyes in a silent masculine challenge, and downed the entire contents in one go. Poor old Professor Eric, who had tagged along for a free drink, was already tipsy after barely finishing a third of his. Bang! Thor slammed his glass on the floor and shouted, "Barkeep, another round." Jane and Darcy watched in helpless disbelief. What lunatics were these? This was pure medieval behavior. The bartender stood still, eyeing them with suspicion, wondering if they were looking for trouble. In modern times, no one smashed glasses after drinking. Only troublemakers did that. A few burly Western men nearby stood up, staring them down. In a small town where everyone knew each other, they were practically all friends. When outsiders came looking for trouble, the locals naturally banded together. Seeing this, Tianchi tossed a roll of large denomination US dollars to the bartender and smashed his glass on the floor, saying, "What are you waiting for? Bring out the strongest liquor. I'm covering all the drinks here tonight. No one leaves sober." The boss unrolled the cash, his face breaking into a delighted grin as he quickly gestured for the burly men to sit down. That thick wad of $100 bills was more than he could earn in a month. As long as the money was enough, smashing a glass was nothing. It wasn't something valuable anyway. Thor laughed heartily. "I never thought I'd meet a kindred spirit on Earth. You're impressive. They'll call you a friend." "Ah, hold on. I don't befriend someone with poor drinking tolerance. Let's see if you can outdrink me first," said Tianchi. Thor, surprised that anyone on Earth dared challenge his authority, was instantly filled with competitive spirit. They downed glass after glass. The large mugs normally used for draft beer by burly men seemed as easy for them as drinking water. After finishing, they threw the glasses aside, and the floor soon became littered with shattered fragments, clinking and clattering. Other drinkers turned their heads in admiration. "What a capacity for drink. Brothers, we can't be outdone by two outsiders," shouted a burly Westerner. "Drink up." A group of local toughs also gulped down their drinks. Since someone was footing the bill, they followed suit, smashing their glasses on the floor after finishing. The bar's atmosphere reached its peak, brimming with raw masculinity. Jane and the buxom Daisy stared wide-eyed, exchanging bewildered glances. What kind of creatures were men? How had smashing a few glasses led everyone astray? Daisy nudged Jane. "Professor, I think compared to that Easterner, Thor seems pretty normal. Too bad such a handsome guy seems a bit dim." Jane sighed helplessly. Men are all the same once they've had a drink. Although Thor's physique far surpassed that of an ordinary human, he had been stripped of his divine power. There was no way he could match Tianchi's monstrous constitution. After a dozen large glasses, his face had already flushed red. Fortunately, he held his liquor well and didn't cause trouble, instead repeatedly calling Tianchi friend. Born into a distinguished lineage, Thor had faced countless battles and always had things go his way. This falling out with his father was the greatest setback of his life, and his sorrow was understandable. But Tianchi knew that Thor's darkest days had yet to come. Compared to the trials ahead, this minor setback was nothing more than a child's game. Thor finally collapsed in drunkenness, muttering something about father, mother, and Loki. As for Eric, he had long since slumped over a chair, snoring. Tianchi dragged one in each hand and said to the stunned Jane and Daisy, "Where do you live? He'll take them back to sleep." Jane replied, "I live in a camper van. There's no room for two big men. Take them to a hotel." "No." Tianchi shook his head. "You were the one who knocked this guy down. His mind still seems a bit off, and he refuses to stay in the hospital. If you don't take care of him, who will?" Kind-hearted Jane had no choice. His words made a certain sense, and reluctantly agreed. Little did she know this was Tianchi's deliberate attempt to steer the original storyline and bring them together. In the original plot, Thor and Jane poured out their hearts in the camper van and eventually became lovers, leading to a series of subsequent events, including the crucial turning point of the ether and the reality stone. Tianchi tossed Thor into Jane's camper van. Eric naturally had to be taken to a hotel, otherwise two smelly men on one bed. How would the plot develop? After settling Eric, Daisy sidled up to Tianchi, touching his arm, and purred. "Handsome, want to take a rest too? My room is upstairs." Tianchi's appearance and physique met the standards of a handsome man in both Eastern and Western cultures. More importantly, the aura of a powerhouse and his unshakable confidence were lethally attractive to women. These Western women were truly open-minded. Tianchi glanced at the buxom woman beside him. It would be a lie to say he had no rogue thoughts. But he already had Black Widow, and she hadn't yet fully committed to him. He didn't want any more complications. "I'm a married man," Tianchi said. Daisy was even more intrigued, tempting him in a soft voice. "I didn't see a ring on your finger." "Around here, no ring means you're not married. You can bend the rules for a while." Tianchi wasn't familiar with Western customs where many men feared commitment and marriage. Sleeping together, living together, even having children, all fine. But getting a marriage license? No way. Thus, married men often held a special allure as women perceived them as more responsible and charismatic. As a result, many men would deliberately wear a ring at bars, pretending to be married to attract partners. Tianchi had things to do and didn't want unnecessary trouble. He brushed off the wistful Daisy and turned to leave. When he reappeared, Tianchi had arrived at a desolate area dozens of kilometers from the town. This was the very spot where Mjolnir had fallen. At first, locals thought it was a meteorite, and meteorite hunters came to search only to discover the hammer's peculiar nature. Though it looked modest in size, it weighed as much as 1,000 pounds, and no one could lift it. Word spread quickly, and soon the entire town knew. Countless curious toughs gathered here, celebrating and trying one after another to lift Mjolnir. Some saw a business opportunity and set up a simple barbecue stall, which turned out to be quite profitable. Some even tied Mjolnir with chains and tried to drag it with a pickup truck. The truck roared at full power, tires spinning and kicking up clouds of dust, but the hammer didn't budge an inch. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the truck bed detached. The pickup had failed. Others attempted to dig up the soil beneath Mjolnir, only to find it impossible, as if the patch of earth supporting the hammer had fused with it. Truly bizarre. Mjolnir was forged by the dwarves of Nidavellir from the heart of a dying star, and its weight alone was terrifying. Even more remarkable was its ability to judge whether the wielder was worthy. For the worthy, it was light as a feather. For the unworthy, it was heavy as a star. In the original story, only Captain America on Earth managed to lift it. Another possible candidate was Vision, but it was merely a possibility. He never actually lifted it before his death. However, since Vision's core was the Mind Stone, his ability to lift Mjolnir wasn't surprising. As Tianchi walked over slowly, a group of Western toughs couldn't help but mock him. "Hey, Easterner, your thigh's not as thick as my arm. Don't bother. You might pull a muscle." Come, him setting odds 10 to 1 if the Easterner can lift it. Damn, that's a scam. Even a truck couldn't budge it. Do you think a human can? 100 to 1. Any takers? Tianchi calmly walked up to Mjolnir and carefully examined this divine artifact. The hammer was ancient and majestic, covered in strange runes. If the wielder was deemed worthy, these runes would unleash the power of lightning, enhancing the bearer's attack. Moreover, it could carry its wielder through the air, truly an indispensable artifact for travel and showing off. Tianchi gently grasped the handle and gradually increased his strength. 1 times the Hulk's strength. No movement. Tianchi had anticipated this. In the original plot of the Avengers, the Hulk had tried to lift Mjolnir on the helicarrier, even denting the alloy deck, but the hammer didn't stir. 2 times the Hulk's strength. Tianchi's muscles bulged, and the terrifying force tore his tight clothes apart. Though neither the hammer nor Tianchi appeared to move, the immense power had already transferred to the ground. The earth around them trembled continuously, as if in an earthquake. The terrified toughs looked on in awe. Is that the Easterner causing this? It's terrifying. No way, old Nor. I think it's an earthquake. Could it be a coincidence? Even if it's an earthquake, we're on flat ground. No need to worry. Ignoring the chatter, Tianchi began to unleash his full power. 3 times the Hulk's strength. A monstrous force erupted, instantly cracking the ground around him for hundreds of meters. Rocks along the fissures burst apart, sending debris flying that sent the toughs scrambling for cover. Yet Mjolnir remained completely still. The ground around the hammer had sunk half a meter, but the soil directly beneath it, as if reinforced by a mysterious power, was unaffected. Tianchi tried striking the soil beneath the hammer, only to find it no different from hitting the hammer itself. Faintly, he seemed to sense mockery emanating from Mjolnir. Could it be an illusion? Tianchi wondered. He struck the soil again, and that elusive sense of ridicule returned. Indeed, Tianchi understood now. Divine artifacts possess sentience. In his past life, countless enthusiasts had debated Mjolnir's peculiar traits. For instance, if an unworthy person placed Mjolnir on an elevator and then tried to lift the elevator, could they move it? Or what about placing it on a car or plane and then dragging the vehicle? Now it was clear there was no paradox at all. If Mjolnir didn't want to be moved, it simply couldn't be, unless one's power completely overwhelmed it. As in the Yetowakar plot of Thor Ragnarok, Mjolnir was shattered with a single hand by Thor's sister Hela, the goddess of death. At this thought, Tianchi felt even greater dread. 3 times the Hulk's strength couldn't even budge it. Yet Hela had actually crushed Mjolnir with her bare hands. How terrifying was that power? And Odin, the Allfather who sealed Hela, how strong was he? Not to mention Surtur, the fire giant who brought about Ragnarok, destroyed Asgard, and ultimately vanquished Hela. His towering form was enough to inspire despair. The more he pondered these details, the more horrifying they became. Enhancing his strength was an urgent necessity. Still, Tianchi wanted to make one final attempt. Since the divine artifact has a spirit, let it see if I am worthy. Tianchi took several deep breaths, and with each inhale and exhale, the dust within a few meters pulsed in rhythm, as if an ancient beast were awakening, causing the burly men around to retreat in fear. By now, even the dullest knew the terror of this Eastern man. He was regulating his breath, seemingly preparing to unleash a powerful move. His earlier action had already caused a 100-meter stretch of ground to quake like an earthquake, with many injured by flying debris. Wouldn't this next move be even more terrifying? The burly men scattered swiftly, fearing for their lives. Tianchi calmed his mind, grasped Mjolnir with his right hand, opened his heart, and allowed the hammer's spirit to fully sense his inner world. He was not of an evil alignment, Since arriving in this world, he had saved many lives and shared fortune with numerous superheroes. Though he did not know Mjolnir's criteria for judgment, Tianchi believed he had a strong chance. As he opened his heart, he once again sensed that faint spiritual connection, and then his entire mental world seemed to be swept through. Then a subtle sensation rose in his heart, and countless pieces of information flooded his mind. Tianchi smiled faintly, lifted his hand, and Mjolnir rose from the ground. The soil that held it crumbled to dust and scattered in the wind. No wonder Captain America wielded Mjolnir so adeptly upon first lifting it in the original storyline, catching Thanos off guard. It turned out that once the hammer acknowledged you, your mind instantly received the knowledge to command it, and with the spirit's cooperation, wielding it became fluid and effortless. Tianchi gently swung Mjolnir, gradually familiarizing himself with the divine weapon. Lightning flashed around him like dragons and serpents, imbuing him with an imposing majesty as if a god had descended. This was the lightning power inherent in Mjolnir. Unbeknownst to him, a dark cloud had formed in the sky, casting a vast shadow over the earth. The oppressive air grew still, making it hard to breathe. Everyone run. The big move is coming. The group of burly men scattered, desperately fleeing the area under the black cloud. Looking up at the sky, Tianchi knew that Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost in Asgard, was watching him, and even Odin, the All-Father, was paying attention. They had cast the hammer here merely to test and train Thor. Little did they expect that someone on Earth could lift Mjolnir, unsettling them and prompting a display of authority. If he dared to take the hammer, Heimdall would open the Bifrost instantly, and whether Asgardian warriors or Odin himself would descend was uncertain. Yet Tianchi had no such intention. He looked up and said, "Heimdall, don't be so stingy. I'm just playing with it. You Asgardians toss things to Earth freely, so why can't we pick them up for fun?" Heimdall's heart trembled. This human knew his name. He was far away in Asgard's rainbow control room, always the one observing others. Could this man see him? Before Heimdall could react, a rainbow beam shot into the control room, and Odin traversed the kilometers-long Bifrost, appearing before him in an instant. Odin asked, "Who lifted Mjolnir?" "I sense it is not Thor." Heimdall displayed the image before the All-Father. "I just used my light vision to glimpse his life. He is an earthling empowered by gamma energy, yet his strength should not have been able to lift Mjolnir." Odin's eyes shimmered with starlight, gazing through the rainbow channel at Tianchi from afar. An overwhelming spiritual pressure descended, weighing heavily on Tianchi's mind on Earth. This spiritual force, like boundless starlight, crossed infinite cosmic space and time, pressing directly upon him. Tianchi felt like a small boat in a raging sea, at the mercy of towering waves that could annihilate him. To resist this pressure, Tianchi's veins bulged as he mustered all his strength. An invisible clash sparked in the air, with lightning flickering around him. After observing for a while, Odin suddenly smiled and said, "Impressive, young one, but Mjolnir cannot be yours. If you have the chance, you are welcome to visit Asgard." With that, he turned and left. On Earth, Tianchi felt his body relax, and coming to, he found himself half buried in the soil, with cold sweat on his brow. Yet the All-Father's words had reached his mind. Tianchi leaped from the dirt and casually tossed Mjolnir aside. As it left his hand, he sensed a trace of reluctance from the hammer's spirit. Whether to preserve the original storyline or face Odin, he could no longer touch the hammer. Especially Odin. Even a distant mental contact was terrifying. It seemed the original story had not shown even a fraction of his power, leading many to view him as a feeble old man. But how could the All-Father, ruler of the 9 realms, be so simple? Even Hela, the goddess of death, could only break free after his demise. Yet Tianchi found one thing strange. Such a mighty god king, who once conquered the 9 realms with his daughter Hela, suddenly embraced peace in his later years, even sealing Hela to prevent chaos. He also covered the murals in the royal palace to hide past history. Tianchi absolutely did not believe Odin had a change of heart. No benevolent ruler would object to expanding their domain. The only explanation was an insurmountable force that halted his expansion. As for what this mysterious power was, who it was, or how terrifying it was, Tianchi had no clue. At least the original story never mentioned it. He noticed the burly men had fled hundreds of meters away, watching from a distance, afraid to approach. The pickup truck and barbecue stall nearby had been crushed into paper-thin sheets of metal by the invisible force. The men's hearts pounded. Lucky they had run fast, or their flesh and blood would have been flattened like a pizza under that pressure. Who was this Eastern man surviving such invisible force? Was he a deity? Ignoring them, Tianchi spotted a familiar face behind the group. Coulson. Coulson, wearing sunglasses, watched the mysterious Eastern man with a complex expression. The commotion was beyond any normal human's capacity. Coulson's job was to observe such superhumans, interact with them, or even fight them. If this man were an enemy, how would he respond? Coulson dared not dwell on it. "Mr. Tang, we meet again." Tianchi nodded. "You're a bit late. We tried lifting the hammer, but couldn't, like you. Our surveillance satellites show that a being descended alongside the hammer. Compared to a hammer, we're more concerned about that unknown life form. Ha ha ha, Tianchi laughed. Even if you find it, so what? You saw the spectacle of me lifting the hammer. This power is likely beyond even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capabilities, isn't it? Coulson shrugged. Someone has to try. Whatever threatens Earth, we must face it. Tianchi nodded. When one's homeland is threatened, even the mightiest power must be confronted. But he knew Earth was far more complex than Coulson imagined. Not to mention mythological god-kings like Odin and the future great threat Thanos, but countless dangers from parallel universes such as Dormammu seeking to devour Earth. Coincidentally, Earth first had the mighty Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, guarding it for a millennium, then Doctor Strange, who trapped Dormammu in a time loop, forcing a truce. The Infinity Stone's treasures of the universe repeatedly appeared on this backward planet. Tianchi would never believe it was all coincidence. But what was the reason? The original story never explained. Coulson, someone will soon come for this hammer. Handle it as you see fit, but don't be rude. The hammer's owner. Sort of. I'm not sure if he can lift it. Coulson was puzzled. If he was the owner, how could he fail to lift it? Without further explanation, Tianchi drifted away. Subsequently, Coulson ordered the area cordoned off, dispersing the onlookers. By the time they returned to the town, dusk had fallen. Tianchi went to see Thor, who had already sobered up and was barbecuing outside the RV, chatting with Jane. In Jane's eyes, Thor must have suffered a head injury, constantly claiming to be the mythical god of thunder, babbling about the world tree and the 9 realms drifting through its cosmic veins. Yet Thor was undeniably handsome. A handsome fool was still handsome. She listened to his earnest ramblings while gazing dreamily at his striking face. Tianchi did not reveal himself. In his mortal state, Thor could not detect him. Every word Thor spoke fell into Tianchi's ears without exception. Others heard his tale of the world tree as mere mythology, but to Tianchi, it was a notion worth pondering. A being who traversed the cosmos like Thor could not possibly be unaware that common celestial bodies such as Earth orbited stars in the vast void. If the world tree truly existed, what form would it take? In the original storyline, Tianchi had glimpsed something akin to it. Star-Lord's biological father, the celestial ego, had planted his roots across all life-bearing planets in the universe, attempting to implant his own life essence into every world. Had he succeeded, a single planet would be but a fruit in his dominion, and the entire universe would be woven into his living network. From this perspective, was it not another form of the world tree? Then could the world tree Thor spoke of be a similar existence? Or perhaps a more advanced form? Had it once existed, or did it still persist to this day? Tianchi could not fathom it. He resolved to ask Thor when the opportunity arose. By Thor's side, the scene grew intimate. A beautiful woman, a handsome man, a crackling fire, and fine food. Their gazes met more frequently, gradually growing hazy. Tianchi decided to leave lest he overhear sounds unfit for innocent ears. The RV shook through the night, leaving Jane and Thor sleepless. The next morning, Thor awoke refreshed, leaving Jane still in slumber. He made his way to the bar with practiced ease, only to find Tianchi already waiting. Seems someone had a pleasant night, Tianchi teased. And not bad at all, Thor replied. Coming to Midgard, making a friend like you, and meeting a woman I adore. This journey has been worthwhile. I've ordered breakfast for you. Milk or liquor? Thor said. A real man drinks liquor, not milk. Fine. The two shared breakfast, downing several large glasses of liquor, drawing stares from other patrons. Drinking hard liquor at dawn. What kind of people were these? After eating and drinking their fill, Tianchi said bluntly, Thor, fight me. Thor was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, Tang, you're truly my kind of man. Come on, I've been itching to stretch my limbs these past few days. Thor had faced a series of upheavals recently, pent-up frustration simmering within him. For a muscle-bound brute like him, what better outlet than a brawl? But Thor was no Loki. He was inherently good-natured and would not casually take out his anger on strangers. Tianchi's initiative thus suited his temperament perfectly. The two stepped into the street, putting distance between them. Thor said boisterously, Tang, though I've lost my divine power, am no ordinary Midgardian to withstand. You'd best be careful. Tianchi was speechless. This fellow had no notion of discretion, constantly proclaiming himself the god of thunder and lamenting his lost power. No wonder Jane thought him mad. Then you'd better watch out too. The loser buys 3 rounds. They locked eyes and swiftly closed in. Tianchi began with clumsy wild punches, trading a few blows with Thor. He confirmed that Thor's strength was merely at the peak of human limits, comparable to Black Widow or Hawkeye. Thus he controlled his power, testing various techniques, engaging in an evenly matched exchange. Moves that existed only in martial arts novels or films Tianchi executed with his boundless strength. Qinggong naturally was effortless. He could leap hundreds of kilometers and hover short distances with ease. As for aerial maneuvers defying gravity, Tianchi simply punched the air with tremendous force, using the explosive recoil to change direction abruptly. For a time, the street echoed with a continuous series of thuds. Tianchi fluttered like a butterfly, circling to strike Thor from all angles. Commuting workers stopped to stare. Whoa, that's the Easterner from yesterday's drinking session. So Kung Fu is real after all. Dad, come quick, it's Jackie Chan. A seasoned martial arts enthusiast immediately retorted, Jackie Chan isn't this good. I'd say those moves are more like Bruce Lee's. Do you even know Kung Fu? Can Bruce Lee fly? This is clearly the legendary Qinggong. So the pow 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 sound during moves is real. Kung Fu really makes that noise. I always thought it was just movie sound effects. Many quickly chimed in agreement. Yeah, we've been fooled for years. Western boxing isn't bad either. That Easterner can't take down the blonde guy. Looks to me like the blonde guy's just getting pummeled. The spectacular martial arts duel drew nearly half the town, forming a dense crowd. Though Tianchi held back his strength, he didn't pull his punches in technique, yet he still couldn't subdue Thor. Thor's millennium of combat experience was no joke. Having ruled and patrolled the 9 realms, he had encountered countless alien fighting styles from distant worlds. Though Eastern martial arts were peculiar, they still fell within the realm of comprehensible techniques. Now stripped of his divine power and Mjolnir, he couldn't replicate Tianchi's extravagant aerial feats. Instead, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, simplifying his movements to counter each attack as it came. Thor could see through Tianchi's many intricate and flashy moves, often neutralizing them with a simple punch or block. Of course, Tianchi wasn't a true master of martial arts. He merely imitated them through sheer brute force. Though impressive to watch against a seasoned warrior like Thor, it had limited effect. Tianchi's challenge wasn't to bully Thor, but to see if Asgard possessed any cultivation methods. His own power, derived from the Hulk's blood, was forcibly elevated and had reached its potential limit. He lacked the Hulk's innate ability for endless growth. He had to seek another path. Currently, the nearest developments in the storyline involved Thor and Asgard. Surely the legendary mythical realm would have some cultivation manuals or the like. After a while, Tianchi noticed that Thor's defense relied solely on his vast combat experience with no discernible trace of systematic training. He couldn't help but say, Thor, is this all you've got? Did you exhaust yourself in the RV last night? Thor, constantly on the defensive and feeling stifled, rose to the challenge. Damn it, if I hadn't lost my power, I'd have flattened you with one swing of my hammer. Fall talk. Don't you have any signature moves? Thor blocked Tianchi's attack with both hands, pushed him back, and seized the moment to say, signature moves. I rely on my bloodline. I don't bother with such flashy tricks. Tianchi retorted, or are you just incapable of learning? Loki can use illusions, but you know nothing. Once my bloodline fully awakens, it'll be invincible across the 9 realms. Illusions are beneath me. Thor's words held truth. In the original story, when Hela first emerged from her imprisonment, Thor was no match for her. Later stranded on Sakaar, he awakened several times, and upon returning to Asgard could trade blows with Hela. Though he still lost in the end, his strength had grown significantly. Then what do you think of my illusion? With a loud bang, Tianchi accelerated, leaving a trail of afterimages, instantly creating the illusion of a dozen figures attacking Thor simultaneously. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The earlier martial arts feats were already extraordinary, but now they were witnessing near fantastical afterimages. A young man immediately said, Dad, I want to go to the East tomorrow to learn Kung Fu. You fool, do you think you'll find a true master just by going there? And even if you did, would a master take you on? There's an Easterner right here, why not ask him instead of traveling thousands of miles? Hearing this, the crowd suddenly saw the light. A Kung Fu master stood before them. Why go far? Their gazes turned fervent, fixed on Tianchi. The Western frontier had a rugged spirit naturally drawn to martial arts. With the enormous influence of Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan, and Jet Li in Hollywood, many harbored a deep fascination for the mystical martial arts of the East. Even major sects in China had accepted some foreign disciples. Now witnessing a legendary Kung Fu master in the flesh, they yearned to rush forward, kneel, and cry out, Master, like in the movies. Strictly speaking, creating a dozen afterimages required Tianchi to exert far more power than Thor possessed. Finally, an opening appeared. Ouch! Thor cried out, taking a punch to the eye. Tang, you hit my face. Ouch! The other eye caught a punch too. Thor's handsome eyes turned black and blue like a panda's. Furious, he bellowed. What kind of skill is this trickery? If you've got guts, stand still and trade blows. One punch each. See who falls first. Fine. The afterimages vanished and Tianchi appeared right before Thor. Without hesitation, Thor swung a fist at Tianchi's face. With a crack, Tianchi's eye took the blow. Tianchi controlled his strength and retaliated in kind. Thus they exchanged wild, clumsy punches, each cry of pain echoing. Thor's cries were genuine. Tianchi, however, had to save face for Thor, so he let out a few pained shouts. If he remained utterly silent, Thor might think he felt nothing at all. Something felt off about that thought. Suddenly a clear voice rang out. What are you doing? Stop it at once. It turned out to be Jane. She woke up in the morning and, touching the blanket, realized the one who had slept beside her last night was already gone, leaving only a trace of a man's scent. Hearing the commotion, she groggily came over to see, only to find Thor and Apocalypse flailing like brawlers. Jane rushed over her small frame, wedging between the two men as she struggled to push them apart. Thor and Apocalypse had to stop to avoid hurting Jane. Let's call it a day. Once I regain my divine power, I'll definitely fight you again, Thor said. Fine. Next time I won't hold back. Hetang, you have no idea how strong I'll be once my power is restored. Hearing them plan another fight, Jane fumed. Enough. Two grown men, is there any problem that drinking can't solve? Why must you fight on the street? Just yesterday she had scorned them for drinking, but now she wished they would drink themselves into a stupor. Thor said boorishly, woman, you wouldn't understand. This attitude made Jane grind her teeth in anger. They had shared a bed last night, and now awake, he found her meddlesome. No wonder in Thor the Dark World when they reunited Jane slapped him. He truly had no understanding of a woman's heart. But seeing Thor's blackened eyes and bleeding lips, Jane's heart ached, and she couldn't help but glare fiercely at Apocalypse. Apocalypse spread his hands. Jane, don't look at me like that. Thor is having a great time. You've never fought, so you don't know the joy of it. Once you do, you'll fall in love with battle. Thor nodded in agreement beside him, feeling that making friends with Tang was just the right temperament. Jane huffed, I will never fight in my life. If there's a problem, I'll call the police. Fighting solves nothing. Haha, one day you'll fight even more fiercely than Thor. Apocalypse said with certainty. Jane stomped her foot in fury. No, no, no. I won't fight anyone except you two. Apocalypse chuckled softly, no longer provoking Jane. When Jane becomes the female, Thor, she wields the hammer far more skillfully than Thor and fights with such gusto that it's impossible to connect her with the gentle, timid Jane of now. Jane helped Thor into the bar, carefully tending to his wounds. Thor, clearly enjoying it, deliberately winced now, and then making Jane even more gentle. Then with a playful look he taunted Apocalypse with his eyes, as if flaunting the beauty in his arms. Apocalypse shrugged. That guy Thor relying on his woman to show off was really something. When his own Black Widow arrived, he'd have to shower her with affection too. The bruises on Apocalypse's face were all an act. He deliberately controlled his energy to slow the healing, and too lazy to bother, ordered a pint of strong liquor to save her slowly. Before he could take 2 sips, a crowd burst through the door shouting, Master, please accept me as your disciple. I want to learn Eastern martial arts. The noisy throng gave Apocalypse a headache. Silence. I don't take disciples. If you keep this up, I'll throw you all out. The crowd fell silent. Apocalypse's dazzling martial arts display had indeed instilled awe in ordinary people. Some who had just followed out of curiosity immediately backed out, and the crowd thinned by more than half. However, a young man said, Master, I'm willing to pay tuition. Whatever it costs, I'll pay. Do I look like I need money? How about I give you money to stop bothering me? The young man didn't know how to respond. Everyone knew that yesterday Apocalypse had thrown out a roll of $100 bills to treat the whole bar to drinks. He was probably richer than anyone present. Of course, even though Apocalypse offered money, no one dared to take it. Master, if you don't accept me, Iran will kneel here until I die. The young man dropped to his knees with a thud. Apocalypse sized him up, a fair face, rosy cheeks, and golden curly hair, a typical Western lad. Seeing Apocalypse scrutinize him, Ron knelt up straighter. Apocalypse asked irritably, where did you learn this? From kung fu movies. Whenever the protagonist kneels, the master always takes him as a disciple. Ron said, ha ha ha. Apocalypse laughed. Who hadn't gone through that in their youth? He teased, I'm just passing through this town, and will leave soon, maybe never to return. Even if you kneel to death, I won't see it. What will you do then? Ron was speechless. This didn't seem right. In the movies, the protagonist always knelt at the master's doorstep, where the master could see their sincerity at a glance. This Eastern master was just passing by here. If he knelt here, the master wouldn't see him. So should he kneel or not? But getting up now would seem insincere, making success even more unlikely. With that thought, Ron knelt there awkwardly. Neither rising nor staying felt right. Apocalypse ignored him and chatted with Thor. Thor, don't you know any cultivation techniques? There are some in Asgard's library, but I never needed them. Why do you ask? I've reached my limits and want to find techniques to enhance my strength. Thor nodded. As a human, your strength has indeed peaked. To advance further, you need to break the racial bloodline barrier. That's quite difficult. Having lost his divine power, Thor's senses were dulled, and he failed to see Apocalypse's true strength. Based on the level of power displayed in their fight, it was the limit for a human. With Thor's understanding of humans, he naturally assumed Apocalypse's strength was at that level. In that case, he'll have to find a chance to ask your father Odin if he has any methods. Apocalypse sighed. Thor asked in surprise, you know my father? I just had a word with him yesterday. He invited me to visit Asgard. Jane couldn't stand it anymore. Tang, are you done? You know Thor's mind is addled, and he has delusions. Don't keep talking about Asgard myths with him. Ha 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 ha, Jane, you don't understand. A god opens his heart to you, and you treat him like a madman. If so, what were you doing last night with a madman? Jane blushed. None of your business. But Thor's face grew serious. You know I'm the god of thunder. You've always said you're Thor, the god of thunder. Of course I know. Thor was at a loss. I mean, you just believe me when I say it. Jane never believed me. The reason Thor always introduced himself as the god of thunder wasn't that he didn't know it would cause misunderstandings among mortals, but because as a god he disdained lying to humans. A god has divine pride and need not be bound by mortal opinions. Mortals took him for a fool, not realizing they stood before a true god. Apocalypse said, "I know you're the real god of thunder, so I believe you. I even spoke with your father and know you were banished to Midgard by the All-Father." Thor's expression darkened. "Did my father send you?" "No, I'm from Earth. I learned of your arrival and came seeking you for a simple purpose to find cultivation techniques to break my limits." "You're not lying. No need to lie to you. Are you a devotee of my father's divine descent?" Divine descent in Western religion refers to believers who can be possessed by a god. This requires extreme devotion, selflessness, and dedication of everything to the god. It also demands a pure and strong physique to bear the power of divine descent. In times of need, they can receive oracles or use the god's power to vanquish demons. Apocalypse said, "No, really not. If you're not a devotee, how did you receive my father's oracle?" Apocalypse smiled. "Thor, if you don't believe me, I'll beat you up again. A devotee of your father would never dare to strike Odin's son, the future king of Asgard, would they?" Remembering his aching body and the two black eyes that wouldn't fade, Thor said, "All right, I believe you." Ding. The system prompted Thor's trust 20. Luck sharing 20. Apocalypse breathed a sigh of relief, having finally earned Thor's genuine trust. Despite their hearty drinking earlier, Thor had merely seen Apocalypse as a mortal, a passerby, to pass the time with. A god would not give his trust to a mortal. Now, with a few brief exchanges clearing up some doubts and the fact that even his father had spoken to him, it was clear this earthling was no ordinary person. Thus, he reluctantly regarded Apocalypse as an equal friend, earning that 20 trust. Thor asked again, "What did my father say to you?" "Just one thing, welcome to visit Asgard." "Why, oi?" Apocalypse shrugged. "I can't say for now. I'm afraid it might discourage you." Thor said angrily, "You're not much of a friend, leaving things half said. When I get my hammer back, I'll return those black eyes to you. Even with Mjolnir, you might not defeat me." Apocalypse said this with confidence. In Thor Ragnarok, Thor and the Hulk fought in the arena on Sakaar. With his physical strength alone, Thor could barely overpower the Hulk, but it was only a slight edge. Possessing 3 times the Hulk's physical might, and not being a reckless brute like the Hulk who only smashed and swung blindly, he was confident in overpowering Thor with raw strength. If it were only that he would never dare claim he could defeat Thor, for Thor's full power included Mjolnir. With the hammer in hand, Thor's strength multiplied tenfold. The mere weight of the hammer, if placed on him, would render him utterly helpless, not to mention the additional lightning power. However, having just earned the hammer's recognition yesterday, he understood its various attack methods. Even if he couldn't wrest Mjolnir from Thor in battle, he was confident in blocking and evading. Calculating this way with himself in the shadows and Thor in the light, he might even manage to thrash him again. Thor naturally didn't believe it. Straightening his back, his eyes flashed like lightning, exuding authority. "Tang, you have no idea of a god's true power, far beyond what earthlings can imagine." Before he could finish, Jane slapped him on the head. "Stop. Are you two ever going to stop? If this continues, I'll send you both to the hospital to see if your brains are addled from fighting." Seeing Jane's angry yet worried expression, Thor instantly deflated. "Jane, don't worry, we're fine, nothing's wrong. It's rare to meet a kindred spirit, we're just boasting a bit." "Really?" Jane looked at them suspiciously, wondering if this was how male friendship worked. Jane was an astrophysicist who had devoted her life to scientific research, much like most bookworms with little understanding of social nuances. Remembering how she and her best friend would go wild role-playing, one speaking and the other responding, playing like lunatics. Perhaps they were anime enthusiasts. It was often said that men never grow up, and 2 grown men obsessed with Asgardian mythology seemed plausible. She decided to look up Asgardian lore later to see what charm could captivate men so. With that thought, Jane felt men might not be so hard to understand after all. Apocalypse deliberately lowered his voice, leaning in secretly. "I know where Mjolnir is. Want to go see it?" Jane sighed, rubbing her forehead. Good heavens, these two were relentless. Thor eagerly replied, "Tang, you better not be lying. I'm going to get the hammer right now." With that, he strode out of the bar. Jane and Apocalypse had no choice but to follow, leaving Ron kneeling awkwardly. His master had really left. Should he continue kneeling? Thor asked Jane, "Do you know where to find horses? What do you need a horse for?" "I must retrieve what belongs to me. In Asgard, grand ceremonies are always conducted riding celestial steeds." Jane was exasperated. "Are you unaware of cars?" In the original story, Thor seemed depicted as unfamiliar with Earth's customs, unaware of cars. In reality, this was impossible. After all, Thor had been knocked unconscious by Jane's RV and taken to the hospital. As Asgard's heir, having lived over 1500 years and traveled across the 9 realms in spaceships, he had seen every kind of advanced technology. How could he be such a bumpkin? The only explanation was that in his current dejected state, he sought comfort through these archaic rituals. As they looked around, Apocalypse had already led 2 horses over. Thor laughed heartily, giving Apocalypse a bear hug, saying, "My good friend, you understand me." The two mounted their horses and rode off toward Mjolnir, chatting cheerfully. Left behind, Jane couldn't believe it, grinding her teeth in frustration. What was wrong with these two men? Just running off like that. First they drank until dead drunk, then fought until bruised and battered, then role-played Asgardian tales, and now they were off searching for some mythical hammer. Fine, she knew men never grew up, but couldn't they at least remember a beautiful woman in their presence? Riding together with her into the sunset would have been so romantic. Neither of these straight men thought of that. Leaving her to drive alone. What was that about? Fuming, Jane turned the car around and went back to fetch Daisy and her old colleague Eric. By the time they returned, Apocalypse and Thor had already gone far. 50 kilometers wasn't long nor short, and they arrived by nightfall. In just one day, a large tent had been erected over Mjolnir's location, enclosing an area nearly 100 meters wide, divided into multiple zones with different functions. Inside, lights were bright and countless personnel were busy. The two lay on a protruding slope, concealing themselves as they observed. Thor said, "Tang, I can sense the hammer inside. He'll be back soon. Need help?" "No. I must earn Mjolnir's recognition anew. No one else can help." "All right then," Apocalypse said, idly chewing on a blade of grass. "They'll wait for you." In the original story, Thor, having lost his powers, broke in, but was captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. and failed to retrieve the hammer. Given Thor's current state, this plot likely wouldn't change. Sure enough, Thor tried to sneak in, but S.H.I.E.L.D.'s defenses were tight, and he was spotted by guards before getting far. Chaos erupted inside as many began to intercept Thor. Though stripped of his divine power, Thor's strength still surpassed that of ordinary earthlings. He took down countless guards, broke through layers of defense, and charged toward Mjolnir. Suddenly, a shadow moved atop a tower, drawing a bow and aiming at Thor from afar. The shadow released, and an arrow flew silently toward Thor. Thor, only slightly stronger than a normal human now, was completely unaware of the arrow. Just as it was about to strike, a thud sounded, and the arrow fell to the ground. The shadow saw it was a tiny pebble. This shadow was none other than Clint Barton Hawkeye. The one who knocked down the arrow was Apocalypse. Hawkeye scanned the area and quickly pinpointed Apocalypse. Reaching behind his back, he released 3 arrows in quick succession. These arrows not only blocked Apocalypse's possible escape routes, but also varied in speed, making them unpredictable. The middle arrow seemed fast, but halfway the 2 side arrows silently overtook it, arriving first under the cover of night. Most people would be drawn to the middle arrow, focusing their defense on it, only to be struck before it even reached them. Apocalypse smiled. Truly a superhero renowned for archery, this move was hard to guard against. As the arrowheads neared, a blur of his hand swept by, and he caught all 3 arrows. Hawkeye was startled, realizing he faced a formidable opponent. He casually shot a 4th arrow, then somersaulted midair to change position. He had seen Apocalypse knock down an arrow with a pebble. Its power rivaled an arrow's. He couldn't stay in one place. Apocalypse easily caught the 4th arrow, but noticed a faint red glow on its tip. Instantly alert. An explosive arrow. A skilled swimmer drowns. Did he think speed alone made him invincible? Hawkeye smiled confidently. That 4th arrow, though seemingly casual, was the product of countless battle experiences. In his career, Hawkeye had encountered experts who could catch arrows, but they all fell to his arrows. One reason: arrogance. If Apocalypse could hear Hawkeye's thoughts, he might say that speed truly could make one invincible. Just as the explosion was imminent, he pressed his palms together, encasing the explosive arrowhead. Thump! A muffled sound. Apocalypse clapped his hands, dusting off the arrowhead residue and ash as if the explosion in his palm had been a firecracker. Impossible. Hawkeye was stunned. The explosive arrowhead was custom-made, far more powerful than a typical grenade. How could a human contain the blast in their palm and smother it? In the Avengers, when Loki invaded Earth, he sat on an alien chariot and was shot at by Hawkeye. Loki, without even turning, caught the arrow with one hand, exuding confidence. But it turned out to be an explosive arrow blasting him off the chariot. Even a god could be blown away. The arrow's power was evident. Hawkeye tried to knock another arrow, only to find his target had vanished. Suddenly a voice came from behind. "Natasha hasn't mentioned me to you." Hawkeye slowly turned, wisely raising his bow. A monster who could smother an explosive arrow in his palm. Having him this close was no different from having a gun to the head. "Who are you?" Hawkeye asked. "You don't know who I am. Should I?" Apocalypse shook his head unconsciously. It seemed Fury hadn't shared his file with Hawkeye, and Natasha hadn't mentioned him either. Fury was understandable, being a cautious old fox. But Natasha and Hawkeye were not only comrades in arms, trusting each other with their lives, but also close friends. Hawkeye's family safe house was known to Natasha, who often visited. For agents, that was akin to entrusting their entire family to the other. Of course, Natasha adored Hawkeye's children. In the final battle against Thanos, both vied to sacrifice themselves for the Soul Stone to let the other live. Both professionally and personally, their trust was evident. Thinking this, Apocalypse felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed Natasha hadn't fully accepted him, or she wouldn't have kept his existence from Hawkeye. Apocalypse had to say, "I'm Tang Tianchi, Natasha's husband." What? Husband? Hawkeye was utterly dumbfounded. He had imagined 1,000 possibilities. Even if Apocalypse claimed to be an alien god sent by Hydra, he wouldn't have been so shocked. He never expected to hear those words. Let Natasha explain. I'd also like to know why she never mentioned me. With that, he dialed Black Widow. Natasha, I've caught someone named Hawkeye. Before he could finish, Black Widow's urgent voice came through. Is he okay? You didn't kill him, did you? Hawkeye was speechless. The first thing she asked was if he was dead. How little faith she had in her partner. Tianchi deliberately asked, why are you so concerned about him? And why did you hide the fact that you have a husband from him? What is your relationship? On the other end of the phone, Black Widow's breath came in hurried gasps. Tang, please spare him. He is my good friend. Good friend? Could it be your other husband? No, it's not he. He is just my colleague. We once had a fake marriage, but that was for a mission and nothing happened between us. Tianchi replied, we started with a fake marriage too, but everything that needed to happen did happen. We. Black Widow was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. The lying skills practiced during training were all for assassinating targets, but there was never any training on how to handle such melodramatic romantic relationships. Especially when she actually did everything she should have done when marrying Tianchi. But with Hawkeye's fake marriage, who would believe nothing happened? Switching places, Black Widow herself didn't believe her own words. Her so-called husband had reported her to SHIELD, forbidding her from using her seduction skills, being very petty. If she couldn't explain clearly, Hawkeye would truly be in danger, and there might even be a risk of SHIELD being dismantled. However, the more anxious she became, the more her brain froze. Tang, listen to me. Hawkeye has a wife and kids. Oh, are you asking me to eliminate all potential threats? I only kill him, not women and children. No, that's not what I meant. Don't act yet. Let me think. Hawkeye was somewhat dumbfounded. Is this still the Black Widow I know? Regardless of whether this husband is real or not, Natasha, your explanation will only lead to more misunderstandings. What was originally not a life-threatening situation you have explained into a life-threatening one. Hawkeye had never seen Black Widow so flustered. Usually during missions, even in life-and-death situations, she might be more composed than him, and they had escaped multiple times thanks to her calmness. He had a wife and children, and in the face of life and death, he would have some concerns and not be as calm, but she has never shown such a reaction. Now talking to this man in front of her, flustered and fearful of misunderstandings, could he really be her husband? Why had she never heard of this before? Seeing the sly smile on Tianchi's face, Hawkeye suddenly realized this was intentionally teasing Black Widow. Hawkeye suddenly let out a screech and yelled into the phone, Natasha, if you don't explain clearly, my wife and kids will have to rely on you to take care of them. Tang, don't act. Hawkeye's child recognizes me as a godmother. You are the godfather. Please don't harm the child's father. After a long round of panic, Black Widow finally came up with such a reason. Hawkeye continued his screeching. The more Black Widow listened, the more something felt off. That scream was too fake. She finally reacted. You two conspired to tease me. Just wait for me. Bart and I will report you to your child. Ha ha ha. Tianchi and Hawkeye laughed in unison. Furious Black Widow on the other end of the line gritted her teeth, but a heavy weight was finally lifted from her heart. At least she didn't have to worry about Hawkeye being in danger. When she tried to ask how the two of them met, she found that the call had already ended. Black Widow stood there holding the phone, unsure whether to cry or laugh. It should have been a joyous occasion for her close friend to become friends with her husband. But thinking of how she was the victim of their prank, she couldn't feel happy. Tianchi felt great satisfaction. A bad woman with a husband, but not announcing it to the world on social media. How could she not be punished to learn who is the real master? Tianchi extended his hand and said, Tang Tianchi, Natasha's husband. Hawkeye shook his hand. Clint Barton, alias Hawkeye, Natasha's friend. Compared to Tianchi's understanding of them, Hawkeye had countless questions in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, a shout suddenly came from the other side of the tent. No. Father, why? What? The god of thunder shouted to the sky, filled with despair. He had never experienced setbacks and thought that retrieving the hammer would allow him to regain his status as the god of thunder. Who would have thought that after overcoming numerous obstacles, when he finally grasped the hammer, there would be no response at all? This left the god of thunder severely impacted, indicating that he was still unworthy of possessing the hammer. At this moment, heavy rain began to fall from the sky. The god of thunder knelt in the mud, motionless, letting the rain and dirt splash onto him. In the original plot, Coulson sent his men to bind the god of thunder and bring him back to the interrogation room. However, with Tianchi's warning, he politely invited the god of thunder into the room, offering him a towel and hot coffee. Hey buddy, where are you from? Coulson asked. The god of thunder looked despondent and did not answer. Are you the owner of this hammer? The god of thunder shook his head and murmured as if in answer, yet also as if talking to himself. I am not yet worthy to be its owner. But I don't understand where I went wrong. Why? After questioning for a while, seeing that the god of thunder remained silent, Coulson had to leave as Tianchi was waiting outside. Hawkeye followed him in and temporarily set aside the matter of Black Widow to deal with the current situation. In the monitoring room, Tianchi, Coulson, and Hawkeye were watching the monitor screen. Coulson asked, Mr. Tang, is he the hammer's owner you mentioned? Yes. Who is he? He is whatever the hammer is. Coulson was speechless. This riddle was truly maddening, yet they dared not ask further. The presence of this Oriental man put more pressure on them than the director did. If he didn't speak, who would dare to press for answers? Since Coulson could not ascertain that the hammer was Thor's hammer, Tianchi also did not want to expose Thor's identity for fear of causing complications. However, Coulson remembered something. Barton, how did you come in with Mr. Tang? Hawkeye replied, I just had a fight with him. Hiss. Coulson gasped, you're still alive. Are you that strong? Hawkeye was speechless. How was this like Black Widow, who immediately asked me how I didn't die, and her tone didn't sound concerned at all. But recalling Tianchi's feat of covering the arrow with his hand, he could only awkwardly say, Mr. Tang recognized me and spared me. Oh, Coulson seemingly realized it must have been Natasha who told him. Then since you've met Mr. Tang, apply to the director later to review Mr. Tang's information. Shoo. Tianchi suddenly placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. On the monitor screen, Thor stood up, speaking to the air incessantly. Coulson and Hawkeye exchanged glances. Could this so-called hammer's owner be suffering from a split personality and seeing hallucinations? But Tianchi knew that at this moment the god of mischief Loki must have appeared. Loki was adept in illusions, and invisibility was just a minor skill. However, the cold, mysterious energy characteristic that emanated from him was quite clear. Though faint and almost imperceptible, with his threefold power of the Hulk, his senses had been greatly enhanced, allowing him to barely detect it. As soon as Loki appeared, he brought Thor shocking news. Father is dead. How can that be? He was fine when I left. Father's time had long come. This time, he used too much divine power to save us from Jotunheim. After returning to Asgard, he fell into a coma. He passed away peacefully. Thor's eyes became moist. I want to go back and attend my father's funeral. Loki shook his head. Your banishment was a condition for peace with Jotunheim. Mother forbids you from returning, and I cannot risk the two realms going to war while I assume the throne and bring you back. I am only here to inform you. Thor, upon hearing this, trembled in tears, curling his towering body like a child, helpless. Not only was he unworthy of being the god of thunder, but his father had also died because of his recklessness, almost triggering a war between the realms. Thor felt deeply guilty for his childishness and impulsiveness. Moreover, he couldn't even attend his father's final funeral, and all of this brought him immense sorrow. However, Thor never expected that all of this was a lie. He couldn't imagine nor dare to think that his brother Loki would use such things to deceive him. First of all, the All-Father Odin was not dead. He was simply in a coma, recuperating in a medical pod. Secondly, the goddess Frigga had not forbidden Thor from returning. All of this was a lie fabricated by Loki for a grand conspiracy. Although he couldn't hear Loki's voice, Tianchi was familiar with the plot, and with Thor's voice, he could roughly guess what Loki had said. Soon Tianchi sensed the cold energy leaving Thor's room and moving outside. Arriving at the place of the hammer, Loki tried to lift Thor's hammer, only to find that he couldn't do it at all. In the dark, Loki seemed to sense a mocking mental signal and immediately cast a sinister glance at Tianchi. Tianchi quickly closed his eyes, just now seeing Loki trying to lift Thor's hammer, he couldn't help but scoff inside. Given his character, it would be strange if he could lift it. Unexpectedly, such a faint mental fluctuation was sensed by Loki. The eyes are the windows to the soul. As soon as Tianchi closed his eyes, Loki's perception instantly failed. Tianchi wasn't afraid of Loki. Loki's strengths lay in tricks and illusions, and his direct combat power was not particularly high. In the original plot's battle in New York, the Hulk had pummeled him soundly. Later, when they arrived on Sakaar, seeing the Hulk in the arena, Loki was so scared that he wanted to turn and run. One could imagine the psychological shadow the Hulk had left on him. With 3 times the power of the Hulk and a calm mind, he wasn't afraid of Loki's illusions. However, now was not the time. Of course, if Loki came over proactively, that would be a different story. Fortunately, Loki was in a hurry to leave and didn't want to stir up trouble, so he avoided this crisis. Tianchi's strange behavior frightened Coulson. Seeing Tianchi so cautious and silent, it seemed he had encountered a formidable opponent. If even a monster like Tianchi had to be careful, then if a fight broke out, the ordinary people present would probably not survive. S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents were not afraid of death, but that didn't mean they wanted to become the small fish caught in the crossfire of superpowered battles. Coulson unconsciously drew his handgun, watching his surroundings vigilantly. After a while, Tianchi said, "He has left. Put the gun away." Coulson asked, "Who is he?" Tianchi looked at Coulson strangely. In the future, Coulson would die at Loki's hands. The person who just came is the one who will take your life in the future. Though Coulson managed to blast Loki with an energy cannon before his death, it was to no avail. He lost his own life, while Loki remained largely unscathed. Having devoted his entire life to S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson was an ordinary man who performed extraordinary deeds akin to those of superheroes, earning him genuine admiration. In another timeline within Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., he survived, ascended to the position of director, and led a different group of heroes in their struggles against various villains. Yet it remained uncertain which timeline or Earth this was. With this thought, Tianchi retrieved a recovery potion from his storage compartment and handed it to Coulson. Keep this potion close to you. In a life-or-death moment, consume it immediately. Alas, I cannot be certain if it will save you. In the original narrative, Coulson, ambushed by Loki, lay on the ground, with only his fingers barely able to move, likely lacking the strength to take the recovery potion. Yet he could not personally guard a mere passerby like Coulson. He could only do this much and hope for his safety. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Coulson clutched the recovery potion tightly, knowing that a formidable figure like Tianchi would not jest about such matters. There must be some revelation behind it. His future survival hinged on this potion. It was a pity that with his mortal eyes he could not perceive the fatal adversary Mr. Tang had mentioned. Otherwise, he could have taken precautions. Since Coulson had received a potion, it was only fair to give one to Hawkeye, Black Widow's steadfast friend through life and death. Tianchi left 2 bottles without a word and departed, leaving Hawkeye and Coulson exchanging bewildered glances. Hawkeye in particular harbored countless unanswered questions. Coulson, who exactly is he? So mysterious. When did Natasha find such a husband? Is it genuine or just for a mission? Barton, let me first apply to the director. Since you've had contact, you should be cleared to access his file. After reporting to headquarters, an encrypted file arrived promptly. Reading it from start to finish, Hawkeye broke out in a cold sweat, inwardly relieved. No wonder Black Widow and Coulson, upon hearing of his fight with Mr. Tang, had first asked if he was alive or dead. Had Mr. Tang harbored even a hint of murderous intent, he would have died 10 times over. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but feel happy for Black Widow. Natasha, perhaps he is your destined one. In the future, if you can resolve the childbearing issue, your life will have no regrets. Tianchi did not take Thor away, leaving him alone to find peace. Though Odin's passing was false news, it served as a reflective journey for Thor's spirit, not worth deliberately disrupting. Someone would come for him later anyway. As expected, shortly after Tianchi left, Jane, Darcy, and Eric arrived. Hearing that Thor had forcibly entered a military-restricted zone and been detained, Jane grew anxious. That Tang Tianchi guy claimed to be friends with Thor, and they came together, but when trouble struck, he vanished. Humph. Trespassing into a military-restricted zone could be serious or trivial. Handled lightly, it could be dismissed as a misunderstanding, a civilian unaware of the area's significance. Handled severely, he could be treated as a spy detained for interrogation with no release in sight. Jane naturally couldn't let Thor be taken away. After discussing with Darcy and Eric, they concocted a flimsy excuse. They claimed Thor was part of their astrophysics research team, a Princeton PhD who had hit his head and was now disoriented. Given America's general leniency towards scholars, they hoped to bluff their way through. To add authenticity, they deliberately crafted a fake ID badge and hastily printed resumes. With everything prepared, they went to retrieve him with the forged documents. Coulson struggled to suppress a smile as he asked Ms. Jane Foster, "Is this gentleman named Thor your PhD? Yes. Then why is he so skilled in combat? Last night over a dozen of our elite soldiers couldn't stop him." "Well, he enjoys fitness." "Yes, fitness." Watching the 3 scholars trying to appear calm, Coulson chuckled inwardly. He wondered how they came up with such reasons. Fitness enabling one to defeat over a dozen elite soldiers. I need to make a phone call for instructions. Please wait a moment. Without stepping away, Coulson dialed a number in front of Jane, Darcy, and Eric. However, he didn't call Director Fury, but Tianchi. "Mr. Tang, a beautiful scholar named Jane Foster is here to retrieve that fellow Thor, and she's come up with some flimsy excuses. Do you have any suggestions?" Jane's face flushed with embarrassment as the 3 exchanged glances. "Let them go, but make a copy of their research data. It will be useful later." Understood. In the original storyline, Coulson had gone to the town and taken all of Jane's data. Finding it valuable, he later invited Eric to S.H.I.E.L.D. as a consultant for studying the Tesseract. Due to his arrival, Coulson's attention had been entirely absorbed by the hammer, causing him to miss this plot point. Since Coulson asked, Tianchi steered the narrative back on track. Ending the call, Coulson said, "You may take him, but in exchange I need all your research data." Darcy asked cautiously, "Sir, the Mr. Tang you just spoke with, is his name Tang Tianchi?" "Yes." "Yeah, I knew it. He's not ordinary. Is he some big shot?" Coulson replied that, "I'm not at liberty to say." Jane fumed. "I'm fine, don't tell me. I'll ask him myself. He's so secretive. There must be a scheme." Darcy said, Professor, I don't think Tang is a bad person. Jane retorted irritably. You little girl, already speaking up for him before you've even won him over. Say another word, and I won't let your thesis pass. In the original plot, Coulson forcibly took all of Jane's data and equipment, the fruits of years of research, sparking her fierce opposition. Though compensated with money to a scholar, research data was far more valuable. Now, with only a copy needed as a condition for Thor's release, Jane and Eric were less resistant, as it wouldn't hinder their own research. Soon Coulson had his men copy all the data and arranged for Jane and the others to see Thor. In truth, Coulson hadn't imprisoned Thor. The god remained in grief, unwilling to leave. Jane's arrival soothed Thor's wounded spirit. Hearing that his father had died and he couldn't attend the funeral for certain reasons, she felt deep sympathy. No wonder he had been acting strangely. A major family tragedy had left him mentally unsteady. As they left, Thor passed by the hammer and gently caressed it. One day I will prove myself and lift you again. Coulson, seeing them off, remarked, Buddy, when you come next time, I'm not sure the hammer will still be here. Thor was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you moving it? No one else can lift it but me. Someone has lifted it, Coulson said calmly. Impossible. Thor refused to believe. Coulson shrugged and didn't reply. Since Thor didn't know it meant Tianchi hadn't told him, so Coulson saw no need to elaborate. Could there truly be a worthy wielder of Mjolnir on Earth? Did Father cast it here to await another destined one? Shaken by the deception, Thor grew uncertain. This was a military zone, not a place to linger, so Jane urged him to return to town first. After Thor left, Coulson browsed Jane's data. Not being a scientist, he organized it briefly and sent it to headquarters for expert analysis. When he saw the data on the hammer, his pupils contracted. Mjolnir. That hammer was Mjolnir. Recalling Tianchi's words, whatever the hammer is, so is the man. He pieced it together. Had the man he just released been the mythical Thor? The hammer's extraordinary nature coupled with Tianchi's words confirmed his suspicion. He immediately relayed his discovery to headquarters. The data on the hammer and Asgard had been casually gathered by Jane. Tired of hearing Thor talk about Asgard and being the god of thunder, Jane had researched some historical myths to understand her boyfriend's interests. Little did she know these notes would eventually reach Coulson. Soon Fury himself called, Coulson, where is Thor? He just left. How could you let him go? Director Mr. Tang instructed us to be courteous to the hammer's owner. Though Thor seems ordinary now, I dared not forcibly detain him. Fury pondered briefly. You did the right thing. Since Tang knows his identity and has lifted the hammer, he likely understands the situation best. Defer to him and consult him before any actions. Yes, sir. Back in town, Tianchi soon received a substantial sum of money along with a message from Director Fury, simple in content. A request for his intervention. In the original plot, the incident only affected a small town, hardly threatening Earth. But Fury didn't know that. Seeing the involvement of deities, the hammer's crash, and Thor's loss of power, all signs pointed to unrest in the mythical realm. Given his cautious nature, he naturally made preparations in advance. On Earth, no one was more suitable than Tianchi. This time the enemy was divine, making it hard to gauge combat capabilities as myths often distorted true power. Fury only hoped that Tianchi, this anomaly, possessed strength comparable to the gods. The town enjoyed 2 rare days of peace and calm. Drowning his sorrows, Thor drank daily while Jane stayed by his side. But Tianchi knew that once Loki, far away in another realm, finished his business, major events would soon unfold. The last time Loki departed in haste, he was rushing to Jotunheim to meet with Laufey, the king of the Frost Giants. When Thor and his party stormed into Jotunheim, he discovered that he was not of Asgardian blood, but a frost giant. During the battle, the moment his skin touched another frost giant, his body instantly turned the same icy blue. After Odin, the All-Father, rescued them, Loki went to the weapons vault, found the source of the frost giant's power, and confirmed his racial identity. Seeing Loki's actions, the All-Father had no choice but to confess, in truth, you are the son of Laufey, king of the Frost Giants. Then the All-Father recounted the tale. In the war between the two realms long ago, the All-Father stormed the Frost Giant's temple and found an abandoned child whom he adopted. As for why the son of the Frost Giant king was left in the temple, and how did the All-Father later confirm Loki's heritage, Odin offered no further explanation. Loki, enraged, quarreled with the All-Father. The crux of his accusation against the All-Father was that, believing he was not their biological son, Odin and Frigga had always favored Thor. Before Odin, he seemed like a child vying for affection. He could not inherit the throne, not because he was unworthy, but only because he was an adopted son, and thus the crown was passed to the reckless Thor. Amidst the quarrel, Odin, the All-Father, collapsed weakly. His lifespan was at an end. He could fade at any moment. In the end, the All-Father slumbered in a medical pod. Frigga, arriving upon hearing the news, comforted Loki, saying, "Keeping it from you was to spare you from feeling like an outsider. We love you just as much as we love Thor." But how could the stubborn, petty Loki heed her words? A kingdom cannot be without a ruler for a day, and as the only prince of Asgard left by Odin, Loki temporarily ascended the throne. Loki, known as the god of mischief, consumed by jealousy and rage, devised a plan. First, he visited Earth to see Thor spinning a colossal lie to prevent his return, then journeyed once more to Jotunheim. During Thor's coronation, it was he who had helped the frost giant sneak in and revealed the way to the weapons vault, all to thwart Thor's ascension. The vault held the frost giants' ancestral treasure, the source of their power, which could revive their race. Thus, even knowing it might be a trap, the frost giants would leap at any chance. Loki got his wish if the chaos interrupted the coronation. The outcome even surpassed his expectations. Thor was banished. Now he returned to negotiate with the frost giants, offering to lead them in an assault on Asgard. Laufey, the frost giant king, demanded, "You are the king of Asgard. Why would you ally with us?" "Ha ha ha," Loki sneered. "As everyone knows, I inherited the throne only because Odin fell into a coma and Thor was exiled. Once my dear brother returns, the throne will be taken back." "Ha ha ha," laughed Laufey. "You want me to kill Thor?" "No, I will kill Thor myself. I need you to help me stage a performance." "What performance?" "You attack Asgard, then pretend to be repelled by me. That way I will gain enough prestige to become a legitimate king." "Umph. Staging this act with you will cost many of my frost giant subjects their lives. What can you offer to sway me?" "The source of power." Laufey leaned forward, his massive form trembling with rage. "Lies. According to the information from the last infiltration squad, the vault is guarded by the destroyer left by Odin. No one can steal anything from it." "Heh, you forget. I am the king now. The destroyer obeys the king's command. I will move it away." Laufey, king of the frost giants, stared intently at Loki on the dais, his mind racing. The entire plan seemed sound. Loki, to secure his throne, would use the frost giants' power, while the frost giants would reclaim their ancestral treasure, the source of power. It was a win-win situation, except for Thor. Little did the frost giant king suspect that Loki harbored an even stranger scheme. He did not even know that the new king of Asgard standing before him was his own son. And Loki, with no intention of acknowledging kinship, gazed darkly at Laufey, waiting for him to take the bait. Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, yearned to know what Loki discussed with the frost giants, but he could neither see nor hear anything concerning Loki. He knew that Loki had found a way to block his sight. Thus, who had helped the frost giant infiltration squad evade his eyes during their last incursion into Asgard became abundantly clear. But now Loki was the newly crowned king. Without strength or evidence, Heimdall dared not act rashly. Just then, Thor's loyal comrades, the warrior Sif, Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg, refusing to accept Loki's rule, seized Loki's absence to seek out Heimdall, intent on traveling to Earth to find Thor. Heimdall used the Bifrost to send the Thor to Earth. The moment the Rainbow Bridge opened, S-H-I-E-L-D detected a powerful spatial fluctuation. Coulson quickly called Apocalypse. "Mr. Tang, we've detected a new wormhole." Apocalypse, after a moment's thought, realized it was Sif and her group coming for Thor, and said, "If it's 4 people, leave them be. Do not engage them. Tell them the person they seek is in the small town. If it's a giant metal humanoid machine, flee immediately, as far as you can, and leave the rest to me." Coulson nodded solemnly. "Understood." The wormhole opened and a rainbow of light traversed the vast interstellar distance, descending upon Earth. The dazzling multicolored divine radiance made it impossible to see. When the rainbow light faded, a massive ancient rune pattern appeared on the ground. The scorching energy had baked the sand into black crystalline clumps, and in the center stood 4 figures. The Asgardian warriors Sif, Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg had arrived. As the 4 stepped out of the rainbow teleportation rune, Coulson was already waiting for them in the distance. Coulson asked, "Are you looking for someone?" "The person you seek is in the small town 50 kilometers east of here." Sif asked in surprise, "How do you know we're looking for someone? And who are we looking for?" Coulson replied, "A powerful being told me. I am merely a messenger." "Could it be Thor?" "No, Thor has lost his powers. He wouldn't be considered a powerful being now." "How dare you speak of Thor that way? He is still our prince." "I'm just stating facts, not insulting him." Sif interjected, "Enough, stop arguing. Let's find Thor first, then everything will become clear, won't it?" The group of 4 soon arrived at the small town. The medieval attire of Sif and the others drew curious glances from passers-by. Especially Sif, tall, clad in a dark yellow leather jerkin, a long sword in hand, exuded a heroic aura. Her appearance and bearing outshone many a famous actress. In this remote town, such extraordinary beauty had never been seen. Every man's gaze was riveted. Sif walked on utterly unconcerned. To the people of Earth, they were gods, and gods need not care for the opinions of mere ants. Thor had recently become something of a local celebrity in the town, and with a little inquiry, Sif and her companions found him in a bar. Thor looked up, overjoyed. "Hey, is it you? Sif, Fandral, Hogun, Volstagg, what are you doing here?" They embraced in a huddle. Once the joy of reunion had subsided, Sif said, "We want you to come back and be our king again. We don't trust Loki." Thor shook his head. "Mother forbids my return. I cannot go back. I am not worthy." The 4 asked in confusion, "Who said the queen forbids your return?" She wishes for your return every moment. After comparing notes, they realized Loki had told a monstrous lie. Thor was furious. He yearned to return to Asgard at once and teach his wayward brother a lesson for daring to toy with him so. Even now, Thor still regarded Loki as a brother utterly unaware of the destructive capacity of the god of mischief. But without Mjolnir and his divine power, returning would be futile. Friends, as much as I want to go back, I am not yet worthy. Fandral exclaimed impatiently. Are we to let Loki remain king forever? He will ruin Asgard. Hogun added. When we left, Heimdall told us Loki had gone to Jotunheim. The newly crowned king of Asgard visiting the frost giant's lair bodes ill. After much discussion, they found themselves powerless against Loki for now. Sif and the other three were mere subordinates. They could not openly defy Loki without just cause, let alone depose him. Only Thor, Odin's divine son, could legitimately contend for the throne. The problem was that without his powers, returning might be dangerous. Thor said, let's not worry about that for now. At least we know father is alive. 1 or 2 days won't make a difference. Let's have a drink first. Come, let me introduce you to my friend from Earth, Tang Tianchi. Only then did the four notice the Eastern man who had been standing by, smiling silently. Sif and the others offered a polite greeting. To the Asgardians, a human, whose life spans barely a century and strength barely 100 gene, was naturally beneath their notice. Their greeting was purely out of respect for Thor. Sensing their condescension, Thor said, don't underestimate him. I fought him, and he gave me 2 black eyes. Sif, Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg were startled. Was this Eastern man truly that formidable? Then they reasoned that without his powers, Thor was only slightly stronger than an average human, so defeating him was no great feat. But Hogun's fiery temper flared. How dare you strike our prince of Asgard? You have some nerve. Tianchi laughed, saying, it's deserved to be beaten when one's skills are inferior to others. This remark stirred up a hornet's nest, causing even the gentle Sif to slowly draw her longsword, ready to judge this earthling who insulted the prince. Tianchi stood up and said, it seems that without a proper fight we cannot settle this matter. Thor laughed heartily, saying, Haha Tang, I currently do not have the divine power, so I cannot take revenge personally. But they are my subordinates, so their beating you is also akin to me beating you, ha. Knowing that his father was not dead, Thor was in a good mood, and his goofy nature started to resurface. Tianchi shrugged, saying, so if I hit them, it's the same as hitting you. Hogun, who had the most impatient temperament, immediately drew his wolf-tooth hammer and was ready to strike. Thor stopped him, saying, let's go outside the town, we shouldn't damage others' homes. Although they were not peak powerhouses like Thor, they were still Asgardians, and fighting in the town center would likely destroy the entire small town. They arrived at the outskirts of the desolate area. Hogun swung his wolf-tooth hammer and charged forward, saying, let me teach you a lesson first. With a light pop sound, the hammer was grabbed by Tianchi and could not move. The wolf-tooth spikes that could pierce steel plates could not even penetrate Tianchi's skin. You all can come at me together. Don't waste time. Upon witnessing this, Sif and the others finally realized that this Eastern man was likely not simple, and they dared not be careless, drawing their weapons and encircling him. Sif wielded her sword with agility, primarily attacking from the front. Hogun used the wolf-tooth hammer, while Vandal used a meteor hammer to flank and restrain. Volstagg, with his robust physique, used a great sword to attack from behind. In an instant, a reasonably effective attack formation was formed. Tianchi nodded secretly. Indeed, they were the most elite team under Thor capable of battling in the frost giant's lair, and they were not weak. However, this made it all the more interesting. Tianchi flashed, evading the attacks from the left and right, and punched towards Sif. Sif held her sword in front of her, gripping the hilt with one hand while pressing down on the sword's tail with the other. Tianchi felt as if his punch had struck a spring. The sword bent into a semicircle, and with a bang the sword rebounded, sending Sif sliding back several dozen meters, dissipating the force of the punch. The Asgardian warrior was indeed not simple. Just this one punch revealed that they were far more agile than the opponents Tianchi had faced before. The attacks from Vandal, Hogun, and Volstagg followed, with the wolf-tooth hammer, the meteor hammer, and the great sword striking towards Tianchi from behind. Tianchi stretched out his finger, pinching Volstagg's great sword between 2 fingers, causing Volstagg's eyes to widen in shock. How was this possible? The meteor hammer came in with a strange trajectory. Tianchi tilted his head and dodged the meteor hammer. At the same time, he flicked his fingers, sending Volstagg's great sword flying, colliding with Hogun's wolf-tooth hammer. With a crisp metallic clash, the great sword flew far away, while Hogun's hand went numb from the shock, almost losing grip on the hammer. In just a few exchanges, the four were forced back and weapons were lost, causing their attacks to momentarily stagnate. Hogun calmed his temper and said, no wonder you could beat Thor into 2 panda eyes. With such strength, you indeed have the confidence to be arrogant. This caused Thor to roll his eyes. This guy really knows how to bring up the past. Sif jogged back to rejoin the encirclement. This time they did not dare to underestimate Tianchi again. Sif's sword slowly ignited, with a flame seemingly alive flowing along the blade. Vandal Hogan and Volstag's weapons also glowed with yellow light, preparing to utilize the unique divine power of the Asgardian warriors. "Yeah!" Sif shouted, lunging directly at Tianchi with her longsword. Before the sword even reached him, Tianchi felt a searing heat on his chest, causing a small patch of skin to be scorched. "Ha ha ha, good." Tianchi laughed heartily. "This is the kind of battle I wanted." Before this, all the battles Tianchi had encountered were physical attacks, and his physical strength had been proven to surpass even top powerhouses like Thor. Only these divine powers, spells, and magical non-physical attacks had yet to be faced. Today he would see what peculiarities these attacks possessed. Tianchi intended to replicate the move, pinching at Sif's longsword with his fingers. To his surprise, Sif did not dodge or retreat, and swung her sword straight down. The power that had previously been able to pin Volstag's great sword was now as if it were a mud cow entering the sea, unable to exert force. Sif's sword cut straight down, slicing through Tianchi's palm. A gash extended from his index finger to his wrist. If he hadn't retracted quickly, he would have nearly severed half his hand. Fortunately, Tianchi's recovery ability was astonishing. The flesh on both sides healed at a visible speed, the muscles seemingly alive, like little worms growing towards each other, desperately pulling the flesh and bone together. All four of Sif's companions were seasoned warriors. They would not foolishly wait for Tianchi to recover, instead spreading out in different directions to attack him. Tianchi was not in a hurry to determine the outcome. He responded to each move, carefully feeling the methods of these divine power attacks. Sif and the others knew Tianchi was strong, but they had fought throughout their lives and had encountered strong opponents before. They expertly employed a Hitandran tactic, striking and retreating, never engaging Tianchi in a direct clash of strength. However, Tianchi's strength was not something that could be easily dispelled. Too often, with a single punch, the four divine warriors needed to slide back over 100 meters to dissipate that immense force. For a moment, within a radius of 1,000 meters, yellow dust filled the sky, loud booms echoed, and the ground was occasionally blasted into large craters by the tremendous force and divine power. The five people produced a spectacular scene akin to a 1,000-person brawl. Fortunately, it was not in the center of town, otherwise the entire small town would be destroyed. However, 2 hands cannot match 4 fists. Now facing 8 hands as time went by, Tianchi's body bore more and more wounds. Thor, witnessing this, shouted, "Brothers, don't go all out. He is my friend on earth." Tianchi smiled, saying, "Thor, who knows who will show mercy?" With that, he disappeared with a bang. Tianchi's ultimate technique, supersonic limit attack. This was the attack method he comprehended at the Hammer Conference last time, making full use of his terrifying strength and abnormal physique. Unless the attacked can react to the supersonic speed, they will only be on the receiving end. The first to be attacked was Vandal, who held the meteor hammer. 2 meteor hammers flew into the air. Tianchi forcibly grabbed one, with one hand wrapping Vandal in a circle with the iron chain. The reason Tianchi targeted the meteor hammer first was that this weapon flew in unpredictable patterns, making it difficult to determine the direction of attack. It was best to deal with it first. Looking at his hands, the defense that could not be penetrated by cannonballs was surprisingly pierced by the spikes of the meteor hammer, creating several blood holes. It seems that Asgard's ability to dominate the 9 realms should not be underestimated. Seeing the situation, Sif shouted, "Back to back." The remaining 3 quickly backed up against each other, forming a flawless defensive formation. Tianchi tried it out. No matter which direction he attacked from, the person in front could block first while the others could respond quickly. For a moment, they were tactically unable to take him down unless they used brute force to crush him. Their weapons, empowered by divine power, would always sear the skin upon contact. If the Hulk were to face them, as long as he did not engage directly, he might even be hunted down by them. However, they did not know that Hulk had a trump card. Hulk smash. Tianchi clenched his fists and slammed them against the ground. With a resounding boom, the earth cracked open, the fissures snaking towards Sif and her companions as if alive. The 3 of them lost their footing and leaped into the air. In that instant, Tianchi vanished with a sonic boom, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Hogan and Volstagg saw only a blur as their weapons were knocked from their hands, and they crashed heavily before Thor. As the dust settled, Tianchi and Sif slowly emerged. Sif's sword pressed against Tianchi's heart, but could not advance. Her wrist was seized in his grip. With his other hand, he grasped her neck and lifted her off the ground. Instantly, Sif's face flushed crimson. This time, Tianchi had learned his lesson. Since he couldn't hold the divinely empowered blade, he would grab her hand and neck. Surely those parts weren't slippery too. Well, they were indeed quite smooth. Tianchi unconsciously traced his fingers along her jawline, wondering how a woman who fought day in and day out could maintain such flawless skin. Sif's face grew even redder. "You rogue. You brute. Put me down this instant." "Ahem. My apologies." Tianchi released her, and Sif, refraining from further attack, kicked him like an ordinary person before hurrying back to Thor. "Tang, no wonder you said, even if I reclaimed Mjolnir, I might not be a match for you. You truly have the strength to be arrogant." How can an earthling be this powerful? Thor approached with his 4 warriors. Sif, Fandral, Hogan, and Volstagg bowed slightly to Tianchi, striking their chests with their right fists in salute. It was the Asgardian warriors' salute, a mark of respect for the strong. Tianchi glanced at Sif, whose blush had yet to fade. Whether from his grip or her anger, he couldn't tell. Catching his gaze, which drifted to her chest as she saluted, Sif shot him a sharp glare, as if to say, "You rogue." Tianchi could only offer a helpless smile. He hadn't meant to tease her in the heat of battle. Such thoughts were far from his mind. As for that lingering touch at the end, well, it was simply a man's cursed instinct. Thor stepped forward and gave Tianchi a bear hug. "Father invites you to Asgard as a guest. It seems he has far better judgment than I. Once I reclaim Mjolnir, come to Asgard with me for a visit. Though Father may not be able to receive you himself." Sif and the others were startled. This man was personally invited by the All-Father. Who was he? No wonder he was so formidable, or perhaps their defeat was not unjust. Any lingering resentment faded entirely. "Thor, don't worry. You'll reclaim your hammer soon enough." Thor sighed. "I hope so, but I have no idea how." As he spoke, a powerful surge of energy rippled from afar. All present were top-tier warriors and sensed it instantly. In the distance, dark clouds gathered, the sky split asunder, and a black tornado descended, whipping up sand and stones. "The Bifrost?" Thor asked Sif. "Who else came with you?" The 4 warriors shook their heads. "No one. We told no one." Soon they had their answer. The rainbow light dissipated, revealing a towering humanoid machine within the transport rune. The Destroyer. It seemed formed of stacked metallic rings assembled into a humanoid shape, its surface gleaming with a dark metallic luster. Its face bore 2 gaping holes, yet no eyes. Only an abyssal darkness. If it stood still, it might be mistaken for a work of art. But now that artwork opened its face, spewing a searing torrent of flame. It killed indiscriminately and destroyed every building in its path. Wherever it passed, houses exploded, cars flew through the air, and flames roared skyward. In the original story, Coulson had recklessly shouted through a megaphone, "You are using unauthorized weapons. Identify yourself." The Destroyer ignored him and rained down destruction. Countless cars were destroyed, explosions erupted, and many agents perished. Only Coulson, by diving for cover, survived. But thanks to Tianchi's warning, the moment he saw the mechanical giant, he ordered his men to flee far away, escaping the catastrophe. Tianchi knew that far across the universe in Asgard, Loki had finally struck against Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost. Using the Frost Giant's power source, he froze Heimdall, seized control of the Bifrost, and sent the Destroyer to Earth. Loki had never cared about collateral damage. In an instant, the town erupted in screams as everyone fled. "Damn it, Jane and the others are still in town. We have to go back," Thor urged. Sif asked, "Who is Jane?" Tianchi replied, "His girlfriend." At that, Sif's expression darkened with disappointment. Sif had long harbored feelings for Thor, much like pepper pots for Iron Man, hoping for years that he would reciprocate. Even in Thor: The Dark World, Odin, unable to bear it, told Thor on the eve of his coronation, "Human lives are fleeting and not worth your attachment. Cherish those before you." He then glanced meaningfully at Sif in the distance. Yet Thor remained unmoved, leaving Sif heartbroken. In later events, her figure vanished from Asgard, her fate unknown. Unrequited love is the greatest sorrow in the world. But with the crisis at hand, Sif steeled herself and rushed with the others toward the Destroyer. Entering the town, Thor assigned tasks to his foreman squad. "Immortal now and can't fight alongside you. Hold off the Destroyer. He'll help evacuate the civilians." Then he turned to Tianchi. "Tang, I'm sorry. Asgard has brought disaster to Earth." Tianchi replied, "It's not your fault. I know Loki is behind this, and he'll settle the score with him." The 5 split into 2 groups. Thor went to find Jane, while Tianchi, Sif, and the others advanced toward the Destroyer. Sif veered to the side. "You draw its fire from the front." Fandral, Hogan, and Volstagg charged ahead, shouting for Asgard. But their cries were in vain. A single blast from the Destroyer sent them flying. Yet it bought Sif a precious opening. Leaping high from a building, she drove a spear into the back of the Destroyer's neck. The crimson flames within it flickered and died, and Sif landed on its back with a confident smile. Tianchi sensed danger. The Destroyer's metal rings slowly rotated, and in an instant its back became its front, a torrent of flame ready to erupt. With a sonic boom, Tianchi vanished. At the moment of the Destroyer's blast, he seized its massive head and twisted violently, sending a pillar of flame hurtling past Sif. Sif broke out in a cold sweat. "Thanks," she gasped, leaping off the Destroyer. The Destroyer's rings shifted again. The head Tianchi held became its feet, while its original feet rose to form a new head. The towering figure loomed over Tianchi. With a thunderous boom, he curled into a ball and launched himself into its chest, the impact toppling the giant. "After all these days, I can finally cut loose." Tianchi grinned wickedly. With a roar like an ancient beast awakening, he no bigger than an ant bellowed at the colossal Destroyer. The Destroyer swung a massive fist, but Tianchi met it fearlessly with a punch of his own. A thunderous explosion erupted. A visible ring of white ultrasonic shockwaves radiated outward. Sif, the closest to the blast, swiftly planted her sword into the ground and knelt to brace herself against the shockwave. Even so, she was forced backward, sliding over 30 meters before she finally halted. Wherever the ultrasonic shockwave passed, every pane of glass in the small town shattered without exception. Sif, Fandral, Hogan, and Volstagg exchanged glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. Was this the true strength of that earthling? In their earlier battle, he had clearly not unleashed his full power. If he had fought with all his might from the start, the four of them would not have withstood even a single blow. He had deliberately prolonged the fight, more like toying with them. At the thought of being teased, Sif recalled the touch of Tianqi's finger on her cheek, and a complex feeling stirred within her. Ha, as expected of Asgardian craftsmanship, sturdy and resilient. Tianqi's spirit soared as he struck freely. Since acquiring thrice the Hulk's strength, he had never truly fought at full capacity. When he battled the Abomination and the Hulk, even outnumbered 2-1, his opponents were too weak. They collapsed before he could exert his full might. Now, facing an adversary powerful enough, yet not easily killed, he could finally cut loose. His blood surged and boiled with exhilaration, a faint gurgling sound audible within. Boom, 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 boom. Each punch carried thrice the Hulk's strength, each strike generating a ring of ultrasonic waves. With every blow, the surrounding area was nearly reduced to a vacuum, only to be instantly filled by rushing air. The violent turbulence of the atmosphere turned the battleground into a sandstorm of hurricane intensity. The dust and rubble pulsed rhythmically with each explosion. Debris shot out like bullets, piercing through walls and billboards with ease. Within the combat zone, the destroyer's massive flames erupted, intermittently collapsing buildings and scattering debris. Sif and the others attempted to join the fray, but found themselves unable to even approach. After just 2 steps, they were pushed back by the shockwaves, let alone having to defend against the rubble and the destroyer's flames. Fandral said, "Sif, retreat. This level of battle is beyond our help. Let's regroup with Thor." Agreed. The force swiftly rejoined Thor. Meanwhile, Tianqi exchanged countless blows with the destroyer, discovering that while he could knock it down, he could not shatter it. The dark metal seemed not particularly hard. Even Sif could pierce it, yet it regenerated in an instant, leaving no trace of damage. Truly worthy of being the guardian of Asgard's vault, it was indeed extraordinary. As for the flames spewed from the destroyer's face, though immensely powerful, Tianqi was unafraid. The commotion was too great. Before the eruption, the entire body glowed red from within the metal rings, making it obvious, even to a blind man, that a major attack was coming. It might work against ordinary warriors, but against a powerhouse like Tianqi, who could accelerate to supersonic speeds at will, its effectiveness was limited. It seemed that to completely destroy the destroyer, physical attacks were insufficient, divine power or magical means were necessary. Earlier, Sif's simple thrust had temporarily extinguished the destroyer's flames, suggesting divine power was the key. The problem was Tianqi lacked such abilities. Sif and the others possessed divine power, but they were too weak to even enter the combat zone. In the original story, it was Thor who sacrificed himself, awakened his divine power, and ultimately destroyed the destroyer with the power of Mjolnir. Faced with the deadlock, Tianqi inexplicably recalled Captain America's classic line, "I can do this all day." In distant Asgard, Loki watched through the Bifrost, gripping the great sword of the Rainbow Bridge slightly tighter. When did Earth produce such a monster? And he was helping Thor and Sif. If this man remained unremoved, his arrival in Asgard would only complicate matters. Loki smirked wickedly. If one wasn't enough, then two. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered over the town, the sky split open, and the scene of the destroyer's arrival repeated. A second destroyer descended. Unlike the first, which rampaged indiscriminately, this one charged straight at Tianqi. From dozens of meters away, a stream of flame erupted. As Tianqi attempted to dodge the nearby destroyer's massive hands closed in from both sides. 2 hands weren't enough. The destroyer's legs morphed into another pair of hands. With eerie forearmed coordination, it trapped Tianqi in place. Tianqi was startled. Were these 2 destroyers coordinating? Before the second arrived, the first had only fought Hedon, never using such bizarre tactics. With 4 heavy blows, Tianqi blasted the giant hands away. But that brief delay brought the destroyer's flames upon him. A colossal pillar of fire engulfed Tianqi instantly. In the distance, Thor cried out, "Tang, get out of the way." But it wasn't over. The first destroyer also unleashed its flame, 2 streams of fire converging from front and back, pinning Tianqi in place. At the point of intersection, a fireball grew larger and larger until it reached its limit. With a deafening blast, the fireball exploded. Flames spread like a tidal wave across 1,000 meters, turning wood to charcoal and steel red-hot, reducing the entire town to a sea of fire. Fortunately, thanks to Tianqi's prolonged resistance, the townsfolk had already been evacuated. Otherwise, countless civilians would have perished. Among the debris thrown out by the explosion was a charred corpse, Tianqi. By a strange twist of fate, the corpse rolled in an oddly precise trajectory, landing right before Thor. At that moment, no one had the presence of mind to question whether the trajectory defied physics. The stalwart Thor could no longer hold back. He knelt, tears streaming onto Tianqi's corpse, and whispered, "I'm sorry. Tang, my friend, it's all my fault. My arrival has brought disaster upon you." After weeping for a while, Thor stood and said to Sif, "Go now. You must return to Asgard alive and stop Loki." "And you?" Thor's expression calmed as he replied, "Don't worry, my friends. I have a plan." With that, he strode toward the two destroyers with a solemn, heroic air. On Tianqi's charred corpse, one eye quietly opened. Seeing Thor advance, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The plot had finally been steered back. When the second destroyer descended, Tianqi wasn't sure he could defeat them, but he could certainly escape. Yet it served as a warning. Wasn't there supposed to be only one destroyer? Legend held that the destroyer was a secret ultimate armor forged by Odin to combat the Celestials. Crafted by the dwarves of Nidavellir from Uru metal, it was not only indestructible, but also could be imbued with magic and enchantments. Even Odin could not forge a second such weapon. So where did this second destroyer come from? For now, Tianqi couldn't fathom it, and decided to ask Thor or Odin after the battle if the opportunity arose. In the original story, Thor stepped forward to save the townsfolk facing the destroyer as a mere mortal. Truly, as a son of Asgard, his willingness to sacrifice himself for ordinary earthlings reflected a heart full of compassion. Tianqi had been so caught up in his own enjoyment of the fight that he hadn't realized the butterfly effect he was causing. If this continued, he would miss the crucial moment of Thor's awakening. If Thor failed to awaken, the butterfly effect could steer the future into unknown directions. Since a second destroyer had appeared, Tianqi decided to go with the flow and pretend to be defeated. To heighten the impact, as his corpse was flung, he subtly used his fingers to push off the ground, landing precisely before Thor. A boisterous friend who once shared drinks and brawls now lay before him as a charred husk. The shock was overwhelming. Thor was instantly transformed. No one had noticed Tianqi's little trick, but he couldn't resist opening one eye. The charred outer layer cracked with a faint sound. The perceptive Sif caught the subtle noise and glanced over, locking eyes with Tianqi. In that moment, two eyes met one, and the atmosphere grew rather awkward. With a heart full of sorrow and anger, the thunder god approached the two destroyers. The destroyers stood motionless, watching him without attacking, patiently awaiting orders from another world. "Loki, I know you are watching me. Is this what you want? To slaughter civilians and harm the innocent? What benefit does this bring you? If you want to kill, then kill me. Otherwise, when I return to Asgard, I will teach you a lesson, brother." The crowd in the distance held their breath, and the small town fell silent. Just now, the monstrous apocalypse had been slain by the two destroyers. Seeing the thunder god provoke them, many could not bear to look and covered their eyes. Suddenly, Destroyer No. 1 swung its giant hand, sending immense power crashing into the thunder god, launching him high into the sky. Boom! A flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, freezing the thunder god's body in midair. Countless lightning bolts materialized in midair, encircling the thunder god's body, emitting blinding white light. The thunder god, Thor, had awakened. In the original storyline, the thunder god was knocked unconscious and only awakened through the power of his hammer, moved by its essence. Now, due to the overwhelming stimulation from Apocalypse, he awakened his divine power without needing his hammer. The thunder god, the god of thunder, does not require a hammer to wield his lightning. Watching Thor standing in the void, Jane's mouth dropped open. Oh, my God. She had always thought her handsome boyfriend was just a bit slow. It turned out he was truly a divine being. He had been telling the truth all along. Daisy, Eric, and others looked equally shocked, standing frozen in place. The thunder god spread his arms wide and reached out. 50 kilometers away, the thunder god's hammer soared into the sky, accelerating rapidly, breaking the sound barrier, in an instant trailing a long sonic boom, and returned to Thor's hand with a loud bang. As for the thunder god in his complete form, he was finally whole. In an instant, the thunder grew even more intense, blinding those on the ground. The clouds in the sky moved with the wind, slowly forming a massive tornado vortex, with Thor positioned right in the center. "I, Thor, son of Odin, represent Asgard to destroy you." The thunder god descended from the sky, carrying the might of thunder, charging directly at the destroyers on the ground. In the original plot, this was his ultimate move that pierced through the destroyers with the power of lightning, completely extinguishing their life force. However, due to the butterfly effect of Apocalypse, 2 destroyers had arrived, changing the situation drastically. Under Thor's lock-in, the 2 destroyers could not evade and suddenly collided with each other. Metal rings on their bodies spun rapidly, stacking upon one another. In the blink of an eye, they formed a more powerful combined destroyer. The combined destroyer raised its hands, meeting the thunder god's hammer heated. Boom! The tornado trembled, nearly dispersing. Though the combined destroyer was struck low, almost on its knees, it suffered no fatal injury as the metal rings continued to spin and restored its form. The thunder god was taken aback, not expecting the combined destroyer to be so formidable. He elevated his body again, entering the cloud layer of the tornado. In that moment, thunder roared and lightning intensified with dark clouds expanding to cover the entire town. The tornado grew larger like a dragon sucking water, pulling sand and stones from the ground into the air. The small town, already battered, was stripped of every last remnant. The townsfolk watching from afar were unsure whether to cry for their lost homes or feel fortunate to witness a divine being in their lifetime. This time the thunder god descended once more, carrying even more thunder. The combined destroyer looked up at the sky, its face suddenly opening, unleashing a destructive flame 3 to 4 times stronger than before, shooting upwards. The thunder god did not shy away. Merging with his hammer, he became like a sharp blade, cleaving the pillar of flames in two and striking downwards. Just as the thunder god's hammer was about to make contact, the combined destroyer suddenly split, transforming into two. The unmatched thunder god's hammer struck down between the two destroyers. Boom! A massive pit several meters deep exploded from the ground, with dust being sucked into the clouds by the tornado, darkening the sky. Though the divided destroyers were blasted away by the explosion, they successfully evaded this fatal strike. Taking advantage of the thunder god's moment of vulnerability after his ultimate move, they launched a counterattack, unleashing waves of destructive flames and metal hands. In that moment, the thunder god became busy defending, no longer able to summon enough energy for another powerful strike. He understood that neither of his previous ultimate moves had harmed the combined destroyer, so using another powerful move would yield little effect. He could only rely on the hammer's peculiar abilities to dart up and down, attacking from side to side, suppressing the two destroyers. The destroyers were unafraid of physical attacks. Even the threefold strength of Apocalypse had not harmed them, nor could the thunder god's hammer do so. Often when he struck down, the destroyers would dent and appear severely injured. Yet as the metal rings on their bodies spun, they returned to their original form. Only the power of lightning could slow down or interrupt the destroyers' fiery attacks. Unfortunately, the strength of the attacks was insufficient to eliminate them entirely. The destroyers alternated between merging and splitting, their methods of attack far more intricate than when they faced Apocalypse. The thunder god was agile but lacked offensive strength. For a time, Thor and the two destroyers were locked in a stalemate, neither able to defeat the other. Jane and Sif watched anxiously from the side. What to do now? Those two metal monsters seemed tireless. Once the thunder god exhausted his strength, no one would escape. Hey, you jerk, get up and help Thor deal with those two destroyers. Sif kicked Apocalypse's charred body. Vandal, Hogan, Volstagg, Jane, Daisy, and Eric looked at her in terror. Was she crazy? He's turned to charcoal, and you're still kicking him. Do you have no conscience? Hurry up. Sif kicked again. Hogan stepped forward to advise Sif, don't do this. Brother Tang helped us fend off the destroyers and bought us time. Death is a great matter, let bygones be bygones. At the same time, he thought to himself that women are indeed petty. It was just a matter of Brother Tang squeezing her neck during their previous fight. Even after death, she still held a grudge. In the future, one must never offend this comrade, otherwise she would surely remember it until death. Sif shook her head and kicked a few more times. You don't understand, he is pretending. Hey, get up. Daisy rushed over, tears streaming down her face as she blocked Sif's path. You're too petty, he's already turned to charcoal, and you still won't let him go. You go pretend in front of the destroyers for me to see. Just moments ago, amidst a series of changes, Daisy had no time to mourn her Prince Charming. Now seeing Sif kick his corpse, all her grief surged forth. Everyone unanimously scolded Sif, which only made her even angrier. That jerk on the ground must have deliberately made her look foolish, as she had clearly seen him open his eyes just moments ago. You jerk, get up, a Thor is about to collapse. Sif shouted. Vandal, Hogan, and Volstagg moved forward, ready to pull Sif away to prevent her from doing anything inappropriate, which would be a disgrace to Asgard. Fine, let you pretend. Anyway, that thing of yours is burnt to a crisp and serves no purpose. I'll just cut it off. Let's see if you can still pretend. With a swish, Sif drew her sword, aiming for Apocalypse's crucial area. The others could not stop her and involuntarily shut their eyes. This was too cruel. Poor Brother Tang, who would not have expected to suffer such punishment even after death. Just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce, suddenly with a snap, two dark fingers accurately pinched Sif's long sword. Apocalypse slowly sat up, shedding the charred skin. After fighting so hard, can I take a break? No, the seven of them shouted in unison. In just a few minutes, everyone's emotions had soared like a roller coaster. Now seeing Apocalypse alive again, their anger outweighed their joy, and they unanimously turned against him. Apocalypse noticed that these 7 people seemed ready to eat him alive, so he quickly left this troublesome place, jumping into battle wearing only a pair of shorts. Indeed, he was left with only a pair of shorts, and they were golden. Not long ago, he had asked Iron Man to create some indestructible clothing. After much deliberation, Iron Man concluded that not even his armors, let alone ordinary clothes, could withstand the destroyer's onslaught. Eventually, he retrieved a small piece of vibranium left by his father Howard, stretched it into metallic threads, and wove them with high-tech fibers to craft a pair of shorts for Tianchi. After all, Tianchi needed these garments to avoid an embarrassing sight akin to the Hulk during battle. Naturally, the priority was to cover the essential parts. Tianchi had carried him twice. Gifting him a pair of woven shorts seemed hardly excessive. Regrettably, the vibranium was too scarce, yielding only a single pair. The outer garments had to be made from Earth's toughest materials. They sufficed for ordinary combat, but the destroyer's twin blasts of annihilation fire had reduced them to cinders, leaving only the vibranium shorts intact. This was one reason Tianchi was reluctant to move. Fighting in nothing but golden shorts before three beauties was hardly conducive to maintaining his image. But now with Thor outmatched and feigning death exposed by Sif, he had no choice but to step up. Haha. Great Tang, you're alive. But your attire? Thor inquired amidst the fray. Tianchi cast an envious glance at Thor. Moments ago, Thor had been in a t-shirt and jeans, so after his transformation, not only had his divine power and hammer returned, but his clothes had also been replaced by gleaming armor and a cape. A truly dashing sight. Thor, lend me your cape. No. Thor shook his head firmly. Your lack of clothes doesn't hinder your combat prowess. If I lend you my cape while you're half-naked, you'll never be able to wear it again. Half-naked? I still have shorts on. Still no. Tianchi was exasperated. Thor, that fellow was utterly ungenerous. Could a mere cape truly outweigh brotherhood? Fortunately, he had the foresight to prepare a pair of shorts, otherwise the situation would have been dire. The destroyer detected Tianchi's approach and unleashed a blast of annihilation fire, dragging him into the fray. Courting death, Tianchi's eyes blazed. A barefoot man fears none with shoes. I've lost everything, and you still dare provoke me. With a thunderous roar, Tianchi vented all his fury upon the destroyer. A sonic boom echoed as he leaped high, slamming his body into one of the destroyers and toppling it. Then, gripping its leg, he hoisted the 10-meter-tall metal colossus high and smashed it violently against the ground. Boom after boom echoed as the first destroyer was battered senseless. Though physical attacks couldn't annihilate them completely, they were enough to render them temporarily incapacitated, preventing their fusion. Ouch! Thor suddenly cried out, plummeting from the sky and landing face first in the dirt. It turned out that while Tianchi was wildly thrashing the first destroyer, he had accidentally swatted Thor out of the air. Thor fumed. Tang, did you do that on purpose? Boom. Tianchi smashed the destroyer again before replying. How can you say that? I was busy smashing here. Why did you fly over? You? Thor was at a loss for words. It seemed logical, yet something felt off. You take care of the other one. Without my divine power, I can't destroy these metal lumps. Thor ceased his hesitation, sword high, harnessed the lightning from the clouds, and dove straight down. Without their combined efforts, a single destroyer was no match for Thor. Mjolnir pierced through the second destroyer from head to base, unleashing countless bolts of lightning that filled its dark form. Sparks of lightning erupted within. Soon the flames of the second destroyer died out, and it toppled slowly. Before Mjolnir could return to Thor's hand, Tianchi reached out. Lend me the hammer. Mjolnir abruptly changed course, bypassing Thor's grasp, and flew into Tianchi's hand. For a moment, Tianchi seemed like a second Thor, his body crackling with lightning as the storm clouds above continued to strike the hammer with bolts fueling its power. If not for the undignified sight of him clad only in golden shorts, he would have been the spitting image of the god of thunder. Boom after boom. He struck the first destroyer dozens of times, flattening its body and extinguishing its life force with the lightning's power. The destroyer attempted to reform by rotating its metallic rings, but after a faint tremor it fell silent, utterly still. Thus the two destroyers were completely annihilated by the combined efforts of Thor and Tianchi. You can actually lift Mjolnir. Thor could scarcely believe his eyes. No wonder he had earlier spoken of fearing to discourage me. This was what he meant. At that moment no one paid heed to the destroyers. All eyes were fixed on Tianchi, who held the hammer. Sif, Fandral, Hogan, and Volstagg, Asgardian warriors all, knew full well what it meant to wield Mjolnir. Multiple pairs of eyes locked onto the man holding Mjolnir, their expressions shifting from initial disdain to anger and now to reverence. Sif's gaze toward Tianchi had transformed. His image in her mind was once again revolutionized. If not for the golden shorts, his stature would have been even more imposing. Hey, race your hammer back. Tianchi tossed Mjolnir to Thor. The thunder god caught at his expression complex. He had believed himself the hammer's sole master, only to discover it had another paramour clad in golden shorts. For a moment, he didn't know how to feel. Thor mused. No wonder father invited you to Asgard. If I hadn't awakened, would he have made you the god of thunder? How could that be? You've awakened now. But if. No ifs. I don't fancy carrying a hammer everywhere. It doesn't suit my image. What image do you have left? Daisy leaned in and whispered, I think it's pretty cool. The golden shorts are quite distinctive. Her eyes glistened with anticipation, awaiting Tianchi's response. Jane massaged her forehead in exasperation. Her in turn had completely succumbed. Tianchi changed the subject, asking, I heard the destroyer is your father's armor. Shouldn't there be only one? Why are there two? Thor replied, "There is indeed only one genuine set. The other was a replica father crafted for me, lacking the original's power. However, I found its design too hideous to wear." Oh, Tianchi understood. Thor frequently patrolled and fought across the 9 realms, so Odin naturally wished to protect his son. Since Odin needed the most powerful armor for himself, and to guard the vault, he couldn't let Thor take it. Thus he created a replica. Unexpectedly, Thor deemed it too ugly and refused to wear it. This mirrored the dynamics between Earth's parents and children. No wonder the first destroyer was so weak that even Sif could defeat it. Upon the second destroyer's arrival, the two even executed some intricate coordination, amplifying their power tenfold. Enough idle talk. Now that the destroyers are dead, Loki will surely know. Hell, hasten his schemes. You need to figure out how to return to Asgard. Thor realized the urgency. Loki's affairs couldn't wait. A delayed return would leave Asgard in chaos. Thor approached Jane and said, "I must go back to fight now, or it's not safe to take you. I promise I'll return soon and take you to see the Bifrost. The view there is magnificent, we could watch it all day." Jane whispered, "Then come back quickly. Don't abandon me." "I Thor swear by Mjolnir." The two exchanged tender words and heartfelt promises, sealing them with a deep goodbye kiss. Tianchi glanced at Sif, curious to see her reaction to witnessing her secret crush embrace another woman. To his surprise, Sif was also looking at him. They stared at each other, the atmosphere growing awkward once more. It ended with Sif glaring at him fiercely. "What are you glaring at me for?" "It's not like I kissed your man," Tianchi said. Sif, flustered and blushing, turned away without a word. After Thor and Jane's farewell kiss, he called for Tianchi, Sif, Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg to form a circle and began to call out, "Heimdall! Heimdall! Heimdall! Heimdall!" In the distant Rainbow Bridge control room, Heimdall, frozen into an ice statue by Loki, heard the call and slowly awakened. As the guardian of the Bifrost, he had served with unwavering loyalty. No matter where an Asgardian was, if they called him, he would always respond. Hearing the prince's call, Heimdall's eyes snapped open. Gathering all his strength, he shattered the ice encasing him. Several of Loki's loyalists in the control room heard the noise and surrounded him. Heimdall showed no mercy. With a swift stroke of his sword, he slew them all. Then, plunging his great sword into the control console, he expended the last of his power to open the Bifrost. A rainbow beam descended from the heavens, and Thor, Tianchi, Sif, Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg vanished from the spot. Only a scorching ancient rune remained on the desert. Jane, Daisy, and Eric stood in loss, gazing at the rune for a long while before departing. The rainbow light carried Thor, Tianchi, and the other 6 across the infinite cosmic expanse, heading toward Asgard. Tianchi and his companions soared through the rainbow light at immense speed. Outside the Rainbow Bridge, countless stars shimmered, yet they were left behind in the blink of an eye. They traversed an unknown number of universes and dimensions. Time seemed to blur, an instant yet an eternity. Suddenly, the rainbow light before them receded, and the group of 6 appeared within the rainbow control room. At the center of the rainbow control room stood a raised platform upon which lay the Guardian's sword. It was still connected to the rainbow channel, its entire form crackling with white lightning. Heimdall lay unconscious beside the Guardian's sword. He had been frozen by Loki's casket of ancient winters, suffering grievous injuries. When summoned, he had exhausted his last strength to shatter the icy seal. Thor rushed forward to examine him, relieved to find he was merely unconscious. He said to Fandral, "Take him to the medical bay. The rest of you follow me to the palace." "Yes." Tianchi quickly surveyed the control room. It was resplendent, a hemispherical dome structure. The walls were covered with layers of circular patterns within which ancient runes were densely inscribed. Exiting the control room, they stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge itself. The 7-colored divine light that usually guided Asgardians across various realms and planets was also called the Rainbow Bridge, but strictly speaking, it was merely an energy channel created by the bridge. The Rainbow Bridge itself was tens of meters wide and several kilometers long, spanning the Asgardian Sea. One end was the Rainbow Control Room, the other the mainland of the Asgardian Kingdom. The bridge was made of a translucent dark yellow crystalline substance of unknown origin, perpetually shimmering with 7-colored divine light. Looking along the bridge, smoke and fire rose in the distance, and the clamor of battle could be heard for miles. Thor was greatly alarmed. Loki has already made his move. He'll go to the palace first. Everyone follow. With a whoosh, he swung his hammer and vanished from their sight in an instant. Damn it! Tianchi cursed inwardly. Why didn't he take me along? He could jump great distances, but without knowing the palace's exact location, leaping about blindly, without guidance, risked being mistaken for an enemy. Finding Sif, Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg too slow, Tianchi simply swept Sif up. "You point the way." With that, he soared into the air. Sif instinctively resisted at first, but then for the greater good, resigned herself, knowing she couldn't break free. She stopped struggling and began directing him from the sky. Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg exchanged glances, their expressions relaxing. With these 2 powerful allies, they no longer needed to worry about the palace. If Tianchi and Sif couldn't handle it, the 3 of them wouldn't be of much help anyway. They decided to clear the rampaging frost giant soldiers along the way. Within the Asgardian palace, King Odin lay peacefully in his sleep pod in the bedchamber. Queen Frigga stood guard at the door, drawing her longsword to fight any frost giant who intruded. However, her primary skill was sorcery, as a witch her direct combat prowess was limited. After cutting down one soldier, she was struck aside by frost giant King Laufey, with a single blow powerless to resist. Laufey approached. His ice-blue hands passed through the golden energy shield into the sleep pod, slowly prying open King Odin's eyelids. I know you can still hear and see everything around you. Remember, the one who kills you is Laufey, king of the frost giants. Laufey extended his hand, conjuring an ice blade, and raised it high to slay Odin. Suddenly, a divine light struck him from behind, blasting him off the sleep pod with a resounding boom. Gravely wounded, Laufey struggled to lift his head, his face a mask of shock. He could scarcely believe that his attacker was none other than Loki, the god of mischief with whom he had conspired. Loki raised his scepter again, his face dark. The one who kills you is the son of Odin. With a crackling sound, another beam of divine light obliterated Laufey completely. The king of a race thus met his inexplicable end beside Odin's bed. Until his dying breath, Laufey couldn't fathom why Loki had killed him, nor did he realize that Loki was his own flesh and blood. In his mind, Loki, seeking the throne, had used him to slay his brother and father, a scheme perfectly befitting the cruel, cold nature of the god of mischief. A true tyrant would act no differently. From a ruler's perspective, this was the most logical and reasonable course of action. Yet what Laufey never imagined was that everything Loki did was not for the throne or prestige, but to prove to Odin and Frigga that he was a more worthy and excellent son than Thor. He had even cruelly slain his own biological father on the spot, and planned to annihilate the entire frost giant race, severing all ties with his past lineage. All the schemes, all the bloodshed were merely a performance for the queen's sake. Even Tianchi, witnessing this plot, felt like vomiting blood. Only someone with a mind twisted into knots could conceive such a childish, willful, yet brutal act. And yet, this was Loki, the god of mischief. Moreover, Queen Frigga, who had been struck down, was genuinely deceived. Touched, she said to Loki, "You saved your father." Then she embraced Loki with deep affection. A hint of triumphant smile lurked at the corner of Loki's mouth. "Mother, I swore to you that they would pay for their actions. I have done it." As his words faded, Thor and Tianchi arrived almost simultaneously. "Thor," shouted Loki. Tianchi looked around and saw Loki clad in armor, a cape over his shoulders, a golden scepter in his right hand, and a helmet upon his head. The helmet was dark gold with two tall ox horns on the forehead curving backward, giving him an eerie yet dignified aura. Compared to the robust Thor, Loki was slender with handsome features. Coupled with his smile, he possessed a sinister, captivating beauty. This was their formal meeting. The last time near Mjolnir, Loki had been invisible and Tianchi had not revealed himself. They had merely sensed each other's presence. Queen Frigga looked over, released Loki, and offered a gentle smile as she approached gracefully. "You have finally come." Thor, deeply moved with tears in his eyes, strode forward. "Yes, mother, I have returned." Unexpectedly, Frigga passed Thor and walked directly to Tianchi. "My husband Odin invited you just a few days ago. I thought it would be years before we met, yet here we are." Saying this, she took Tianchi's hand with the warmth of an elder. Thor stood frozen, a thought flashing through his mind. Had the frost giant struck his mother senseless? Could she mistake her own son? No, he mustn't think that of his mother. He circled back in front of Frigga. "Ahem, mother, I am here. I am Thor, your beloved son returned." Queen Frigga's expression showed a hint of reproach. "I know. You are over 1,000 years old, yet still so impatient. Can't you see I am receiving a guest? Asgard is in turmoil, the palace in chaos. This is already discourteous. As a prince, you should treat our guests with proper etiquette." Her words left not only Thor bewildered, but also Tianchi himself. Even if he could lift Mjolnir, he was merely an ordinary guest. Why would the queen formally welcome him, even ignoring her own sons? Thor laughed heartily. "Mother, he is a brother I met on Midgard. We've shared drinks and fought side by side. There's no need for such formality. If we speak of rank, he is a Midgardian under Asgard's dominion. He should be the one bowing to you. What do you know?" Queen Frigga chided him. "He is your brother, yes, but that does not diminish his status as a distinguished guest of Asgard. Strictly speaking, he is from Midgard, yet not entirely. He originates from a higher, truer dimension." Frigga pointed at Sif, who was still clamped under Tianchi's arm, and asked, "Is this?" Sif immediately snapped to attention, kicking like a little fish, and muttered, "Bastard, put me down." "Ahem. Sorry, I forgot." Sif hastily tidied her appearance and knelt before the queen with a half-kneeling salute. "Your Majesty." Rise. Tianchi said, "Your Majesty, I don't quite understand." It was not surprising that Queen Frigga could know he was from another world. In the original story, when Thor traveled back in time, she recognized him as having returned from the future at a glance. The queen said, "As everyone knows, I dabble in sorcery and can glimpse fragments of the future. When you clashed with Odin last time, your existence, like an indelible mark, suddenly appeared in Asgard's river of time. So I informed Odin and invited you here as a guest. No wonder when he lifted Mjolnir, Odin's spiritual pressure first blazed with fury, then made a sudden 180 turn. It was because Queen Frigga had notified him. Your Majesty, can you see my future? Frigga shook her head. My ability only allows me to see some fragmented images concerning Asgard. The moment you came into contact with Odin, Asgard's river of time underwent a drastic transformation, completely overturning everything I had previously seen. She then said to Thor, Thor, this brother of yours comes from a different dimension of noble status and is a great boon to Asgard. You must never treat him lightly. Thor said boisterously, he's my brother, who else would he help? But I really can't see where his nobility lies. Sif asked at his side, Your Majesty, is Tang an Eastern deity? Frigga cast a meaningful glance at Sif. No. He lacks the unique Tao aura of the Eastern pantheon. His truth is nobler than any race in this world. What truth? Everyone was utterly bewildered. The cultivation system of the Eastern deities is called true cultivation. True cultivators do not pursue raw power. Power is merely a byproduct of their journey through the false to cultivate the true, achieving immortality and ultimately transcendence. That is their philosophy. We all live within false appearances, and even this world itself is but a false veneer. Some mighty beings cultivate for millennia, merely seeking that sliver of true essence. As for Mr. Tang, the core of his truth far surpasses any powerful entity I have ever encountered. If Mr. Tang is jade, our truth is nothing but smoke, utterly insignificant. Flustered by such praise from the Queen, Tianchi said, Am I really that formidable? I couldn't even defeat the destroyer. Speaking of truth and falsehood, Tianchi did have some insight. In his past life, this world was merely a fictional two-dimensional realm. Having crossed over, everything now felt so real. But was his past life necessarily real? Many scientists in that former world had claimed that based on various signs, the universe humanity inhabited was highly likely a holographic simulation. Everything was merely a program from a higher dimension. The universe's rigorous structure, the exquisite precision of its constants, the elegance of its formulas, none of it seemed to occur naturally. If so, a false self had entered a false world where he was the most real. If someone from this world were to return to his past life, what would be true and what false then? How could one reckon with such truth and falsehood? Not to mention the theories of ancient sages like nothing exists outside the mind, no principle beyond the heart, or the universe is my mind and my mind is the universe. Had these ancient sages already perceived that the world of his past life was a holographic simulation? Thus many cultivators emerged, some perhaps not mighty, their heads no harder than a brick, yet they spent their lives pursuing the essence of truth. Just mulling it over briefly made Tianchi feel dizzy. Such philosophical questions were indeed unsuitable for a shootin'. The Queen smiled gently. Mr. Tang, there's no need to rush. As I said, the essence of cultivation is to refine truth from falsehood. Power is merely incidental. With Mr. Tang's core truth, improving his strength will not be difficult. Indeed, your very existence could have an immeasurable impact on our entire universe. Unfortunately, my level is too low to see much. Tianchi asked, Your Majesty, since you can see the future, why not prepare to change it early? You know the final outcome. How tragic was Asgard's end. King Odin perished, the queen was assassinated, and their eldest daughter Hela broke free from her seal and rampaged through Asgard. In the end, the entire realm of Asgard was obliterated by the fire giant Surtur. Asgard's people barely escaped onto a ship only to encounter Thanos. Loki died, Thor lost an eye like Odin. Perhaps blindness ran in the family. Only a small remnant of their bloodline survived, carrying on Earth. The divine realm that once ruled the 9 realms met such a fate. The queen smiled. Asgard has not fallen. How could there be an end? If you refer to those calamities. Alas, everything is for the best. Tianchi was non-committal. Does your Majesty also subscribe to fatalism? Was Asgard's downfall truly the best result? The queen sighed. Many believe that foreseeing the future and peering into the river of time can change it. But in truth, each person can do very little. Forcibly altering it either leads to a worse outcome or invites unpredictable forces to intervene. Tianchi thought of the time variance authority from Loki. Was that the unpredictable force? If the future was immutable and predetermined, what meaning did Doctor Strange search among millions of possibilities for the one successful outcome hold? Might as well give up entirely and let the TVA exhaust itself maintaining the timeline. Wouldn't that be pure fatalism? If change was possible, what purpose did the TVA serve? Unable to fathom these questions, Tianchi simply stopped thinking about them. At least Tianchi now understood that glimpsing the future did not mean omniscience. Of Frigga, for instance, could only see fragmented images related to Asgard. Everything else was inferred and not necessarily accurate. Through seeing the queen and Tianchi speaking in riddles, he couldn't follow, grew impatient. Seizing a moment of Tianchi's silence, he quickly said, Mother, I wanted to tell you that all this is Loki's scheme. At the mention of Loki, Tianchi became alert. Something was wrong. He and the queen had been talking for so long, yet Loki hadn't said a word. Too quiet, utterly unlike his nature. Tianchi reached out, drew Sif's longsword, and with a clang shot it toward Loki. Thor exclaimed in shock, "Tang, what are you doing?" The blade swiftly passed through Loki's body and embedded itself in the wall behind. Loki slowly faded and vanished. An illusion indeed. Given Loki's character, how could he sit still and wait for death when two top-tier powerhouses like Tianchi and Thor approached? Tianchi had no idea when Loki had slipped away. He likely left quietly as soon as they entered. At that moment, a brilliant multicolored light blazed outside. Intense radiance streamed into the palace. Damn! Tianchi recalled the original plot and said to Thor, "Loki is going to use the Bifrost power to destroy Jotunheim." Thor grew anxious at once. With a swing of his hammer, he vanished from the spot. "Goddess, we shall speak later." Tianchi hastened to bid farewell. Sif hurriedly bowed and followed him out. At the Bifrost, the bridge blazed with intense light, and within the translucent crystal, countless streams of energy surged toward the rainbow control chamber. From the circular pointer-like device in the control chamber, a powerful beam shot forth, crossing the cosmic sea of Asgard and disappearing into the dark void of space. The energy level was 10,000 times greater than during a normal transport. Without doubt, this rainbow divine light was aimed straight at Jotunheim, the stronghold of the frost giants. The rainbow divine light could be modulated. When properly controlled, it could create a rainbow bridge to transport beings anywhere in the universe. But now amplified 10,000-fold, it would tear anyone entering it to shreds. It was no longer a passage, but a passage of death. Over Jotunheim, divine light suddenly descended from the heavens, striking the frost giant's temple and triggering cataclysmic landslides. As the rainbow divine light's energy intensified, the planet's crust was churned up. If not halted, it would pierce through to the core and detonate it. Then all of Jotunheim would shatter like a balloon. "Loki, what are you trying to do?" Thor demanded fiercely. Loki replied, "I am proving to Father that I am worthy to be his son. I saved his life and destroyed the detestable race of frost giants. Now there will be no more wars between realms. You are too reckless. We have no right to decide the fate of an entire race. Stop this at once." On Earth, Thor had been willing to sacrifice himself for ordinary humans. How could he ever consent to the annihilation of a vast race? It cannot be stopped now, my brother. Just sit back and watch the show." Enraged, Thor hurled a bolt of lightning directly at Loki. The lightning passed through Loki, who dissolved into an illusion. The real Loki appeared behind Thor, striking with his scepter and nearly knocking Thor off the Bifrost. Thor flung his hammer Mjolnir, but it struck only an illusion of Loki. Unwilling to be delayed, Thor charged toward the rainbow control chamber, only to be ambushed by Loki and held at bay. "Tang, get to the control chamber and pull out the sword of protection." "All right." Tianchi dashed toward the chamber. Suddenly Loki appeared before him, raising his scepter and thrusting it straight at Tianchi. Without a second thought, Tianchi seemed to sprout 8 arms, flailing wildly in all directions. Up, down, left, right, front, and back, in a chaotic flurry. For a moment nothing but afterimages filled the air. Above his legs, his entire torso became a blur of arms. A rapid series of airbursts crackled like firecrackers. Suddenly one of his hands struck something solid. With a loud thud, the real Loki tumbled from the void, sliding dozens of meters across the ground, his face twisted in agony. A dent caved into his chest. "You little fool, trying to play illusions with me. See if I don't beat you to death." Tianchi abandoned the pursuit, letting Loki go, and sprinted to the rainbow control chamber. The chamber blazed with blinding light, torrents of golden divine energy pouring forth. Even with eyes shut, the radiance pierced through his eyelids, nearly blinding him. Tianchi tried to force his way in, but could not. The light pressure was so immense it had formed a natural energy shield protecting the chamber. Bracing his arms before him, Tianchi pushed forward with all his might, leaving deep footprints in the floor. But before he had advanced halfway, the ground gave way, the hard stone ground to powder under the overwhelming pressure. Losing his footing, Tianchi was hurled back. He tried several more times to no avail. With a roar, he decided that if gentleness would not work, he would try brute force. Unleashing the full power of 3 Hulks' strength, Tianchi struck forward. But though his force was immense, it met the light pressure like punching cotton, yielding no resistance. Tianchi was secretly alarmed. If even a fraction of the leaked energy was this formidable, and his 3 Hulk strength could not even draw near, how terrifying must the energy striking Jotunheim be? Indeed, before the power to destroy a planet, human strength seemed pitifully insignificant. "Thor, I can't get in. Lend me your hammer." Tianchi stretched out his hand, and Thor, sensing his hammer being pulled, released his grip. Mjolnir flew to Tianchi, who, combining his immense strength with lightning power, hurled it with all his might at the sword of protection. It was useless. Though he advanced a little further, the light pressure flung him back, the hammer shooting past him like a cannonball. Damn, even that didn't work. Tianchi cursed under his breath. No wonder Loki said it couldn't be stopped. No one could approach the chamber until the energy was spent. Tianchi stepped back, thinking, He noticed that while the chamber was filled with light pressure, the spherical device emitting the rainbow divine light outside was not. The device was a sphere spinning at high speed with a pointer at its front. Pointer was a term relative to a planet. To a person, it was a cannon barrel of unimaginable size. The rainbow divine light shot from the pointer into the void ahead. To concentrate energy, the sphere and pointer were perfectly sealed with no light escaping. Seeing this, Tianqi leaped high into the air and landed on the side of the spherical pointer. With a mighty cry, he pressed his hands against the rapidly spinning sphere. The moment he touched it, his flesh was ground to shreds. Even the Hulk's body, impervious to cannon fire, proved no match for this device. Biting back the searing pain, Tianqi exerted his full strength, forcing the pointer upward with sheer might. From afar, Thor shouted in alarm, "Tang no!" But the high-speed pointer's deafening roar and the divine light's vibration drowned out his voice. The colossal beam of light slowly lifted from the plane of the cosmic sea. Thor was frantic. His brother had lived his entire life on Earth, never even venturing into space. He had no knowledge of cosmology. On Earth, the ground was solid and the sky was empty. Firing a salute upward would hit nothing. But in the cosmos, there was no distinction between sky and ground. Every direction contained galaxies. Moreover, Asgard was not a planet, but a vast flat continent, giving Tianqi a misleading impression. And he was unaware of the Bifrost's true nature. The rainbow divine light could traverse countless dimensions. It would not dissipate until it struck a solid object. Only objects of planetary scale or larger could block such intense light. By lifting the pointer, Tianqi was merely redirecting the energy that would have destroyed Jotunheim toward some unknown, unfortunate planet in the cosmos. As the rainbow pointer rose, the divine light on Jotunheim's surface swept across the continent, carving an abyssal canyon in its wake. Then the light left Jotunheim, slicing through the cosmic void, warping space and extinguishing stars. Countless distant, unknowable planets suffered calamity. Loki stood in the distance, staring at Tianqi with a cold smirk. Thor, abandoning his fight with Loki, waved his arms, frantically shouting, "Tang, don't push it." Misinterpreting Thor's gestures as encouragement, Tianqi shouted back, "Come help me. I can't lift it high enough." But the sphere's deafening roar drowned out both their voices. Thor spun his hammer, intending to fly over and stop Tianqi. Then he realized that as long as the rainbow light continued to fire, stopping Tianqi would be futile. Some planet would still be doomed. With that thought, Thor raised his hammer high, seeing the only solution. With a thunderous crash, Mjolnir struck the Bifrost. Tianqi grew frantic. Is Thor an idiot? I've already changed the course of events. Why is he still smashing the Bifrost? He had a beautiful wife waiting for him on Earth and countless matters to attend to. He didn't want to be stranded in Asgard for years. Did Thor think he wasn't lifting the pointer high enough? Then he'd try harder. With a roar, Tianqi yelled, "You idiot, stop smashing." But Thor couldn't hear him. Instead, Thor saw the pointer shift again in the void and grew even more anxious. Another strike sent cracks through the Bifrost's crystal, and now it was Tianqi's turn to be furious. Don't smash. Don't push. Smash. Push. The argument, unheard by either, continued. Don't. No. Finally, this mute quarrel ended in Thor's victory. With a cataclysmic explosion, the Bifrost shattered. The rainbow bridge shattered. The massive energy transmission was abruptly cut off, plunging into chaos and triggering an immense explosion on the spot. The cosmic sea of Asgard surged with towering waves, engulfing the rainbow control room before the waters cascaded down, vanishing once more into the void. The violent blast annihilated the rainbow control room. The spherical device collapsed, crashing to the ground, unable to rotate ever again. Thor and Loki were hurled high by the cataclysmic energy, while Tianqi fared even worse. Unable to fly, he plummeted into the void beneath the cosmic sea with no leverage to save himself. Moreover, the aftermath of the explosion carried a formidable shockwave. The three accelerated downward into the cosmic sea. Tianqi glimpsed Sif rushing toward them from afar, but the expanding blast wave pushed her back after just a few steps. In the palace, Odin, the All-Father, slumbering in his rest, suddenly opened his eyes at the sound of the explosion. He vanished from the hibernation chamber, transforming into a divine light that flew toward the rainbow bridge. Spotting the three from a distance, Odin grasped two of them, pulling them back. The one left behind was none other than Loki. In disbelief, Loki wondered why his father had saved that earthling instead of him. His eyes brimming with resentment, fury, hatred, and despair, he stared at Odin as he slowly fell into the void, eventually vanishing. The cosmic sea of Asgard churned on ceaselessly. The waters came from nowhere and went to nowhere. Tianqi had no idea what lay beneath the cosmic sea, but from the reactions of Odin, Thor, and Loki, it was certainly nothing good, even life-threatening. In the original story, Odin had caught both Thor and Loki. Even in that dire situation, Loki couldn't resist bickering with the All-Father, and in a fit of pique, he let go, plunging into the void. Then somehow he allied with Thanos and returned to Earth to cause chaos. But now it wasn't his choice to let go, it was the All-Father who abandoned him. One could only imagine how deep his resentment would run. The Allfather pulled Tianchi and Thor upside and flew back to the palace. Thor remained silent for a long time, staring into the distance where Loki had disappeared. Father chose to save me. I wonder what will become of Loki, he said, his voice tinged with guilt and pain. Don't worry, Loki is incredibly resilient. I promise you he's still alive. Really? Tianchi nodded with certainty. This brought some comfort to Thor, lifting his spirits. After a while he said, Tang, my good brother, you might have just caused a huge disaster. With a brief explanation, Tianchi finally understood why the harder he pushed the rainbow pylon, the more enthusiastically Thor smashed it. He blamed himself for being too earthbound, lacking basic cosmic knowledge. Still, the universe was vast. It might not hit a planet, and even if it did, it might not be a life-bearing one, and even if it were, it might lack intelligent life. Tianchi could only console himself with such thoughts. The two men stood by the cosmic sea, starlight twinkling and waters murmuring amid the wreckage of the explosion, a scene of peculiar poetry. Tianchi glanced at the starry sky where the rainbow light had swept and asked, Thor, take a look. Are there any stars missing? I don't think so. Thor squinted, scrutinizing for a long while. You can't tell, can you? I'm not Heimdall, who bothers to memorize the stars every day. Fair enough. The two composed themselves and returned to the palace to rest. With the rainbow bridge broken, returning to Earth was out of the question for the time being. Lying in bed, Tianchi idly pondered the day's events, comparing them to the plot he remembered. As he thought, a chill crept up from the depths of his heart. The Allfather was no simple figure. 1,000 years ago, Odin had found Loki in the temple of Jotunheim, a suspicious event in itself. Barging into an enemy's stronghold, discovering an alien infant, suddenly experiencing a surge of maternal compassion and raising him as his own. That narrative was clearly off-kilter. A king who had conquered the 9 realms, responsible for countless civilian deaths. How could he be so soft-hearted? Even if he had a sudden change of heart, why raise the child as a prince instead of entrusting him to common folk? This was, after all, the son of Laufey, the frost giant king, and Laufey remained unaware of it all. Furthermore, during Thor's first coronation, frost giants infiltrated past Heimdall's watch. Could no one suspect Loki? Commoners might lack evidence to question a prince, but Loki was raised by Odin and Frigga herself. She likely taught him illusions. They knew their son's abilities inside out. Yet no investigation was ever launched into who brought the frost giants in. Instead, Thor's exile seemed overly harsh. The Jotuns caused a ruckus in Asgard, and Asgard retaliated, a stalemate at best. Exiling the heir apparent was an overreaction. Coincidentally, Odin fell into a deep slumber at that moment, leaving Loki free to act. He then schemed to kill Laufey, staging a patricide. Tianchi recalled similar plots from his memory. Loki then aimed to annihilate the entire frost giant realm. Frigga was absent, and Odin remained asleep. Had Thor not intervened in time, decisively smashing the rainbow bridge, Loki would have succeeded. Yet when the bridge exploded, Odin, who hadn't stirred even under a barrage of ice blades, suddenly woke up. His first act upon waking wasn't to seek water, but to rush out and rescue. Was that a normal reaction for a fading old man? Clearly, he couldn't bear to see his own son in danger any longer. In the original story, Loki let go. But with Odin's power, pulling him up from an arm's reach away should have been trivial. Why didn't he? With Tianchi's arrival, Odin chose to save Thor and Tianchi, letting Loki fall into the void. If all these coincidences were mere chance, they were too suspicious to believe. In essence, the probability of the frost giant's extinction was 99, with Thor being the sole variable. If Thor had returned from Earth just a bit later, or if he hadn't been so compassionate and hesitated for a moment, the frost giants, a thorn in Asgard's side, would have been wiped from the universe. Even in the divine realm, annihilating a race was a grave sin. And all that sin could be pinned on Loki, allowing Thor to rule Asgard as a benevolent king. If this was a grand scheme, it was terrifying. Truly, he was the Allfather who ruled the 9 realms. Odin lacked the power to foresee the future. If this was a millennium-old plot, the only accomplice could be Frigga. Today, upon their first meeting, Frigga had shown him great respect. Initially, Tianchi felt proud, attributing it to his advantage as a time traveler. Now, thinking back, a cold sweat ran down his back. Though Frigga might not harbor ill intentions, she might still be weaving her own plans. The next day, a celebratory banquet was held. With the frost giant king dead in Asgard, it was a victory worth celebrating to boost morale. Thor, clad in a medieval robe, invited Tianchi to tour the surroundings before the feast. Under the daylight sky, Tianchi looked at the sun and asked, "Is that sun real?" "It is." "Who built Asgard?" "It's incredible. A landmass this massive couldn't form naturally in the universe. Beyond a certain gravitational threshold, matter would collapse into a sphere. Thus, most natural celestial bodies are spherical. Maintaining such a flat continental structure, complete with a cosmic sea through miraculous means, was an unimaginable feat. They even captured a star to orbit Asgard, simulating day and night like a rotating planet. This was the legendary realm of seizing stars and moons. Thor shrugged. "Some say my father built it in his prime, but I don't think he was that powerful." As they spoke, Sif approached gracefully from a distance. Today Sif was not clad in her warrior's leather armor, but instead wore a blue and white long dress cinched with a lace corset belt that accentuated her figure. Her hair was styled in a simple cascading arrangement, transforming her from her usual martial demeanor into a gentle and refined lady. Tianqi's eyes lit up at the sight. Even in his past life memories, he had never seen Sif in such an attire. Previously in her leather armor, she was valiant and heroic, but her figure offered little to behold. "So don't you have any feelings for Sif?" "Feelings? She's my comrade." She's a woman, and a stunningly beautiful one at that. Haven't you noticed that? Can't a woman be a comrade? Indeed, the Thunder God's temperament was quite peculiar in Asgard. Though his status was exalted, he held little regard for power. He loved battle, yet was exceptionally merciful. Being tall and handsome with the added prestige of being a god prince, one would think he wouldn't lack for female company. Yet aside from Jane, his destined true love, he was never seen pursuing other women. Coupled with his somewhat goofy personality, he completely lacked the solemnity of a god prince. Stripped of his divine aura, his character was more like that of an overgrown boy, with no particular pursuits beyond having fun. Tianqi was exasperated. Was this feigned ignorance or genuine naivety? He gestured with his hands and said, "Women have different physical structures and different thoughts. You see her as a brother, but does she see you the same way?" Thor said boisterously, "Whether she has breasts or not, whether she has a member or not, if we fight together, she's a comrade." Just then Sif, who had approached, overheard this, and her face darkened with displeasure. She then shot a fierce glare at Tianqi, as if blaming him for corrupting their prince. Tianqi felt wronged. It was Thor who said it, so why glare at him? Today being a formal occasion, Sif did not greet Thor as usual. Instead, she bent her knees slightly in a lattice curtsy and said, "Prince Thor, the queen requests your presence. The banquet is about to begin." All right. The banquet was held in the palace. As Tianqi walked, he observed his surroundings, especially the dome. The palace was grand and imposing, with a dome soaring tens of meters high, unsupported by any pillars. It was adorned with paintings of Asgard's history, all depicting peaceful scenes, revealing nothing unusual. But Tianqi knew there was another layer beneath. That layer contained the true history of Asgard, a bloody conquest filled with violence and gore. In the great hall of the palace, the All-Father Odin, who had been weak and unconscious just 2 days prior, nearly slain in his dreams by the frost giant King Loki, was now radiant and full of vigor, delivering a speech from his throne. "During my illness, Loki took on the responsibility of defending our realm. He not only thwarted the frost giant's schemes, but also slew the invading Loki, upholding the majesty of Asgard. A toast to Loki. A toast to Loki." The crowd raised their glasses and cheered. Originally, Loki intended to press the advantage and utterly destroy Jotunheim. But Thor in his mercy destroyed the Bifrost, and with his friend Tianqi prevented this act. "Raise your glasses for your merciful prince. A toast to Thor. A toast to Thor." This time the cheers were even louder. After Odin finished, Queen Frigga stepped forward to speak. Neither of them mentioned Tianqi's reckless use of the Rainbow Bridge's controls, for the true culprit was Loki. Instead, they subtly exaggerated Tianqi's contributions, emphasizing his friendship with Thor. It seemed not to deviate from the facts, even attributing the victory to Loki, but the shift in emphasis significantly altered the implications. The surviving frost giants of Jotunheim, having escaped annihilation, might even feel gratitude towards Thor, directing their future wrath solely at Loki. Had Tianqi not figured out the cause and effect last night, he would probably be grinning foolishly like Thor right now. Thor would likely never know how much his parents had done behind the scenes to ensure his peaceful rule over the 9 realms. It seemed the divine race excelled not only in power, but also in playing intricate games of intrigue. As he was pondering, Odin and Frigga joined hands and announced loudly, "With the approval of the Council of Elders, we have decided to bestow upon Thor's good brother and hero of this battle, Tianqi, the title of prince." Tianqi was stunned. No way. Were they really willing to go this far? What rank was a prince? It was second only to a crown prince. If Loki and Thor were to perish, a prince could even ascend to become the king of Asgard. Sif, who had witnessed the events last night, also looked puzzled. While Tianqi had indeed helped bestowing the title of prince, was a leap of millions of miles. Though many Asgardians were also confused, the unwavering support of the All-Father, the Queen, and the Council of Elders made it an unquestionable divine decree. Thor patted Tianqi on the shoulder and said, "Tang, it's your turn to go up." Tianqi glanced at Thor. Did this guy truly not sense anything amiss? It seemed that in the original timeline, his decision to pass the throne to the Valkyrie, the dark-haired woman, was truly wise. Anyone would have done a better job than this big goof. At that moment, applause rang out, and all eyes were on Tianqi, welcoming him. Tianqi felt uneasy. The trap was too obvious. Did they really think he had the same IQ as Thor? If he went up, it meant accepting the goodwill of the All-Father and the Queen, binding himself to Asgard, and he would feel obliged to intervene in any of Asgard's affairs. If he didn't go up, Well, it seemed he wouldn't stand idly by if Asgard or Thor were in trouble anyway. Since that was the case, he might as well accept the favor. There was no reason to refuse a good thing. Tian-Chi stood up and waved to the applauding crowd. Countless Asgardians scrutinized this strange new prince, many whispering among themselves about his origins. The moment he accepted the scepter symbolizing his princely status, Tian-Chi sensed a mysterious energy fluctuation emanating from outside the palace. He glanced at the All-Father and the Queen, but they seemed unaware. Tian-Chi found it strange. If he could sense it, surely the All-Father could too. Could it be someone from Asgard? But the energy signature was distinctly different. After the investiture ceremony, everyone was free to dine and mingle. Thor shouted, "Tang, come over here. Last time I was in mortal form and you outdrank me. Now that my divine power has returned, let's have a proper contest." Suddenly, he saw Frigga approaching from behind and lowered his voice, "Mother." Frigga was clearly in high spirits. She sat down gracefully and said, "Prince Tang, since you are now a part of Asgard, I will speak plainly. What do you think of Sif?" Tian-Chi thought to himself, was Frigga asking him to persuade Thor? In the original story, it was Odin who tried and failed. He replied cautiously, "She is excellent, beautiful, and a formidable warrior. In that case, how about I betroth her to you? What do you think?" "What a... me, eh?" Tian-Chi was stunned. This wasn't the script. Shouldn't it be Thor? He looked at Thor, who was wearing an expression of detached amusement, as if waiting for a show. "Wait, you said betrothal? I thought Asgard practiced free love." Frigga smiled gently. "We do have free choice. Asgardians live for thousands of years. If a couple isn't deeply in love, how could they stay together for so long? I have already asked her. It's up to you now." Tian-Chi looked at Sif. She had her eyes lowered, hands clasped primly on her lap, trying to maintain a composed, ladylike, and calm demeanor. But her flushed cheeks betrayed her. Sif's feelings for Thor had always been more like admiration for an idol. She was the only woman in their battle squad. The others, Fandral, Hogan, Volstagg, were all coarse and rugged men. Only Thor, handsome and a prince, naturally stirred some emotions. If Thor had reciprocated, that spark would have taken root and grown. But he showed no interest, and so it was abruptly extinguished. When she met Tian-Chi on Earth through several encounters, she gradually developed deep feelings for this powerhouse who matched Thor. But Tian-Chi had always assumed she was linked with Thor, failing to notice her many subtle hints and gestures. Under normal circumstances, this affection might have taken ages to progress or even be missed. But last night, Tian-Chi had carried Sif in and encountered Queen Frigga. As a woman, Frigga understood women best. If Sif didn't have feelings for him, why would she have been so compliant and cooperative? Thus, the plan to win over Tian-Chi included Sif. The All-Father and Queen worked together, granting Tian-Chi a title while simultaneously matchmaking him with Sif. Though Sif felt it was a bit rushed with the All-Father and Queen personally acting as matchmakers, it was no ordinary courtship. Given her existing feelings for Tian-Chi, she agreed. Tian-Chi said, "You may not know this, but I already have a wife." Sif's face paled at these words. Frigga, however, said, "Asgard does not practice monogamy. It poses no conflict with your having a wife." This? Tian-Chi looked troubled. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. Faced with a divine warrior like Sif, any normal man would have some thoughts, especially since she was offering herself to him. The only issue was how to explain this to Black Widow back home. Not long ago, he had stormed into S-H-I-E-L-D and forbidden her from using her allure, yet here he was about to bring another beautiful woman home. One couldn't be so hypocritical. Just then Thor spoke. "Mother, I fear this matter might be difficult for Brother Tang. He deeply loves his wife." The three of them looked at Thor, including Tian-Chi, who wondered inwardly, had he ever discussed Black Widow with Thor? It didn't seem so. And love, that was never mentioned. Thor tossed his flowing golden hair and said smugly, "My girlfriend Jane has a student named Daisy, a fiery beauty with a bold figure who was quite smitten with Tang. She was practically throwing herself at him. Jane even whispered to me about setting them up just to stop the distraction. But we were in such a rush on Earth we never got around to it. Yet Tang didn't even glance her way, never touched her hand. At first I thought he might prefer men." The Queen Mother lightly tapped his head and said, "Speak properly." Ahem, I assumed Tang just wasn't interested in that type. But now that he mentions having a wife, I see he is a man of honor, resisting temptation and upholding the fidelity of marriage. So I am certain he deeply loves his wife. After this lengthy speech, Thor felt his deduction was flawless, wearing a smug expression that begged to be smacked. Tian-Chi was dumbfounded. Did others really see him as such a noble man? He had been so busy rushing about with no time for Daisy and had barely rested after defeating the Destroyer before coming to Asgard. There had been no chance to test his own moral character. The Queen Mother sighed. "In that case, we have been discourteous." Seeing Sif's pale face, she felt a pang of sympathy and asked, "Is your wife a member of the Eastern Pantheon, or?" "No, she is just an ordinary Earthling." To Earthlings, Black Widow was a superhero, but to Asgardians, she was merely a common person. The Queen Mother said, "If that is so, Earthlings have but a century of life. Once you have accompanied her through this life, after 100 years you and Sif can be together. That would not violate your own principles. Us Guardians generally lived for several millennia with the lifespan of the strong and weak, sometimes differing by 1,000 or 2,000 years. Not to mention Thor and Jane. Without special circumstances, Jane could only accompany Thor for 100 years or so. Whether Thor would later seek another partner was another matter, but in Asgardian belief companionship had a time limit unless both parties had comparable lifespans. Sif clutched the fabric of her skirt tightly and whispered, "Tang, I have at least 3,000 years left. I am willing to wait 100 years for you." A divine warrior of such beauty was offering herself and still had to wait 100 years. No man could endure that. Tianchi steeled himself, or perhaps he should just be a cad and avoid a lifetime of regret. No need to wait. Before he could finish, Thor interrupted, "Tang is right. No need to wait. If one eyes the contents of another's bowl while eating from one's own, his bond with his current wife would be impure. And Sif wasting 100 years of her youth, what if she meets someone she loves in that time? Love means granting freedom to both sides and wishing each other happiness." Thor tossed his hair. Since meeting Jane, he believed he had grasped the true essence of love. Queen Mother Frigga sighed, "Prince Tang is truly admirable. As a woman, I envy your wife. If I say more, it would be disrespectful to your love." Tianchi's mind was in turmoil. "No, that's not what I meant at all." Frigga glanced at Sif and asked, "Sif, do you have anything to say?" Sif raised her head, her expression resolute. "Tang, my willingness to wait is my own choice. I will not come between you. In 100 years, whatever decision you make, I will respect it." With that, her eyes reddened, and she hurried away. The Queen Mother rose. Let the young decide their own affairs." With that, she too departed. This attempt to unite Tianchi and Sif had not gone perfectly in terms of the alliance plan. However, seeing her newly appointed Prince Tang possess such noble views on love, the Queen Mother was still pleased. Pushing too hard, forcing him to violate his own convictions, would be counterproductive. Watching them leave, Tianchi stood agape. The rest of his sentence was, 100 years is too long, I'm ready now." Why couldn't they let him finish? "Sif, why didn't you tempt me just a little?" Daisy would have said something like, "It doesn't count if there's no ring," or, "It's fine since we're in different realms." Maybe then he would have given in. Now that goof, Thor had painted him as so virtuous that even the Queen Mother and Sif believed it. Tianchi, thick-skinned as he was, couldn't suddenly flip from a paragon of love to a scoundrel. He had to swallow his words. Seeing Tianchi's grim expression, Thor clapped him on the shoulder with a sigh and said, "Come drink. No need to thank me. As a junior, it would be awkward for you to directly refuse Mother and embarrass her. I spoke up for you, brother. You've completely blocked my path to being a cad, and you expect thanks." Tianchi gritted his teeth and said, "Thank your whole family." Thor replied, "Just thank Father, Mother, and me. No need to thank that scoundrel Loki." Tianchi and Thor drank together for a while, and Tianchi felt a twinge of emotion. If Thor hadn't interrupted, would he have truly accepted the Queen Mother's offer? A human nature truly cannot withstand such trials. Yet thinking of Sif's heroic and enchanting beauty, he couldn't help but sigh. Damn it, bestial nature is even harder to resist. After drinking for a while, Tianchi remembered the energy fluctuation he had sensed earlier, which still hadn't dissipated. He decided to go check it out lest he get too drunk and end up punching Thor. As he strolled, people bowed to him. Arriving at the square, he saw a semi-transparent rectangular prism standing on the ground, emitting a faint yellow glow. In front of the prism stood a middle-aged black woman, voluptuous, clad in a tight riot suit, holding a clipboard. The people around seemed not to notice the prism or the woman unconsciously walking around her. Seeing Tianchi approach, the black woman said, "Mr. Tang, you've finally come out." At the sight of this setup, Tianchi's heart skipped a beat. It was someone from the Time Variance Authority. In one timeline, Loki had been tormented by this organization. Though he had tried to maintain the original storyline, he had changed so much, they must know. "Are you here to arrest me?" The black woman quickly said, "No, Mr. Tang, you misunderstand. Your eminence far exceeds my authority. I am merely a messenger." "What message?" "Your existence has severely altered the sacred timeline, spawning a multitude of unprecedented outcomes. Initially, we assumed you were another temporal fugitive and prepared to form a pursuit team, when suddenly a directive arrived from the highest echelons." Tianchi interrupted, "Wait, the highest echelons? Are you referring to the Timekeeper?" "Yes." "Pray tell, is the Timekeeper a single entity? Or three?" Tianchi stared into the black woman's eyes. "Mr. Tang, you truly are aware. It is a single entity." "Alas. To be honest, if not for your arrival, Mr. Tang, I would never have known that the Keeper is but one, and those three were mere mechanical puppets." In the timeline of Loki, the Marvel Loki, unwilling to be erased, allied with a female Loki on the run from another timeline to resist the Time Variance Authority. When they later stormed the headquarters, they discovered that the three apparent timekeepers were merely puppets. Had Loki not arrived, the employees of the Time Authority might have been deceived for eons more. The Keeper, fearing you might misunderstand, appeared to me specifically to tell you his name is Kong. In the original narrative, Kong seemed somewhat eccentric, but that was merely a facade. To suppress the multiverse for eons, unify the timeline, and have countless powerhouses forced to abide by his temporal laws, unable to alter their fates. How could he be so simple? Just as when the All-Father Odin was on Midgard, those who saw him could never imagine how terrifying this frail, old man truly was. Yet even a powerhouse like Odin had to follow the sacred timeline. Frigga, who had foreseen Asgard's tragic fate, dared not and could not change it. From this comparison, one can grasp how majestic Kong is. A divine king before him is but an ant. The Keeper issued a specific directive designating you as an exception. In other words, any timeline involving you does not violate the Time Authority's laws. A surge of joy rose in Tianqi's heart. Was he finally free to act without restraint? His previous hesitancy stemmed not only from the fear of losing his prophetic advantage, but also from the dread of unknown entities like the Time Variance Authority. Suppressing his elation, Tianqi said, "Well, good. Convey my thanks to Kong." The black woman continued, "However, that is not the message I was sent to deliver." "Then what is the message?" The black woman's expression suddenly shifted, her eyes widened, emitting two beams of golden light, and when she spoke it was with a deep, resonant male voice. "Mr. Tang, it is regrettable that we must meet in this manner. Due to your appearance, the sacred timeline has begun to deviate and weaken. The powerhouses trapped within it are growing restless. They are probing the river of time, seeking the source of this weakening. Once discovered, countless unimaginable entities may descend. And you, Mr. Tang, though of noble essence, lack formidable strength. If found, you may not survive, and your soul imprint could be seized by these powerhouses. At that point, the sacred timeline would be annihilated, fragmenting into countless chaotic timelines, a cataclysmic era of suffering. Asgard is a mighty divine race. Your acceptance of their knighthood has already caused a significant disturbance. Some powerhouses may be testing the waters. Tell Frigga to cease peering into the river of time. If she encounters a powerful being, her memories might expose your existence." Tianqi asked, "What should I do?" "Strengthen yourself as swiftly as possible. Can you assist me?" Since the Timekeeper had extended goodwill, leveraging their power for safety, if necessary, seemed prudent. It was preferable to fighting alone. "We cannot help you. The Time Authority is under close scrutiny by those powerhouses. Too much contact might quickly lead them to you. Moreover," the black woman's face twisted into a strange expression, "your survival is a great hope for this universe. But if you die, seizing your soul imprint as a fallback would bring us tangible benefits." With that, the golden light in her eyes faded and her voice returned to normal. "Well, Mr. Tang, I have delivered the message. Farewell." She turned and entered the rectangular prism, which vanished. No sooner had the prism disappeared than a divine light streaked through the sky. Odin and Frigga appeared beside Tianqi. "Prince Tang, what just transpired?" "You vanished from my perception for 3 seconds, said Odin. Though the meeting had lasted over 10 minutes, only 3 seconds had passed in Odin's divine senses. Clearly this was the Time Authority's specialty, altering time. Yet concealing 3 seconds from Odin was enough to put them on alert. Tianqi said to Queen Frigga, "The unpredictable force you spoke of has appeared." Frigga paled, her voice trembling. "Is Asgard's fate truly immutable?" Tianqi shook his head. "He permits me to change Asgard, but on one condition: you must cease peering into the river of time. Otherwise it may invite great terror." Odin and Frigga were overjoyed. Even the old Allfather could not hide his elation. The title of prince had not been granted in vain. Good news came swiftly. Permission to alter their future fate opened vast possibilities. "That is no hardship. I shall cease my gazing," Frigga said. "Knowing Asgard's fate will be better than before, even by a fraction, is enough for me." Then Odin spoke. "Prince Tang, Thor previously mentioned your potential is exhausted. To break your shackles, I have conceived a method, though it may be perilous." Tianqi was the key to altering Asgard's destiny. The All-Father wished for his strength to grow ever greater. "What method?" "Follow me." The queen summoned Thor and Sif, and the 5 of them proceeded to Asgard's vault. The vault was housed in a vast underground chamber tens of meters high, dim, yet not oppressive. Rarely visiting Asgard's vault, Tianqi naturally took the opportunity to observe closely. Even Sif appeared curious as a child. Descending a broad staircase, the first object to catch their eye on the vault's path was a colossal golden gauntlet, the Infinity Gauntlet. In Thor Ragnarok, Hela had toppled the gauntlet, dismissing it as a fake. Yet Tianqi pondered 2 points of doubt. First, given Odin's stature, why would he keep a counterfeit? The Infinity Gauntlet was merely a vessel possessing no inherent power. In the original story, even Tony Stark crafted a nanotech version. For a divine realm, forging one would not be overly difficult. There was no need to hoard a forgery. Second, and most crucially, this gauntlet was for the right hand. Thanos was for the left. If the dwarves had crafted a pair, one right and one left, it would be perfectly logical. Alternatively, perhaps only this right-handed gauntlet was originally forged and Thanos later compelled the creation of a left-hand one. Unable to discern its authenticity, Tianchi circled it twice and asked, All-Father, is this gauntlet genuine or false? Thor was the first to object. How could Asgard's vault contain a fake? Of course it's real. Odin said calmly, it is real. Tianchi looked at Odin with a smile. Curious, why would anyone claim it's a fake? Thor interjected again. Whoever said that must be ignorant. He'll thrash them. The queen chided. Do not interrupt Prince Tang and your father. Thor looked aggrieved. Had Tang, newly appointed as prince, already surpassed him in status? Must he yield in conversation? Odin smiled. I deceived her. Had she known it was real, she would have scoured the universe for the Infinity Stones, courting untold disaster. I placed a seal upon it. Without removal, it is no different from a fake. Tianchi suddenly understood. Indeed, Hela was no match for the cunning Odin. Had his lifespan not been waning, who knew how long she might have remained imprisoned? A few steps further, a deep blue casket caught his eye. The casket of Winters, the source of the Frost Giant's power. Yet its might seemed unremarkable. Hela had dismissed it. Tianchi glanced over the other treasures without interest. Finally, Odin halted before a basin of fire. Prince Tang, this is the key to breaking your shackles. The fire rested in a dark golden basin atop a wooden stand requiring no fuel. The flames danced as if alive, eternal and unquenchable. It was the eternal flame. Tianchi subconsciously wanted to reach out and feel it. The God King hurriedly grabbed him, saying, Prince Tang, do not touch it casually. The eternal flame, when it erupts, can incinerate all things, turning everything to ashes. If manipulated properly, it can become a source of vitality, nurturing life, and ensuring its continuity. In the original plot, after Hela escaped, she used a spark of the eternal flame to resurrect thousands of ancient corpses, including the giant wolf Fenrir, who could hold his own against the Hulk. To be able to command thousands of corpses is indeed a display of abundant vitality. If a man has any functional impairment, wouldn't using a bit of this flame turn him into a supreme being? Then there is the Minotaur Surtur, who was left with only his head and horns, but when placed under the eternal flame by Loki, he quickly grew into a towering giant. This vitality is more nourishing than pig feed. Hey brother, why are you grinning so lewdly? What are you thinking? Thor pushed Tianchi, pulling him back from his fantasies. Cough, cough. I was just thinking, once my strength increases, I will give you a good beating. The grudge against the scumbag who ruined my path has yet to be avenged, and you dare to disturb me. Odin and Frigga were not anxious. Seeing Thor and Tianchi chatting and laughing brought them comfort. The God King continued, however, the method I devised for you today is not just to enhance vitality, as that would have limited effect. Because the human body has its limits. Odin's finger lightly brushed against the eternal flame, borrowing a spark that danced on his fingertip. My method is to first use the intensity of the eternal flame to burn the entire body, refining all impurities to expand the bodhi's potential, and then transform the eternal flame into gentle vitality to replenish that potential. In doing so, not only will all the shackles on your body be incinerated, but you will also gain boundless vitality, paving a smooth path for future cultivation. The process of replenishing vitality is not troublesome. The danger lies in the refining of impurities. A moment's carelessness could turn a person to ashes right on the spot. At this point, both the God King and the God Queen showed worried expressions. It wasn't that they cared so much for Tianchi's life, but rather that they had finally seen a glimmer of hope to change Asgard's fate, and it must not be extinguished in flames. However, they had to proceed. Tianchi's current strength, while seemingly powerful, was far from enough when faced with the experts from all realms. Moreover, with only physical strength and no mastery of divine powers, magic, or other extraordinary means, if he were carelessly thrown into space, he would be left to await death. Tianchi asked, God King, have you ever tried this method? Odin smiled, a hint of pride in his expression. I have only achieved 3 rounds of refining and replenishing to reach my current strength. What about Thor? Odin hesitated slightly, saying, when he was young, I protected him through 1 round of refining and replenishing. I did not dare to try more than that. If we gods are like this, Prince Tang, your mortal body from Earth makes me somewhat worried about this first round of refining. Initially, Thor felt a bit disheartened to hear that he had only managed 1 round of refining and replenishing, but upon hearing that Tianchi might not even pass the first round, he instantly perked up. He came over to comfort him, saying, brother, it doesn't matter if you can't do it. I will cover you in the future. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, I will lend you my hammer. Ignoring Thor's antics, Tianchi said to Odin, no matter what, I have to give it a try. All right. The God King, without hesitation, transmitted a portion of the incantation for manipulating the eternal flame to Tianchi in front of Sif. Goddess Frigga said, I will go outside to guard you to prevent anyone from disturbing. Sif, you stay. Tianchi familiarized himself, slightly reaching out to the eternal flame, extracting a bit of flame. It felt warm to the touch, completely unlike the temperature of fire. Tianchi could sense a thread of vitality seeping into his palm, but this vitality was too weak, and could at most serve a cosmetic purpose. It was insufficient for increasing strength. Then he gently turned his palm, and the flame's temperature gradually rose. Even Sif, standing several meters away, felt the heat scorching her face. As the temperature continued to rise suddenly, with a sizzling sound, Tianqi's skin was burned through. Before blood could gush out, it was turned to nothingness by the flames. The fire grew larger, forming a ring of flames that spread from his palm up his arm, incinerating flesh and blood along the way, leaving only white bones. The God King was alarmed, shouting, "Your body can't withstand it. Quickly chop off your hand." Once the flames reached the shoulder, neck, and head, it would be too late to cut it off. Sif drew her sword, wanting to step forward, but Tianqi stopped her, saying, "Don't rush, let me try another method." Saying this, he took out a bottle of recovery potion from his storage compartment and poured it into his mouth. He saw the green light surge, and the arm that had been burned to just bones quickly regenerated flesh and blood. Moreover, this flesh and blood was crystal clear, clearly refined by the eternal flame, unlike the other arm. However, the eternal flame did not cease, continuing to refine towards his shoulder. Seeing this, Tianqi hastily took out another bottle of recovery potion and swallowed it. Seeing that he could recover, he finally let out a sigh of relief, pondering that he should not waste recovery potions and should wait until a larger area was burned before consuming more. When the eternal flame reached his neck and mouth, Tianqi attempted to pour the recovery potion into his mouth, only to find that as soon as the potion touched the eternal flame, it was instantly burned to nothingness. After pouring several bottles, there was no effect at all. At this point, his neck and mouth were left with nothing but stark white bones. As the flames were about to reach his head, Tianqi, in a moment of desperation, snatched Sif's sword and stabbed it into his stomach, cutting open a slit and pouring the recovery potion inside. Fortunately, it worked. A flash of green light, and the flesh of his mouth and neck regrew. As the flames continued upward, his eyes were burned away, plunging him into darkness. At this moment, Tianqi no longer dared to hold back, pouring one bottle after another into his stomach, even forgetting to use his mouth to drink since his mouth had already regrown. When the flames reached his brain, Tianqi instantly fell into nothingness. No thoughts, no sensations, no pain. Fortunately, his hands mechanically kept pouring the recovery potion into his stomach without knowing how many bottles he had emptied. After an unknown period, Tianqi felt as if he had come back to life. His brain began to think, and his eyes could see. Immediately after, the eternal flame began to burn downwards. Now that he had experience in his mouth back, Tianqi calmly waited until as many areas as possible were burned before drinking the potion. The eternal flame burned through Tianqi's entire body, finally disappearing at his feet. Tianqi let out a sigh of relief. The most perilous refining process had finally been endured with the help of the recovery potions provided by the system. At this moment, Tianqi was filled with blood and energy. The discomfort in many areas caused by the overwhelming power had vanished, and he felt as if his meridians had been unblocked. It was just that he looked rather unseemly, completely naked. Not only had his ordinary clothes burned away, but even his golden URU pants had turned to nothing, leaving no trace. "Don't stop. Quickly replenish vitality while the flesh is still taking shape," shouted the God King. "Yes." Tianqi made a quick gesture and borrowed another spark from the eternal flame. This time it felt much more comfortable. The gentle and soothing vitality surged into his body, rapidly merging with the newly formed flesh, then settling, transforming into that indescribable potential. Thus, the first round of refining and replenishing was finally completed. "Congratulations, brother." Thor excitedly stepped forward, wanting to embrace him, but suddenly remembered Tianqi was completely unclothed and distanced himself, leaving Tianqi awkwardly standing with open arms. Sif approached with a set of clothes in hand, her face flushed, clearly having prepared in advance. No wonder the goddess had proactively gone out earlier. It turned out she had anticipated this. Tianqi grasped Sif's hand and said, "Not so fast. I've only refined once, but I still want to try again." Sif lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. However, the place she looked down at seemed even more inappropriate, so she quickly lifted her head again, only to catch Tianqi's mischievous grin. Exasperated, she said, "Let me go now." Then, clutching her clothes, she hurried away and turned her back. Tianqi laughed heartily. There was plenty of time ahead, no need to rush. "All Father, I intend to continue body refinement. The potion Prince Tang used is truly miraculous. However, each refinement grows more intense, and I may need increasing amounts of the potion." Tianqi nodded. "I know my limits." Earlier in the western town, by stopping the destroyers and saving most of the townspeople, he had earned a considerable number of recovery potions, now totaling several thousand bottles. The first refinement had consumed over 300 bottles. There were still many left, though he wondered if the demand would keep increasing. The second refinement began. This time the flames were noticeably larger than the first, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to melt the flesh and blood. The effect of the recovery potions had also diminished significantly. Clearly, higher-grade flesh and blood required more recovery potions. At this rate, once he grew strong enough, the potions would become ineffective. But for now, Tianqi couldn't afford to dwell on such trivial details. After completing the second refinement, and second supplementation, a faint luster began to emanate from his entire body. Third refinement, third supplementation. Fourth refinement, fourth supplementation. Fifth refinement, fifth supplementation. Odin, the king of gods, and Thor had grown numb. With each upgrade, they were shocked anew until they were utterly desensitized. What kind of monster was this? Weren't Earthlings supposed to barely survive even one refinement? He had already reached the ninth. The further he progressed, the greater the eternal flame required. The blaze of the ninth refinement swept through most of the treasury, reducing countless treasures to ashes. Finally, it burned through the vault, sending flames shooting hundreds of meters above ground. Fortunately, the fire advanced gradually between each refinement and supplementation. Sif had long since retreated, and Thor and Odin had taken precautions preventing any casualties among passers-by above. Suddenly, the flames withdrew. The ninth refinement was complete. The eternal flame had visibly shrunk by a noticeable margin. Tianqi's entire body involuntarily radiated a pure, brilliant white light, as if an angel had descended. This was the external manifestation of an exceedingly vibrant physical vitality, which his skin could no longer contain, spilling forth as radiant light. Tianqi slowly regulated his breath, drawing back the overflowing radiance until only a thin layer remained on his surface, which he could no longer retract. "Sif, where are my clothes?" Tianqi called out. Sif entered as summoned, initially shy and avoiding his gaze, but upon seeing the light emanating from him, she found herself unable to look away. This glow possessed a natural allure. The pure, abundant vitality it exuded captivated all living beings. He stepped out of the treasury. The moment he appeared, the entire atmosphere shifted. It seemed as if the center of the universe tilted and the stars themselves yielded their place. Tianqi stood casually in the square, yet he seemed to be the very heart of Asgard, the axis of the cosmos. The faint light radiating from him was mesmerizing. This was the innate reverence of all beings for the source of life itself, transcending race. Gazing upon this light, one felt as if they were seeing the origin of their own existence. As Tianqi walked slowly forward, many subjects influenced by the radiance he emitted prostrated themselves on the ground in homage. He left a corridor of bowing figures in his wake. Tianqi whispered, "Sif, does Asgard have a custom of kissing feet? I'm not wearing shoes." This remark jolted Sif out of her reverent state, and she retorted with a playful scold, "Puffed, who would have such a disgusting custom?" Odin and Frigga, meanwhile, looked upon the half-burned treasury with conflicted expressions, uncertain whether to grieve or rejoice. As the ruler of the 9 realms, Asgard's treasury held treasures of immense value. Any single item would be a world-defying artifact for other races. Yet Tianqi's body-refining flames had incinerated most of them. It was impossible not to feel a pang of regret. Even the infinity gauntlet on his right hand had been scorched black. As an artifact capable of bearing the power of the infinity stones, it had ultimately withstood the eternal flames' blaze. But seeing their prince of Asgard achieve such an incredible feat, 9 refinements and 9 supplementations unprecedented in history, they felt reassured about Asgard's future destiny. Now their only concern was that their current efforts to win him over might be insufficient. Yet for the moment, they could think of no better approach. Only upon seeing Thor and Tianqi hitting it off did they feel somewhat at ease. While they were literally hitting each other. Having just completed his body refinement, Tianqi naturally wanted to test its results. The only person he could safely punch and who could withstand his blows was Thor. Thor, undaunted, swung his hammer and joined the fray. The effects of the refinement quickly became apparent. After just a short bout with Thor, Tianqi's strength had doubled to the equivalent of 5 Hulk's might. Tianqi himself wondered just how powerful he would become with continued cultivation. "Hold on, Sif, help me wipe the sweat." "Okay." Sif obediently ran over her former warrior demeanor, completely vanished as she diligently searched for sweat and dust on Tianqi. After she finished, they exchanged a few more blows before Tianqi called a halt again. "Sif, come give my shoulders a rub. I think I pulled a muscle earlier." Thor was furious. "Pulled a muscle, my eye? With your now unfathomable physique, you're telling me you got hurt from those few moves?" After being interrupted several times, Thor finally realized this was karma. A few days ago at the bar, when he fought Tianqi and Jane tended to his wounds, he had flaunted their relationship, silently mocking Tianqi for being single. Now with Jane not by his side, it was Tianqi's turn to show off. And Sif, once his subordinate, had abandoned all dignity as a divine warrior. He called for her to wipe his sweat. But with his physique, where would any sweat come from? And so days passed as Tianqi trained, teased Thor, admittedly the right target, and enjoyed the scenery with Sif. Asgard had no seasons, and time seemed to blur. One day Heimdall came to Odin with troubling news. Loki had appeared on Earth. The Allfather was alarmed. Though he cared little for the lives of Earthlings, his son's girlfriend and Prince Tang's wife were both there. Given Loki's treacherous nature, he was highly likely to target them. Their efforts to win over Tianqi were already insufficient. They couldn't afford to let Loki turn him into an enemy. Unfortunately, the Bifrost had not yet been repaired, and a spaceship journey would take too long. By the time they arrived, Earth would be doomed. Odin summoned Thor and Tianchi and explained the situation. Thor immediately grew anxious and insisted on going to Earth. Tianchi knew that Loki had found Thanos and obtained command of an army to cause chaos on Earth. The plot of the Avengers was beginning. Odin sighed. Since this is the case, we have no choice but to use the dark energy to send you to Earth. However, transporting 2 people will require a substantial amount. I need a few days to prepare with the Council of Elders. Tianchi was unclear about what dark energy was. In the original story, Thor, upon seeing Loki's mischief on Earth, had been sent via dark energy in desperation. Even Loki remarked, "Father really spared no expense. How much dark energy did he spend to get you here?" From this, it was evident that dark energy was either extremely scarce or prohibitively costly. Earth, an abandoned factory. Black Widow had tied several arms dealers to chairs and was mercilessly whipping them. With their mouths taped shut, they could only let out muffled cries. In the original story, Black Widow had pretended to be captured tied to a chair using her perceived vulnerability to extract information. However, Tianchi's arrival had forbidden her from using her seduction skills, so her operational style over the past 2 years had changed dramatically. She had once disguised herself as a helpless lamb, but now she dropped all pretense, resorting to brute force. Her methods left her colleagues terrified. Coupled with Tianchi's 2-year disappearance, she was deeply worried. After all, he had gone to Asgard, a legendary realm, to battle legendary gods. Though Tianchi was powerful, no one could guarantee victory. Everyone had witnessed the 2 destroyers in the small town. One had matched Tianchi evenly, and 2 had nearly killed him. Now, with no news for 2 years, they didn't know if he was alive or dead. Iron Man, Black Widow, and the others both longed for and dreaded hearing any word of him. Now Black Widow vented her fury on these unfortunate arms dealers. The dealers were inwardly cursing 1,000 times. "Ma'am, beautiful lady, please just ask us what you want to know. You tie us up, tape our mouths, and just keep whipping us. Are you some kind of sadistic pervert?" Just then a phone rang. Black Widow answered, asking, "Is Tianchi back?" Fury on the other end sighed. "Natasha, I told you if Tang returns, I'll inform you immediately. Besides, you're his wife, had come to you first." "Humph. If it's not about him, don't call me." Fury cursed inwardly. "I'm your director. I can call you if I want." But knowing better than to provoke her, he said, "I have a new mission for you. I haven't finished my current one yet." The arms dealers nearby whimpered in despair. Did she mean she hadn't beaten them enough? Fury sighed. Clint has turned. Black Widow immediately realized the gravity of the situation. It was easier to believe Clint Barton dead than to imagine him betraying them. But since Director Fury said so, something earth-shattering must have happened. Setting aside her temper, she asked, "Do you want me to hunt him down?" "No, I need you to find someone." A photo was sent over. Black Widow opened it and saw a name, Dr. Bruce Banner. After dealing with those arms dealers, Black Widow returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. "Director, you want me to recruit the Hulk?" "No, Natasha, it's Dr. Banner we need. This time we don't need a rampaging monster. We need a brilliant mind to help us locate the Tesseract." Director Fury elaborated on the recent incident to Black Widow. A few days ago, during an experiment in the West Sector, Dr. Eric Selvig observed that the Tesseract emitted an energy pulse every 4 hours. Just as they were growing concerned about the potential danger of this energy, the Tesseract suddenly opened a portal from which a powerful being emerged. Not only did he steal the Tesseract, but he also corrupted Dr. Selvig and Hawkeye. The energy surge from the Tesseract caused the facility to collapse, sinking the entire base underground. Deputy Director Hill was trapped in her car by the debris, but fortunately survived without life-threatening injuries. Fury said, "The energy level of the Tesseract is high enough to easily destroy Earth. We must retrieve it before it erupts. It constantly emits gamma rays. We can track it by tracing those rays. And in this world, no one knows gamma rays better than Dr. Banner." Black Widow said, "Director Dr. Banner's condition is extremely unstable. If he transforms into the Hulk, I doubt anyone but Apocalypse could bring him in. The agency has already considered that," Fury replied. "Do your best not to provoke him. If he does transform, we've prepared a secret weapon for you." "What secret weapon?" Black Widow was genuinely curious now. She had thoroughly reviewed the Hulk's file. Aside from her own monstrous husband, who could match monster with monster, she hadn't heard of any weapon that could truly subdue him. Moreover, he had a talent. The angrier he got, the stronger he became. No one knew his limits. One moment the secret weapon might hold, the next it could be torn to shreds by the Hulk. Fury handed Black Widow a file folder and a voice recorder. "This is the result of years of research by the agency's psychological team on the Hulk. If he transforms, use this." Black Widow opened the folder, glanced at its contents, and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Director, are you joking with me?" Fury said grimly, "This is war. I don't joke. According to the psychologist's assessment based on the Hulk's psychological traits, this secret weapon has a 90 success rate. A 90 success rate was an exceptionally high number for agents who constantly walked the edge of life and death. In the original storyline, Black Widow used psychological techniques to guide the Hulk, but the risk was still immense. She had to constantly monitor the Hulk's micro-expressions, adjusting her tone, words, expressions, and even subtle movements in real time. Calming the enraged Hulk back into Dr. Banner required profound skill. Black Widow, as a trained spy and agent, had the expertise, but ordinary people couldn't possibly manage it. Later, when Thor encountered the Hulk on Sakaar and tried to imitate the technique, he ended up getting beaten black and blue because his smile wasn't convincing enough. But now Fury was telling Black Widow that with the secret weapon, she could achieve a 90% success rate in turning the Hulk back into Banner without doing anything else. Black Widow found it somewhat fantastical, but after looking at the secret weapon, she thought maybe it could work. "I've prepared the 9th Elite Squad for you. They're waiting. Distribute the secret weapon to them," Fury said. "All right." A dozen burly men fully armed were already waiting in the armory. When they saw Black Widow enter, they immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Chief, at ease, sit down. Everyone knows the mission, right? This time we're inviting Dr. Banner, not the Hulk. Do not provoke him." A soldier stood up and said, "Chief, that guy is extremely unstable. No one can guarantee he won't transform." Many of them had participated in the early hunts for the Hulk and knew exactly how terrifying that green monster was. Black Widow said calmly, "The agency has considered that. We've prepared a secret weapon for you. If he transforms, put on the secret weapon." Then she distributed a dozen file folders. A dozen elite soldiers pulled out the contents and stared at each other, almost cursing out loud. Was this some kind of sick joke with their lives? But seeing Black Widow's stern face, no one dared to actually swear. Though the chief was beautiful and sexy, the soldiers who had been on missions with her knew exactly how terrifying she could be. Finally, after a hushed discussion, the group sent forward the one who had lost a bet, a massive man. The big guy was the squad's heavy weapons specialist, standing 2 meters tall and weighing over 400 pounds. Now he moved like a shy maiden, glancing back at his teammates with a resentful look. He wondered why he always lost the bets. Black Widow asked, "Is there a problem?" The big man shuffled awkwardly and said in a low voice, Chief, everyone sent me to ask. Are you joking?" "We don't see the punchline." Black Widow snapped, "This is a level 7 alert. It's war. Who has time to joke with you?" The big man flinched, stammering, "But this secret weapon. The weapon has been issued. Use it or not. If you don't, your families can collect your death benefits." In truth, Black Widow was also anxious, but she had to project confidence to steady the troops. Besides, leading soldiers wasn't like teaching students. Often only direct orders were given without lengthy explanations. Move out. In the slums of Kolkata, the land of the third brother, Dr. Banner was treating the poor for dengue fever, even though his doctorate wasn't in medicine. But with his intellect, basic medical treatments weren't hard to learn, and it was better than letting the ignorant poor wait for death. To minimize potential accidents and casualties, Black Widow, following the original plot, used a little girl to lure Dr. Banner to the outskirts. When Dr. Banner saw the girl disappear and Black Widow appear, he realized it was a trap. "You're clever, luring me to the suburbs. I guess I'm surrounded." Black Widow tried to project a non-threatening image and said softly, "I just want to talk. I need your help with something." "What's your name?" "Natasha." "Nice name. What if I refuse? This involves countless lives. I believe once you understand the situation, you'll agree." Banner hesitated, then said, "What if the other guy says no?" Black Widow smiled, "I'll convince him too." Dr. Banner suddenly slammed the table and shouted, "Liar. I know you want to lock me in a cage. You can't catch me, so you try to trick me." Startled, Black Widow instinctively stepped back toward the window, then leaped out. In the original story, she had a pistol ready under the table, but now with the secret weapon she hadn't brought one, knowing bullets were useless against the Hulk. Dr. Banner was taken aback. He had only meant to scare her, not expecting her to jump out the window. That surprised him. He hadn't even transformed yet, had he? As his mind relaxed, the other personality began to stir. Dr. Banner watched his arm turn green and swell, shouting, "No, no, 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 no." But the change was irreversible. Roar. The Hulk had arrived. The beastly roar shook the entire slum, but most people only glanced numbly in its direction before returning to their lifeless tasks. "Prepare, put on the secret weapon," Natasha shouted. At her command, a dozen men quickly pulled out a photo from their tactical bags and put it on their faces. The photo was none other than Apocalypse's face. In the photograph, Tianchi appeared radiant and handsome, as if catching sight of something, slightly turning sideways to reveal his pearly white teeth, smiling softly into the distance. The first thought that crossed the elite team members' minds upon seeing this photo was, "Is the boss joking with us?" Look at that smile, that gaze. It exudes a certain charm that an ordinary person simply couldn't replicate. If Tianchi were here, he would likely recognize it instantly as the extra smile. In his past life, Tianchi had been thoroughly brainwashed by those advertisements. "Hey, you dropped your extra. No, it's yours." Then with a turn, that sunny, handsome smile appeared just like that. Coupled with the exaggerated portrayal by Zhang Wei the toilet warrior, this smile had poisoned the minds of countless youths in his past life. Even after traversing a universe, those imprints lingered in Tianqi's mind. He had no idea when he had smiled or when the S-H-I-E-L-D agent had snapped that picture. Roar, roar, roar. The Hulk recklessly smashed everything in sight, leveling the small, dilapidated house. After he had demolished all obstacles blocking his view, he looked around. The two-story-tall green giant staggered back in fright, his wild, beastly fury instantly transforming into that of a startled fawn. Over a dozen faces of Tianqi were grinning at him. This was a nightmare. To the Hulk, there was nothing more terrifying in the world. This was Fury's secret weapon, Tianqi's photo. Though it seemed absurd, it was backed by profound psychological techniques. This decision was made only after a thorough and deep understanding of the Hulk's personality. Through years of tracking, they had analyzed that the Hulk, despite his ferocity, was inherently kind-hearted and disliked killing. It was just that the gamma energy was excessive, easily causing hallucinations. In the original story, Banner had told his girlfriend Elizabeth, "It feels like being on hallucinogens amplified 1,000 times. If someone fired a gun or ran wildly, he would instinctively chase them. The Hulk himself didn't know why. You run, I chase. You don't run, why would I chase?" As a result, those being chased were in danger, while those who stayed still might not be attacked by the Hulk. However, faced with the Hulk and his habit of roaring at every turn, no one could remain calm. Secondly, despite the Hulk's ferocity, psychologists had deduced from his various behaviors that his personality was equivalent to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child. If you couldn't control him, he would become more disruptive and mischievous. But if someone could overpower him, he would become timid and dare not act recklessly. In the original story, the Hulk was beaten down by Thanos with a few basic military punches, leaving him traumatized. Later, when his combat skills were needed, the Hulk's personality dared not emerge, even though Thanos hadn't arrived. During the battle on the streets of New York, Tianqi had personally beaten the Hulk until he was utterly defeated, instilling deep fear. If it were just fear, Fury wouldn't have dared to send Black Widow with just a photo. But Tianqi had also saved his girlfriend, so the Hulk felt an instinctive closeness to him. Roar. Friend. No. Not. Can't fight. No fight. Roar. Under the intense hallucinogenic effects of gamma energy, the Hulk couldn't distinguish reality from fantasy. Faced with over a dozen Tianqis, he didn't want to fight, nor did he dare to. The 9th Elite Squad had been uncertain, but they were amazed it actually worked. They suddenly felt the world was absurd. Why had they risked their lives when a photo could solve the problem? The Hulk's 2-story-tall body curled up like a wronged child. He didn't understand. He hadn't done anything wrong, so why was he having such a nightmare? A team member instinctively raised his gun, immediately alerting the Hulk. Roar. Black Widow quickly stepped in front of the soldier, whispering an order: "No guns, everyone. Stay calm, don't move." Then, extending her hands, she soothed the sun has set, big guy. You should rest now. Thud. Thud. In 2 steps, the Hulk's massive frame loomed, overlooking down at Black Widow. Seeing Black Widow's developed chest and petite figure, he curiously extended a finger, poked her, and asked in confusion, "You?" Not like friend. Black Widow struggled to stay steady. A falling would trigger the Hulk's instinct to bully the weak. She secretly pulled out a voice recorder from behind and pressed play. "Come find me when you turn back into Banner. If you don't turn back into Banner, what about your girlfriend?" These were the last 2 sentences Tianqi had said to the Hulk during the New York battle. Surveillance recording equipment on the helicopter had captured the faint original sound, which after restoration by an audio engineer was now as clear as a normal voice. Roar. Roar. The sound triggered the Hulk's memories, and the fear of being dominated by Tianqi surged back. The Hulk paced in circles, desperate to escape this nightmare, but everywhere he looked there was Tianqi's smiling face. He felt trapped, even though a single leap could cover dozens of kilometers. And his mind was filled with Tianqi's voice: "Turn back into Banner. Turn back into Banner. Turn back into Banner. Turn back into Banner." After a struggle, the Hulk's personality finally caved. His low growls faded into inaudibility, his bones emitted a series of cracks, his body shrank, and the green hue quickly receded, reverting him to Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner slowly regained consciousness and opened his eyes to see over a dozen identical smiling faces staring back at him, nearly causing his heart to stop from the shock. Oh my, good heavens. If he hadn't just transformed, this scare would have certainly triggered another transformation. A team member stepped forward and covered Banner with a blanket. Black Widow said calmly, "We've convinced the Hulk. Come with us." Banner had no choice but to follow. Without the Hulk, he couldn't even defeat an ordinary person. At the same time, he wondered what had just happened. Judging by the surroundings, the collapsed house, and the Hulk's massive footprints, he had definitely transformed, but apparently no one was hurt. That relieved Banner. Dr. Banner and the Hulk's memories were not shared. On Sakaar, the Hulk had known the Valkyrie for years, but when Banner reverted, they didn't recognize each other, only finding each other familiar. On the helicopter, the members of the 9th Elite Squad examined the photo, repeatedly unable to discern its secret. I think that guy might be a god. He's an Easterner. So what if he's an Easterner? Can't he be a god? That's not it. It's just that we Westerners don't worship him. If you don't believe it won't work. I think you're overthinking it. It's probably the smile. Look, can any of us normally smile like that? Yeah, seems about right. A dozen fully armed men grinned and grimaced at the photo, but they all felt something was missing. Was it the lack of the head-turning part, or was there something in front? After laughing for a while, someone remarked to him, "This smile is extraordinary. We just can't pull it off." Exactly. It's truly magical. But we don't know where the magic lies. Maybe we should ask the boss. After a round of whispered bets, Big Strong lost again and was sent to speak with Black Widow. Boss, could you tell us who the person in this photo is? Proud that her man could be so formidable with just a photo, and since the photo had already been shown, Black Widow relaxed the secrecy. So she said, "He's my man." Hiss. Over a dozen team members gasped in unison. They never imagined that the fearsome Black Widow, dreaded by all, actually had a man. And judging by her demeanor, she seemed like a smitten little girl. Though they were under her command, respecting and fearing her, some had tried to flirt with Black Widow. But none succeeded, and they were instead punished with training. Now they were even more convinced of the smile's magic. Hey, even the Hulk and the boss can't resist this smile's charm. If we learn it, wouldn't we be unstoppable at picking up girls? Alas, if I'd learned that smile earlier, maybe the boss and I would have had something. When handing over the mission, other colleagues saw the most bizarre 9th Elite Squad ever. A dozen burly men with weird smiles grinning at everyone, especially pretty women. After settling Dr. Banner, Black Widow received a message before she could rest. SHIELD had located Loki. More precisely, Loki had allowed himself to be found. Upon arriving on Earth, Loki corrupted a group of individuals, including Hawkeye, to execute his plan while appearing in major cities to vent his fury. Ever since his father chose to save that Earthling, Loki harbored an intense hatred for Earth. Even without Thanos' instigation, he would have eventually come to wreak havoc here. In the original plot, he only made a single public appearance at a concert, feigned defeat, and deliberately got captured. This time, however, he made no effort to conceal himself. He appeared directly in multiple locations, brandishing his sharp scepter and using the Mind Stone embedded within it to corrupt everyone present. Of course, Loki had no need for these mortals. He wanted them to retaliate against other humans. Those corrupted lost all sense of good and evil, even their fear, making them far more terrifying than criminals. Within a short time, crime rates in several European cities soared, plunging into chaos. Black Widow arrived at the meeting room where Director Fury and Agent Hill were already waiting alongside several technicians awaiting orders. Fury stepped forward and said in a grave tone, "Natasha, brace yourself for this video." Black Widow looked puzzled. What psychological preparation could a video require? Was it something gruesome or horrifying? In their line of work, much of the bloodshed was of their own, making it the notion of preparing mentally was almost laughable. Still, since Director Fury insisted, Black Widow nodded. "Begin." Fury commanded, and a technician played a video on the holographic screen. It showed Loki standing in the middle of a bank heist delivering a speech. "In the name of a god, I command you kneel." Upon kneeling, doesn't the world become clearer? Ha 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 ha. This is human nature. A craving to be conquered, to submit to the strong. You outwardly yearn for freedom, but inwardly you fear breaking the boundaries of the present. Day after day you follow the rules, living a life that rots with decay. Chasing power, chasing desire. Only seeking validation from others. What a nauseating existence. I, Loki, god of mischief, in the name of a deity, grant you true freedom. With that he waved his scepter, and a beam of light bathed the crowd. In an instant their eyes turned pitch black like empty sockets, and they turned away numbly. Subsequently, this group ignited crime across the city. Murders, arson, and screams echoed everywhere. At the end of the footage, Loki glanced at the surveillance camera, gave a sinister smile, and vanished into thin air. Clearly, he had left these images deliberately indifferent to being seen. He calls himself Loki, the god of mischief. Black Widow's face turned pale. She pushed aside the technician, operated the computer herself, and opened an archived video. That video was filmed by Coulson from a distance during the battle in the western town. Black Widow fast-forwarded to the scene where Thor faced the destroyer. "Loki, I know you're watching me. Is this what you want? Slaughtering civilians, harming the innocent. What good does it do you? If you must kill, kill me. Otherwise, when I return to Asgard, I will teach you a harsh lesson, brother." At this, Black Widow's face lost all color, and she nearly collapsed. Agent Hill quickly steadied her. Fury said, "Natasha, I'm afraid Apocalypse may never return. I know you're in deep grief, but we need you to stay rational and not act rashly. The crisis facing Earth is not yet over." Black Widow's eyes turned hollow as if all vitality had left her, and her voice was as cold as iron. "I won't act rashly. My husband with all his strength couldn't defeat him. I won't throw my life away. I will use every means and power to rip out his heart. With that, she stumbled away. Fury signaled Agent Hill to follow her. Hawkeye, Black Widow's closest friend, had been corrupted. Within S.H.I.E.L.D. She had no one else to confide in, so Fury sent Hill, the only other woman, to look after her for now. Based on the two videos, S.H.I.E.L.D. deduced that Thor and Apocalypse had failed. No wonder there had been no news for over 2 years. From Thor's roar at the sky, everyone understood that his adversary was Loki, the god of mischief, and it was a mortal enmity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent a puppet to Earth to kill without mercy, striking with lethal intent. That meant Thor and Apocalypse's journey to Asgard had to end in someone's death. Now, with no word from Apocalypse and Thor for 2 years their enemy, Loki swaggered across Earth, doing as he pleased. The outcome was clear at a glance. According to Fury's analysis, Thor and Apocalypse had been at a disadvantage from the start. Otherwise, why would Thor have been cast down to Earth before? Traveling to Asgard, the realm of gods, on their turf, facing deities, Apocalypse might be strong, but his odds of victory were hardly high. Now they had indeed failed. Fury sighed. Loki, as the victor, had come to reap Earth. One could hardly blame Fury and Black Widow for thinking this way. Across an entire universe with scant information, this deduction was undoubtedly the most logical. Who could have imagined that the victorious Thor and Apocalypse were stranded in Asgard due to the broken Bifrost unable to return? And that the defeated Loki, still alive, had opened a passage from another cosmic realm, arriving on Earth faster than they could. Loki naturally assumed the Bifrost wouldn't be repaired soon, which emboldened his arrogance, further creating the illusion of his victory. After waiting 2 grueling years for this outcome, Black Widow's heart turned to ash. She thought her heart had long died, remaining at S.H.I.E.L.D. only to seek a semblance of home. Unexpectedly, during a mission, she met Apocalypse, and her icy heart began to rekindle. She even researched advanced treatments, dreaming of a future with children. If she had never met Apocalypse, if hope had never been ignited, Loki would have been merely a powerful invader. But now he had stolen all her love and hope. In her grief, Black Widow did not lose her sanity. Instead, she grew colder than ever. Alas. Fury sighed. I have to play the villain once more. With that, he sent both videos to Iron Man. Tony, I hope you can stay calm after watching these. Earth needs you now. After viewing the 2 clips, Iron Man's intellect allowed him to grasp the situation instantly. That mysterious man who delivered takeout during his darkest hours saved him time and again from peril, constantly nagging about the delivery fee, yet never demanding repayment. Had he perished in a foreign realm? Had he vanished from his life? Even his romance with Pepper was subtly nudged forward by him, leading to their present happiness. He couldn't even retrieve his body, couldn't hold a funeral, couldn't mourn him properly. An indescribable sorrow welled up in Iron Man's heart. Aside from hearing of his parents' demise, he had never imagined losing someone so important again. Iron Man pressed the intercom button on his desk and said hoarsely, "Pepper, come in. I need you." Pepper could never resist such a plea. She rushed and saw Tony's grief-stricken expression and panicked, asking, "What's wrong?" "Don't ask yet. Hold me tight. Don't let me cry. I'm afraid that if I break down, I'll become weak and afraid to face what's ahead." Pepper held him tightly, feeling his rapid, suppressed breaths. Pepper said, "Tony, I don't know what happened, but if you want to cry, let it out. No one will laugh at you." "I can't cry yet. There's something he didn't finish and I have to do it for him." When the destroyer descended on the western town, no one was certain if Asgard intended to invade Earth. But objectively, it had endangered Earth's safety. Without Apocalypse, countless lives in that town would have been lost. For both public and personal reasons, Apocalypse's fight in Asgard was a defense of Earth. After an unknown time, Iron Man's breathing finally steadied. "Thank you. I'm okay now." His face was grim, eyes bloodshot, unsettling Pepper. He gently pushed Pepper away and said, "I need to go out." With resolve, he strode toward the lab housing his armor. "Where are you going?" "To kill a god." Fury, meanwhile, opened his computer to reveal a top-secret document titled The Avengers Initiative. This file had been established as early as the last century, shortly after Captain Marvel had departed. S.H.I.E.L.D. had detected an increasing number of alien civilizations, and more powerful beings were descending upon Earth, showing no regard for the planet as they waged war and even committed massacres at will. Fury had come to realize that conventional weapons and combat doctrines were no longer sufficient to counter these formidable entities. Only by matching strength with strength could they repel the extraterrestrial threats. The goal was even to launch a counteroffensive to make them dare not underestimate Earth. That was the true meaning of the Avengers. The name itself was inspired by a fighter jet belonging to Captain Marvel. Now the document simply listed a few names: Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers; Captain America, Steve Rogers; Iron Man, Tony Stark; Hulk, Bruce Banner; Hawkeye, Clint Barton; Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff; War Machine, Colonel James Rhodes; and the Easterner Tang Tianchi. These were all subject to furious additions or removals based on the situation. Now his fingers felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds as he hovered over the delete key, erasing the name, Tang Tianqi, character by character. Fury retrieved an inconspicuous pager upon which a gold and red emblem appeared, a golden star at the center flanked by abstract wings extending outward in red. This was the interstellar pager Captain Marvel had left for Fury. Originally a mere 20th century Earth device, Captain Marvel had adapted it using Kree technology, enabling its signal to traverse the entire galaxy. No matter where she was, she would receive the signal. In the event of a crisis threatening Earth's very existence, pressing this button would summon Captain Marvel back from the far reaches of the galaxy. Fury held the interstellar pager in his hand, hesitated for a moment, then tucked it securely against his person. Though they now faced a god, the current situation seemed only to cause chaos and casualties, not yet a threat of planetary destruction. Fury decided to give it a try. Just then a staff member announced, Director Iron Man, Captain America, and Dr. Banner have arrived. Shall we prepare for liftoff? Have Hill command the ascent. He'll greet them on the deck. In the original narrative, Black Widow handled the reception, but now with her heart broken, it was naturally unsuitable to assign her the task. Fury stepped out of his office to find a vast expanse of ocean, the enormous deck lined with numerous fighter jets. Countless workers were busy securing the aircraft and equipment with various tools. Hey, welcome Steve, Tony Banner, Fury greeted as he approached. Iron Man offered a polite nod while Banner appeared indifferent. As for Captain America, having just awakened from a 70-year slumber, he was still in the process of adapting to this new era. Gazing at the surrounding jets, he remarked with emotion, if what had such advanced aircraft back, then we wouldn't have lost so many brothers fighting the Nazis. We won in the end, didn't we? Fury said, let's head inside, it's going to get a bit thin out here. As he spoke, whirlpools slowly formed on the sea surface, appearing on both sides of the massive deck, 2 in front and 2 behind, as the seawater cascaded downward. Then a tremendous roar of engines filled the air as 4 colossal turbine fans rose from the whirlpools, each blade stretching over 10 meters in length. The water that had yet to fall cascaded like a waterfall, splashing into a misty spray under the beating of the turbine fans. The deck gradually elevated, revealing the full hull of the massive vessel against the sky. This was the helicarrier S.I.E.L.D.S. Integrated Offensive and Defensive Command Center. Facing threats capable of destroying Earth, remaining in a fixed location was no longer viable as enemies had too many ways to breach it. If another incident like the one at the West Side Cube Research Facility occurred, everyone would be wiped out in one fell swoop and the command system would be completely paralyzed. The helicarrier ascended several hundred meters into the sky. After Captain America and Banner had taken in the view, they entered the interior. Hill, commanding the flight, gave the order, prepare for cloaking. With that, the helicarrier deployed its simulated reflective panels, and the entire colossal vessel vanished from sight in the sky. Only when passing through certain clouds would it reveal some peculiar shapes. Inside, the vast command center buzzed with activity, each person responsible for their own subsystem. Captain America had seen plenty of advanced technology since waking, but what struck him as odd was not the sophistication of the interior, but the numerous posters of Tianqi's Wrigley's smile plastered everywhere. Given Dr. Banner's presence on board, the proven effective secret weapon had to remain in use as a precaution. Everyone had one. Some found it cumbersome to carry or feared they wouldn't have time to use it if the Hulk appeared, so they simply affixed it to their workstations, room doors, or hallways. Is that some big star? An Easterner? Captain America was baffled. He had been catching up on modern knowledge, but he hadn't heard of any such celebrity. Dr. Banner shrugged and said, it's their secret weapon to prevent the other big guy from going berserk. Fury, Black Widow, Iron Man, Captain America, and Dr. Banner held a brief meeting. Banner was naturally assigned to analyze global gamma radiation in search of the Tesseract, while the others stood by. Iron Man and Black Widow exchanged a light embrace as a gesture of comfort. Only Captain America was left with a head full of questions. He knew the enemy's identity, but not the specifics of what had transpired. Having just boarded, he was met with either strange photos everywhere or the somber expressions of his teammates. What exactly had happened? Had some major event occurred during his slumber? Soon enough, Loki made his reappearance. This time he materialized at a concert in Europe. A prominent figure was attending the musical gala, and Hawkeye had already determined that his eye was the key to unlocking a vault. Dressed in a suit, Loki approached the dignitary, grabbed him in a single motion, and slammed him onto an artistic platform. He then produced a device, thrust it into the man's eye, and tore the entire eyeball out. Meanwhile, at the vault, Hawkeye was holding an identical instrument. As Loki's device scanned the eye's data, Hawkeye's and synchronously generated a holographic replica. Moments later, the retinal scan passed, and the vault opened effortlessly. Inside lay a vial of iridium, which Hawkeye secured to his back before vanishing into the night. Loki herded the crowd into an outer square and revealed his true form. Donning his horned helmet, cape, and armor, he delivered his usual arrogant spiel. An elderly World War II veteran, frail and trembling, stood up and said, "Men like you, we've defeated before. I will not bow to you." Loki sneered, "Then I'll make an example of you." He raised his scepter and unleashed a beam of divine light. At that moment, a shield descended from the sky, deflecting the beam back at Loki, catching him off guard. The newcomer was, of course, Captain America. Upon seeing Captain America's appearance, Loki couldn't help but mock. "An outdated old soldier has arrived." Captain America was still clad in his old combat uniform, especially the cowl that covered his eyes and hair, which appeared somewhat foolish by modern standards. Unfazed, Captain America replied calmly, "As long as I'm protecting the people, a soldier never goes out of style." With that, he launched his attack. The crowd screamed and scattered in all directions. Fortunately, being in a square, there was no stampede, and the people quickly fled. Though Loki's combat prowess was weak in direct confrontation, that was only relative to other gods. Against an Earthling, his sheer physical strength overwhelmed Captain America, leaving him defenseless. After a few exchanges, Loki pinned the captain down with his scepter, trying to force his submission. Not a chance. Seeing that the civilians had fled, Captain America smiled, knowing his delaying tactic had succeeded. Just as Loki was about to deliver a killing blow, a streak of light shot across the sky, and a repulsor blast sent Loki flying. It was Iron Man. Loki lay on the ground, not immediately rising. As per his plan, he would put up a token fight, then feign capture to infiltrate the helicarrier and destroy Earth's command center in one decisive strike. Though his strength was not insignificant compared to Earthlings, he disdained brutish tactics. As the god of mischief, he reveled in weaving schemes and watching humans dance in the palm of his hand. In the original story, Iron Man and Captain America indeed played into his hands, taking him aboard a Quinjet and transporting him to the helicarrier the moment he raised his hands in surrender. But he had overlooked one person's influence, Tang Tianchi. Loki only calculated that the Bifrost Bridge in Asgard would not be repaired so quickly, allowing him to take advantage of this time difference to conquer Earth. Before Thor and Apocalypse returned, he could do as he pleased. Little did he expect that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already deduced his early arrival and reasoned that he had killed Apocalypse. At this moment, Black Widow, piloting the Quinjet and circling in the sky, spoke up. "Steve, stay back." Tat 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 tat. The onboard machine gun unleashed 2 tongues of fire, showering countless bullets. Dust instantly splattered where Loki was located. Accompanying this were Iron Man's hand cannon lasers and various miniature missiles, unleashing a barrage upon Loki. Loki was caught off guard, looking bewildered. Hadn't he just surrendered? Why were they still attacking him? Was his feigned surrender exposed? Luckily, as a god, his physical body was not weak. He was unharmed, but suffered from intense pain, his cloak torn and looking quite disheveled. After all, with the Hulk's destructive power, even a beating wouldn't inflict substantial harm. It merely knocked him off balance. One could imagine how high his physical resilience was. Captain America was somewhat puzzled. Hadn't that guy just raised his hands to surrender? Why were Black Widow and Iron Man still relentlessly attacking? But at this moment, the area within 10 meters of Loki was filled with bullets, cannon fire, and lasers, and the captain dared not approach recklessly. Loki, both angry and confused, shouted, "Stop shooting, I surrender." At this point, the onboard machine gun had run out of ammunition, and Black Widow lowered her flying altitude, setting the Quinjet to autopilot. One leap, diving from the sky towards Loki. Loki was enraged. He had pretended to surrender, yet they still bullied him. Thus, he raised his scepter and thrust it towards Natasha. Just as he was about to stab Black Widow in midair, Iron Man accelerated and tackled Loki down. Seeing this, Captain America had no time to think much and naturally rushed to help. Thus, Iron Man, Captain America, and Black Widow surrounded Loki and attacked. Iron Man could fly naturally, attacking from the air. The captain held his shield, bracing against Loki's divine light. As for Black Widow, she seemed to have gone mad, recklessly targeting Loki's vital points, not caring for her own safety. However, with her strength, she couldn't inflict any significant damage on Loki. Fortunately, with the joint defense of Iron Man and Captain America, he was not in major peril for the time being. Captain America shouted while fighting, "Hey Loki, didn't you say you surrendered? Why are you still fighting back?" Loki angrily retorted, "I've already said I surrender. Why are you attacking me? If you don't fight back, we won't attack." "Huh, I don't believe you. But if you don't attack, I won't fight back. You surrender, but you have to stop fighting first. You are despicable. You must stop attacking first. You surrender. You are despicable." For a moment, their verbal sparring fell into a deadlock, and neither side could gain the upper hand, while the battle also remained unresolved. Loki felt that Earthlings were truly unreasonable. His well-practiced feigned surrender had no effect on these 3 fools. In his life, Loki had deceived and feigned surrender countless times, almost always successfully. He had tricked Thor and the Frost Giant King, without a doubt, including those that had yet to occur in the original plot, such as deceiving the Dark Elves and Thanos to gain their trust. It was just that with Thanos, the power disparity was too great, leading to the plan's failure. He never expected that his first feigned surrender on Earth would fail, as they simply ignored him. Loki felt so frustrated. Raising his hands only meant taking a beating, fighting back meant more punches. Such fighting and killing did not align with his style as the god of mischief. At this moment, Loki was truly engaged in a back-and-forth battle with Iron Man and the others. It wasn't just an act. His direct combat power was limited. He might not even be able to beat Iron Man, let alone fight against Captain America and Black Widow as well. Fortunately, his divine body was robust, taking the hits directly, and though he was accumulating injuries, there was no immediate danger. Continuing like this was not a solution. Loki seized the opportunity, enduring Captain America's shield slap to his face, and unleashed a divine light towards Black Widow's abdomen. The divine light pierced through, leaving a gaping wound the size of a bowl on Black Widow's body, nearly splitting her in two as she fell to the ground. Natasha! Captain America exclaimed in shock, quickly ceasing his attack to check on her. Iron Man coldly remarked, "Don't worry about her, continue fighting, and don't let Loki escape. You have no humanity, not even caring for your teammate." Iron Man kept attacking while muttering, "Humph. Old relic." Kneeling beside Black Widow, the captain held her hand and said, "Natasha, you must hold on." This injury, the captain knew, had little chance of survival, but aside from saying these comforting words, he didn't know what else to say. During World War II, he had bravely fought and saved countless comrades, yet countless had perished beside him. The captain was suddenly filled with sorrow, as if he had returned to the era of World War II, tightly gripping Black Widow's hand. Black Widow, her face twisted in pain, said, "You don't worry about me." The captain replied, "Natasha, how can I not worry about you? Though we've only known each other for a short time, I am your comrade. If you have anything to say, just say it. I will remember it for you. Let go. If you don't let go, I will really die." "What?" Captain America felt Black Widow using her last ounce of strength, trying to break free from his grip, so he quickly released her. She struggled to pull out a green vial from her tactical pack and drank it down. A green light illuminated the wound, and in the blink of an eye, the missing flesh around the hole had grown back. However, her clothes did not recover. Black Widow revealed her tight and elastic abdomen and lower back, combined with the sweat and grime on her face, giving off an unusual allure. Black Widow sprang back up from the ground, continuing to assault Loki. The captain stood there stunned up. "I'm sorry about earlier. No wonder Iron Man told me not to worry about her. It turns out there was such a miraculous potion. On the contrary, by holding her hand, I nearly put my teammate in danger." Feeling a bit guilty, the captain wondered if he was too out of touch with the times to not know about such miraculous potions. "Let's talk. Get over here and fight." Seeing Black Widow fully revived, Loki felt a chill in his heart. Where did such a perverse potion come from? How could he fight under these circumstances? If this continued, they could recover from injuries in an instant while he only accumulated more wounds, and he might even end up in a precarious situation. Realizing this, Loki decided to stop fighting. With a flash, he conjured several duplicates of himself, simultaneously fleeing in all directions. Black Widow waved her hand, shooting 3 darts instantly, making 3 illusions disappear. Captain America's shield flew out, arcing back to his hand, dispersing 5 illusions. Iron Man was far more efficient, using his eyes to operate the microscreen for positioning. Lasers from his suit split into dozens of beams, enveloping all of Loki. Loki let out a miserable cry. All illusions vanished, and his true form was struck by the lasers. But by this time, he had already distanced himself over 10 meters from Iron Man and the others. A few leaps, he vaulted over the outer wall, disappearing from their sight. On the way back, Iron Man did not fly solo. The 3 sat together in the Quinjet. Black Widow coldly stated, "His power cannot possibly kill my husband." Captain America asked, "My condolences. But I must inquire, who is your husband? Is he very strong? The picture you saw on the mothership is him. As for his power." Iron Man scoffed. If he were here, not even giving Loki 100 chances, would he dare to cause trouble on Earth? So he is a fallen hero. No wonder so many people had his image plastered everywhere on the mothership, Captain America thought to himself. However, wasn't that image chosen incorrectly? A fallen hero's portrait should be a solemn and dignified one, right? That smiling photo felt somewhat off. Iron Man said if he only has this level of power today, even with his ability to corrupt others, it wouldn't be enough to conquer Earth regardless of whether Apocalypse is present or not. Unless. The 3 exchanged glances, simultaneously thinking. He has helpers. The Quinjet accelerated, flying toward the mothership. They needed to return and discuss with the director to uncover Loki's true scheme. According to the original plot, Loki should have feigned surrender on this aircraft, but due to Apocalypse's invisible influence, the timeline here had already deviated severely. In an unknown space-time, the Time Variance Authority manager looked at the sacred timeline, which had branched out again, feeling quite overwhelmed. The mysterious man who made the timekeepers personally intervene and label him a rogue, even from the far reaches of the universe, had severely disrupted Earth's timeline. If this continued, the sacred timeline would eventually collapse. A group of employees from the Time Variance Authority were diligently discussing to see if they could come up with a plan to stabilize the sacred timeline without offending that esteemed rogue. Black Widow, Iron Man, and Captain America soon returned to the helicarrier and immediately reported to Fury about the battle and their speculation that Loki might have allies. Fury gathered everyone for a meeting. He'll list all the places Loki has raided recently and see if there's any correlation. Yes, sir. Detailed reports of each incident appeared on the screen, and the computer program automatically analyzed them, searching for connections among locations, casualties, and other factors. Dr. Banner suddenly spoke up. This is odd. Loki only robbed precious metal banks, and the only metal stolen was iridium. Iron Man frowned, then said iridium has many uses. As far as I know, there are dozens of industrial applications for it. But none of those are likely what Loki wants. It's not like he's planning to open a factory on Earth, is he? Then there's only one plausible possibility left. In particle physics, iridium is used in the production of antiprotons. A high-intensity proton beam is directed at a conversion target that must have extremely high density. It can more stably withstand the shock waves caused by the temperature rise from the radiation particle beam. Banner's eyes lit up with enough energy to open an Einstein-Rosen bridge. Iridium would be an indispensable element that could serve as a stabilizing buffer. Ahem. Fury gestured in plain English. Dr. Banner and Iron Man exchanged glances. Iron Man said, "You're the expert here. You explain." Dr. Banner didn't hesitate. An Einstein-Rosen bridge, commonly known as a wormhole, requires astronomical amounts of energy to open. Moreover, during the opening of the wormhole, antiprotons are generated. If these aren't neutralized, the wormhole becomes unstable. Captain America interjected, "Wait, I don't understand these theories. But if I'm correct, for Loki to open a wormhole and bring allies from another world, he needs two things: energy and stability. The Tesseract can provide energy, iridium can ensure stability. That means he already has everything he needs." Exactly. The room fell silent as they realized the gravity of the situation. One, Loki had already caused chaos in major European cities, resulting in numerous casualties. If his allies arrived, Earth would likely fall completely. According to Fury's reasoning, Loki's ally might be the supreme being who killed Thor and Tanchi, someone who once on Earth would be unstoppable. Fury ordered Hill, "I want you to do everything possible to find Loki's trail. Requisition all surveillance cameras and spy satellites on Earth if necessary." Dr. Banner, Tony, the task of tracking gamma rays to find the Tesseract is yours. I'll authorize all gamma ray detection instruments within my power for your use. Steve, Natasha, stand by. Yes, sir. Yet the more anxious they grew, the fewer results they got. After being overwhelmed by Iron Man, Black Widow, and Captain America in their three-pronged attack, Loki suffered a major defeat and dared not show himself again. Even the corrupted Hawkeye, who had been robbing iridium on Loki's orders, had vanished. Fury grew increasingly uneasy, suspecting they had already gathered enough iridium. They were surely setting things up now. The next time they were found, the wormhole would likely already be open. For 2 days, the entire Earth fell into an eerie calm. Fury knew this was the calm before the storm, a storm that once unleashed would bring cataclysmic disaster. Just then, the helicarrier's alarms blared. Beep, beep, beep. General alert. All units, an unknown object is hovering above the carrier. Weapons on standby. Personnel on standby. Above the helicarrier, 2 figures stood in the void, surrounded by lightning and dark clouds. It was Thor and Tanchi. Because he needed to teleport an extra person, Odin took longer to prepare the dark energy, delaying their arrival by a few days compared to the original timeline, where Thor came alone. In the original story, Thor descended while Loki was feigning surrender and flying back to the carrier in a Quinjet, leading to a fight with Iron Man and Captain America in the wilderness. Now, at Tanchi's request, they pinpointed the helicarrier and descended directly above it. The carrier was invisible to Earth technology, but to Heimdall it shone like a light bulb. Tanchi extended a single hand, creating a divine light barrier that blocked all the defensive automated weapons, bullets, and warheads. Below, tension rose as gun turrets aimed at them. Though Tanchi was unafraid, these were allies, and there was no need to damage their own weapons. Otherwise, that miser Fury would surely complain. Soon, surveillance locked onto their images. "Ah, it's that Eastern man from the photo." Some female technicians began to squeal. Once the alarm was lifted, Tanchi and Thor descended slowly. Thor flew using Mjolnir, while Tanchi relied on pure physical flight, a skill that even Thor envied. Many gods and powerful beings, despite their strength, could never learn to fly. Physical flight was not as simple as it seemed. Loki, who often called himself a god to mortals, could not fly. Without his hammer, Thor could only briefly hover using lightning, which was hardly true flight. Most superheroes, including even the formidable Scarlet, which could only briefly levitate using ground force, not truly fly. Only a few unique beings like Vision or Captain Marvel possessed the ability to fly physically from the moment they appeared. As the two landed, people rushed to greet them. Iron Man in his suit flew over fastest. Seeing Tanchi, his eyes reddened, and he gave him a tight embrace. Buddy, I never thought I'd see you again. Tianchi sighed. Yes, it's been a while. Felt like a century. Gradually, Tianchi felt uneasy. Why was Iron Man hugging him for so long? Everyone was watching. He needed to save face. Captain America whispered to Fury director, are you sure this Tianchi and Natasha are married? Seeing Black Widow's teary eyes, Tianchi couldn't hold back. He had just returned from afar and hadn't even embraced his wife yet. Hey Tony. Get lost. As Tianchi pushed Tony away, Black Widow lunged at him, kissing him breathlessly. The kiss lasted so long that even the Western onlookers grew uncomfortable. Fury said, Tang, welcome back. Tianchi reluctantly parted from Black Widow. Everyone seemed unusually warm this time. Long time no see, director. Fury said, let me introduce Dr. Banner. I believe you know him. Banner, polite and refined, shook his hand and said, Mr. Tang, it's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Your smile seems perfectly normal. What did normal smile even mean? Tianchi had no time to ask and shook hands. This is my deputy agent Hill. Hill was a tall, slender beauty with a crisp, cool, and capable demeanor, completely different from Black Widow. This is Captain America Steve Rogers. It was Tianchi's first time meeting Captain America in person. He studied him closely, tall, handsome, exuding righteousness, wearing an old-fashioned tight combat suit, identical to the captain in his memory. Just then Thor sidled over, tilted his head to glance at the captain's side, and whispered, Tang, is this the American posterior you mentioned? Doesn't seem that impressive. Everyone present was sharp-eared. Even the quietest whisper was heard clearly. Captain America's face darkened. What kind of people were these? Did he even know them? Why were they suddenly discussing his rear? Hearing Thor's comment, everyone turned to look at the captain's backside, curious if it was really that shapely. The captain felt a tingle of heat on his backside but couldn't touch it in public, so he nonchalantly covered it with his shield. Hello everyone. Tianchi stepped away from Thor and greeted the group. I'm not really familiar with this guy. Entering the interior, he found his own portrait everywhere, some adorned with small flowers. Tianchi was puzzled. Wasn't his information classified? Or had he taken a wrong turn in the space-time continuum? Thor said enviously, Tang, you're so popular on Earth. No one puts up my picture in Asgard. Then he asked Agent Hill, hey beautiful, who's in charge of these photos? I, the Prince of Asgard and God of Thunder, wouldn't mind having my picture up there too. Hill rolled her eyes. Everyone thought Mr. Tang was dead. These photos are for mourning him. Are you sure you want to join? Not necessarily. After they exchanged information, all doubts were resolved. Fury was relieved to learn that Loki had no powerhouse capable of killing Tianchi. With the addition of Thor and Tianchi, his worry subsided. If Loki dared to show his face, Fury would make him regret it. With nothing pressing, Tianchi and Black Widow stole some time to rekindle their passion from the past 2 years. Tang, keep it down. The rooms aren't soundproof. What's there to fear? I'm not the one making noise. You're so bad. The two of them, adhering to the principle that as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed, created a cacophony all night long. This area was entirely women's quarters, and Hill, living nearby, tossed and turned, covering her ears and enduring the torment through the night. After the exertion, Tianchi finally enjoyed a sweet sleep. Suddenly 2 loud booms, boom, boom, shook the helicarrier violently. Alarms blared, and everyone rushed out. Everyone be careful, Loki is invading. Tianchi opened his eyes and muttered to himself that Loki, he's really a persistent ghost. When he emerged, chaos reigned outside. Fury and Hill were directing operations in the control room. Fury spoke into the communicator, Tony, 2 turbine fans have been destroyed. Go repair them or the carrier will crash. No problem here. Is that Tianchi still sleeping in his lover's arms? Hey Tony. I'm here. Then Loki is yours. Hill quickly pulled up surveillance footage which showed Loki slowly emerging from beside a Quinjet, flashing a sinister smile at the camera and then disappearing. Hill said the Quinjet that returned a few days ago, Loki must have tampered with it. Now he's sabotaging the carrier from within. Mr. Tang, please handle it. Don't let him get to the power reactor. Leave it to me. Tianchi nodded, closed his eyes slightly, and began to sense every movement on the carrier. Suddenly a gust of wind swept up and he vanished before Hill's eyes. At that moment, Loki was in stealth mode, and his goal was exactly as Hill had guessed, to detonate the nuclear reactor. If successful, it would be like a nuclear bomb exploding inside the carrier, causing catastrophic damage. In the original storyline, Loki toyed with people, enjoying the thrill of manipulating them without their knowledge. But now his feigned surrender had failed, and from Tianchi to the combined assault of Black Widow and others, he had suffered greatly. Filled with resentment, he had lost all desire to toy with them, and simply sought destruction to teach H-I-E-L-D a lesson. The nuclear reactor lay before him, and a cold smirk curled on Loki's lips. Just as he was about to act, a voice rang out. Loki, long time no see. You. Loki was startled. The newcomer was Tianchi, and if he was here, then his brother must be nearby too. Loki had never expected that repairing the Bifrost would take at least a year, possibly 3. That was plenty of time to smash Earth to pieces. Then when the Earthling the All-Father saved returned, seeing his despair would be so satisfying. Father really spared no expense using dark energy to send you back to Earth. Fine, I surrender. Loki slowly raised his hands, but as his scepter reached chest height, a yellow beam suddenly shot out with a ZZZ sound. The yellow beam was not aimed at Tianchi, but at the nuclear reactor. A smug grin spread across Loki's face. The core of a nuclear explosion reached tens of millions of degrees, melting all matter, reducing even the mightiest to fundamental particles. But he was up against Tianchi. The moment Loki said surrender, Tianchi was already on guard, instantly teleporting to block the yellow beam. He had thought it was just an ordinary divine attack, but a tremendous force pressed down on him, as if he were bracing against a star, boundless and overwhelming. Caught off guard, Tianchi's feet carved two long grooves into the hard alloy floor, stopping only when his back pressed against the reactor. This isn't your power. Having undergone the Eternal Flame's 9 refinements and 9 supplements, his divine body was complete, and his cultivation had soared over the past 2 years, far surpassing his former self. Even if Loki had improved, it couldn't be this exaggerated. Tianchi saw that the light on Loki's scepter had dimmed, and the socket where the Mind Stone had been was empty. So it was the power of the Mind Stone. Though the Mind Stone wasn't known for destructive force, it was still an infinity stone. Even borrowing a fraction of its power made Loki this formidable. If Tianchi hadn't intercepted him, had Thor come instead, Loki might have succeeded. But seeing the empty socket, it was clear he had only borrowed power without bringing the stone itself. Truly the god of mischief, cautious as always. Loki laughed heartily one more time. See if you can block it. With that, another yellow beam shot out. But he himself split into a dozen illusions, scattering toward the surrounding corridors. Tianchi casually swatted the beam away. This time it was just a divine disguise from Loki, not true Mind Stone power. Tianchi had sensed it. Seeing a dozen Lokis fleeing, Tianchi didn't chase any of them. Instead, he reached into the void before him. A figure gradually materialized from thin air, Loki of course. A few days ago, when Loki fought the trio of Black Widow and others, he had suffered greatly while escaping. This time he had learned his lesson, creating a dozen illusions while his true body turned invisible. Yet Tianchi saw through it instantly and grabbed him. Loki felt like crying. Damn it, he had never won against these Earthlings. From sending the destroyer to the All-Father choosing to save Earth over him to the failed surrender, escape, and sabotage of the helicarrier. Everything had gone wrong. Tianchi stared at Loki, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. This Loki had never done anything good, and countless Earthlings had died by his hand. Why not just kill him now? He wasn't afraid of altering the timeline. As he prepared to act, Loki seemed to sense the killing intent and shouted, "I am Thor's brother." Truly, Loki understood human nature well. Tianchi sighed inwardly. Thor considered him a brother, and Asgard had made him a prince, even using the eternal flame to temper his body. Though there was an element of utility, the favor was real. Having yet to repay them, killing their kin would be unjustifiable, especially since Thor still saw Loki as his brother. Now that he had captured Loki, the New York invasion likely couldn't happen. He would take him up and consult Thor first. So he sealed Loki's divine power and carried him up to the deck like a chicken. By then, most other issues had been resolved. The minor enemies were dealt with by the carrier's security forces. Due to Loki's deliberate sabotage, one more engine was destroyed than in the original timeline, drawing Thor, Iron Man, and Captain America away. As for Hawkeye, Black Widow had breathlessly tied him up and brought him in. Hawkeye's strength lay in his arrows. In close combat, he was weaker than the enhanced Black Widow, both in the original, and now he lost to her without a doubt. Tianchi tossed Loki onto the deck, walked over, took Hawkeye from Black Widow, and said, "Rest a while, ill handle Barton." Gently pressing his finger to Hawkeye's forehead, a divine power seeped in slowly. The Mind Stone's control over Hawkeye was faint worlds apart from the power in the reactor fight, but it was entangled in his brain, so Tianchi had to be extremely careful. Soon Hawkeye's dark eyes returned to normal, his mind clear. "Thank you. You're welcome." Black Widow supported him, asking Barton, "Do you remember what happened?" Hawkeye nodded. "I remember everything. I hurt many people." Tianchi said, "Don't blame yourself. You were controlled by the Mind Stone. The guilt isn't yours. The real culprit is over there." By then all issues were resolved, and Thor, Iron Man, Captain America, Fury, and Hill gathered around scrutinizing Loki. Fury shuddered inwardly. If Tianchi hadn't returned in time, the helicarrier would have been doomed, and everyone would have died in a nuclear explosion. The god of mischief remained the god of mischief. Though he hadn't boarded via a feigned surrender, he had left a mark on the Quinjet. Thor thundered, "Loki, you are too reckless. What right do you have to lecture me?" Loki laughed bitterly. "Father chose to save that Earthling over me. You, Odin, Frigga, none of you are my family." Thor was momentarily speechless, deeply guilty. He wished Father had saved Loki instead of him. It would have been easier to bear. Hill kicked Loki and said, "Loki, right. For causing massive casualties among Earthlings, you will be tried according to law with a maximum penalty of death." Hey, Thor called out. "He's my brother. Show some respect. He has directly or indirectly caused the deaths of over 3,000 Earthlings. Well, he's adopted. We're not that close." Still, Thor couldn't let Loki die here. As merciful as Thor was, he had his selfishness. He still saw Loki as his brother and wouldn't let anyone kill him. Just then Iron Man looked around and said, "Are we missing someone?" Everyone realized Dr. Banner was absent. No, rather the Hulk was missing. Roar. A muffled roar echoed from below, followed by a cacophony of crashes as equipment was destroyed. Fury rubbed his bald head, feeling a headache coming on, and was about to ask Tianchi to stop the Hulk. Suddenly, with a boom, the Hulk burst through the deck, leaping up from below. Below, Tianchi's photos were everywhere, and the Hulk, finding no escape except through the ceiling, had smashed through layer after layer to get up. Loki screamed in agony as the Hulk landed right on him, his massive foot pressing Loki's face into the steel deck. "Damn it! Savage brute, ugly beast, take your foot off me." The Hulk glanced down and rumbled in his bass voice, "Humph. Little insect. Enough. I've had enough of you earthlings. I am a god of frost, giant blood, Odin's adopted son. Your lowly blood is unworthy." Boom, 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 boom. The Hulk stomped him repeatedly, growling, "Little bug. You're loud. You're loud." The physical damage was minor, but the humiliation was 1,000 times worse. If being forced to crawl between someone's legs was the ultimate shame for a man, this was 10 times worse, being stomped without pants. When the Hulk transformed, that green dangling thing came out again. Normally it was just an eyesore, but in the West people were used to it. But for Loki, lying helpless on the ground, staring up at that massive thing looming over him, swaying back and forth, it was utterly devastating. His spirit shattered. Loki's face turned ashen. He felt that the humiliation of over 1,000 years couldn't compare to today's torment. You, just kill me if you have the guts. Roar. Little bug. Then he'll kill you." The Hulk seemed to understand Loki's words, grabbed his legs, and lifted him. Roar. He tore Loki in half. Thor screamed, "Loki." Although Loki is called a god, being torn in half will still lead to death. In the original storyline, he died as Thanos literally snapped his neck. The god of thunder rushed over only to discover that the torn Loki shed not a drop of blood, but slowly transformed into a wisp of ash, vanishing into the air. "It's a clone," the god of thunder exclaimed. A clone is different from an illusion. An illusion is merely a false shadow, while a clone is a tangible existence, much like a real person with certain capabilities. Of course, the strength of a clone depends on the specific power of the main body. The clone is controlled by the main body, sharing thoughts and perspectives. The enhanced humiliation experienced earlier was indeed imprinted in Loki's main consciousness, a feeling that could never be washed away. No wonder Loki ordered the Hulk to kill him earlier. He simply could not endure the humiliation and hastily severed the connection with the clone. I never expected Loki to progress so rapidly in the past 2 years cultivating a clone. The god of thunder felt both relieved and troubled. The one who died was a clone, indicating that Loki was still alive, but it also meant he was lurking somewhere, continuing to harm humanity. Apocalypse stepped forward, suppressing the Hulk's persona, and immediately a staff member brought over a blanket. Looking at the Hulk's naked form, Apocalypse thought it necessary to find an opportunity to make him a pair of ultra-elastic underwear to avoid such embarrassing transformations. As for Loki's clone, Apocalypse had no memory of it and was seeing it for the first time. Was it the butterfly effect of his appearance? He was puzzled as to why Loki dared to attack the nuclear reactor at such a close distance. At this range, not to mention Loki, even Apocalypse himself had no confidence of surviving. It turned out that the clone did not fear death. At that moment, a massive blue beam of light shot up into the sky. The blue energy column struck the heavens, slowly opening a void that revealed the dark cosmic backdrop beyond. It was the wormhole connecting to the other end of the universe. Seeing Apocalypse and the god of thunder arrive and realizing that the clone's ambush had failed, Loki knew time was of the essence and directly activated the cosmic cube to summon Thanos' army. Countless waiting Chitauri troops surged in like a swarm of locusts. The Chitauri soldiers rode personal hovercraft, and after passing through the wormhole, they wielded peculiar long energy rifles, killing anyone they encountered. With the energy cannons on the hovercrafts, one shot sent cars flying off the ground. Instantly, screams filled New York as explosions erupted and people fled in panic. After a while, the blue energy column grew larger and the wormhole opened wider, allowing a massive mechanical dragon to slowly enter. The mechanical dragon was made entirely of an unknown alien metal, appearing dark bronze in color. Wherever it passed, buildings were directly knocked down, and with a casual flick of its tail, it could shatter half of a structure. Inside its body were many Chitauri soldiers who jumped out immediately upon passing through a building, attacking the humans inside. The god of thunder murmured, "Brother, you have really gotten yourself into big trouble now." The mothership immediately sounded the alarm, and everyone prepared for battle. Apocalypse said, "I will go find Loki's true form. The Infinity Stone in his hand is the key to shutting down the wormhole. You all take care of the rest." With that, Apocalypse soared from the mothership and flew towards the wormhole. In the original storyline, the Infinity Stone was embedded in Loki's scepter, But now the scepter lay on the mothership and the Mind Stone was nowhere to be found. It must still be in Loki's possession. Iron Man and the God of Thunder could fly themselves, so they took off first. Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Captain America quickly boarded the Quinjet preparing to depart. Fury urged, "Wait, bring DR. Banner along, we need him right now." The plan to bring Banner was initially to use gamma rays to locate the cosmic cube, but now that the cosmic cube was blatantly sitting beneath the energy column, searching was no longer meaningful. Banner expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Director. However, there is a battle going on over there. I think I'll stay on the mothership and return to the land of the three brothers once the fight is over." The mothership was enormous, flying slowly and not suitable for directly entering the combat zone. It was more like an aircraft carrier at sea, serving as a platform for fighters and a command center. Fury smiled and said, "We don't need Banner, but we do need Hulk." With that, he took the reluctant Banner aboard the Quinjet. The aircraft quickly arrived above the battlefield and Black Widow opened the hatch. Sitting at the edge, Banner realized something was wrong and shouted, "What are you planning to do? Don't do it like this again." Black Widow coldly replied, "Barton, throw him out." "No." With a loud bang, he landed as the Hulk. With a furious roar, the Hulk attracted countless Chitauri soldiers nearby to attack. The God of Thunder, Iron Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Captain America each played their part, continuously eliminating Chitauri soldiers. Hawkeye took to higher ground, focusing on the hovercraft. The God of Thunder used his hammer and lightning for area attacks, blocking near the wormhole. Captain America moved around, rescuing civilians. Black Widow had to adopt guerrilla tactics on the ground, specifically targeting isolated Chitauri soldiers to kill. Once these superheroes entered the battlefield, they stabilized the situation, and civilian casualties immediately decreased. However, this also attracted more Chitauri soldiers and mechanical dragons to attack. Apocalypse flew directly beneath the energy column, standing on top of a building. However, this was not Stark Tower where Iron Man was in the original storyline. Clearly, after being beaten by Iron Man and his two companions, Loki understood that Iron Man was not to be trifled with and dared not openly cause trouble at Stark Tower, fearing detection. The source of the blue energy column was a peculiar device with the cosmic cube placed inside, functioning as an energy source. Eric was guarding nearby. Apocalypse approached, pressing his hand against Eric's forehead, dispelling the control energy of the Mind Stone. "Is it you?" Eric awakened. "Oh no, what have I done?" "This is not your fault, DR. Eric, where is Loki?" "I don't know, he just had me activate the device and disappeared." "Then you should leave quickly. The device generates a protective energy shield that cannot be shut down. It requires a source of the same energy to break through the shield." "I know that." However, Apocalypse still wanted to give it a try and slowly stepped forward. He threw a punch at the device. A blue energy shield blocked Apocalypse's fist. The energy shield was formless and intangible, yet it felt like striking a massive bell, producing a tremendous collision sound that created huge sound waves sweeping the surrounding dust like waves. The immense energy transmitted to the building caused it to shake violently. Apocalypse frowned. The Infinity Stone was indeed extraordinary. Although he had only thrown a tentative punch with less than 1/10 of his strength, judging by the strength of the energy shield, even a full-force strike would not break it. Moreover, there were still many ordinary people in this building. If he threw another punch and did not break the energy shield, the building would likely collapse first. It seemed that he had to go find Loki. At this moment, Loki had long lost the arrogance of the original storyline. Seeing Apocalypse arrive, he did not know where to hide. However, Apocalypse was certain that Loki must be near the energy column. With his twisted mindset, he would want to witness all of this firsthand, to see the wails of the people, to see the Earth's destruction, for that would bring him joy. Tianchi chose a direction at random to fly, tuning his divine sense to its utmost. As long as Loki remained within his perception range, concealment was utterly impossible. Though Loki's invisibility art was wondrous, it inevitably emanated fluctuations of divine power. With Loki's distinctly cold and sinister divine energy signature, he was far too easy to identify. Numerous Chitauri soldiers opened fire at Tianchi. With a slight turn of his palm, countless strands of divine power shot forth in all directions. Wherever the divine power passed, the Chitauri soldiers fell like insects beneath a lamp, littering the streets in dense layers. Seeing Tianchi's formidable might, the Chitauri immediately dispatched 2 mechanical serpents accompanied by countless soldiers to attack. Seeing this, Tianchi refrained from using divine power. As the mechanical serpents lunged, he met them with a single punch, 10 times the Hulk's strength. Boom! The 1,000-ton mechanical serpent's body froze, seemingly suspended in midair. Then, starting from its head, its metal frame shattered and burst apart piece by piece, the explosion extending to its tail in an instant. The Chitauri soldiers aboard the mechanical serpent were impaled by countless metal shards and fell to the ground amidst a rain of metallic debris. The other serpent, clearly under someone's control, quickly turned to flee. Since it had come, Tianchi had no intention of letting it escape. He accelerated and in an instant reached the serpent's tail. He plunged both hands downward, The hard, alien metal yielded like water-soaked paper pierced through. Grasping the serpent's core spine, he spun it violently 3 times in the air. Roar! Under the immense force, the 1,000-ton mechanical serpent could no longer control its trajectory and hurtled toward the blue energy pillar. As the serpent's body grazed the energy pillar, every part it touched disintegrated into nothingness, snapping it in two. Seeing this, Tianqi shook his head. It seemed impossible to forcibly block the energy pillar with any object. Yet Tianqi had not truly expected success. Since the serpent had presented itself, he had merely taken the opportunity to test it. Suddenly Tianqi sensed something unusual below. He immediately turned and flew toward a secluded street. This street had just been cleared with few people or Chitauri soldiers. Looking down from above, Tianqi spotted 4 strange individuals. The Hulk, Iron Man, Captain America, and a figure he had not yet seen, Ant-Man. The Hulk appeared unchanged in form, but his face lacked its perpetual fury, as if he were a different person. Crucially, he wore a pair of pants. Iron Man looked much more weathered. Captain America no longer wore his old-fashioned cowl, sporting a stylish haircut instead. As for Ant-Man, clad in a dark red suit, Tianqi saw him in person for the first time, and he matched the memory without difference. Tianqi realized they were likely the time travelers from Avengers Endgame. Had he not changed the future? That couldn't be. Thanos wasn't that difficult to defeat, was he? Tianqi descended, appearing suddenly before them. "Where am I?" he asked. The 4 were startled, but upon seeing him, they breathed a sigh of relief. Ant-Man said, "Hey Tang, didn't expect to see you here." Iron Man added, "Tang, I knew you'd recognize we're from the future. Someone who asks where am I is either a fool or a sage prophet." Clearly, Iron Man understood at once that this was the Tianqi of this timeline. Bruce Banner, the Hulk, said, "Tang, time travel isn't about going back to the past, it's traveling to a different time. Telling you where your counterpart is in our timeline won't affect yours." Tianqi frowned. Could it be that the sacred timeline had forked? In this divergent branch had he failed to defeat Thanos? But where had the divergence occurred? Since his arrival, he hadn't altered many critical junctures. Iron Man said, "Tang, you should leave. If we interact too much and reveal too much information, this very moment might spawn another new branch. No one can say which branch the future will take." Tianqi didn't fully grasp timelines and time travel. But from the original plot, traveling to the past could not change the future, it only created a new timeline. For instance, in the original timeline, when Bruce Banner snapped his fingers and brought back those who had turned to dust, they had lost 5 years. This was entirely different from the imagined concept of altering the past. If only one timeline existed, then, like in the movie The Butterfly Effect, changing even the smallest fact in the past would directly cause a sudden mutation in the future. With that in mind, Tianqi chose not to interfere excessively. He trusted Iron Man's words. If he was reluctant to speak, it must be for the good of this present reality. He would simply be more cautious when facing Thanos. "All right then. Good luck to you. Do you need any help?" Ant-Man said, "If only you had some Pym particles. We seem to have strayed onto the wrong timeline. Now we don't have enough Pym particles to jump back to the original one." Tianqi had no Pym particles on him. After a moment's thought, he casually scratched a few marks on a car roof and said calmly, "I don't have any, but I trust you'll find a way." Then he turned and flew away. Ant-Man shrugged. That Tang, always so mysterious. Only Captain America, who had remained silent, noticed Tianqi's actions on the car roof. They gathered to look, and on it was written 1970. In the original plot, they had failed to obtain the needed stones in New York, leaving them in a dilemma. Either admit defeat and return directly, or take the risk of going to 1970, the point when Dr. Pym had just developed the Pym particles. Tianqi did not know which timeline these 4 belonged to, but seeing they hadn't thought of it, yet he offered a subtle hint. The wormhole in the sky was growing larger. If not closed in time, the cosmic warships would pass through, making matters far worse. Just then the Hulk's roar was heard. "Ha ha ha ha, little bug. I see you. Ha ha ha." Tianqi sped up to take a look. Loki was fleeing ahead with the Hulk in hot pursuit. Loki constantly dodged and changed direction, but the Hulk paid no heed, crashing straight through any walls in his path. Unfortunately, Loki could not fly, and for a time, he couldn't shake the Hulk. He conjured a dozen illusions or turned invisible, but the Hulk seemed to possess an instinct that always found the real Loki. Is this their fated entanglement? Tianqi mused. Loki's mind was a storm of frustration. He had sought revenge on the Hulk, but the Hulk seemed to have a special intuition against him, immediately putting him at a disadvantage. A Chitauri airship flew by. Loki shouted to the sky, "Come take me up." The airship swooped down. Loki faked a dodge, evaded the Hulk's attack, and leaped aboard. Roar! The Hulk let out a furious bellow and leaped tens of meters high, but missed. Loki was inwardly smug when suddenly, bang! The airship seemed to hit something and fell from the sky. Then his neck was seized and Tianqi held him in his grasp. "Where is the Mind Stone?" Tianqi demanded. Loki's face twisted. "Ha ha ha ha, I won't tell you. You'll never close the wormhole. Earth, prepare for doom." "Ha ha ha." Tianchi snarled, "Don't think I won't kill you just because Thor exists." A faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Loki's mouth. "You don't need to kill me. He'll die for you." "What?" A dull thud echoed as Loki in Tianchi's hand exploded into a burst of divine power, but apart from ruffling Tianchi's clothing it caused no harm. Another clone. Tianchi realized that this was going to be troublesome. Loki had used clones twice now, although they lacked strength that indicated that he was quite wary, having deeply concealed his true self in the Mind Stone. It was unlikely they would find him anytime soon. Once the wormhole expanded wide enough for the alien warships to arrive, Earth would face impending doom. Clearly Loki was aware of this, which is why he had been so boastful earlier. Though strong, he was still not at the level of Captain Marvel, who could single-handedly annihilate an entire fleet. At that moment on the other side of the wormhole, countless cosmic warships could be seen preparing for departure, densely filling the entire cosmic space. At that moment, all the Avengers received a message from Fury: "Everyone be alert, 2 nuclear bombs are heading your way." Tianchi instinctively responded, "Isn't it just 1? 2. I repeat, it's 2. Fury continued, "The committee has overridden my authority to launch the nuclear bombs. 1 is targeting the wormhole, the other is aimed at the Tesseract. They will arrive in 1 minute and 30 seconds, so retreat." Clearly Tianchi understood that the politicians in the committee were just as aware that they could not let the alien warships come. They directly activated the strongest weapon in the hands of humanity, a nuclear bomb, sacrificing a city to eliminate the wormhole. Otherwise, with Earth's technological level having not even landed on Mars, how could they possibly contend with these rampant cosmic warships? In the original plot, indeed, 2 nuclear bombs were launched, but 1 was hit by Fury's RPG and could not take off. Now, due to Tianchi's butterfly effect, Fury did not know why he had not intercepted 1 as he did in the original plot. Iron Man angrily exclaimed, "New York City has millions of people. If the nuclear bomb explodes, it will likely turn 100 into ashes immediately. How dare they?" He then said to Tianchi, "I'll intercept 1 bomb, and tang the other 1 is up to you. No problem." In the distance, 2 missiles flying at twice the speed of sound trailed long white exhaust towards downtown New York City. Iron Man used his suit to latch onto 1 missile and carried it toward the wormhole. Though Tianchi could destroy the nuclear bomb on the spot, he was unsure if it would inadvertently detonate. Being in the city, he did not dare take that risk and had no choice but to take the bomb towards the wormhole like Iron Man. The 2 missiles quickly crossed the wormhole, charging toward the Chitauri's warships. Then 2 fireballs ignited in space, their intense light resembling 2 suns, illuminating the city to near blindness through the wormhole. As the fireballs faded, one could see that apart from a damaged ship at the front of the fleet, the entire fleet suffered no damage. Tianchi thought to himself, this is more like it. In many sci-fi films, nuclear bombs are regarded as Earth's ultimate weapon, capable of resolving any threat from alien warships. But upon careful consideration, how could this be possible? Humanity had not even left their home planet, and their technological level was far behind those races roaming the universe. In a primitive civilization, nuclear bombs were indeed powerful weapons, but alien races must have long had defensive measures against them. They might avoid nuclear bombs simply because they were outdated, just as humanity phased out gunpowder. "Sigh." Fury's voice came through, filled with helplessness. "You should retreat. New York City cannot be saved. If we do not sacrifice it, humanity may not survive. You all need to protect yourselves first. The next wave will bring over 10 nuclear bombs, and they cannot be intercepted." Currently, the only ones capable of intercepting the bombs were Tianchi, Iron Man, and Thor. They could barely handle 3 or 5. Even Tianchi would find it difficult to control more than 5 nuclear bombs at twice the speed of sound. Should they really just watch as an entire city and hundreds of thousands of people fell victim to their own weapons? Everyone felt a wave of desolation, filled with a sense of powerlessness. Yet in the current situation, this cold-blooded decision seemed to be the most correct. Even Iron Man and Captain America fell silent. Just as everyone was preparing to retreat with tears in their eyes, Tianchi's voice suddenly came through the headset. "Fury, give me 5 minutes. If after 5 minutes you see no hope, then let the nuclear bombs launch." Fury hesitated for a moment and replied, "I'll do my best. Whatever you need to do it quickly." Thor shouted, "Brother, what are you planning? No one can penetrate the energy shield of the Infinity Stones." Tianchi replied, "I have to try." With that, he soared into the air and approached the Tesseract device. Tianchi placed his hand on the Tesseract, slowly feeling the energy shield. Although the energy shield was indestructible, it possessed no offensive power. As long as he controlled his strength, while he would not suffer any harm. What Tianchi aimed to try was to absorb the energy of the Tesseract. Ever since he forged his divine body in Asgard, allowing him to practice divine magic, he had been contemplating if the Infinity Stones could be utilized. After all, Captain Marvel had merely crashed once and inadvertently absorbed part of the power of the Space Stone, becoming so formidable. Tianchi was intensely envious. If he could directly extract energy from the Infinity Stones, he wouldn't have to toil to find ways to break through his bottleneck. Moreover, the Tesseract had another feature. It could export energy using appropriate technological devices indicating that it was indeed usable. As for whether a person's body could absorb and enhance that energy, it depended on individual fortune. Tianqi activated the method of cultivating divine power, striving to find the resonance frequency between his divine power and the energy of the Tesseract. A minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed. Despite Tianqi's strength and extraordinary physique, he was now drenched in sweat, veins bulging. The energy level of the Infinity Stones far surpassed Tianqi's imagination. Black Widow, Thor, Captain America, Iron Man, Hawkeye, Fury, and even the Hulk watched anxiously from afar. For minutes past, the committee behind the scenes had placed their fingers on the red button, watching the countdown ready to launch the nuclear bombs at any moment. Suddenly, Tianqi's tense face relaxed. A surge of blue energy transferred from the energy shield to Tianqi. The energy grew stronger. Tianqi radiated a blue glow, and true to its nature, the energy of the Infinity Stones surged too fast to be refined. Tianqi laughed towards the sky, one hand pressed against the energy shield while the other formed a fist. Roar! A blue energy fist imprint shot out from Tianqi's hand. When it first left his hand, it was only the size of a basketball, but as it ascended, it grew larger until it reached the size of a football field as it crossed the wormhole. The cosmic warship blocking the wormhole had nowhere to hide. The blue energy imprint silently enveloped it. In the cosmos, where no material conveyed sound, under a blanket of silence, this cosmic warship was silently dissolved by the blue energy, turning into cosmic dust. With a single punch, a cosmic warship was obliterated. The second punch, the third punch. Tianqi unleashed a series of over 10 punches in succession, causing a silent sea of fire to erupt around the cosmic battleships blocked on the other side of the wormhole. Many battleships were hit on half of their hulls, leading to explosions that caused the remaining halves to crash into other cosmic battleships, resulting in utter chaos. Having destroyed countless ships, the Chitauri finally reacted, ordering their battleships to retreat from the wormhole. From Earth's perspective, the wormhole appeared empty, leaving only scattered debris. Everyone watching the battle was left speechless. Just moments ago, they were prepared to sacrifice a small force for a larger one, and now suddenly there was such a fierce warrior. Especially the committee, who were glued to the large screen with fingers hovering over the red button, forgetting to pull back. Just moments ago, these alien battleships couldn't even be harmed by 2 nuclear bombs, yet he was destroying them one punch at a time, as if they were mere toy boats. What kind of heaven-defying martial art is this? As they began to regain their composure, they couldn't help but curse fury in their hearts. You have such a world-class powerhouse under your command. Why didn't you inform us sooner, forcing us to launch nuclear bombs and act as villains? Even more infuriating was that this world-class powerhouse claimed it would take 5 minutes, and for the first 4 minutes, he kept them in suspense, insisting on waiting until the final countdown to make his move. Could it be that he is dissatisfied with our committee, displeased with our launch of nuclear bombs, disregarding civilian lives? The thought that such a powerful figure could harbor resentment sent shivers down the spines of the committee members. But this isn't our fault. It's all Fuhrer's fault for keeping secrets, making us unaware that he was present at the scene. The higher-ups in the committee pondered more and more, becoming increasingly confused. In any case, they absolutely did not believe that just 5 minutes prior the cosmic battleships had no power to retaliate, and that 5 minutes later they had suddenly transformed into a heaven-defying powerhouse. Even if there were mutations, there should be a process, right? They had seen some superpowered individuals mutate before, but this was not the end. The energy from the cosmic cube seemed to have found an outlet, continuously surging toward Tianqi's hands. Naturally, Tianqi dared not let this energy be pent up inside him and had to unleash it punch by punch. As the battleships on the other side of the wormhole had evaded the subsequent punches, all missed. Tianqi wondered if these punch marks could curve like his divine power and hit targets freely. The ability of divine power to curve and attack opponents was due to his divine sense being involved, allowing for flexible control to a certain extent. With that in mind, Tianqi attempted to imbue some divine sense into the punch mark. The next massive punch mark surged through the wormhole, slowly turning, but only slightly failing to hit any object. It appeared that there was insufficient divine sense, and the punch mark was too strong, lacking the necessary driving force. Another punch. With all his might, Tianqi finally made the blue punch mark turn a tiny arc, crashing into a nearby battleship and instantly obliterating it. On the Chitauri side, after the initial panic, they finally began to counterattack. A small spacecraft quickly darted through the wormhole, launching a round pitch-black orb before retreating swiftly. The pitch-black orb fell silently toward Earth. Tianqi felt a sudden pang of anxiety. This orb was not simple and must not be allowed to cross the wormhole. With 2 thunderous punches, 2 massive punch marks were unleashed, completely sealing the wormhole. Boom! The heavens reverberated. The punch marks acted as a hammer. A colossal sound echoed at the mouth of the wormhole. The power of the blue punch mark was blocked for the first time, exploding in a mix with the dark energy in the sky. Fortunately, the energy level of the Infinity Stone was extraordinarily high, preventing the dark energy from overwhelming it. It transformed into a cloud as dark as ink spreading across the sky for over 100 kilometers. The entire city of New York was plunged into darkness, as if the end times had arrived. The only light came from the towering blue energy pillar rising from Tianqi's side. In that moment, it was no longer a pillar of destruction, but a beacon of hope for salvation. Those inexplicably engulfed in darkness, upon seeing a small shadow beneath the energy pillar, felt a sense of solace in their hearts, and surprisingly, did not panic, quietly watching. In the earlier explosion, most of the punch marks were blocked on the other side of the wormhole, with only a small amount leaking through to Earth, and even so, it was terrifying. Tianqi could not imagine what kind of hell on earth would ensue if that orb fell to Earth. This level of power had far surpassed nuclear bombs, reaching the level capable of destroying a planet. As the explosion on the other side sounded, Tianqi's eyes flickered, sensing another surge of Infinity Stone energy. This energy was identical to that on Loki's scepter. It turned out that Loki's true self had long been hiding on the other side of the wormhole, observing Earth through the opening. Had it not been for the explosion of the planet-destroying bomb forcing him to use the energy of the Mind Stone to protect himself, Tianqi would not have detected him. Truly, he is the god of deception. He chose an excellent hiding place. Even if Tianqi knew he was on the other side, he would never dare to cross the wormhole to kill him. Loki had evidently calculated that it would be difficult to evade Tianqi's search if he remained on Earth, so he left a clone on the ground to cause chaos. His true self had already escaped as soon as the wormhole opened. He was indeed nearby, enjoying the show, but did not expect that Tianqi's punch of infinite power would obliterate a cosmic battleship. Loki was frightened out of his wits and hurriedly fled far away. When the planet-destroying bomb was blocked at the wormhole's entrance and the backlash of energy swept away the remaining battleships, fortunately, he had the Mind Stone given to him by Thanos, otherwise he would have turned to ashes. Now the Chitauri fleet, which was preparing to conquer Earth, had left him as the only survivor. After the explosion, a spaceship flew from a distance to pick up Loki. Upon entering, he was greeted by a thin, mummified alien. With wrinkled skin and sparse, eerie white hair on his head, at first glance, he resembled a moldy, mummified corpse. His nose was high and protruding, yet without nostrils. The newcomer was none other than Ebony Maw, one of Thanos' most capable generals. How formidable is Ebony Maw? In Avengers Infinity War, he came to Earth and faced off against Iron Man, Doctor Strange, and Wong, three powerful beings teaming up, yet he forcefully captured Doctor Strange and took him aboard the spaceship. Ebony Maw looked at Loki with a sinister gaze and said, "Is this the Earth you claimed could be easily taken by one person?" Loki trembled, his mind racing. He wasn't here when I arrived. He just returned from Asgard. Isn't Asgard your home? I suspect you colluded with Asgard to cause Thanos to lose an entire Chitauri army. Although the Chitauri are the lowest tier of Thanos' army, someone must be held accountable. You. Let Thanos decide your fate. This has nothing to do with me, it must be my brother Thor's doing. Ebony Maw did not listen at all. With a wave of his hand, Loki was instantly bound by an invisible force, floating in midair like a dumpling and taken away by Ebony Maw. Back with Tianqi. After waiting for a long time, the dark clouds within 100 miles gradually dispersed. Seeing that the wormhole was still and quiet, he slowly adjusted his divine power, reversing the energy extracted from the space stone back into the energy shield. Then, with a slight movement, the metallic device inside was instantly shattered, leaving only the cosmic cube in the center. The towering energy pillar dissipated in an instant. The wormhole was finally smoothed out by the surrounding space, leaving behind a darkened sky. The Chitauri soldiers on the ground collapsed, as if they had lost their lives the moment the wormhole closed, lying still. Holding the cosmic cube, Tianqi carefully reflected on the battle that had just taken place. This punch, powered by the Infinity Stones, could be called the Infinite Divine Punch. Unfortunately, the Infinite Fist had its limitations. First, it required an Infinity Stone as its energy source. Second, its sheer power made it impossible for him to control flexibly. A single strike would be earth-shattering. If he were to fight on the ground, even one casual blow could annihilate an entire city, so he couldn't use it recklessly. He could only hope to refine the energy of the Infinity Stone in the future, achieving the same fluid control as Captain Marvel. At that moment, the staff aboard the helicarrier and the civilians on the ground finally realized the danger had passed, and thunderous cheers erupted. Countless people gazed at the solitary figure atop the building, too distant to see clearly, yet so majestic. Some devout believers had already begun to pray for him. However, including Apocalypse, most failed to notice that when the two infinite fists sealed the planet-destroying missile, a sliver of energy had slipped out through the wormhole and drifted into space. This wisp of blue energy seemed to graze something in the void, and a massive metallic object suddenly emerged from thin air. Then a colossal spaceship materialized from its cloaked state, its sheared-off edge robbing it of stealth capability. Inside, a group of blue-skinned point-eared aliens with wrinkled faces screamed in panic. Fortunately, someone took control of the ship, and it quickly re-entered stealth. But by then, numerous satellites had already detected the anomaly. Only a handful of Earthlings knew of this ship, Fury being one of them. They were the Skrulls who had arrived with Captain Marvel over 20 years ago. An adult Skrull, still shaken, looked toward Earth and thought to himself, when did Earth produce another absolute powerhouse besides Captain Marvel? On Apocalypse's side, his departure with the Tesseract gave the Time Variance Authority a massive headache. Originally, in the original timeline, after the Great Victory, Thor would take Loki and the Tesseract back to Asgard. The Mind Scepter would remain on Earth, eventually giving birth to Vision. Now the timeline had drastically changed. Having mastered the Infinite Fist, Apocalypse would never hand the Tesseract to anyone else, nor was anyone more worthy of safeguarding it. As for the Mind Stone, it had gone with Loki to the other side of the wormhole. Whether Vision would ever come to be remained uncertain. However, Apocalypse couldn't be bothered with such matters. Let the TVA deal with the headache. Besides, the system had given Apocalypse a new surprise. The moment the wormhole closed, a series of chimes signaled the number of lives he had saved, along with the surge in trust from all the superheroes, which brought a sharing of fortune. Even Captain America, who had been a stranger to him, now had a trust level of 50. In the system, over 10,000 recovery potions had automatically synthesized into one golden potion. When the count reached 1,000,000, a single purple potion was synthesized. In the end, Apocalypse obtained one purple potion, 50 golden potions, and thousands of scattered ordinary potions. At the New York residence. Come to think of it, since purchasing this home, Apocalypse had never returned to see it. Upon entering, Apocalypse noticed numerous hidden traps. Anyone forcing their way in would either be knocked out or sedated. No doubt the handiwork of Black Widow. None of this posed a challenge to Apocalypse. He walked straight and enjoyed a relaxing bath and lounged on the sofa, watching TV, instantly recalling his past life as a homebody. The battle's impact was too immense for the superheroes to remain hidden. Fury abandoned his previous methods and instead began steering public perception. Captain America, having saved many lives and riding on over 70 years of popularity, became the most beloved by the people. In news interviews, many women recounted how the Captain had saved them. Their undisguised infatuation, reminiscent of Daisy, gazed toward Apocalypse. Iron Man, already a massive celebrity, saw his fame soar even higher, transforming from a playboy into something of a savior. Even the Hulk gained a legion of fans. After all, in the West, muscular men never lack for enthusiasts, especially a supersized one like the Hulk. Since Thor was revealed to be a god, countless religious groups and factions clamored for his attention, but he showed no interest, twirling his hammer and flying off. Only one person, the figure beneath the pillar, remained almost entirely unknown. Aside from Fury's secrecy, Apocalypse had indeed never interacted with ordinary people. When he moved about, he mostly flew through the sky, evading cameras and remaining blurry to onlookers. Later, near the pillar, the area had been evacuated as a battle zone. Safe civilians could only see a humanoid silhouette from afar, utterly unable to discern features. Thus, this most powerful godlike hero became an unsolved mystery in the public eye. However, perhaps due to rumors Fury deliberately spread, many heard that this man had arrived with Thor and subconsciously mistook Apocalypse for an Asgardian deity. Apocalypse couldn't care less. Earlier, he had feared that too much fame would attract supervillains. Now he simply couldn't be bothered with such trivialities. Whether in heart or in power, once a person becomes strong enough, public opinion ceases to matter. After finishing her chores, Black Widow returned home and leaped onto Apocalypse, her legs coiling around him like serpents. And so passion ignited, lasting for a long time. Black Widow rested her head on Apocalypse's arm, her fingers idly tracing circles on his chest. Apocalypse produced a golden recovery potion and said, "Natasha, this should restore your physical deficiency. You'll be able to bear children." Black Widow's face lit up with joy. She took the potion but hesitated, saying, "Apocalypse, with the constant wars now, I don't think it's the right time." She then glanced at him cautiously. "You won't be mad, will you?" Apocalypse laughed heartily. "Of course not. I never imagined becoming a father so suddenly. I still feel like a child myself. Men never truly grow up until they have responsibilities to shoulder." Besides, Black Widow was right. The coming years would likely be the most turbulent, hardly suitable for raising a child. Even Iron Man only had a daughter, Morgan, in the post-Thanos era. This blissful life lasted only a few days before Black Widow began taking on missions frequently. Apocalypse cursed Fury under his breath. The man had no tact. Next time, he'd charge him exorbitant consultation fees until he went broke. Bored alone, Apocalypse decided to stroll around town. While sipping coffee at a cafe, he never expected to run into that old acquaintance, the smuggler from the illegal transit shop. The smuggler, along with two henchmen, was eating burgers there. Spotting Apocalypse, he burst out laughing. "Yo, an Easterner. Didn't expect to see you here." Apocalypse remembered him because he had robbed him of $20,000. The smuggler remembered Apocalypse for the same money and because he was an Easterner, a memorable combination. The smuggler and his two lackeys swaggered over, sitting around Apocalypse and boxing him in. "Easterner, you're dressed pretty sharp. Doing well for yourself, huh?" Apocalypse couldn't be bothered with these people. 3 droplets of brown liquid slowly rose from his coffee cup, ready to kill them on the spot. The snakehead, oblivious to the unusualness of the coffee cup, came over and wrapped an arm around Tianqi's shoulder, saying, "Ha, Oriental, smile a bit, will you? You're doing quite well now, but remember it was I who helped you cross over. You should thank me." Still thinking about that $2,000. In the world of rivers and lakes, everyone relies on their own abilities. I recently acquired a batch of women, some white, some black, and even some Orientals. Do you want to choose one? Buy one, get one free. Oh, we can even double fly together. With that, he winked at Tianqi. Hearing about the Orientals, Tianqi's gaze sharpened, and he asked, where did the Orientals come from? In America, opportunities to make money abound. Every year, countless people want to come here. In our line of work, we often encounter some good merchandise, if you know what I mean. The Snakehead is not a passenger transport company. There are no services or constraints. Previously, Tianqi was robbed of $2,000, which was nothing in the eyes of the Snakehead. Among the many illegal immigrants, some youthful and somewhat attractive women, if unprotected, are often singled out and sold across the world as slaves or prostitutes. This is not even the worst part. Smuggling is not sitting in a sleeper cabin enjoying the air conditioning. Too often it means being crammed into a sealed container drifting across the seas. News of people starving, dying of heat, or thirsting to death inside those containers breaks almost every year. This is merely what has been discovered. The number of people who perish on this dark road is impossible to tally. Tianqi sighed inwardly. Despite his strength, he felt powerless against the world's evil. Many of these crimes can't be eradicated, or perhaps this is humanity's original sin. However, since he encountered this situation, especially with Orientals involved, he couldn't just ignore it. Thus Tianqi said, "All right, take me to see it." The Snakehead revealed a smug smile and said, "According to the rules, you need to pay a deposit of $1,000 first. Can I use my card?" "Brother, what are you thinking? In our line of work, it's always cash transactions." Tianqi originally intended to follow the Snakehead to their den, eliminate them, and rescue the hostages. Now asking for a deposit regardless of whether this is part of the rules, he had no cash on him, which became a bit troublesome. Given this situation, it would be better to leave such matters to the professionals. If he went in alone, he could only destroy one of their hideouts, but outside there could be many more criminal networks. He couldn't possibly interrogate, track, and eliminate them one by one. That would be a grueling task. It would be better to let SHIELD take over, follow the leads, utilize military and police forces, and wipe out this criminal organization in one fell swoop. Thinking this, Tianqi picked up the phone and dialed a number, Fury M, at the Ice and Snow Honey City Cafe on 18th Street in New York. "I've run into a bit of trouble. I'll send a few people to help out." With that, he hung up and continued leisurely sipping his coffee. The 3 Snakeheads immediately became alert, drawing 3 handguns from beneath the table, aiming them at Tianqi's waist. "Do you dare to call for help?" "I have no cash on me. What do you expect me to do if I can't call for someone to bring some? Do you think I'm a fool? You never mentioned needing to bring money over the phone just now. Moreover, you have a card, and there are ATMs all over the street." With that, they pretended to be ready to shoot. Tianqi spread his hands, trying to keep his temper in check, fearing he might snap and turn the 3 into mush, which would sever any leads. "All right, you've seen through me. What do you want?" The 3 Snakeheads exchanged glances and smiled, thinking this Oriental was intimidated, so they pressed further. "Hand over the card and the password." Tianqi tossed the card onto the table and said, "The password is 6 zeros. Don't try any tricks. If the password is fake, I will shoot you immediately." One of the Snakehead's lackeys took the card and went out. Over at Fury's side, upon receiving Tianqi's call, he was momentarily taken aback. "Tang ran into trouble, and he wants us to send people to help. Is it Loki?" "No, Loki isn't that strong. He couldn't possibly cause trouble for someone like Tang. Could it be a supreme powerhouse from the other side of the wormhole? Did they send people over so quickly? With Tang's strength, he could annihilate an entire fleet. He shouldn't be afraid of them." However, Fury checked the location, 18th Street, right in the bustling city center. The previous wormhole battle only affected a few streets, though others quickly resumed operations. It seems that regardless of whether Tang can defeat them, they are undoubtedly a formidable enemy. Once a battle breaks out, even if they ultimately win, the entire city might be destroyed with countless lives lost. Who could this freak be that even Tang isn't entirely confident against? It should be noted that the Hulk, whom they previously thought had the highest destructive power, was made docile with just a few photos. Now that Tang himself is here and still needs our assistance, one can only imagine how terrifying the opponent is. Tang, like Tony, is so prideful. Even when asking for help, he does it so nonchalantly. Luckily, I'm clever enough to catch his implied meaning. Thinking of this, Fury wiped the sweat off his bald head and suddenly pressed the red button on the table. Instantly, a piercing alarm sounded throughout the base. "Level 7 alert. Level 7 alert. All personnel mobilize." At that moment, countless personnel rushed out of S. H. I. E. L. D. Tanks and fighter jets roaring to life, entering a state of combat readiness. At the same time, Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, War Machine, and the still-present Dr. Banner all received the news. Only Thor, who doesn't like to wear Earth's communication devices, was oblivious to where he was having fun with Jane. In desperation, Fury couldn't reach him, hoping he would see the news and hurry over. At that moment, a tense atmosphere engulfed the entire city. Regular soldiers began evacuating crowds from several blocks away from 18th Street to prevent any potential battles from harming the innocent. Large numbers of civilians screamed while obediently following the soldiers' guidance to escape. Given the rebellious nature of the Americans, it would usually be quite difficult to evacuate so many people. However, just a few days after the wormhole battle, when alien soldiers rushed down, many lives were lost. Plus, the last shocking battle was witnessed by the entire city. At that moment, the military issued a warning, and no one dared to disobey. In an instant, large numbers of civilians evacuated the nearby streets with unprecedented efficiency. In contrast, 18th Street, at the storm's center, was eerily calm. Some people heard disturbances in the distance and assumed it was just another shooting incident, not taking it seriously. After all, in free America, shootings happen every day. It's just part of their life, something they're used to. Tianchi was becoming a bit impatient. How could Fury be so inefficient? Is it really that hard to send a few agents over? I've already finished a cup of coffee and still haven't seen anyone. Soon a lackey of the Snakehead returned with a brown paper bag, opening it for the Snakehead to see it stuffed with dollars. The Snakehead's eyes widened. He thought he was just casually robbing a small fortune, but unexpectedly he had caught a big fish. Boss, the ATM has a limit. Ooh, I could only withdraw this much today. Boss, guess how much money is still in the card? The Snakehead slapped him and impatiently replied, spit it out quickly, how much is left? The lackey extended his fingers, counting one by one, and finally all 10 fingers were used. Boss, there are 10 digits. I don't know how much it is. The Snakehead, disbelieving, said, how is that possible? He just smuggled over a few years. Did you mistakenly include the decimal point? As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that even if he included the 2 decimal places, there would still be an 8-digit number. This was a sum in the tens of millions. The 3 Snakeheads' eyes turned red, greedily staring at Tianchi. At that moment, the evacuation work had already reached 18th Street. Roar! Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed. The Hulk, with his tough skin and massive physique, crashed through the wall with a loud bang and stormed in. Seeing the 3 Snakehead men aiming guns at Tianchi, he didn't even consider the reasonableness of it. Anyone pointing a gun at his friend was an enemy. Thus, he opened his massive mouth and let out a long, furious roar at the 3 Snakehead men. The shockwave from his voice blew the hair of the 3 Snakehead men straight back, their faces contorting under the high-pressure airflow as if a window had been opened on a speeding airplane. Meanwhile, other superheroes had arrived. Iron Man and War Machine hovered 3 meters above the ground, flames shooting from their suits with laser cannons ready to fire at any moment. Captain America shielded the employees in the store as they fled, while Black Widow coordinated the crowd. Hawkeye stood at a distance, drawing his bow like a full moon, aiming in this direction. Wait, Hulk, do not act. Tianchi urgently stopped the Hulk, who was about to strike the 3 unfortunate souls, wanting to leave a live witness to interrogate for information and to dismantle the entire crime network. Under the Hulk's furious roar, the 3 Snakehead men nearly had a cardiac arrest, not daring to move. Looking around, they saw superheroes everywhere, and it seemed like there was a BGM playing in their ears. All the superheroes around them were familiar. Just days after the wormhole battle, the news had been filled with reports about this group, and no one didn't recognize them. Seeing so many superheroes seemingly aimed at him, the Snakehead was utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Are they here to capture me? Could it be that today's superheroes are this bored? I'm just a mere human trafficker. It shouldn't be this serious, right? The first reaction of the Snakehead was not fear, but confusion. Tianchi was equally puzzled and asked Iron Man and the others, why are you here? Iron Man replied, Fury said you called for help and activated a level 7 alert. The civilians outside have been evacuated, and we can strike at any time. Strike what? Hulk, stand down. The Hulk was stopped for the second time and was very displeased. Roar. They are not friends. We can fight. Roar. The 3 Snakehead men were cornered by the Hulk, huddled together like helpless little rabbits, feeling as if they had done something wicked and were now trapped in a nightmare. The Hulk may not be the strongest of all superheroes, but he exuded the greatest sense of oppression. His furious temperament would scare even an ordinary person, let alone a massive giant glaring down at you. After some communication, Tianchi was utterly speechless, realizing it was a huge misunderstanding. Fury, you rascal, come out quickly. Fury rushed over panting and said, Tang, you've dealt with the enemy so quickly. What enemy? Just 3 human traffickers. I asked you to send someone to take them away. Fury, upon understanding the situation, was displeased. Tang, that's not fair. You didn't explain clearly, leading to such a huge misunderstanding. I said it was a small trouble. Oh, just send a few people over. Fury was at a loss for words. It seemed like that was indeed the original wording, but for a powerhouse like Tianqi calling it a small trouble, who knew how small was defined? The Hulk might be a small trouble for you, but who would dare to underestimate him? Fury could only say, that may be true, but can't you just take them out? If I take them out, we won't be able to trace the crime network behind this. You could call the police. Did such a small matter, why call me? When you asked me to be a consultant, you said you'd help me with small matters. This is a small matter. What do you want to go back on your word? Fury was suddenly speechless, realizing he had indeed made such a promise. So by this logic, it was still my fault. Fury turned around and unleashed his pent-up anger on the three snakehead men, sternly ordering the soldiers, use the strongest restraints. This is a supervillain captured under the direct command of the King of Tianqi. Everyone must be extremely cautious. Then several restraints as thick as tires were used to cuff the snakeheads and others. The snakehead wanted to cry, but had no tears. He thought to himself, surely these heroes aren't going to use these restraints on him, right? I don't deserve this. Unfortunately, he couldn't voice it. Not only was his mouth sealed by metal restraints, but even his eyes were covered with a special eye mask to prevent any rays from affecting him. With this set of super restraints, the three snakehead men couldn't move at all. Eventually, they were carried onto an armored vehicle, escorted under heavy firepower, their ominous fate unknown. The entire process was not Fury throwing a tantrum, it was a necessity. After making such a huge commotion and evacuating half of New York City's civilians, all the superheroes were involved. And you damn it tell me it was just to catch 3 ordinary human traffickers. If the truth got out, Tianqi wouldn't care, but Fury would be drowned in spit from civilians to high officials. Now the only option was to treat falsehoods as truths. They had to give the public a reasonable explanation. Many times the public doesn't want the truth, but rather a seemingly reasonable version of it. For the first time, Tianqi learned from Fury that he had been given the nickname King of Tianqi, though he didn't know who had come up with it. However, this nickname used the English word for heavenly revelation. It was a different matter from the Chinese pronunciation of his name, Tianqi. To the Western public, the nickname fit perfectly. When the entire city was shrouded in the gloom of the annihilation bomb, the only light was the energy beam where Tianqi stood. His unyielding figure seemed like heaven shining a flashlight upon the world, providing enlightenment to the people. Tianqi didn't care much about nicknames, as long as it wasn't unpleasant to hear. That was enough. Now that the other superhero friends had arrived, they might as well gather and enjoy. Especially the Hulk, who rarely got to eat in his transformed state, was amazed by everything he ate, occasionally letting out a roar, like a little child shouting with glee. If Tianqi hadn't been sitting right next to him, very few would dare to stay close, including Thor. Meanwhile, things weren't going so well for Fury. As soon as the so-called battle ended, countless big shots and news agencies called SHIELD to inquire about the specifics. How great was the threat? What was the level? Were they extraterrestrial powers or Earthlings? What precautions needed to be taken to prevent a repeat? Fury initially wanted to fabricate some excuses to brush it off, but finally overwhelmed, he simply gave up. At the press conference, he bluntly threw down a hard line, no comment. This is a supervillain captured personally by the King of Tianqi. If you have any questions, you can ask him directly. Others not only didn't know who the true King of Tianqi was, even if they did, they wouldn't dare to ask. In the end, amidst the perfunctory applause of clap, 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 Fury tried hard to put on a proud face as he slowly exited the stage. Due to the impact of this incident, which affected numbers second only to the wormhole battle event, too many big shots and forces were paying attention, making it difficult to directly kill the snakehead. Fury pondered for a moment and decided to put on a show, transporting the snakehead to a super prison to lay low for a while and wait for an opportunity to eliminate him later. The super prison, officially named Al Prison, is a man-made underwater metal structure whose location is highly classified. When not in use, it sinks beneath the sea and no one knows where it will drift. It only surfaces briefly to receive prisoners or supplies. It is currently under the command of General Ross. General Ross is the old general who captured the Hulk and has spent half his life battling superhumans like the Hulk. In addition to developing various weapons against superhumans, he also specifically built this super prison to hold supervillains. Later in Captain America 3, he briefly imprisoned superheroes such as Hawkeye, Ant-Man, and Falcon. Looking at the prisoner information sent by Fury, it read unknown level, unknown threat, unknown skills. A series of unknowns. Only in tiny font at the very end of the file was a note written, as if afraid anyone would see it, captured personally by the King of Tianqi. General Ross's hand, which was supposed to sign for acceptance, trembled uncontrollably, unable to sign at all. Finally, he got so angry that he threw it down and simply refused to sign, dialing Fury's number instead. Fury, you old bastard, you've locked such a formidable prisoner up with me. Do you want to get me killed? General Ross, don't worry, he's just an ordinary prisoner. You can handle him easily. General Ross retorted angrily. Do you think I'm blind and didn't see that small print? A person captured by the King of Tianqi can't be an ordinary prisoner, can he? Fury thought to himself, damn it, I was thinking the same thing back then, and ended up being put in a difficult position, but he wouldn't say these words to General Ross. The only supermax prison in the entire Western Hemisphere is yours, Fury said. If you don't take him, is the Tianchi King supposed to keep him chained to his waist? Or would you rather explain yourself to the Tianchi King? General Ross fumed. Using the Tianchi King to pressure him, was it? Well, it worked. Then you can't just leave me in the dark like this. Without knowing his level abilities or threat classification, how the hell am I supposed to lock him up with the proper precautions? Superhumans possessed countless unimaginable abilities. Without targeted confinement, the worst case could be an escape or even being killed by the prisoner. For instance, imprisoning the Hulk only required finding a sufficiently sturdy cell, though none had been found yet. As for criminals with mental control abilities, they needed to be held in cells that blocked psychic power, with inmates wearing mental suppression helmets to neutralize their abilities. Fury thought to himself that he actually wished the guy had some superpowers just to have a decent explanation for the public. If he weren't an ordinary man, he wouldn't have sent him there at all. But what came out was, relax, it's fine. Just throw him in some random cell. The sheer dismissiveness made General Ross' blood vessels throb with rage. You're telling me to just lock him up carelessly? This is a supervillain personally captured by the Tianchi King. If something goes wrong, will you take responsibility? Don't worry, nothing will happen. Trust me. All right, I've got things to do. Later. General Ross stared blankly at the hung-up phone, seething with anger. How could such an irresponsible man like Fury ever become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? How could he possibly protect Earth? He certainly wasn't going to be as careless as Fury. So General Ross activated the highest security cell in the Supermax prison and locked the Serpent away. The Serpent had lived a life of evil, imagining he might meet a bad end, picturing 10,000 possible ways to die. But he never dreamed he would end up in a fate worse than death. Not only was he bound with the most brutal restraints, making even the slightest movement an ordeal, but he was also confined in the most heavily guarded prison, blindfolded even inside his cell. His mouth was unsealed only for meals, leaving him to fester with halitosis. Even when he passed gas, someone would arrive in a gas mask to check if it was a poisonous super attack. On the Tianchi side, after following up on the hostage rescue situation, he didn't pay much more attention. He continued hunting down other hideouts, leaving the rest to the professionals. Now his days were spent either in tender moments with Black Widow or studying the Tesseract. It was a rare moment of peace. As the aftermath of the wormhole battle spread, people not only learned of the alien threats lurking in space, but also discovered just how formidable superheroes truly were. More importantly, becoming a superhero didn't seem all that hard. For example, with a suit of Iron Man's armor, any ordinary person could instantly become a second Iron Man or another War Machine. Thus, the wealthy and talented began tinkering with all sorts of bizarre equipment. Others, like Blonsky before them, sought mutations, hoping to become the next Hulk. As for Captain America, his super soldier serum had been studied in secret by countless top-tier companies for over 70 years. Unfortunately, while some progress had been made, a perfect replica remained elusive. With so many attempts, some results were bound to emerge. Yet the Western temperament was never one for contentment. Anyone with a shred of power felt compelled to do something earth-shattering. Suddenly, supercrimes surged across the globe. Though most of these supercriminals were half-baked, far inferior even to Black Widow, they still far exceeded ordinary police and military, making them a constant threat. As one of the few superheroes Fury could actually command, Black Widow began frequent deployments. The upside of being with a woman like Black Widow was that she wasn't clingy. The downside was also that she wasn't clingy. No sooner had they finished their intimate moment than a mission came in. With a curt, "I'm off to work," she left. This left Tianchi feeling used, and he ground his teeth in frustration at Fury. One morning, Black Widow received a mission but didn't leave immediately. Instead, she came to the bedside and gently kissed Tianchi awake. "Tang, take a look at this. Does it have anything to do with you?" Tianchi took the tablet and saw a rough-looking man named Hawes, accused primarily of selling superpowered gear, which had spawned a wave of supercriminals. Though these criminals were ordinary people at heart, once equipped with superpowered gear, their destructive power far exceeded that of normal humans. In America, plenty of people with a shoddy gun would dare to rob a supermarket or convenience store. Now, with superpowered gear in hand, their ambitions swelled to unimaginable heights. Suddenly, cases involving similar superpowered gear surged. S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly traced the source back to this Hawes. Black Widow pulled up a photo. "Isn't this the mark of Asgard? I saw it in Jane's files. Every suit of gear this Hawes sold bears this insignia." After being appointed as a prince, Tianchi had learned some Asgardian knowledge. He easily recognized the mark. It was indeed Asgardian. These marks were ubiquitous on Asgardian artifacts, a symbolic emblem of the realm. So was the criminal an Asgardian? Why hadn't he called Heimdall to return to Asgard? Why was he lingering on Earth? If he truly was an Asgardian with their physical prowess, Black Widow might be in some danger. With that thought, Tianchi nodded. It is indeed the mark of Asgard. They'll go with you to take a look. After all, I hold the title of prince. If a subject of Asgard has done wrong, I should help oversee the matter. Black Widow was overjoyed. Instead of her usual black tactical suit, she donned casual clothes and linked her arm with Tianqi's as they left, as if heading out for a vacation. With Tianqi handling things, she could just sip her milk tea and wait for the criminal to come to them. Thanks to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network, Hawes' location was quickly pinpointed. Hawes was of modest stature, burly with a thick, curly beard and wearing a pair of overalls. At first glance, he looked like an honest laborer. At that moment, he was gorging himself on fried chicken at a McDonald's. When he saw Black Widow sipping her milk tea and Tianqi walk in, his face froze. Then with a strange cry of "ah," he tossed his chicken and bolted. He crashed straight through the McDonald's glass door, screeching like a startled rabbit, and vanished from their sight. Black Widow asked, "Did he recognize you?" Tianqi shook his head. "I don't remember him, but I can't rule out that he knows me." Every Asgardian recognized their newly appointed prince, but Tianqi couldn't possibly know every Asgardian. Never mind. We'll catch him and ask. At such close range, Tianqi could sense his bloodline aura and was certain this Hawes was an Asgardian. Tianqi wrapped an arm around Black Widow's waist, covering 10 meters with each unhurried step as they pursued Hawes. Hawes, terrified out of his wits, pulled a battered hammer from his belt and smashed anything in his path. He ran in a straight line, smashing cars and walls alike with nothing able to stop him. Tianqi realized he couldn't let this go on. Hawes might hurt innocent people. Releasing Black Widow, he flashed forward and blocked Hawes in a secluded alley. He gently placed a hand on Hawes' shoulder, and the man froze on the spot, as if a 1,000-pound weight pressed down on him, rendering him immobile. Hawes swung his hammer at Tianqi's chest, but Tianqi caught it effortlessly with his other hand. The hammer looked ordinary, nothing like the dazzling Mjolnir. It could easily be mistaken for a common tool among a pile of junk. Though small, it weighed 100 Gene, impossible for any earthling to wield. It still bore traces of divine power, explaining how it had smashed through everything so easily. Seeing his signature weapon rendered useless, Hawes knew he was up against a true powerhouse. "Boss, let's talk. You want money, gear. Just let me go and we can work something out." Tianqi smiled. "I don't want anything. Someone will interrogate you soon." Hawes' face paled rapidly. "Boss, you can kill me or beat me, but please don't hand me over to Black Widow. I beg you." No sooner had he spoken than he turned to see Black Widow approaching, and he let out another strange cry. "Boss, if you won't let me go, just kill me. I'd rather die than fall into her hands." With that, he lunged his head at Tianqi. At the same time, a faint glow of divine power emanated from his body, as if he had gathered all his strength. But with Tianqi's will, he couldn't move a muscle. With a slight tremor of his hand, Tianqi dispersed the divine light, preventing it from coalescing again. Hawes wept and pleaded, "Boss, I'm begging you. You can kill me or beat me, just don't let me fall into Black Widow's hands." "I'm terrified." Tianqi frowned. This burly man was acting like a coward. Was Black Widow really that terrifying? As he spoke, Black Widow had already caught up. House trembled all over, having cried in front of Tianqi, but when Black Widow arrived, he dared not even weep. "What's going on? Tang, you made him cry?" Black Widow asked. "No, it seems he was scared to tears by you." "How could that be? I'm as gentle as can be." Saying this with her back to Tianqi, she winked at House, hinting for him to say something nice and not embarrass her in front of her man. But a rough man like House could never grasp such a subtle hint. Instead, he yelled, "You're lying. Many criminals you've caught. You neither interrogate nor kill them. You torment them until they wish for death, not even allowing them to surrender." A cold glint flashed in Black Widow's eyes, making House shrink back even more. He whispered weakly, "What do you want?" "Anything else?" Black Widow asked through gritted teeth. They say you're immortal, that you like to cut off men's. You know." At their happiest moment, Black Widow fumed. "Where did you hear such rumors?" The immortal part naturally referred to the healing potion, but the latter was utterly absurd. She had never done anything so vile. She wondered who had spread a crude joke among men as if it were intelligence. Just some guys on the street." "Which guy? What's his name? Where?" A cold glint flashed in Black Widow's eyes as she mentally sentenced this street guy to death. House said, "I can't say that. In this game you have to keep some loyalty. Since you won't talk, then don't bother." Black Widow pulled out a roll of black tape, ready to seal House's mouth. Seeing this, House realized he would follow in the footsteps of the street guy. Once that tape was on, even surrender would be impossible. He quickly shouted, "I'll talk, I'll talk. There's a bar called Night Dance in the west of the city, run by a guy named Chad who sells information. There's also an underground casino on 29th Street where you can buy intel on you." Tianqi smiled and said, "Natasha, I didn't know your name carried such weight. I've been worried about your safety out there. As an old Eastern saying goes, names may be mistaken, but nicknames never lie." Black Widow was already formidable, but her beauty and past methods gave the illusion that men who fell into her hands were simply not skilled enough. The stronger the criminal, the more chauvinistic they tended to be, believing that if others couldn't conquer this venomous seductress, they themselves could. They thought they could turn her, reaping both beauty and intelligence. The result was clear: those who harbored such fantasies met grim ends. After meeting Tianchi, Black Widow could no longer use her seductive skills, leaving only brutal interrogation. During Tianchi's 2-year stay in Asgard, her worry turned into strength, making her especially ruthless. After all, the criminals she dealt with were no small fry laden with sins. Even if she killed them, S-H-I-E-L-D wouldn't utter a word. Gradually, Black Widow realized that this direct approach was far more efficient. Playing weak and using seduction had been far too slow. Thus, her style became increasingly decisive. Many criminals, when interrogated, tried to resist by refusing to answer the first time, only to find they never got another chance to speak. Some criminals attempted to fight back, setting traps that injured Black Widow. For any other agent, such injuries would mean months of recovery and a more cautious approach. But Black Widow would drink a healing potion and be back to full strength in an instant, leaving criminals no chance to escape. They only faced even harsher torture. Thus, through the underground intelligence network, Black Widow's reputation became terrifying. Underground intelligence was always a mix of truth and fiction, never as rigorous as state agencies. It was like gossip, without exaggeration and fabrication. To claim exclusive insider info, no one would buy your intelligence. And so Black Widow's infamy spread through the underworld. Tianchi, whether in his current life or past memories, was always on her side, so he never found her frightening. Only by standing against her could one truly feel the terror of this seductive femme fatale. Hearing Tianchi's question, Black Widow feared he might learn of her harsh methods during missions. Her tone instantly shifted to that of a young girl. "Tang, it's not what you think. Some criminals only respond to force. Reasoning with them is useless, so I had to be a bit rough." House stared in disbelief. Was this the legendary Black Widow? Now holding a cup of milk tea and dressed in sexy casual, where she softly explained herself, afraid her man might misunderstand. A picture of a submissive woman. All that was missing was her shaking his arm and calling him big brother. This face-changing skill was truly terrifying. "If I didn't recognize your face, I'd be fooled." At the same time, he inwardly scorned her. "You never gave us the option to be soft." Tianchi smiled and said, "I'd like to see just how hard your methods are." Upon hearing this, House's heart sank. They were indeed in league. Maybe this was a male version of Black Widow. He quickly said, "We'll talk, I'll tell everything, just don't seal my mouth." "Why do you stamp this mark on your equipment?" At this, House's face showed pride. "This is the symbol of a great divine kingdom. You earthlings wouldn't understand." "Is that so?" Tianchi said calmly, channeling divine power. A dark golden mark emerged on his chest. "Then do you recognize this mark?" "The prince's seal." This is impossible. I've never heard of any prince in Asgard. Are you saying my prince's seal is fake?" House struggled inwardly. Though he had never heard of an Asgardian prince, this powerful being before him could crush him with a single slap. There was no need to fake a seal to deceive him. Moreover, creating a fake seal wasn't easy. Only Asgardians had even seen one. You outsiders could never forge it. With this thought, House knelt on one knee and performed an Asgardian salute. "How long have you been on Earth?" Tianchi asked. House thought of lying, but meeting Tianchi's authoritative gaze, he shuddered and became honest. "Over 1,200 years. How did you come?" "The Divine Kingdom needed some Earth metals for equipment, so they sent a team to mine in Northern Europe. I was a blacksmith, and that's when I came." "It seems you've lived quite comfortably these 1,000 years." House said, "I dare not, Prince. I was just a humble blacksmith in Asgard with poor talent for cultivating divine power, destined to be a blacksmith forever. I was a nobody. If I went missing, no one would look for me. Otherwise, Heimdall would have found me long ago. So you've been running rampant on Earth, lording over others, haven't you? Do you know how many people have been hurt by the divine protective gear you sold?" "Prince, those protective gears were just hastily made, with little divine power infused. I only wanted to earn some pocket money. After the Battle of the Wormhole, demand for such gear surged, so I..." Tianchi had seen those protective gears in the files. Some were gauntlets capable of punching through thick reinforced concrete with a single strike. Others were armors that, once worn, enveloped the body in a divine shield, rendering the wearer impervious to ordinary bullets until the divine energy was depleted. These protective gears were not particularly formidable for superheroes, but for ordinary people, they were already exceedingly miraculous. These were merely casually crafted inferior products. Oh, one could only imagine how wondrous a meticulously forged suit of armor would be to the people of Earth. Then what do you mean by stamping the mark of Asgard on every set of armor? Aren't you afraid of disgracing Asgard?" House stammered, "Being here alone is quite lonely. The wife I found didn't stay with me for long, and I never sought another after that. I hoped that Asgardians would see the mark on the armor, so I wouldn't feel so alone on Earth." In truth, there were far more Asgardians on Earth than just this blacksmith House. Whether they had discovered him was uncertain. Even if they had, they might not have wanted to bother with him. After all, he was merely a lowly blacksmith, and those Asgardians free to travel to Earth likely looked down on him. Had this case not landed in Black Widow's hands, Tianchi himself, even if he had known, would probably not have bothered to seek him out. The blacksmith's crime did not warrant death, but leaving him to his own devices outside was also unacceptable. Tianchi pondered briefly and asked, Natasha, does S.H.I.E.L.D. need someone like him? If so, let him go to S.H.I.E.L.D. If not, lock him up first, and he'll take him back to Asgard next time. He'll contact the director and ask. Black Widow reported the situation to Fury, who, upon hearing that it was someone capable of forging superpowered armor, naturally wanted as many as possible. Moreover, with Tianchi personally overseeing him, House would not dare to cause trouble. House asked cautiously, Your Highness, does this mean Black Widow and I will be colleagues from now on? Can I use her name among the underworld? Black Widow said fiercely, What? Are you going to badmouth me again? No. Using Black Widow's name will make things much easier on the streets, and no one will dare to refuse payment. Black Widow chuckled. You really are blind to recognize a true master. Do you know who he is? He is our Prince of Asgard. But aside from Odin and Thor, he's not famous on Earth. Besides, if I said I had ties with a god, no one would believe me. Giggle. He's not famous. Where do you get your underworld intelligence? What fame does the prince have on Earth? How could I? Suddenly House came to a realization. The leaked information had said that the godlike man beneath the Pillar of Light came from Asgard. Could it be? King Tianchi, you are King Tianchi. House's eyes widened in shock, and a wave of fear washed over him. He had dared to swing his hammer at him just moments ago. If he hadn't been an Asgardian, he would have died countless times over. With the matter resolved, and time still early, Tianchi and Black Widow decided to do some shopping. House followed along, acting as Black Widow's porter, showing no signs of discomfort, as if he had always been a willing worker. After all, in Asgard, he was merely the lowest blacksmith. Now running errands for a prince seemed like a promotion. Before Tianchi could enjoy his time with Black Widow for long, a message interrupted their shopping spree. Happy had been injured in an explosion and was hospitalized. Tianchi was somewhat puzzled by this news, although he hadn't personally given Happy any recovery potion Iron Man had. After all, his relationship with Happy was somewhat distant. Happy wasn't a superhero, and Tianchi didn't need his fortune. Some favors were better bestowed by Iron Man. No matter how good their relationship was, they were still in name boss and employee. Thus, Tianchi and Black Widow had to part ways. Black Widow took House back to S.H.I.E.L.D., while Tianchi went straight to the hospital to visit Happy. Tianchi visited Happy not only because they were somewhat friends, but also because it was related to the plot of Iron Man 3. Upon entering the ward, he found Iron Man and Pepper Potts already there. Seeing Tianchi arrive, Happy was flattered and tried to struggle to his feet. He recalled the inexplicable courage that had driven him to challenge Tianchi in the ring back then. No wonder he had said he needed to find a weaker opponent to practice with for fear of accidentally killing someone. It was true. Tianchi gestured for him to stay still and asked, Why didn't you take the recovery potion? Happy said, It's nothing serious. I can just lie in bed for a month. I can't waste such a precious potion. Recovery potions were not rare to Tianchi, but Happy's relationship with him was more distant, unlike Iron Man and Black Widow, who could ask for them at any time. Tianchi didn't want to be a foolish philanthropist. Things too easily obtained were often not valued. Besides, Happy's injuries weren't fatal. How did you get blown up? I saw two suspicious people outside the mall. I thought I'd follow them to see what was going on, but one of them spotted me. Then, Happy seemed confused. I don't know if I'm hallucinating from the blast, but I remember seeing one person explode, another's leg was blown off, and then grew back, and then he ran away. A human bomb. Tianchi pondered briefly. This was indeed the plot of Iron Man 3. This was a human enhancement serum developed by a scientist named Aldrich Killian. It could repair physical defects and regenerate lost limbs, and it also granted a superpower of extreme heat, allowing the body to emit temperatures of several thousand degrees, capable of melting most metals. Iron Man's suit was certainly made of high-quality materials, but even it could not withstand such intense heat. Its drawback was extreme instability. How anyone injected with this serum could turn into a massive human bomb at any moment. Killian was naturally aware of this problem. To profit, he recruited a group of disabled veterans abandoned by the government. These wounded soldiers, disabled in battle and denied proper compensation, harbored deep hatred for the U.S. government. Now, with Killian's serum capable of restoring their limbs, they were naturally grateful and required no additional brainwashing to carry out suicide attacks. Iron Man said S.H.I.E.L.D. has been asking for my help recently. There's a terrorist leader calling himself the Mandarin who has claimed responsibility for multiple bombings. Their suicide bombs are incredibly destructive, yet no trace of explosives can be found. They want me to analyze whether a new compound is involved. If it's a human bomb, then the person carrying the bomb should have left behind some remains. Tianchi shook his head and said, Tony, think bigger. When I say human bomb, I don't mean a person carrying a bomb. I mean, the human body itself is the bomb. Iron Man stood up in shock. How is that possible? If that's the case, then the explosion scenes would make perfect sense. Has the Mandarin really mastered such advanced technology? The original Mandarin was a sinister Eastern villain created by early Americans with a pointed face, slanted eyes, thin mustache, and dressed in Qing Dynasty official robes, a sight that could give anyone nightmares. In America, the Mandarin was a household name, but the Mandarin Iron Man mentioned was a Westerner and not the true mastermind. This so-called Mandarin was merely a puppet arranged by Killian, controlled through women and drugs, forced to record threatening videos to make the world believe he was the mastermind behind it all. It was likely intended to use the Mandarin alias to create a sensation and divert the attention of organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. As for this Mandarin actor, one might say he was lucky in his foolishness. As this puppet, he was attended by beautiful women at all times, living a life of luxury and ease despite being under house arrest. Remarkably, despite the enormity of the affair, he not only survived, but spent barely any time in prison. In the later Shang-Chi, he reappeared and befriended a mythical Eastern beast, the Dijiang. At this thought, Tianchi asked Pepper, has Killian approached you? Pepper replied in surprise, you know about that too. He did come to me, but I was afraid Tony would misunderstand, so I haven't told him yet. He showed me a neural network technology. However, I felt it was too weaponized. Since Tony has stopped the company from developing weapons, I sent him away. Ha ha, Tianchi laughed. Do you know that he is the real mastermind behind all this? That Mandarin is just a puppet he used to divert attention. Iron Man, Pepper, and Happy were all stunned with disbelief. Iron Man asked, how is that possible? Why would he do all this? What benefit does it bring him? Tianchi glanced at Iron Man and said, besides amassing more wealth, the most important thing to him is revenge. This Killian over a decade ago was a crippled and destitute scientist. At a cocktail party, he finally got a chance to speak with Iron Man in an elevator. But at that time, Iron Man was flirting with a beautiful female doctor, eager to go up to a room to discuss science, and naturally had no time for him. So he tricked Killian, saying, wait for me on the rooftop for 5 minutes. Iron Man spent the night enjoying himself with the doctor, while Killian stood on the rooftop shivering in the wind all night. From then on, he harbored a grudge against Iron Man. Noticing Tianchi staring at him, Iron Man asked, puzzled, why are you looking at me? Is he seeking revenge on me? I don't even know him. No, you do know him, Tianchi said. You just don't remember him. This story begins over a decade ago. Tony, do you recall a beautiful female doctor named Maya Hansen? No, Iron Man quickly shot Tianchi a warning glance. This guy, I know you're mysterious and know everything, but why bring up these old stories? Can't you see Pepper is right here? Ignoring him, Tianchi continued, if Maya had been cutting your child with her, would be 13 years old by now. Iron Man's face turned pale instantly, while Pepper's expression soured. She stared at Iron Man, both angry and hurt, tears welling up in her eyes. Given Iron Man's wealth, it was entirely possible that some woman might secretly bear his child for a huge alimony. After all, if it were truly his blood, Iron Man couldn't ignore it, and even if he tried to evade responsibility, American law would enforce it. Given Iron Man's promiscuous past, he couldn't even remember all the women had been with. It wasn't impossible that one or two had conceived. Judging by Iron Man's expression, he clearly hadn't taken precautions back then, or he would have been skeptical rather than terrified. Don't worry, I said. If Iron Man let out a huge sigh of relief. Tang, you bastard, don't scare people like that. Get to the point. Do you remember when you were in the elevator with Dr. Maya? There was a crippled man trying to pitch a technology to you. Now that you mention it, there was such a person. I forget what happened afterward. I think I sent him to the rooftop. That was Killian. With Iron Man's intellect, everything suddenly clicked. The once destitute young man had returned to flaunt his success and seek revenge on those who had humiliated him. The thought that this man had visited Stark Industries and approached Pepper made Iron Man uneasy. Tang, did you come to help us eliminate them? No, Tianchi shook his head. Happy is my friend. I came mainly to see him. These trivial matters I believe you can handle easily with your abilities. By the way, that beautiful Dr. Maya is now working for Killian. If she approaches you, be careful. Also, the current vice president is colluding with Killian. In the Iron Man 3 storyline, the enemy wasn't particularly powerful, but Killian's elaborate setups and deceptive tactics caused Iron Man to waste a lot of time just tracking down the Mandarin. Later, Pepper was tricked by Dr. Maya into becoming a hostage, putting Iron Man at a disadvantage. Now, with Tianchi revealing everything, Iron Man's strength and connections, even with the vice president's backing, could easily dismantle the criminal organization. Before leaving, Tianchi grabbed a pen and paper, scribbled a line, folded it, and said to Iron Man, when you and Pepper leave the hospital, there will be countless reporters waiting outside. Before you say anything, I suggest you read this note first. Iron Man asked, is this some legendary Eastern trick in an envelope? Not a trick, just a small reminder. I'm off now. Happy, rest well. Where are you going? Thor and Jane have discovered something interesting in London, in the Kingdom of Great Britain. I need to go see it myself. As soon as Tianchi left, Happy's excitement finally burst forth and his heart began to race. Pepper was about to call a doctor, but Happy quickly stopped her, saying, "No need, I'm fine. I'm just happy. King Tianchi called me his friend, ha ha. I even fought him once. When we drink later, he'll have the best story to tell." Pepper rubbed her forehead, utterly speechless. She couldn't understand why men considered boasting such an important part of drinking. Iron Man, being a man himself, understood Happy's feelings, impressive as it is. You'll need someone to believe you. His words plunged Happy into a blissful dilemma. If Iron Man claimed to be King Tianchi's friend, no one would doubt it, given they fought side by side in the Battle of New York. But what had Happy done to deserve such a claim? He wasn't even close to being worthy. If King Tianchi even glanced his way, I'd lose the bet. Happy thought maybe he should just say he fought King Tianchi. That might seem slightly more believable. Well, no one would believe that either. As Iron Man and Pepper left the hospital, they were immediately swarmed by waiting reporters blocking their way. Iron Man was still filled with anger and fear over Happy's bombing. Even with Tianchi's healing potion, if Happy had died like other innocent victims, the potion would have been useless. Annoyed by the reporters, he was about to follow the original plan and publicly announce his address to challenge the enemy when he remembered Tianchi's note. Opening it, he saw the words, "Don't reveal your home address." Iron Man was startled. How powerful is this Tang guy? I only thought of saying that in a moment of impulse less than 10 seconds ago. How could he have known in advance? So instead, he said, "Mandarin, if you've got the guts, come at me. My address is 880 Malibu Road, Lot 365. Don't be a coward." True to form, Killian sent helicopters to attack the next day. But unbeknownst to him, it was an empty villa, though Iron Man wasn't living there. As Killian's armed aircraft approached, they were shot down by remote-controlled Iron Man suits lying in ambush. Furious, Killian fumed in the shadows, tricked once again by the man who had fooled him over a decade ago. Forced to follow the original plan, he sent Dr. Maya to get close to Pepper. But the moment she appeared, she was detained by authorities contacted by Iron Man. They sent a false message to Killian claiming they had captured Pepper and obtained his hideout's location. Within half a day, a swarm of remote-controlled suits and countless soldiers surrounded Killian's base. Killian never imagined his meticulously crafted plan could be so easily seen through. Besides killing a few innocent people, it barely made a ripple. He even began to doubt his own intelligence, wondering if he was too foolish in the art of scheming. Meanwhile, Tianchi stepped out of the hospital and soared into the sky. Flying across the Atlantic Ocean, he soon arrived in London, in the Kingdom of Great Britain. This time, he was after the ether, the reality stone. But obtaining this infinity stone would not be easy. When the arrival came, the outside of the abandoned building was already surrounded by police. Several police cars were overturned nearby, shattered glass scattered all over the ground, and bulky police officers hid behind the cars, nervously aiming their guns at the empty space in the center. Thor was watching over Jian, too occupied to pay attention to the surrounding police. As long as they didn't open fire, Thor wouldn't actively harm them. At that moment, Jian was lying on the ground, eyes tightly closed, already unconscious. A faint dark red liquid flowed all over her body, the other form of the reality gem, the ether particles. Given the situation, it seems Jian discovered the gravitational anomaly of this abandoned building, came to investigate, and just like in the original plot, accidentally entered a time-space rift and obtained the ether particles. After emerging because Daisy reported her missing for too long, the police came to check. As a result, the two came into contact, leading to a rebound of the ether particle energy, not only flipping the car, but also knocking Jian unconscious. Now the ether particles were flowing endlessly, seemingly transforming her body. In the future, her ability to become the goddess of thunder would likely owe much to this instance of ether particle energy. However, Jian was after all a human from Earth. If the ether particles remained in her body, without learning to control them over time, it would still pose a life-threatening risk. This was precisely the reason for Thor's concern. He could sense that Jian's life force was slowly fading. The arrival stepped forward, bypassing the police, and said, "You should leave. This is beyond what you can handle." Seeing that he was an Oriental man, the police naturally could not heed his words. Just as they attempted to stop him, they realized the arrival simply walked forward without a hitch, passing through the crowd of over a dozen people, without anyone able to touch him. Suddenly they understood that a superhuman had arrived. Since the wormhole battle in New York, police around the world had known of the existence of superhumans. With the increase in supercrimes globally, ordinary police had come to realize their powerlessness. The best way to handle a supercriminal was to report it and let specialized departments take care of it, including SHIELD. Moreover, these people in front of them were not even criminals. At most, they could be considered superhumans out of control. The police naturally would not go looking for trouble and fire their weapons. "Tang, you're here. How is Jian now?" "For now she's fine, but these strange things left in her body are causing her vitality to drain. If this goes on, I'm afraid she won't be able to endure it." The arrival checked the situation. Jian seemed to be in some pain, Even a slight increase in contact pressure would cause the ether particles to immediately rebound, pushing away external forces while also harming Jian. This was also the reason Thor dared to forcibly extract the ether particles. The ether particles had now intertwined with Jian, and unless there was a manipulation method from the Dark Elf King, they could only be extracted upon her death. Thor, I have a method to try, but I'm not sure if it will succeed, said the Arrival. As long as we can ensure Jian is not in danger, go ahead and try. Alright, I'm starting now. The Arrival placed his hand on Jian's lower abdomen and slowly activated the power of the cosmic cube of faint blue energy, gradually seeping into Jian's body. Under the guidance of the Arrival's divine sense, the energy patiently wound around the dark red ether particles. The energy of the Infinity Stones shared a common origin, and the ether particles seemed to show no rejection toward the energy of the cosmic cube. Gradually, a color interwoven of dark red and light blue formed on Jian's body. Seeing that the winding was nearly complete, the Arrival activated his divine sense to pull the blue energy, aiming to extract the ether particles. Just as he moved, a massive counterforce suddenly erupted. Bang! With a muffled sound, dark red and light blue energies exploded outward from the center of Jian. Immediately, the surrounding police cars and officers were once again overturned. Fortunately, they had already been on guard due to Jian's earlier explosion, resulting in only a few minor injuries. The police quickly retreated another 20 meters, continuously calling for backup. However, Jian's situation was dire as the two massive energies erupted within her, instantly shattering her internal organs, causing her to spit blood and teeter on the brink of death. The Arrival hurriedly took out a recovery potion and administered a bottle, managing to heal her injuries. At the moment of the explosion of the ether particles and the energy from the cosmic cube in a remote and desolate dark space of the vast universe, the energy lights of a spaceship slowly lit up, and in an instant the entire ship transformed from darkness into a dark red hue. A pale-skinned dark elf opened his eyes. This person was Malekith, the Dark Elf King. He seemed to be speaking to himself or addressing others, saying, "Ha ha ha, the ether particles are awakening us. The convergence of celestial bodies is beginning again. Our era is about to arrive." Immediately after, the enormous chamber inside the spaceship lit up with dark red lights, and all the dark elves in slumber began to awaken. Thor, of course, was unaware of what was happening in the dark corners of the universe. He only cared about Jian now. "Tang, we can't try again." The Arrival nodded. This time was merely a slight attempt, and it nearly killed Jian. Fortunately, there was a recovery potion. If they were to increase the energy, Jian might very well die on the spot. In that case, no amount of recovery potion would help. After all, even a purple recovery potion could not bring one back to life. "I'll take her back to Asgard to see if Father has any solutions." "That's fine enough for now. It can only be like this." The Arrival knew that even Asgard wouldn't have any way to extract the ether particles, but according to the original plot, the appearance of the ether particles meant the Dark Elves had awakened. It wouldn't be long before the Dark Elves would track over, following the energy of the ether particles, and a great battle would be inevitable. Earth's technology was too backward, lacking defense. Facing the Dark Elves, the casualties would likely be severe. It would be better to go to Asgard. After all, as the kingdom that once defeated the Dark Elves, they had quite a few means. Thor was about to call Heimdall when a voice came. "Wait." The Arrival looked over to see it was Daisy. "Take me with you." Thor frowned and said, "What do you want to go for?" Seeing that Thor seemed displeased, Daisy's tone softened. I can take care of Jian." "You two big men, do you know how to take care of someone?" Although she said she would take care of Jian, her gaze was entirely on the Arrival, the affection clear even to the blind. Thor said, "That's fine. You're her friend, and also a human from Earth, so it would indeed be more convenient for you to take care of her." Cough, cough. The Arrival wanted to remind Thor. "Is Asgard so advanced that they can't even take care of one person? Don't you know Daisy's intentions toward me? You're making things complicated for me." However, Thor didn't catch his hint at all. At this moment, he was anxious, wanting to arrange everything that could help his girlfriend. The Arrival, feeling helpless, could only gesture for Daisy to come over. Daisy immediately smiled, brightly walking over and directly wrapping her arms around the Arrival's muscular arm as if she had done it countless times before. As soon as Daisy hugged him, the Arrival felt that warmth, softness, and elasticity, but couldn't help but ask, cough, cough, "Why are you hugging me? When the rainbow comes down, I'm afraid I'll fall out." That's indeed a good reason. In Thor Ragnarok, Thor and Loki were knocked out of the rainbow energy channel by Hela and ultimately fell onto Sakaar. Daisy, being an ordinary person, would be in danger if startled. If she fell, it wouldn't matter if it was into outer space or from just 2 or 3 floors up. It could be fatal. Seeing that she seemed to have persuaded the Arrival, Daisy tightened her embrace. The Arrival sighed, inwardly feeling this comfortable trouble and not knowing how to deal with it. Thor held Jian and called for Heimdall. Soon the rainbow fell, and the four vanished from the open space, leaving behind an ancient ruin. Upon arriving at Asgard, Daisy still clung to Tianqi's arm, refusing to let go until he reminded her, "We're here." Only when she spotted Asgardians approaching to welcome them did she reluctantly release her grip. After settling Jane in, Thor had Daisy stay by her side, accompanied by the realm's medical personnel for examination. Satisfied that all was well, he made his way to the palace, joining Tianchi, Odin the All-Father, and Frigga the Queen. Once everyone had gathered, Tianchi cut straight to the point. "Your Majesty, the ether has awakened the Dark Elves. Soon they will come for Jane and take her away." Odin was taken aback, having assumed Tianchi had summoned them to discuss saving Jane, not the Dark Elves. "Prince Tang knows of the Dark Elves as well." "A little," Thor asked in confusion. "What do the Dark Elves have to do with this?" The All-Father sighed softly. "It's a long story tracing back to your grandfather's era. The ether was once the Dark Elves' sacred relic. Its true form is the reality stone, capable of turning one's thoughts into reality. The Dark Elves naturally thrive in darkness and cold. The universe's light is as hellish torment to them. In the early days of the cosmos, before many stars formed, the universe was shrouded in darkness. That was the golden age of the Dark Elves. But with the emergence of the Celestials, countless stars were created, flooding the ancient universe with light. Speaking of Celestials, beyond ancient beings like Star-Lord's father, Tianchi recalled that one was even now gestating beneath Earth. Once it emerged, Earth would rupture like a placenta, reduced to barren wasteland, and all humanity would perish. Yet Tianchi still knew not how to avert this catastrophe. He could only hope that with greater strength in the future, he might ally with the Eternals to prevent such tragedy. Noticing Tianchi's pensive expression, Odin asked, "Prince Tang knows of the Celestials too?" "A little, but let's first resolve the crisis at hand. We'll think of a way later." A thought then struck him. Could Asgard's deliberately flat continental structure be meant to prevent a Celestial from gestating within the planet? But this was no urgent matter. He could discuss it with Odin another time. Odin continued, "Under the light, the Dark Elves retreated, confining themselves to the realm of Svartalfheim. Thousands of years ago, Malekith, the Dark Elf King, somehow acquired the ether, seeking to use its power to extinguish stars and plunge the universe back into darkness. My father, King Bor, Thor's grandfather, learned of this and waged the first war against the Dark Elves, halting that calamity and securing millennia of peace for the 9 realms." "Wait," Thor interrupted. "You didn't tell us how we won." Odin cast him a glance and said slowly, "King Bor slaughtered them all." Thor's breath caught. Though the event was millennia past, his merciful nature still felt a pang of unease. If they were all killed, why does Tang say they'll come? The Dark Elves who fought in that war were all slain. But Malekith survived, and some of his kind still linger in the dark corners of the universe. Since Prince Tang says they will come, they surely will." Odin added, "But that is only one of our troubles. At this very moment, the 9 realms are aligning within the World Tree, a convergence that occurs once every 5,000 years. During this time, the boundaries between realms blur, allowing easy passage between them. If Malekith obtains the ether, he could harness this celestial alignment to amplify its power, plunging the 9 realms into darkness, which might then spread across the entire universe." Tianchi still couldn't fully grasp the World Tree that Odin and Thor spoke of, but from the original events, the convergence of the 9 realms was indeed happening. Could there truly be an invisible World Tree? In the original timeline, Asgard was caught off guard, the Dark Elves infiltrating invisibly and striking with devastating force, even destroying the reactor core of the protective barrier. But now, with Tianchi's warning, there was no chance the Dark Elves would succeed. While the 3 men discussed defenses against the Dark Elves, Queen Frigga remained silent, her hands fidgeting with her skirt, betraying her anxiety. Tianchi was about to reassure her not to worry about the Dark Elves when a sudden realization struck him. In the original events, the Dark Elf invasion marked the day of Frigga's death. Queen Frigga had long foreseen her own demise. Later, a portly, beer-bellied Thor from the future had traveled back, attempting to warn her of her fate and urge her to avoid it. Frigga had responded calmly, gently declining the future Thor's well-meaning offer. It wasn't that she didn't wish to change her fate or that she was resigned. It was fear. Having gazed into the river of time, she had sensed the existence of the sacred timeline and the unfathomable force that safeguarded it. Frigga dared not alter events recklessly, fearing it would bring even more dire consequences upon Asgard. Perhaps she had already attempted to change the past, only to end up with the tragic outcome of the original timeline. Any further deviation might lead to Asgard's utter annihilation. Whatever the case, Frigga had accepted her fate, even in the face of her own death. Now, having promised Tianchi she would no longer peer into the river of time, she was uncertain if her destiny would unfold as originally fated. No one could be completely indifferent to life and death. After a moment's thought, Tianchi said, "Your Majesty, what you saw in the river of time may not come to pass. Stay with Jane for the next couple of days. He'll stand guard outside and won't join the battle." The Queen was overjoyed. Having Tianchi nearby meant more than just a formidable protector. He was the key to changing Asgard's fate. With him personally guarding her, she too might alter her destiny and survive this perilous ordeal. As for the battle outside, in the original timeline, the Dark Elves had only succeeded due to surprise. Their true strength was unremarkable. With Thor and Asgard's defenses forewarned and prepared, they could handle the threat with ease. After all, this was merely the remnant of a race once nearly exterminated. What threat could they truly pose? In the original events, if not for Loki and Thor setting a trap to lure Malekith into extracting the ether from Jane, he wouldn't have even touched it. Moved by Tianqi's concern for his family, Thor clapped him on the shoulder. "Brother, I entrust my mother and my girlfriend to your care. It's a shame you'll miss the thrill of fighting the invaders. You'll probably not even see a single enemy before I've wiped them all out." Odin said, "Thor, my time is nearly spent, and I may not be able to aid in this battle. You must think like a king, not just a warrior charging into the fray. How else will you command respect when you take the throne?" Thor shrugged it off. He cared little for commanding respect. Fighting was what truly thrilled him. Over the following days, Tianqi sat in meditation outside Jane's room, his senses stretched wide, vigilantly monitoring every stir in the surroundings. The queen also remained in the room with Jane, deeply moving the mortal woman who had feared she might face discrimination in this realm of gods. To her surprise, her boyfriend's mother personally kept her company while his closest friends stood guard day and night, as if even within the divine realm she might not be safe enough. What irked her was that Thor had barely visited. Yet Thor couldn't very well tell her that a band of dark elves was coming to kill her and seize the ether within her, and that he had to arrange defenses. That would only cause her needless worry. Daisy, as Jane's friend and a fellow earthling, naturally stayed by her side. To bolster protection, the queen summoned Sif to join them in the room. This gave Tianqi a headache. Though Daisy had made no overly intimate gestures since arriving in Asgard, the two women seemed to possess an innate intuition. A subtle animosity brewed between them, so palpable that even Tianqi, a straightforward man, could sense their silent rivalry. Yet neither had any formal claim over Tianqi, leaving them to wage this war of glances in a void with no one able to assert dominion. Suddenly Tianqi, who had been sitting in meditation, opened his eyes and whispered toward the Rainbow Bridge control room, "Here they come." Though barely, a murmur Heimdall kilometers away heard him clearly. Instantly, he thrust his greatsword into the rainbow pedestal, channeling his divine power to sweep his gaze across the space surrounding Asgard. A dark spaceship slowly approached Asgard. The vessel was not only visually invisible, but even Heimdall's eyes could not perceive it. Yet being unseen did not mean undetected. The rippling air, disturbed clouds, and even stirred dust starkly revealed its trajectory. In the original plot, Heimdall failed to notice only due to lack of vigilance. Now, with full reconnaissance, the Dark Elf ship could not escape detection. A long siren blared across Asgard. The divine power cannons scattered around raised their muzzles, aiming at the coordinates provided by Heimdall. At the heart of Asgard, the main temple, slowly rose a golden energy shield. However, the temple was immense, and the shield took time to ascend from the base. A divine cannon fired accurately, striking the invisible Dark Elf ship. Ripples spread through the air, and the vessel shimmered into visibility. The colossal hull, like a star, exuded an oppressive presence. The Rainbow control room seemed no larger than a fruit pit beside this giant. Once discovered, the ship ceased cloaking. A low engine hum resonated as countless small fighter craft carrying dark elves emerged from the mothership. These fighters had a clear objective: the Asgardian temple. They ignored the ground cannons entirely, neither dodging nor attacking, charging straight for the temple. They needed to breach the golden shield before it fully rose. Only then could their mission succeed. Instantly, the ground cannons unleashed countless golden divine projectiles. Fighters were struck, trailing smoke as they streaked across the sky, crashing into buildings below. After paying the heavy price of dozens of fighters, a dozen managed to penetrate the temple just before the golden shield completed its ascent. One ship smashed through countless massive pillars, crashing into the temple's center, causing chaos among the guards. Outside, fighters began circling the temple, seeking opportunities. Meanwhile, a strange minotaur imprisoned in the dungeon seemed to sense the commotion, a sinister smile spreading across its face. From within its body, it dug out a pitch-black crystalline shard coated with blood as lustrous as oil, embedded deep within its flesh. The minotaur crushed the shard, which dissolved into a strange energy that seeped into its body. Its form then glowed with a searing red heat, like molten magma. Other alien criminals in the same cell recoiled in terror, retreating until their backs hit the honeycomb-patterned energy walls. Once the magma-like energy fully transformed, the minotaur swelled a full size larger. Originally with 2 horns, it now sprouted 4 more, 2 on its head and 2 beneath its jaw, its aura surging. The minotaur stomped forward, grabbed an alien cellmate, and hurled it viciously against the energy wall. The wall rippled with honeycomb patterns, but did not break. As if anticipating this, the minotaur continued its assault, smashing the alien until its brain splattered. The energy wall flickered and finally dissipated. In the original plot, this mutated minotaur was a dark elf sleeper agent within Asgard. Loki had even directed it with amusement, saying you'd better take the left staircase. That remark led the Minotaur to Jane's room, ultimately resulting in the Queen's death. This time, without Loki's guidance, it followed its original plan, heading straight for the Golden Shield's energy core. By then, elite warriors like Fandral had been dispatched to the outer battle, leaving the innermost energy core lightly guarded. The six-horned Minotaur cut through all opposition, effortlessly arriving before a golden energy sphere 5 meters in diameter. It rotated slowly, displaying real-time battle conditions of the outer shield. Whenever an attack struck, the core would instantly channel energy to reinforce the damaged area, ensuring the golden shield remained intact. Without hesitation, the Minotaur lunged its massive frame onto the energy core. The core's operation was disrupted, resulting in a thunderous explosion that blasted the Minotaur away. Yet it achieved the Dark Elf's desired outcome. Deprived of energy, the golden shield slowly faded. Seeing this, the mothership released more fighters, swarming toward the temple like hornets. Thor, engaged in battle outside, had no time to ponder the shield's collapse. Wielding Mjolnir, lightning crackling around him, he dove toward the fighters. With each swing, a fighter was destroyed. But the swarm was numerous and agile. Many slipped past his defenses, closing in on the temple. Sif, no matter what happens outside, do not leave. Protect the Queen and Jane, Tianchi commanded. Understood. Sif, clad in yellow leather battle armor and gripping a longsword, kept her eyes fixed on the window. With Tianchi guarding the door, she only needed to watch for any intruders slipping through the windows. To the dark elves, the ether within Jane blazed like a torch in darkness. At such close range, concealment was impossible. All fighters converged on Tianchi's location. Jane's room was in an attic, offering a panoramic view of Asgard, once a room of splendid vistas and open skies. Now that openness favored the dark elves' assault. A dozen fighters fanned out, firing dark red energy bolts that blanketed the entire attic. Tianchi extended a single hand, and with a resonant hum, a golden divine shield enveloped the entire attic. All energy bolts dissolved harmlessly against the shield. Seeing conventional attacks fail, one fighter seemed to receive orders, breaking formation to ram the attic directly. The fighter's rear flared with red light as its engine roared, its sharp prow aimed at Tianchi as it charged without hesitation. "Ha, come on," Tianchi laughed. With the fighters harrying from a distance, he was pinned in place. Now one dared to charge headlong, an opportunity he welcomed. He pulled his other fist back, timing perfectly as the ship closed, and then punched forward. 20 times the Hulk's strength. His fist pierced the divine shield, exposing half his arm, meeting the fighter's prow. A white shockwave rippled across the shield's surface, surging outward in all directions. The fighter's 10-meter hull froze midair. Its rear engine still roared with thrust, while Tianchi's terrifying force struck from the front. Under the opposing forces, the hull compressed inward, flattening like a thin pancake. Unable to withstand the strain, it shattered into countless metal fragments that shot outward like shrapnel. The fragments clattered against nearby fighters. The recoil shook the entire attic violently, as if it might collapse. But Tianchi had calculated well. He bore most of the force, and the attic held. The remaining fighters froze, even forgetting to fire their energy bolts. The Dark Elves had anticipated possible failure, but never in such a manner. Could mere physical strength truly shatter a warship with a single punch? The warship dared not charge recklessly any longer. Since the divine barrier protecting the pavilion was impenetrable and direct ramming was futile, it began attacking the surrounding structures. If everything around collapsed, the pavilion would lose its foundation and crumble naturally. Fortunately, Thor arrived in time, diverting some of the warships. Otherwise, if the pavilion fell, Tianchi would have been in dire straits. If he wanted to annihilate all the warships, he would have to release the divine barrier. Amidst so many cannons, even a single mistake, a shell striking the room, would leave none inside save Sif, likely unable to survive. With the addition of Thor, Fandral, Hogan, and Volstagg, along with support from the ground turrets, Tianchi was instantly relieved. Just then, with a loud crash, the wall inside the room burst open and a strange creature charged in. It was the six-horned Minotaur. In the explosion that destroyed the energy shield core, it had somehow survived. Now, following the energy resonance of the ether, it had broken through the wall and entered. The six-horned Minotaur, clutching an Asgardian battle axe it had picked up from somewhere, swung it directly at Jane and Queen Frigga. Sif, who was guarding the window, caught off guard, could only barely raise her sword in front of the Queen. But time was too short, and without momentum, the axe bore down under the Minotaur's immense strength. The blade was about to strike the Queen, who, as in the original fate, would die at the Minotaur's hands. Suddenly, with a sharp clang, the axe halted midair before the Queen, unable to advance an inch. Blocking the blade was Tianchi's palm, his fingers digging 5 deep imprints into the axe's shaft. The Minotaur was startled and tried to withdraw the axe for another strike, but Tianchi would not give it another chance. Shifting his stance, he moved to the Minotaur's side. Even at his height, he only reached the creature's shoulder. Grabbing its neck was inconvenient, so Tianchi simply thrust his hand through the Minotaur's steel-like scales and seized its spinal column. With a heave, he flung the Minotaur outward. It met an incoming dark red energy orb, and before even a scream could escape, it was blasted into bloody fragments. Tianchi quickly erected his divine barrier to avoid being splattered with gore. Sif, believing the danger was over, was about to turn and look outside when several grenades were tossed through the hole the Minotaur had made. If these were Earth-made grenades, Sif would have dismissed them as toys. But they were thrown by the lurking dark elves, so, without a second thought, she instantly shielded the queen. Fortunately, Tianchi had not let his guard down. With a thunderous boom, a gale swept through the room as he unleashed his supersonic movement technique long and used. In an instant, he hurled the grenades back the way they came. With a dull thud, one exploded, but instead of shrapnel, a tiny black point emerged. This black point generated a violent gravitational pull, causing the hair of Queen Frigajane, Sif, and Daisy behind Tianchi to billow toward it. The two nearest dark elves shrieked and tried to flee, but it was too late. They were sucked into the air, drawn into the black point, and reduced to specks of dust that fell to the ground. This was the dark elves' insidious gravitational collapse bomb. Upon detonation, it used the grenade's energy to create a miniature black hole within. Though the black hole was minuscule and existed only briefly, it was enough to pull in anything within a 3-meter radius. Under its gravitational force, any matter would have its structure instantly shattered. Electrons on the atomic periphery would be drawn into the nucleus, neutralizing the proton's charge. After all, 99 of an atom is empty space. Under such compression, even the tallest being would be reduced to the size of a grain of rice. Ordinary powerhouses were utterly helpless against this sudden gravitational force. Once sucked into the miniature black hole, there was no chance of survival. Witnessing the bomb's eerie lethality, Sif's face showed a lingering fear. Had Tianchi not been there letting these gravitational bombs detonate nearby, not even she, let alone the queen, might have survived. Yet Queen Frigga showed no fear. Instead, she let out a long sigh of relief. She glanced toward the direction of the Minotaur's remains, her destined slayer now utterly shattered. No matter what trials lay ahead, this at least proved that with Prince Tang's aid, one could indeed defy fate. Sif, stay focused. Yes. With most of the warships eliminated, the Dark Elf's surprise attack was already a failure. But the distant mothership, instead of fleeing, suddenly strengthened its shields and charged straight at the pavilion. The star-like colossal hull, bolstered by the mothership's formidable shield, deflected the divine cannons along the way, which only created ripples on its surface, unable to breach the defense for a time. Yet this resilience was fleeting. As the mothership plunged deeper into Asgard's heart, the layers of firepower grew stronger. Once the Asgardians regrouped, they would surely annihilate it on the spot. However, the Dark Elf mothership clearly had no intention of retreating. If it could seize the ether, it could use its power to easily escape back to Svartalfheim. As the mothership drew closer, ordinary firepower proved insufficient to stop it, and the energy cannon of the Bifrost could not be readied in time. Seeing this, Thor shouted, "Fandral, Hogan, Volstagg, order everyone to fall back." "What a... The queen is still up there. We cannot retreat." Fandral, Hogan, and Volstagg could hardly believe their ears. Was this an order from Prince Thor? The queen and your girlfriend were still in the pavilion. Not only did they refuse to retreat, they continued attacking, even willing to throw themselves before the mothership to buy the pavilion time. Thor was furious, cursing them inwardly for fools. He had no choice but to swing his hammer, accelerate instantly, and forcibly drag the three away. Fandral and the others shouted in anger, "Thor, have you abandoned even your mother? How can you call yourself a prince?" Thor knocked their heads and scolded, "Who said I abandoned her? The queen's life is under protection. I'm saving your worthless hides." But the mothership is so massive, Prince Tang's divine barrier can't possibly hold it back. As they spoke, an inexplicable ripple spread across Asgard. The entire realm fell silent. Infinite divine fist. A colossal blue fist imprint shot forth from the pavilion. At first, it was only the size of a human head, but as it neared the mothership, it grew immense, like the sun itself, brimming with boundless divine power as it slammed into the Dark Elf vessel. A thunderous boom echoed across all of Asgard. The Dark Elf mothership's shield couldn't withstand the fist imprint for even a tenth of a second before shattering. Overloaded energy furnaces aboard the mothership detonated one after another, dark crimson flames seeping through the hull. Yet the fist imprint's momentum did not wane before the explosions could fully erupt. It swept through, extinguishing them entirely. The enormous fist imprint pierced through the star-like mothership, reducing most of its hull to nothingness, leaving only a donut-shaped outer shell. The fist imprint, undiminished, continued past the mothership into the starry void beyond Asgard, vanishing from sight. Fandral, Hogan, and Volstagg shuddered in fear, staring dumbfounded at the direction it had disappeared. No wonder Thor told us to stay out of it. Prince Tang is that monstrous. If we had stood in front of the mothership, even if it hadn't crushed us, we would have perished under that terrifying punch. If Prince Tang had come out and thrown a few punches earlier, why would we have exhausted ourselves? Within the attic, even the well-traveled queen was astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief. She knew that Prince Tang had achieved the unprecedented ninefold divine body, but cultivation still required a process, didn't it? How could he in such a short time destroy a starship with a single punch? In contrast, Jane and Daisy reacted more calmly. During the Battle of New York's wormhole, though they were not present, almost everyone on Earth had seen the video of Tianqi obliterating a starship with one punch afterward. Though the video was filmed from a great distance, that feat was etched into everyone's memory. However, watching it on video and witnessing it up close were incomparable experiences. The sheer shock was beyond words. In that instant, all of Asgard fell silent, staring in a daze at the direction of the immense fist imprint. Some of the older Asgardians began to wonder secretly whether the All-Father in his prime could have delivered such a punch. Probably not, right? For a race that could traverse the cosmos, a mothership was something no enemy could overlook. It was armed with countless weapons and, most importantly, possessed an incredibly powerful energy shield that ordinary attacks couldn't even breach the outer perimeter. Yet such a mothership had been turned into a donut with just one punch. Watching the remnants of the mothership crash to the ground, Tianqi remained unmoved, still guarding the attic. Now inside the temple there might still be remnants hiding. It was better to stay cautious. Thor flew over and gave Tianqi a hearty hug. "Brother, thank you. With you here I have no worries." Fandral, Hogan, Volstagg, and the others saluted Tianqi from afar, silently feeling guilty for their earlier distrust. Then they joined the others in cleaning up the battlefield and eliminating the remnants. Only after every area had been swept and the few hidden Dark Elf soldiers were cleared did Tianqi leave Jane's room. Thanks to Tianqi's warning, this time casualties were minimal, with mostly some buildings damaged. After the battle, Tianqi, King Odin, Queen Frigga, Thor, Jane, Sif, Daisy, and others held a simple banquet. Odin expressed his gratitude to Tianqi multiple times, and even Frigga frequently raised her glass to toast him. This time it was not just about repelling the Dark Elves, it also meant that the Queen's fate had been altered. Since the Queen's fate had changed, it indicated that Asgard's destiny was also shifting. That was why Odin and Frigga were so grateful to Tianqi. After the pleasantries, Tianqi asked Frigga, "Your Majesty, have you recently seen a fat Thor with a beer belly and a full beard?" Thor immediately took offense, thinking Tianqi was joking at his expense. "Tang, what kind of talk is that? My physique won't change in 3,000 years. A beer belly? Are you afraid I'll outdrink you later?" Frigga smiled at Thor's interruption without comment and said to Tianqi, "No, I haven't. Prince Tang, is there a meaning behind this?" Tianqi shook his head, not seeing it as a good thing. Earlier during the Battle of New York's wormhole, Tianqi had seen Iron Man, the Hulk, Ant-Man, and Captain America from other timelines, suggesting the future wasn't optimistic. If the future remained unchanged and Thanos won at this point in time, Thor and Rocket Raccoon should have come back to retrieve the ether, the Infinity Stone. In the original storyline, Thor traveled back, saw his undead mother, was deeply moved, couldn't resist appearing to meet her, and wanted to warn her of her impending murder. But Frigga immediately saw he was from the future and said, "You must have suffered a lot in the future, haven't you?" Since the Queen hadn't encountered that, it meant Frigga's fate had already changed along with Asgard's and Thor's destinies. Frigga nodded. If Thor had turned into that, it would mean the future is truly bleak. "Thank you, Prince Tang." "Mother, how can you listen to Tang's nonsense? You know our divine race. Even if we stay home playing games and drinking beer all day, our physique remains perfect. Jane, feel my abs." Jane wasn't as carefree as Thor as she slapped his hand away and said softly, "So many people are watching. Be serious. By the way, Thor, did you find the Dark Elf King Malekith while cleaning the battlefield?" Tianqi asked. "No, we didn't. Could he have been obliterated by your punch?" At that moment, Odin said, "Malekith didn't come. If he had, I would have sensed his aura." Tianqi breathed a sigh of relief. "Good thing he's not dead." Thor was displeased. "Brother, why do you pity the enemy? Without your warning, Asgard's losses would have been immense." "That's not it." Tianqi shook his head. "Malekith possesses the method to control the ether. If he dies, I fear the knowledge will be lost. Now Jane's safety depends on him." Thor jumped up and shouted, "Tang, let's go to Svartalfheim now and force him to hand over the method." Tianqi responded, "Good. That's decisive enough. It's time for us to strike back. Well, raid his lair and take the method by force. How dare he refuse?" In the original storyline, Loki, Thor, and Jane used a trick to deceive the Dark Elf King into extracting the ether. But now with Loki absent, Tianqi and Thor couldn't pull off that scheme. Tianqi was stuck in a mental rut, worrying about how to trick the Dark Elf King into helping remove the ether, until Thor's words jolted him awake. With strength, why resort to tricks? Jane rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on, as if she was seeing them again as they were when they first met on Earth. Without further delay, they hastily finished their meal, and Tianqi, Thor, and Jane headed to the Bifrost. Daisy and Sif wanted to join. But Daisy was immortal and Tianqi couldn't take her. This time Daisy couldn't find any excuse, so she stayed in Asgard feeling dejected. Sif assumed Tianqi would bring her, but he refused as well. The main reason was that Sif's strength was too low, she would be more of a liability than a help. This mission was to Svartalfheim, the realm of the Dark Elves. Sif could handle a few, but against thousands of enemies, she was no different from Jane. Seeing that Sif couldn't go either, Daisy's gloom lifted significantly, realizing Tianqi wasn't singling her out. Sif seemed to sense Daisy's schadenfreude, and their eyes clashed in the air as if sparks were about to fly. Tianqi saw this and thought, I can't handle this, or I'd better leave. After a flash of rainbow light, Tianqi, Thor, and Jane vanished from Asgard, and in an instant arrived at Svartalfheim. Svartalfheim was a gray, desolate land, barren and decayed with almost no vegetation. The sky seemed to press down, creating an oppressive atmosphere that would drive a normal person mad after a few days. Only the dark elves naturally loved such an environment. One man's hell is another's heaven. Svartalfheim was vast, stretching beyond the horizon. Clouds shrouded everything, and the light was poor. Tianqi couldn't tell if it was a planet or a flat continent, but he guessed that aside from Asgard, no one would be so bored as to flatten a planet into a pancake. Upon arrival, Thor felt lost. In such a vast realm, where could they find the Dark Elf King? If the Dark Elf King didn't want to be found, he could hide anywhere in the Dark Lands, and 2 or 3 people might search for a lifetime without success. Moreover, they had to guard against ambushes by Dark Elves along the way. Tianqi waited for a while, yet the Dark Land showed no response. Just moments ago, the Rainbow Bridge had descended. It was impossible for it to go unnoticed in such a dark place as Svartalfheim. Either they did not wish to come out, or they were too afraid to face Tianqi and the others. Asgard's punch must have long sent the imagery back to Svartalfheim. Even the most impulsive dark elves knew that Tianqi was not to be trifled with. In that case, Tianqi decided to be ungracious. He had come with ill intent. If they would not come out, he would kick down the door. When I make my move, you speak up, Tianqi said to Thor. What do you mean? Before Thor could react, Tianqi suddenly hurled a punch into the sky. With a soft bang, a massive, deep blue fist imprint shot into the sky, flying for several dozen kilometers before coming to a halt. From a distance, it resembled a full moon. A pale blue glow cascaded onto the ground of Svartalfheim, instantly illuminating many dark elves who had been hiding in the shadows. The elves were thrown into chaos, quickly searching for the nearest dark hiding places. However, this was only the beginning. Bang, 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 bang. In a series of dozens of soft sounds, Tianqi unleashed many infinite fists over a radius of 1,000 miles. These fist imprints were all under his divine sense control, suspended in the sky, ready to crash down at any moment, like a dark elf version of Damocles' sword. Dozens of infinite fist imprints looked like dozens of moons. The pale blue light transformed the visible area into an eerie blue daylight. Tianqi could already hear countless low growls from afar. Evidently, this behavior had enraged the dark elves immensely. Yet no one dared to act recklessly. For everyone could sense the terrifying energy fluctuations from the dozens of moons overhead, who once they fell, it would spell a cataclysmic calamity. Thor finally understood what he meant by speaking up and shouted, Malekith, come out now. If you dare to attack Asgard, be prepared to face its wrath. Seeing that no one responded, Tianqi stopped being verbose. With a snap of his fingers, one of the fist imprints dropped from the sky, crashing to the ground. In an instant, it was like a nuclear explosion. A gigantic mushroom cloud rose from the ground with the pale blue infinite energy radiating outward, sweeping over dozens of kilometers. Wherever it passed, sand and stones flew, mountains crumbled, and many dark elves who came into contact with this energy were reduced to ashes, swept away without a trace by the waves of dust. Tianqi's ruthless actions were not solely due to the grievances between Asgard and the Dark Elves, but rather the inherent opposition between the two races. Light and darkness, survival or death. It had nothing to do with justice or evil. The victory of either side would mean the large-scale annihilation of the other. The reason the Dark Elves were currently at a disadvantage was not due to their humility, but because the light races had triumphed, allowing the stars to shine and light to illuminate the universe, which facilitated the reproduction of all light races, including humans. If the Dark Elves successfully extinguished the stars, the vast majority of ordinary people on Earth would die within a single day. The remainder, without light, would ultimately disappear due to reasons like temperature and food. This is why thousands of years ago King Bor, Thor's grandfather, directly slaughtered the Dark Elves. From Bor's perspective, it was clear that the Dark Elves were unlike the races of other nations. There was essentially no possibility for peaceful coexistence between the two races. This was a fundamental opposition of life, a battle for survival with no room for mercy. The victorious side is justice. If one day the Dark Elves extinguished the stars and occupied an absolute position, then in their realm tales would surely circulate about how the once evil light races invaded their living space and slaughtered their kin. As the energy of the infinite fist dissipated, Tianqi sensed countless Dark Elves stirring within 100 miles. However, it seemed that someone had halted their actions. The Dark Elf King Malekith slowly approached from a distance, appearing before Tianqi, Thor, and Jane. Thor Odinson, what exactly do you want? The ether particle is a sacred object of my race. It is only right for us to retrieve it. Thor replied, It's simple, just give us the method to manipulate the ether particle. Your crime of invading Asgard can be forgiven. Malekith retorted angrily, impossible. The sacred object of my race can only be manipulated by our own kind. Is that so? Tianchi said calmly. I heard that you only acquired the ether particle thousands of years ago. How did it become your sacred object? Who owned it for the previous 7 billion years? In the primordial times it was all darkness. The entire universe belonged to us dark elves. If it weren't for the celestials creating stars everywhere, what business would you humans have? The Elven King, seeing Jane leaning weakly against Thor, instantly understood what was happening. I can help you extract the ether particle and save that woman. However, I have two conditions. First, the ether particle belongs to me. Second, you must retract the fist imprints in the sky and promise to not invade each other. Tianchi stepped forward saying, Malekith, I think you are mistaken. It is not you who threaten us, but we who threaten you. We have only one person while you have thousands of kin. Who is more important? Malekith laughed heartily, saying, My kin can sacrifice their lives for the great mission of reviving our homeland, but will he part with the beauty in his arms? Tianchi did not respond. With another snap of his fingers, another fist imprint fell to the ground. A massive dust wave swept in from afar, and countless dark elves disappeared. Tianchi casually raised a divine shield to block the dust. Malekith's vicious expression flickered in and out of the dust wave, clearly filled with intense hatred. If it were only Thor coming, he likely would have accepted the Dark Elf King's proposal. As long as he could extract the ether particle and save Jane's life, he didn't care about anything else. But Tianchi, wanting to control the method of manipulating the ether particle, had to appear stronger. Moreover, he had to prevent the Dark Elves from using the ether particle to plunge the universe back into darkness. For both public and private reasons, he could not yield. It was a matter of who was tougher. The Elven King, Malekith's face twitched, but he still did not agree. In the distance, some dark elves had begun preparing weapons, and several battleships were flying this way. So it seems you are preparing for battle. Then there is no need to discuss further. Tianchi pressed down with one hand, and 3 fist imprints in the distance accurately struck the fleet of battleships. The infinite fist, which even the mothership could not withstand, left no chance for the ordinary battleships to escape. They were all turned to ashes, vanishing with the gusts. Seeing Tianchi about to continue his assault, the Elven King could no longer hold back, shouting, Stop! I agree to give you the method. Tianchi replied, I hope you won't play tricks. If anything happens to our people, her life will require your entire race to repay. As he spoke, the remaining dozens of fist imprints slowly descended. Originally the size of a moon, as the fist imprints lowered, they visually enlarged several times, creating a particularly oppressive feeling. The Elven King, suppressing his anger, transmitted a verse to them. Tianchi compared it with his previous experience of using the cosmic cube to manipulate the ether particles and deemed it feasible, thus saying, Thor, lay Jane down and do not touch her. I will give it a try. All right. Utilizing his divine power, Tianchi followed the verse provided by the Elven King to sense the ether particles. Gradually, a dark red liquid flowed from Jane's eyes. Jane seemed to witness the extinguishing of the sun, with the earth plunging into darkness. Then this darkness spread from the sun to the universe, stars disappeared, and ultimately the entire universe fell into silence and darkness. The ether particles that flowed out moved eerily in the air, as if they possessed life, searching for the next target. Finally, Jane's body trembled lightly, and the last bit of the ether particle was completely extracted. Thor hastened to help Jane up. Tianchi continued manipulating the incantation, attempting to draw the ether particles into his hands, when suddenly the Dark Elf King burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, the time has come. 8 colossal rifts, each several kilometers in diameter, materialized in the sky above Svartalfheim, revealing clear visions of another world. Tianchi could even see a city on Earth, its various scripts and architecture clearly indicating a Western metropolis. Pedestrians there, having noticed these 8 strange rifts, began to scream in alarm. This was the convergence of the realms spoken of by Odin the Allfather, the alignment of the 9 realms. At this moment, not only could one traverse the 9 realms with ease, but the gravity, temperature, and light of each world would also influence the others. Tianchi suddenly felt a tightness in his hand, as the ether particles he controlled flew toward the Dark Elf King. Realizing the dire situation, he knew Malekith had held back, clearly having provided an incomplete incantation. Just as the ether was about to be seized by Malekith, Thor instinctively unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck the ether particles. With a thunderous boom, the ether exploded, its dark red shockwave raising clouds of dust. Tianchi hastily erected a divine barrier. Though the explosion was not intense enough to harm him or Thor, Jane, being an ordinary human, might not withstand it. Has the ether been destroyed? Thor exclaimed with joy. No, the Infinity Stones can only be destroyed by the power of another Infinity Stone. Take Jane and leave quickly. Thor nodded, lifted Jane in his arms, and flew into the rift leading to Earth. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the city on the other side, as if they had merely stepped through a door. With no further constraints, Tian-Chi pressed his hands downward. Dozens of infinite fist seals rained down, cracking the earth and shaking the planet. Like a doomsday judgment, dozens of infinite fist seals blanketed the entire realm of Svartalfheim. Some even pierced through the rifts into other worlds, obliterating a mountain range in one of them. The rumbling echoes reverberated across Svartalfheim as pale blue infinite energy swept through every corner, utterly annihilating all the dark elves. Witnessing his people's destruction before his eyes, Malekith's face twisted in agony as he laughed bitterly. Since you have destroyed my homeland, I shall bring the 9 realms to ruin with me. With that, Malekith spun his hands in mystic seals. The ether, which had just exploded, slowly rose from the ground. But now it was no longer liquid. It had transformed into dark red crystalline shards. The crystals spun faster and faster, eventually forming a tornado that enveloped Malekith at its center. Like a grinding millstone, the tornado stripped away Malekith's armor, flesh and bones, layer by layer, reducing them to dust that merged entirely into the ether tornado. The tornado, now changed from dark red to blood red, grew even more sinister. Ha ha ha, Earthling, perish with us. Malekith's roar emanated from within the tornado. Tian-Chi did not know what technique he had used to abandon his body and merge completely with the ether. We'll see if you have the power to do so. Infinite Divine Fist. Tian-Chi launched a punch directly at the tornado. But the tornado merely rippled slightly, and the fist seal passed through it, vanishing into the distant darkness. A force capable of destroying starships struck nothing but air, meeting no resistance. For the first time, Tian-Chi encountered failure with his invariably effective Infinite Divine Fist. He threw several more punches, but the result was the same, utterly ineffective. Malekith, not engaging Tian-Chi, traced a bizarre trajectory and instantly darted into the rift leading to Earth. Tian-Chi had no choice but to soar into the air and follow. Upon crossing the rift, the vista, gravity and temperature shifted entirely, and he found himself back on Earth. Before him lay a square. On the ground was a straight line etched in stone with a stainless steel sculpture at one end bearing the inscription Greenwich Prime Meridian. Greenwich was a town in the Kingdom of Great Britain, most famous for the meridian line that ran through it. Over a century ago, the International Meridian Conference had decided to designate the meridian passing through Greenwich as the prime meridian, serving as the starting point for calculating time and geographic longitude on Earth. Since then, this town and its meridian had taken on special significance. Tian-Chi had not expected that after all his travels he would end up back in Greenwich, just as in the original storyline. It seemed the inertia of the sacred timeline was still immensely powerful. Tian-Chi wondered to what extent he would need to act to completely alter the timeline. For now, he felt more like a tiny pebble in the river of time, perhaps capable of changing a few subtle currents, but the overall course still flowed along its original channel. Had he not personally stood guard earlier, Queen Frigga might well have failed to survive her life-threatening ordeal. Meanwhile, Malekith, with his blood-red ether tornado, directly ground the nearby observatory buildings into dust, growing ever larger. In the blink of an eye, it swelled from a few meters to hundreds of meters in height. Even the clouds above were stirred, slowly gathering toward it. Seeing such a terrifying sight, the people in the square screamed and fled in all directions. At S-H-I-E-L-D, alarms were already blaring. They remotely mobilized nearby European forces to provide support. However, Iron Man and the others were on the other side of the Atlantic, separated from the Kingdom of Great Britain and Western Europe by an entire ocean, unable to arrive quickly. From within the tornado, Malekith laughed ominously. Ha ha ha, Earthling. You can no longer stop me. I will create a primordial paradise of the universe for the Dark Elves. Ha ha ha. The ether tornado spun ever larger. The 8 rifts in the sky gradually aligned. When they fully converged, the 9 realms would be linked in a single line. At that moment, the gravity and energy of the 9 realms along that line would increase exponentially, allowing the ether's power to instantly engulf all 9 realms. If Malekith succeeded, the 9 realms would face darkness and destruction, and that might not be the end. Without sufficiently powerful intervention, the entire universe could be affected. Tian-Chi's mind raced. In the original storyline, Malekith had not merged with the ether. Instead, Thor had struck him with Mjolnir, sending his body to another realm where he was crushed by a passing spaceship. Then, with no one controlling it, the ether had come to a halt. But now he could neither separate Malekith from the ether nor destroy or stop it with the Infinite Divine Fist. What could he do? Tian-Chi searched his memories, but found no solution. The blood-red tornado had grown thousands of meters tall, churning the clouds into a massive storm that stretched for hundreds of kilometers. Centered on Greenwich, it had engulfed the entire Kingdom of Great Britain. The 8 rifts in the sky drew closer, now merging into a figure-8 shape lying on its side, or rather an infinite symbol. Ha, 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 ha. Malekith's laughter echoed from within the 1,000-meter-high tornado, his voice mingling with the howling wind to spread across all of Western Europe, chilling everyone who heard it. Once the 8 rifts fully merged, his triumph would be complete. Even the mightiest forces on Earth would be powerless to stop him. On the North Atlantic, colossal waves had already risen, reaching even Iceland over 1,000 kilometers away. The coastline was battered by a level 15 typhoon, devastating docks and coastal cities in an unprecedented catastrophe. What would Thor do if he were here? In the original storyline, the sacred timeline had destined Thor to defeat Malekith. If the sacred timeline was correct and Thor were present, Malekith would still fail. But now Thor, focused on protecting Jane, had long since fled with her to an unknown location. He trusted Tian-Chi too much. If Tian-Chi could solve the problem, his brother would surely do so. If he could not, Tian-Chi would still find a way. Thus, Thor chose to protect his woman first, leaving his brother to hold the line. Tian-Chi put himself in Thor's shoes, knowing that the sacred timeline must have a method for the god of thunder to overcome this crisis. What exactly would Thor do? Suddenly, a faint smile crept across Tian-Chi's lips. Given Thor's reckless nature, that was exactly what he would do. Thus, Tian-Chi soared into the air, heading straight for the blood-red tornado that had already expanded to several kilometers in diameter. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged directly into its core. The crystallized ether particles within the tornado, like countless tiny blades, peeled away the flesh from Tian-Chi's body bit by bit. Even with his ninefold refined divine body, he could not withstand the assault of the reality stone. In the blink of an eye, nothing remained but a bloodied skeleton. Yet Tian-Chi had succeeded. Reciting the incantation for manipulating ether particles passed down by Malekith, though incomplete, he used his own flesh and blood to successfully merge his spiritual sense into the tornado. Malekith, attached to the ether particles, was startled. "How did you get in?" "You guess." Tian-Chi laughed heartily. Now that he had found Malekith, the rest would be much easier. Though the manipulation technique was incomplete, Tian-Chi's spiritual sense was far more powerful than Malekith's. Making up for the missing parts of the incantation with sheer strength, he forcibly shifted the tornado toward the North Atlantic. Malekith was not about to yield. The celestial rift above was on the verge of merging into one, and success or failure hung in the balance. Relying on his greater control, he slowly pushed the tornado back toward the rift. Seeing the tornado nearing the rift, Tian-Chi naturally could not allow it. He downed several bottles of golden recovery potions, regenerating some flesh. But no sooner had the flesh formed than it was scraped off by the ether particles and drawn into the tornado. This new flesh gave Tian-Chi additional momentum, expanding his domain of spiritual control. He slowly pushed the tornado back toward the North Atlantic. And so the two became locked in a tug-of-war. The colossal tornado, thousands of meters high, shifted between the North Atlantic and inland regions. Wherever it passed, mountains were leveled to plains, lakes were drained dry, and blood-red rain cascaded like waterfalls upon the lands of the Great Britain Kingdom. Yet it never managed to reach the rift. At that moment, the 8 rifts in the sky finally merged into one. In that instant, all who saw the rift could behold 9 different worlds, as if they were about to meld together. The 9 realms were plunged into darkness, as if the very light had been drained away by the strange energy of the converging worlds. Heimdall and Thor of Asgard, along with the powerful beings of other realms who understood what was happening, felt their hearts clench. If that man failed from this moment onward, the 9 realms would be forever shrouded in darkness. The moment felt both fleeting and eternal. The people of Western Europe could only hear the raging howl of the wind in the sky, awaiting the judgment of fate. The 9 realms were terrifyingly silent. Some even wondered if he had already failed. From then on, would the 9 realms become the domain of the dark elves? Yet a glimmer of dawn gave them hope. The perfectly merged rift, once absolute darkness, slowly revealed a sliver of light from its edge, shining upon every realm. The mighty beings of the 9 realms finally breathed a sigh of relief. As time passed, the light grew stronger, and the rift gradually transformed from a perfect circle into an infinite symbol. Then the infinite symbol split into 8, drifting farther apart. No! Malekith's furious roar echoed from within the tornado, his howl raising even greater waves, but it was all in vain. Malekith had never imagined that despite enduring the threat of dozens of Tian-Chi's fifth seals, sacrificing the people of all Svartalfheim, and even offering himself as a sacrifice, he would still fall short at the final moment. Having missed this opportunity, which came only once every 5,000 years, such a chance would not arise again for at least another 5 millennia, or perhaps never again. At least now he would not live to see it. The self-sacrifice came at the cost of his flesh and soul. Malekith felt his power slowly waning. In a short while, even without Tian-Chi's attack, he would dissipate into the void. Ha ha ha! Malekith laughed bitterly. In that case, I'll take you down with me, Earthling. Malekith's soul, which had been controlling the tornado, completely abandoned its grip on the ether particles and instead latched onto Tian-Chi's spiritual sense. Using a mutual destruction tactic, he sought to obliterate Tian-Chi's soul. However, he discovered a terrifying truth. How is this possible? How can your soul be so indestructible? This is impossible. Malekith's soul ground against Tianqi's like smoke against steel. The smoke scattered, yet the steel remained utterly unaffected. This was the first time Tianqi had realized the remarkable power of his own soul. Previously, he had only heard Queen Frigga and the Time Variance Authority speak of his noble essence, but he had never understood its use. Now he finally saw one benefit in soul-level confrontations: he held absolute supremacy. Taking the initiative, Tianqi wrapped his spiritual sense around Malekith's soul, grinding it down like a millstone. Trapped within the tornado, Malekith had nowhere to hide. Gradually, his control over the tornado weakened, and the spiritual waves of his curses against Tianqi grew fainter. Finally, he vanished completely. Thus perished the king of the Dark Elves. The control of the ether particles was now entirely in Tianqi's hands. Tianqi transferred the tornado to the surface of the North Atlantic, then recited the incomplete incantation, slowly drawing the ether particles back into his palm. Deprived of the ether particles' energy, the tornado's vortex weakened and dissipated harmlessly into the air. The seawater that had been lifted into the sky now, without the wind's support, fell like a breach in the Milky Way, pouring down as a waterfall of rain for several minutes before the clouds cleared and the rain ceased. At this moment, Tianqi was a truly gruesome sight. Most of his bones had been ground away, leaving only a skeletal hand that held a mass of dark red crystals aloft. Tianqi retrieved golden recovery potions from his storage compartment and poured them over his bones as his flesh had been worn away and he could not drink. After a dozen bottles, his body was finally restored. The divine Bodhi's resilience, enduring the grinding of the ether particle crystals for so long, was truly remarkable. Yet it also meant that recovery required increasingly potent and abundant potions. Fortunately, having thwarted the Dark Elf King's plan, the system chimed incessantly with notifications of incoming recovery potions. As the quantity reached a certain threshold, they automatically synthesized into golden potions and then into purple ones. This time, far more lives were saved than during the Battle of New York. After all, comparing a single city to the 9 realms was meaningless. Once his flesh was fully restored, Tianqi glanced back at the devastation in the Great Britain Kingdom and the coastal cities of Western Europe. With a soft sigh, he flew across the Atlantic toward the United States. Cataclysmic battles of this scale would only grow more frequent and more severe in the future. Simply ensuring Earth's survival would be a victory. Expecting to protect every individual was impossible. The only hope was to minimize casualties. Back in New York, Thor was already waiting for him. The oaf, carefree and oblivious to the peril Tianqi had faced, greeted him with, "Tang, what took you so long? I've been waiting ages for you to have a drink." "Get lost. You were too busy whisking away a beauty to care about your buddy." "Who asked Malekith to cause such a ruckus?" "I couldn't leave Jane on the European continent. By the time I flew her across the Atlantic, there was nothing I could do to help you." "Who asked Malekith to cause such a ruckus?" "I couldn't leave Jane on the European continent. By the time I flew her across the Atlantic, there was nothing I could do to help you." Jane for once did not disdain Tianqi for leading Thor astray. Instead, she offered a sincere thank you. Since she had known Tianqi, he had ranked even higher than her in Thor's regard. As a woman, how could she ever show him a pleasant face? It was only after the battle in the western town, her treatment in Asgard, and this world-ending crisis that Tianqi had demonstrated immense power and responsibility. Only then did Jane finally offer Tianqi genuine respect, sweeping away her previously biased image. Fortunately, Tianqi was unaware of this, or he would have been exasperated. He had toiled and fought, even stopping a world-ending catastrophe, just to overturn a woman's prejudice. It was a stark reminder of how terrifying a woman's bias could be. Without the ability to save the world, one might never reverse it in a lifetime. After the battle, the cleanup was naturally handled by SHIELD and other agencies. At that moment, a massive number of personnel were deployed to Western Europe for rescue operations, with countless ships searching for survivors at sea. Tianqi, seizing a moment of leisure, enjoyed a pleasant dalliance with Black Widow. Yet he felt as though he had forgotten something. Never mind. If he couldn't remember it, it couldn't have been important. While Tianqi enjoyed his respite, a conspiracy theory was quietly gaining traction in Western society. Amidst the colossal casualties and disasters, some began to question, alleging that it was all a scheme by the United States, a deliberately manufactured catastrophe to seize global control. They claimed there weren't that many supervillains, rather agencies like SHIELD were testing new superweapons, and when things spiraled out of control, they pinned the blame on these fabricated foes. SHIELD, in this view, was merely one of America's enforcement arms. This conspiracy theory was as absurd and tedious as the notion in Tianqi's past life that the moon landing was a hoax, yet there were always those who believed. An invisible hand exploiting people's grief quietly spread these rumors. Tianqi remained oblivious to and unconcerned by these conspiracies. Before long, however, a joyous event arrived. Tianchi received an invitation from Asgard to attend Thor's coronation ceremony. In truth, Odin had long wished to pass the throne to Thor, but various obstacles had thwarted the first attempt, leading to repeated delays. Now that peace had finally graced the realm, Odin and Frigga hastened to arrange it. Thor, though still somewhat reluctant, had come to realize through his trials that he was more suited to be a warrior than a king. To rule a divine kingdom required far more knowledge than mere combat prowess. Yet among Odin's offspring, only Thor remained by his side. Loki's whereabouts were unknown, and even if he returned to Asgard, his past deeds disqualified him from succession. Thus, Thor was thrust into the role, officially becoming the king of Asgard. The moment Thor donned the crown, Odin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, with the throne successfully transferred and the support of Tianchi, the newly appointed prince consort, even Queen Frigga's fate had been altered. The future of Asgard seemed less dire, at least not as bleak as what the timelines had once foretold. At the banquet, Tianchi spotted Daisy once more. The matter he had forgotten was Daisy herself. He had neglected to bring her back to Earth. Fortunately, Daisy had been brought to Asgard by Tianchi, and despite being a mortal from Earth, she had faced little discrimination during her stay. On the contrary, having witnessed Tianchi's unparalleled power up close, she felt an immense chasm between them. How could a godlike man like him ever take an interest in an ordinary woman like her? Thus, she approached Queen Frigga seeking permission to cultivate Asgardian divine power. To her surprise, the queen did not refuse and imparted a set of cultivation techniques to her. In the queen's eyes, these common methods of divine cultivation held little value. Yet if they could, through Daisy, enhance Tianchi's affinity for Asgard by even a fraction, she would not hesitate. Within just a few days, when Tianchi saw her again, her once voluptuous figure had taken on a newfound aura of valor. Adorned in battle armor and wielding a longsword, Daisy embodied a charm entirely distinct from Sif's despite the similar divine warrior attire. "I apologize, I forgot to take you back to Earth last time," Tianchi said. "It's fine," Daisy murmured. "You were saving the world. How could I let myself distract you?" Tianchi found the words oddly familiar, reminiscent of countless comedic sketches from his past life about the nuances of male-female communication. Often a woman's words laced with emotion required the opposite interpretation. Given that there was no formal relationship between them, Tianchi decided to sidestep the issue. "Ahem. After the coronation, do you wish to return to Earth or remain in Asgard?" Daisy fixed her gaze on him. "Where will you be?" Tianchi was at a loss for an answer. This was no simple matter of location. Just then, Heimdall delivered news. "Prince Consort Tang, the person you sought, has been found. He is currently in the prison on Xander." A wave of relief washed over Tianchi. Finally, there was news. He had previously asked Heimdall to locate Star-Lord, providing a rough description of his appearance in the approximate region near Xander in the Nova Empire. Even with Heimdall's all-seeing vision, finding a single person across such vast territories was like searching for a needle in a haystack, and news had been slow to come. But today, fortune smiled upon him. If Star-Lord was still in the Xandarian prison, then the timeline aligned with the early events of Guardians of the Galaxy Vol. 1. At this point, Star-Lord had just acquired the orb and intended to trade it on Xander. Unexpectedly, Gamora attempted to steal it, only to be intercepted by Rocket Raccoon, with Groot joining the fray. The ensuing melee involved 3 factions and 4 individuals. In the end, none emerged victorious, and all were apprehended by Xander's patrol. Tianchi's pursuit of Star-Lord had 2 objectives. First, to obtain the orb. The orb was merely a containment device. Within it lay the Power Infinity Stone. This gem was exceedingly volatile. Without the orb's enclosure, merely placing it on a planet's surface would trigger a violent reaction, with all organic matter effortlessly annihilating an entire world. Second, he sought to gather more fortune from superheroes. Although fortune had yet to demonstrate any tangible benefit, the recovery potions provided by the system, seemingly sparse and singular, had repeatedly helped him overcome crises at critical moments. For instance, the first potion granted him 3 times the Hulk's strength, ensuring his self-preservation. The second enabled him to successfully forge the 9-fold divine body, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. The third potion replenished his flesh during the battle against Malekith and the Ether Tornado, preventing him from being torn apart. As for his close friends like Iron Man and Black Widow, the recovery potions had saved their lives countless times. Thus, regardless of fortune's ultimate purpose, securing it was paramount. With this in mind, Tianchi said to Daisy, "He'll be taking a long journey soon, neither on Earth nor in Asgard. Can I come along?" "Ahem, this trip is somewhat dangerous. I intend to go alone." Oh, Daisy's disappointment was palpable. "Then he'll stay in Asgard. Your first stop upon returning will be via the Bifrost, right?" "Yes," Tianchi nodded. Although the Bifrost could transport one to any corner of the universe, it required the bridge's main body as a relay point. For example, if Tianchi was on Earth and wished to go to Xander, he would first travel to Asgard, then proceed from there. Tianchi informed Thor of his upcoming journey, and the Thunder God immediately clamored to join. However, a glance from Odin and Frigga quickly subdued his enthusiasm. After all, leaving Asgard so soon after ascending the throne was hardly befitting a divine king. Brother, I've never been to Xandar. Tell me all the exciting things when you return. I'd like to vacation there someday, Thor added, clapping Tianchi on the shoulder. Tianchi chuckled. Look at your father. Before his retirement, did he ever travel? Focus on being king. Thor's expression darkened as he realized that in his memory his father had rarely left Asgard. Was he in the prime of his youth destined to be chained to this throne for eternity? No, I must find a way to pass on the crown. Thor scanned the room, his gaze eventually settling on Tianchi. Ahem. Tang, when you return from Xandar, would you like to try being king? I could abdicate in your favor. The entire divine realm would be yours. Do you take me for a fool? Tianchi retorted. I'm content as prince consort, free and unburdened. I won't fall for that. You're not loyal, brother. Can't you cover for me for a few days? Must I spend the next millennia like father? Thor sighed. There is a way. Ask Jane for help. Since Jane and Thor were not yet married, she couldn't attend the ceremony, as queen only as his consort. Even so, Jane had dressed elaborately for the occasion, striving to present a ladylike image to bolster Thor's prestige. At Tianchi's suggestion, she blushed and chided, Thor, don't listen to Tang's nonsense. Thor, still perplexed, asked, what nonsense? He suggested you help me. How is that nonsense? Thor's slow-wittedness made even Queen Frigga sigh and press a hand to her forehead. When would this child ever grow up? Thor, Prince Consort Tang, means you should have a child with Jane quickly. Then the throne can pass on and you'll be free. As a mother, nothing pleased her more than grandchildren. Although Jane was an imperfect match, a mortal, Thor loved her, and that was what mattered. Moreover, Jane's lifespan was limited to a century. After her passing, Thor could find an Asgardian queen. Despite Thor's ulterior motives, the queen welcomed the prospect of him fathering a child. Thor's eyes lit up. This was indeed a clever solution. Tang had a sharp mind. Once the child turned 3 and could sit on the throne, he would abdicate and be free. By that calculation, it wouldn't take many years, or perhaps Tianchi wouldn't even have returned from Xandar. Thor turned his gaze to Jane, whose face flushed crimson. Don't you dare think about it, she snapped. Thor replied earnestly, I think tonight might be worth a try. With matters in Asgard settled, Tianchi returned to Earth for a while. There were certain things he needed to prepare in advance. Besides purchasing some items, he also bought 2 bouquets of flowers to pay respects at 2 graves. Although somewhat utilitarian, it was still better than doing nothing. However, Tianchi was uncertain whether Star-Lord would accept it. He would have to see when they met. Once all preparations were complete, Tianchi passed through the Asgardian Rainbow Bridge control room, without pausing, teleporting directly to the Xandarian star system. The Xandarian star system, the asteroid belt, the KYLN prison. The KYLN was a high-security prison of the Nova Empire built amidst a chaotic asteroid belt far from civilized planets and heavily guarded. It was virtually impossible for an ordinary person to escape, and even if they could, they would never make it out of the asteroid belt. The asteroid belt was filled with meteoroids on erratic trajectories. Only one hidden flight path allowed passage. Flying recklessly would only result in a ship being smashed to pieces. Today, the KYLN welcomed several special inmates: Star-Lord, Gamera, Rocket Raccoon, and Groot. The 4 of them had just been transferred from Xandar and were to serve their sentences here. What irritated Star-Lord upon arrival was that his beloved cassette Walkman had been confiscated by a guard. That alone might have been tolerable, but when the guard began playing with the device Star-Lord cherished as his life, he could no longer contain himself. He shouted at the guard and even attempted to fight back. However, he forgot he was shackled, and naturally he suffered the consequences. He was stunned by a high-voltage stun baton, stripped naked, disinfected with a red liquid, and finally forced into a prison uniform before being herded into a cell. The prison was truly a prison. Upon entering, they found a multi-story hall filled with the clamor of countless alien criminals of various species. Seeing Star-Lord and the others enter, many shouted at Gamera, she's Thanos' daughter. She's the executioner. Kill her. You're dead. Ha ha ha. For years, Thanos had pursued his theory of cosmic balance, believing it merciful. He would kill half of a planet's population and spare the other half, incurring mortal enmity with countless cosmic races. Almost every species present here had been massacred by Thanos. As Thanos' adopted daughter Gamora had been forced to participate in many of his actions. Naturally, many from the slaughtered races recognized her and harbored a deep-seated hatred. Tianchi stood on the 3rd level quietly observing everything. Although the incantation passed down by the Dark Elf King had been incomplete after days of experimentation, Tianchi had managed to borrow the energy of the ether, the reality stone, to slightly conceal his form. Everyone seemed to see him, yet held no impression of him. When they walked past him, they naturally veered around him, as if he were an inconspicuous pillar. The transfer from the Xandarian prison had taken longer than Tianchi had anticipated. He had spent 2 days preparing on Earth, then taken the Bifrost to arrive at the KYLN first, with Star-Lord and the others arriving shortly after. A tall alien resembling a hippopotamus stepped forward to provoke them. But Groot simply extended a branch, lifted the alien high into the air by his nostril, and slammed him hard to the ground. The surrounding criminals fell silent. Clearly the one who had been thrown was a bully in the prison. Since he couldn't withstand even a single move, the others temporarily lacked the courage to approach. Rocket Raccoon stepped forward a couple of paces and said cockily, "Open your eyes wide and see who's the boss around here." Ow! He ended with a howl, baring all 4 of his fangs. However, if not for the Tree Man's show of force, those 4 fangs would have been more adorable than fearsome. Under the intimidation of the Tree Man's move, the others dared not act for the time being. Surrounded by hostile glares, Gamora safely reached her cell. She silently closed the cell door, ignoring the commotion outside. But those outside were in no hurry. During meals or recreation time, Gamora would have to come out, and then they would have their chance to deal with her. Tian-Chi noticed a burly man, his torso bare and covered in strange red markings, staring coldly at Gamora. If his guess was correct, this was Drax the Destroyer, a man of single-minded thought who couldn't grasp subtext or understand gestures like a cutthroat sign. Drax seemed to sense Tian-Chi's gaze and suddenly looked in his direction. Seeing Tian-Chi, he appeared somewhat puzzled. Tian-Chi smiled slightly. Drax, known as the Destroyer, indeed had his unique qualities. While others failed to notice him, Drax could see through the illusion and perceive reality. But Drax didn't dwell on it. With his single-track mind, if it didn't concern him, he couldn't be bothered to ponder why this person seemed so strange. Back in his cell, Star-Lord was bored and at a loss for what to do. Habitually reaching for the Walkman at his waist, he remembered it had been confiscated by the guard. Suddenly a knock-knock came from the solid alloy door. Star-Lord said angrily, "Get lost. Don't bother me, let me be alone for a while." But the knocking persisted and Tian-Chi's voice came from outside. "Hey handsome, wanna buy some tapes?" Star-Lord shot up instantly. In all his years in space, he had never heard anyone speak like that. Such words were only used by peddlers selling pirated tapes on the streets of Earth. Star-Lord had left Earth quite early, back when music was still on cassettes and movies on VHS tapes. He opened the door to see an Eastern man and found it somewhat strange. The strangeness wasn't about the man being Eastern, but rather how much he looked like an Earthling. Over the years wandering through space, Star-Lord had seen many bizarre races like Groot the Tree Man and Rocket the Raccoon, not to mention other oddities. It was normal for aliens to look like that. Many alien races resembled humans, but you could still tell the difference at a glance. Gamora, for instance, looked very human, but her skin was green. Yet the man before him showed no sign of any non-earthly alien features. It was the first time Star-Lord had encountered such a thing. "Who are you?" Star-Lord asked cautiously. Tian-Chi smiled and said, "I'm a tape seller. Do you want music or videos?" He pulled out several tapes. Some were large VHS cassettes for VCRs, others were small audio cassettes for music. Star-Lord hesitated for a moment, then decided to see what this man was up to. "Music," he said. "All right, I have 2 tapes here. One is the second volume of Awesome Mix Vol. 2, and the other is an album by the band Redbone. Which one do you want?" Star-Lord immediately stepped back 2 paces, his eyes filled with disbelief. The Awesome Mix tape was the only cassette he had brought from Earth, and he had listened to it countless times. Whenever he felt lonely among these alien races, he would listen to those songs. They gave him a sense of belonging. Awesome Mix was a compilation released in 2 volumes. Star-Lord had only brought the first volume with him, and he had always longed to buy the second to complete the set. But back then his mother was sick and the family had no spare money. He never got to buy it before he ended up in space, and he had always considered it one of life's regrets. As for the Redbone album, it was by the band that sang his favorite song, "Come and Get Your Love." That song was incredibly catchy with a strong rhythm comparable to the divine tunes played by Chinese Andes for square dancing. It made people unconsciously sway and dance even if they got knocked out without realizing it. Loving the song, Star-Lord naturally wanted to hear more from Redbone. Could I be dreaming? How could such a good thing just fall into my lap? Star-Lord couldn't believe it and slapped his own face. "Ouch. That hurts. Not a dream. Who the hell are you?" he asked again. "I told you I sell tapes. Do you want them or not? If not, I'll go ask the next person." Seeing Tian-Chi pretend to leave, Star-Lord couldn't hold back. Even if it was a trap, he had to take the risk or he'd regret it for life. "I want." "They'll take the Redbone album." "All right." Tian-Chi put the tape into an old-fashioned Walkman along with a pair of over-ear headphones from Earth and handed them to Star-Lord. "Buy the tape, get the Walkman for free. Try it out first." Star-Lord took the headphones with a mixture of doubt and anticipation. The familiar melody immediately flooded his ears, nearly moving him to tears on the spot. Hey, what's the matter with your head?" "Yeah. Hey, what's the matter with your mind and your sign?" After listening to one song, Star-Lord struggled to suppress his emotions and asked with feigned indifference, "What do you want?" "You know I don't have any money right now." Just then a commotion arose in the distance, punctuated by the sharp sounds of Gamora fighting. But the noise was quickly drowned out by the louder voices of men. If he wasn't mistaken, Tian-Chi guessed that the alien races massacred by Thanos were trying to drag Gamora to the bathroom for revenge. Why the bathroom? Because bloodstains were easier to clean there. Afterwards, the guards might not even notice a missing person, or as long as appearances were kept up, they simply wouldn't care. Tianchi said, "We'll talk about payment later. Let's go see that girl who came with you first." Star-Lord urged, "She's the only one who knows who's willing to buy the orb. We can't let her die." The two of them ran towards the sound. When the two arrived, they found Drax the Destroyer already leading a group in assaulting Gamora. Though Gamora was formidable, she could not overcome dozens of hands. Outside, she might have used Hitandran tactics to reduce the number of frontal attackers. But now the prison cell was cramped, leaving no room to evade. Moreover, Drax was no mere braggart. After a few exchanges, he pinned her throat with a crude dagger. Drax said, "Thanos sent Ronan to slaughter my people, my wife, and my child. Today I will kill his kin for revenge." Gamora hurriedly said, "I am not Thanos or Ronan's family. I want to kill them too." "Liar. Many of our races have seen you fighting for Thanos. I was forced. My people were also half slain by Thanos. I was abducted by him as a child and raised as an assassin. I had no way to resist." Though Gamora argued vehemently, Drax could not forgive her so easily for the genocide of his clan. Just as his dagger was about to thrust forward, Star-Lord and Apocalypse arrived. From a distance, Apocalypse pointed, and a yellow divine force enveloped the blade, halting it at her throat. Star-Lord quickly said, "She has already betrayed Thanos and Ronan. Ronan will surely come after her. Didn't Ronan kill your wife and child? We can use her as bait, and then..." Star-Lord made a throat-slitting gesture. True to form, Drax had no clue what the gesture meant and asked, puzzled, "Why would I put my fingers on Ronan's throat?" Star-Lord paused, having never encountered someone who didn't understand the gesture. He explained, "Not putting fingers on his throat. It means slit his throat, kill him, kill Ronan." Drax said, "I want kill him with my fingers. He'll use a knife." Fine, it means the same thing." "No, that's two meanings. You use fingers, I use a knife." Yes, two meanings. How about we let her down first? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. She can help us kill Ronan. Do you have anything to say, friend?" Drax suddenly addressed Apocalypse. Drax clearly knew the divine force blocking the dagger came from Apocalypse. Out of respect for the strong, he naturally sought Apocalypse's opinion. The alien criminal standing beside Apocalypse was startled. If not for Drax's call, he wouldn't have noticed someone so close. Apocalypse said, "What she says is true. And worse than you heard. Not only were her people massacred, but Thanos also forced her and her sister to fight each other. The loser had a body part removed and replaced with machinery." Gamora was shocked. Few knew these details, not even Ronan. How did this man know? Gamora and Nebula were truly a case of love-hate. The hate came from Thanos' oppression. To survive, they had to fight fiercely to win, though Nebula never won once. Gradually, resentment grew, especially in Nebula. Each loss made her hate not only Thanos, but also Gamora. Why did she never let her win, even once? She saw Gamora as a sister, but did Gamora ever see her as one? As for love, perhaps growing up beside Thanos, only each other could be cherished. Though they constantly clashed at crucial moments when one was in danger, neither could bring themselves to deliver a killing blow. Hearing this, Drax withdrew the dagger from Gamora's throat. Everyone looked at her with pity, realizing she, like her people, was a victim of Thanos. Only Star-Lord eyed her lasciviously, muttering, "Can't tell which parts are fake." His gaze lingered on her chest, and he smirked, "No wonder it's so flat." Enraged, Gamora snapped. Her long leg flashed, kicking Star-Lord in the face. Hey. He quickly defended, lightly tapping to deflect the kick. "Sweetheart, I'm here to save you." "Then thank you, and your whole family." Gamora gritted her teeth, her attacks relentless, her long legs blurring into shadows. Gamora was tall, standing eye to eye with Star-Lord, flatfoot and half a head taller in heels. Her leg attacks were especially deadly. Earlier surrounded by alien criminals in the cramped cell, she couldn't maneuver and was easily subdued. Fortunately, Star-Lord was no slouch. Surviving as a space pirate for years required skill. Amidst a flurry of kicks, Star-Lord dodged left and right, looking flustered, yet Gamora couldn't land a blow. Just then, Groot and Rocket Raccoon arrived, bewildered to see Star-Lord and Gamora fighting. Why were their own people brawling? Star-Lord yelled, "Enough! Don't you want to sell the thing?" Noticing the crowd, Gamora snorted and stopped attacking. The four moved aside to discuss their plan. Seeing Apocalypse follow Star-Lord, Gamora, Rocket, and Groot eyed him warily. Apocalypse shrugged and said, "I know you want to sell the orb. I'm a buyer. Consider selling it to me." The group was startled. No one else knew about the orb. Even the Xandarians who captured them didn't know they possessed the orb, assuming they were just petty criminals. The orb, overlooked by the Xandarians, was still stored as a common item in the prison locker. Gamora raised an eyebrow. "Can you afford it?" Another buyer offered 4 billion units. "Shoo, I am Groot." Star-Lord, Rocket, and Groot gasped in shock. The price exceeded their imagination. Star coins were the Nova Empire's currency, with immense purchasing power. Even Star-Lord, a notorious space pirate, had a bounty of only 4,000 units. Before prison, Rocket and Star-Lord had fought, because Rocket discovered Star-Lord's bounty was 4,000 units, and shouted, "I'm about to get rich." They then brawled, allowing the Xandarians to easily capture all four with binding rays. That showed how vast Forbillion was. Star-Lord quickly asked, "Who's the buyer?" "The collector Tanalier Tyvan." No wonder. Only he could offer such a price. The collector Tyvan was renowned across the galaxy, heading the Tyvan group, which developed the celestial head of nowhere. Moreover, he loved collecting rare and peculiar items from the universe, including many scarce intelligent life forms. His identity was also peculiar. In the original story, after Asgard reclaimed the ether from the dark elves, they feared keeping it with the Tesseract was too dangerous. So they sent Sif and Volstagg to entrust the ether to Tyvan for safekeeping. Logically, such a precious and dangerous item as the ether Asgard trusted an outsider with. This itself was intriguing. Apocalypse smiled. "I don't have that much money and I don't intend to pay." Star-Lord and the others tensed, slowly closing and watching him warily. Seeing this, Apocalypse said nothing more. Without showing strength, no one would listen. He pressed a single hand forward, and the four felt a surging energy instantly freezing them in place. Star-Lord, Gamera, and Rocket strained, their faces reddening, but could not break free. Groot's branches grew continuously but hit an invisible wall, flattening against the void. When it was enough, Apocalypse withdrew his hand. The invisible pressure vanished, and Star-Lord, Gamera, and Rocket gasped for air as breathing had been difficult under the suppression. Apocalypse said calmly, "The orb is in the prison locker. If I wanted to take it by force, I wouldn't bother negotiating." Star-Lord said, "Since you're unwilling to seize it by force, what do you intend to use to buy it? How about I trade your share for 2 boxes of music cassettes?" Star-Lord's face showed a moment of struggle. To him, the cassettes held a significance far beyond ordinary currency. Yet when the sum of money reached a certain magnitude, that significance seemed temporarily set aside. 10 billion star credits. The longing for home could be postponed. Since this mysterious man had the strength but chose not to take by force, he likely wouldn't force a deal with 2 cassettes. Thus Star-Lord said, "No. I can buy the cassettes with star credits. I don't intend to trade the cassettes for credits, but that's not the point." Tianchi knew that 2 cassettes alone couldn't secure a quarter share, so he continued, "What if I add a bouquet of flowers?" Star-Lord asked, puzzled, "What kind of flowers?" Gamera, Rocket, and the others watched the negotiation with confusion. Though they knew Star-Lord loved music, trading 2 cassettes for 10 billion star credits seemed impossible. No need to even think about it. Yet Star-Lord hesitated before finally refusing, sparking Gamera's curiosity. What kind of songs held such power? Faced with 10 billion star credits, he still had to weigh the choice. She resolved to listen to them someday. As for the bouquet mentioned later, Gamera and Rocket shared Star-Lord's bewilderment. What flower could rival 10 billion star credits? Then Tianchi pressed a button on his wristwatch, projecting a holographic image into the air. The image showed a cemetery lush with green grass, filled with countless white tombstones stretching into the distance. The camera zoomed in on one reading Meredith Quill, 195-21988. Next, Tianchi, dressed in a black suit holding a bouquet of white flowers, approached the grave and said, "Madam Meredith, though we are strangers, I am here today to offer these flowers on behalf of your son, and to share good news. Your son Quill has grown up, healthy and capable. You need not worry. I hope you receive this message in heaven." Then Tianchi stepped forward to lay the flowers. The hologram ended. This was part of Tianchi's preparations on Earth. Somewhat utilitarian, but worth a try. After the video, Star-Lord's eyes grew moist, glistening with tears as he fought to hold them back. "You really come from Earth?" "Yes." "How is Earth now?" "Much as when you left, just with some technological progress. The people are still the same. A few troublemakers tried to cause chaos, but I drove them off." Star-Lord took several deep breaths to steady himself, but ultimately couldn't resist stepping forward to give Tianchi a heartfelt embrace. "Thank you for the flowers for my mom. Truly, I know you have your motives, but am still grateful." Tianchi sighed inwardly. Since crossing into this world had been hugged by men more often than women, he wasn't sure what was going wrong. Just then the system chimed with a ding indicating Star-Lord's trust had reached 20 and fortune sharing was now at 20. Tianchi was somewhat surprised. He had expected Star-Lord, raised among space pirates, to be highly guarded, yet gaining his trust seemed so easy. It seemed his mother's place in his heart was heavier than imagined. No wonder later, when the celestial ego admitted to causing his mother's cancer, Star-Lord didn't hesitate to turn on him and wage war. Immortality or dominion over the universe. None could outweigh his mother's life. But it's still not enough, Star-Lord said, releasing Tianchi. "What if I add news of your father?" "What?" Star-Lord's mind was utterly shaken. Growing up, his mother had described his father as a beam of light, yet he had never seen him, not even a single photograph. As a child from a single-parent family, he yearned day and night for his father's return. Now an adult, Star-Lord increasingly feared that his father might have died of old age, that he might never meet him. "Who is my father? Is he still alive?" "Don't worry. He's alive, and his lifespan may exceed your imagination." Star-Lord's father was the celestial ego, a primordial brain born at the universe's dawn, evolving into a living planet. Unless he courted his own destruction, his lifespan was theoretically eternal. Seeing Tianchi pause, Star-Lord blurted out, "Deal. My share is yours. Tell me, who is my father? Where is he? His name is Ego. Rest assured you'll meet him soon. You can ask him anything then." These words plunged Star-Lord into deep thought. If he truly met his father, how should he face him? Should he punch him, demanding why he abandoned his mother? Or ask if there were reasons he never returned for them all these years? Tianchi turned to the raccoon Rocket. Rocket's original form was a lowly creature transformed by some great scientist into a being of immense intelligence and a weapons expert. Later, when he visited Earth and met Iron Man, he mocked him, saying he might be the smartest on Earth, but far from notable in the cosmos. Yet such transformation came at a cost. First, his original lifespan remained unchanged, a raccoon's mere dozen years. Second, the process inflicted immense agony. Rocket's back still bore countless steel studs, and the pain persisted to this day, though he never spoke of it. With only a few years left, he had little regard for courtesy, which explained his fiery, impulsive nature. Rocket sneered, "I'm not that coward, Star-Lord. I have no parents, so don't try that family sentiment on me. I possess a potion that can perfectly transform any species into another. In other words, you could shed this raccoon shell and become any race, even a tree. Of course, turning into a celestial or other high-level life form probably won't work." Tianchi referred to the purple restoration potion known in the system as the body sculpting elixir. This potion required saving 1,000,000 lives to produce a single dose, making it exceedingly rare. Originally, the New York wormhole battle yielded only one dose, but the battle against the Dark Elf King, which saved the 9 realms, produced several more. The purple restoration potion possessed all the functions of ordinary and golden potions. It could also completely alter one's physical structure, whether for changing gender, species, or improving innate talent. One only needed to guide the transformation mentally while consuming it. Roar! Rocket bared 4 fangs, snarling, "You're lying. No such potion exists in the universe." Tianchi smiled. "Yes, I'm lying. Want to buy a lesson and gain some wisdom?" Roar! Roar! Rocket clawed at his face in fury, a picture of an enraged pet raccoon. Now the man openly admitted it was a scam, a blatant provocation, as if waiting for the fool to take the bait. This infuriated Rocket. If not for being in prison with his trusty Hadron cannon out of reach, he would have blasted away without a second thought. Yet Rocket had few years left, and he craved not wealth, but longevity and a new body. Whether this trap was real or fake, he had to take the plunge. Roar! Deal! Rocket bared his fangs. "If you trick me, you'll find your home planet and blast it to cosmic dust." However, despite Rocket's fierce words, the system betrayed him. Ding! Raccoon Rocket Trust Level 10, Fortune Sharing 10. Though the system's prompt of 10 was meager, it indicated that the raccoon harbored at least a sliver of belief, willing to take this gamble. Then think it over first, decide which race you want to transform into. Next, Tianchi turned to Gamora. Gamora averted her face, replying coldly, "I lack for nothing. Just give me 1,000,000,000 star credits and spare me your efforts. What if I help you kill Ronan and Thanos? Isn't 1,000,000,000 star credits a fair reward?" Gamora's eyebrow twitched, then she regained composure, still retorting, "Don't trouble yourself. I'll kill Thanos with my own hands." She spoke of killing, yet within her heart there was no murderous intent. If Gamora had the chance to slay Thanos at that moment, she might not truly be able to do it. Gamora's feelings toward Thanos were complex and contradictory, though she knew he was her people's mortal enemy, deserving to be torn to pieces. Raised by Thanos since childhood, she still harbored a fatherly affection for him. After all, a child's convictions are not steadfast, they grow closer to those who raise them. Thanos, however, was crueler. He had genuinely devoted himself to Gamora, treating her like his own daughter, pouring out his true feelings. But he did so with a purpose. He spent decades cultivating a sincere father-daughter bond, only to trade it for the Soul Stone. The sole condition to obtain the Soul Stone was to sacrifice one's beloved. Though the Red Skull guarding the Soul Stone did not clarify whether this beloved could be a person or an object from the original story, it seemed only a person would suffice. Countless people could forsake their cherished possessions when necessary, but few could abandon their beloved ones. In the original story, Thanos obtained the Soul Stone, proving that father-daughter bond was genuine. The more real it was, the more terrifying Thanos appeared. Cruelty to enemies does not make a true hero. Cruelty to oneself is the mark of a true overlord. Since fighting and killing wouldn't work, Tianchi glanced at Star-Lord and said, "How about this? I see you two are fated, destined to be husband and wife. Why don't I play matchmaker and unite you? That quarter share can be my matchmaking fee. Get lost. Get lost." Star-Lord and Gamora shouted in unison. "All right," Tianchi shrugged. "Just a joke. But if you two do get together, remember to buy me a drink." Him? Of her? Of? Gamora and Star-Lord exchanged glances, then turned away in disdain. Little did Gamora know that her future options would be so limited, forced to choose between a tree, a raccoon, a simpleton, and Star-Lord. In comparison, Star-Lord suddenly seemed charming and far less annoying. "All right, no more jokes," Tianchi said. "I'll trade Nebula for your quarter share. I can help Rocket transform his race, so naturally I can repair Nebula's body." Restoring a broken body only required the golden potion, of which Tianchi now had plenty. Gamora was clearly tempted, but still said, Nebula won't accept it. "It doesn't matter if she accepts or not. I'm not dealing with her, I'm dealing with you." Gamora fell silent, seeming unwilling to engage with Tianchi. Yet the system betrayed her. Ding. Gamora trust level 20, fortune sharing 20. Exactly like Star-Lord. Truly birds of a feather flock together. The last one was Groot, the tree-like being. To be honest, even knowing the original story, Tianchi couldn't find any obvious weakness in Groot to earn his trust. "I am Groot." The tree being only spoke this one phrase, conveying meaning through tonal changes. Unless one understood his language, it all sounded the same. Tianchi certainly couldn't discern it. Rocket the raccoon translated, "Groot asks, what about me?" Fortunately, Tianchi had prepared back on Earth, though unsure if it would work, he had to try. Tianchi hesitated slightly. "How about this?" He handed over a gaming console, which had been modified by Iron Man to contain every game available on the market. In the original story, Groot seemed as unassuming as a tree with no apparent desires. Later, he died protecting Star-Lord and the others. After his death, Rocket picked up a twig and cultivated it in a pot, leading to his rebirth. When he grew into a young tree being, his only hobby was playing games. Though reborn, he was not the original Groot, but the lineage was stronger than any human father-son inheritance. Perhaps even adult Groot enjoyed games. This was the only weakness Tianchi knew, so he decided to give it a try. Groot curiously took the gaming console, opened the interface, and was soon captivated by the myriad of games within. Rocket, Star-Lord, and Gamora curiously gathered around, eager to see what treasure Tianchi had produced that was worth 1 billion star credits. Seeing it was just a gaming console, they were somewhat disappointed. Trying to trade a gaming console for 1 billion star credits. Were they kidding a child? Unexpectedly, Groot was very satisfied, saying, "I am Groot." Rocket immediately jumped up, cursing, "You idiot. That's 1 billion star credits. 1 billion. Do you understand? You could buy 10,000, no, 100 million, 1 billion of these consoles." "I am Groot." Seeing the tree being stubborn, Rocket fumed, finally snapping, "Don't come crying to me when you need flower fertilizer later. You've squandered all our money." Though Tianchi couldn't understand, the system gave him the answer. Since ownership of the orb was secured, there was no point staying in this prison any longer. "Call Drax. We should leave," Tianchi said. Star-Lord asked, "Why bring him along? That guy is too straightforward and hard to get along with." Suddenly, Drax's voice came from outside the door. "I have more than one straight tendon. Ooh, I have over 200 tendons in my body." Everyone except Tianchi was startled. They hadn't noticed someone so close to them. If it were an enemy, there were countless ways to harm them. Tianchi speculated this might be a talent of the Destroyer, similar to his own use of the Reality Stone. Perhaps due to the shared skill, Drax found him so easily. In the original story, there was a very amusing scene. When Star-Lord and Gamora were being intimate in private, they were startled to find Drax standing less than 3 meters away. If not for Drax making a sound while eating chips, they wouldn't have noticed him. Star-Lord asked, "How long have you been standing there?" Drax replied, "I've been here for over an hour. I saw everything. Please continue." One must know that Drax's mind didn't bend, let alone lie. Star-Lord hadn't expected to be caught speaking ill behind his back, so he awkwardly said, "I wasn't targeting you. It's just that we're not suited to work together. See, we're a team and you're not. You are targeting me. I'm not part of your team, so you are targeting me," Drax said earnestly. Star-Lord was at a loss for words. Drax couldn't grasp polite speech. But Drax was strong and looked intimidating with a fierce face. Gamora had already experienced this. No one wanted to provoke him rashly. Star-Lord, Gamora, and Rocket all looked at Tianchi, silently urging him to say something. Tianchi smiled and said, "I think you'll get along very well." "Ha!" Drax laughed harshly. "What are you laughing at?" Star-Lord and the others were embarrassed. Drax pointed at Tianchi, saying, "He said get along, so I should laugh heartily now, right?" Right. Then why aren't you laughing? Aren't you happy?" "Happy. Huh. Very happy. Huh." At that moment, Tianchi was the boss. Since he wanted Drax to join, they had to accommodate. After all, aside from Groot, whose reward was fully secured, the other three were all counting on Tianchi to fulfill his promises. Thus, amidst the awkward laughter of getting along well, they prepared to break out of prison. With Tianchi's strength, a single punch could shatter this prison. Yet he had no intention of doing so. The future Guardians of the Galaxy would forge their spirit of teamwork through this very prison break. There was no need for him to undertake such a thankless task. Once the 5 of them finished their discussion, Rocket Raccoon quickly identified the prison's vulnerabilities and devised an escape plan identical to the original storyline. Star-Lord asked, "Don, are you coming with us?" "No, you go your way. They'll wait for you outside." "You can get out." Why don't we just follow you out then? You can't follow me for now. With that, Tianchi stepped toward the alloy wall of the prison. The wall rippled like water, and Tianchi passed through it without any hindrance. By the time Star-Lord and the others regained their senses, he was already in outer space. Star-Lord, Gamera, Rocket, and the others stared blankly at Tianchi, their eyes filled with shock. No wonder he said they couldn't follow. Even if Tianchi allowed them to follow the vacuum of space outside, would mean certain death without proper equipment. In the end, they had no choice but to stick to the original escape plan, stealing gear spacesuits and a ship. The ability to pass through the alloy wall was thanks to the reality stone. But what truly stunned Star-Lord, Gamera, and the others was Tianchi's ability to survive in the vacuum of space with his bare body. Seeing him wave at them in greeting, they exchanged bewildered glances. Quill, is he really from Earth? Rocket Raccoon asked. He should be. There's no reason for him to lie to us. Star-Lord was no longer certain. When did Earthlings become this powerful? Then how come you can't survive in the vacuum of space? You're from Earth too. How should I know? Gamera said calmly. Stop dwelling on it. Surviving in the vacuum of space is a sign of divinity. Whether he's from Earth or not, his power has already reached the level of a deity. Let's focus on our own affairs. Surviving in the vacuum of space often signifies one's divine nature, not just raw power. Take Loki, for instance. His apparent strength might not be extraordinary, yet he too can survive in the vacuum of space. In the original storyline, Thor was beaten half to death by Thanos and cast into space. When the Guardians found him and brought him aboard, a hot drink was all he needed to be perfectly fine. As for Star-Lord, though he possesses a half-divine physique, it hasn't fully awakened yet. Even after activation, he still can't survive in a vacuum. In Tianchi's memory, anyone with any connection to divinity seemed able to move freely through the vacuum of space. Those who weren't divine, no matter how powerful, would fail once exposed to it. Take Ebony Maw, for example. His strength could overwhelm most deities, including Loki. Yet he was tricked by one of Spider-Man's old schemes and thrown into space, where the extreme cold slowly froze him to death. It could be said that the vacuum of space is the domain of gods. On Gamera's side, no one thought that just because Tianchi was powerful, he was obligated to help them. In fact, they found it only natural. Navigating the cosmic frontier while relying on others would have led to their deaths long ago. Since he had already gotten out, the rest was up to them. As Star-Lord and the others made their move, they were quickly discovered by the prison guards. Chaos ensued. Rocket Raccoon, Groot, Star-Lord, Gamera, and Drax worked together, outmaneuvering the guards with ease. Rocket's mastery of equipment was nothing short of miraculous. Any machine in his hands seemed to perform at its peak potential. Outside the prison, Tianchi extended his senses to ensure no butterfly effect would cause Star-Lord and the others to be killed inside. After fighting their way through, they finally reached the guard storage room. It was here that Star-Lord's Walkman had been confiscated upon arrival. He found the guard who had been playing with it, gave him a thorough beating, and retrieved his tapes. Opening his bag, he was relieved to find the orb still inside. Neither the Xandarians nor the KYLN guards recognized its value, having tossed such a cosmic treasure in with ordinary clothes. Driven by his thief's instincts, Star-Lord habitually considered a little scheme, perhaps swapping it for a fake. Suddenly, the orb tightened and flew out of his hand. He instinctively tried to grab it, but the force was far beyond his control. The orb smashed through the protective glass and shot out into space, leaving a trail of crystallized mist as the air behind it froze in the extreme cold of nearly -270°C. Tianchi reached out, and the orb fell into his hand. He didn't open it immediately, but carefully sensed its energy, confirming the presence of an infinity stone before relaxing. Now he had 3 infinity stones in his possession: the space stone from the Tesseract, the reality stone from the ether, and the power stone from the orb. As for the other 3, Tianchi knew their general locations, but couldn't easily obtain them. The Mind Stone was with Loki, and by now it might have already been returned to Thanos. To get it would surely require a fierce battle. However, Tianchi was in no rush. The longer he delayed, the stronger he became. If Thanos knew of his progress, it should be him who was anxious. The Time Stone was sealed in the Eye of Agamotto, located at Kamar Taj in the Himalayas on Earth, under the protection of the Ancient One. It would be needed in the future to forge Doctor Strange, so taking it now was inconvenient. Finally, the Soul Stone required the sacrifice of a beloved one. Tianchi would never trade Black Widow for it. He would simply wait for someone else to obtain it and then seize it. In the original storyline, Thanos had thrown Gamora off the cliff to claim it. Should he change Gamora's fate? If he did, would the Soul Stone ever appear? It was a dilemma, and Tianchi couldn't decide for now. Meanwhile, in the prison, Gamora had fought off the guards and reunited with Star-Lord. She noticed he had 2 Walkmans, one his own and one Tianchi had sold him earlier. Gamora asked curiously, "Is this the music tape you mentioned? It looks so primitive." Star-Lord said proudly, "Technology can be primitive or advanced, but music never is. The greatness of music transcends time and resonates across different star races. Let me listen." Star-Lord hesitated, then handed her Tianchi's Walkman and queued up "Come and Get Your Love." The infectious melody filled both their ears. Hey, hey. What's the matter with your head? They moved in sync, matching steps and dance, moves exchanging flirtatious glances. The world around them seemed immersed in the music. The chaos outside faded like dust. With the music's buff, the approaching guards were taken down one by one, perfectly in rhythm with the melody. When the song ended, they arrived at Star-Lord's ship, the Milano, feeling lighthearted. In the original story, Star-Lord had to rush back for his Walkman and didn't board with the others. Back then, Rocket and the others had considered leaving him behind to get a larger share, but Star-Lord, ever the seasoned rogue, had hidden the orb on him. Rocket and Gamora had no choice but to turn the ship around for him. With Tianchi's intervention, there was no need to abandon anyone. Since Tianchi hadn't boarded, they couldn't claim their reward anyway. Tianchi flew over and knocked on the ship's glass door. Rocket called out, "Dawn, it's a vacuum out here. We can't open the door directly. Come in through the cargo hold at the back." Tianchi shrugged. Having been a god for too long, had forgotten how mortals survive in space. Knocking was just a formality. Since it was so troublesome, he might as well just walk in. The ship's outer wall rippled, and Tianchi stepped through, leaving the air pressure inside completely undisturbed. Back at the KYLN, chaos reigned. The guards could only watch helplessly as Star-Lord and the others stole prison property and a ship flying boldly away. That alone might have been tolerable. In any long-running prison, some escapes are bound to happen. But when the guards saw a man in the vacuum of space wearing no spacesuit directly penetrating the ship's outer wall to enter Star-Lord's vessel, they knew this was no ordinary incident. The guards immediately reported the matter in detail to the capital, Xander. Xander, the capital of the Nova Empire, stands as a beacon of a high-tier civilization. In the original narrative, few scenes truly showcase the Empire's formidable might. The most significant conflict was the desperate halt of Ronin's flagship, where thousands of starfighters wove an intricate net, forcibly preventing its descent onto Xander. Had Ronin not wielded the Power Stone at that moment, channeling the might of an infinity gem, his success would have been far from certain. Yet even from subtle hints, the Empire's immense strength becomes apparent. The Nova Empire once waged war against the Kree civilization before ultimately signing a peace treaty. Judging by the prosperity of Xander, the Nova Empire emerged from that intercivilizational conflict without significant loss. The Kree civilization, Ronin's home civilization, has dominated countless star systems. Inherently malevolent, they revel in war and wield their power with ruthless tyranny. During her amnesia, Captain Marvel was taken to the Kree capital Hala, where she lived briefly as one of them. She was later dispatched to hunt down the Skrulls. Had Captain Marvel not awakened in time, the Skrulls would have faced total annihilation. Yet even such an oppressive civilization was compelled to sign a humiliating treaty and coexist peacefully with the Nova Empire. In the original story, a scene depicts the Nova Prime confronting the Kree, accusing them of unleashing Ronin and igniting conflict. If left unchecked, such actions risked triggering a war between two great civilizations. The audacity to speak thus to the Kree reveals the Nova Empire's unyielding confidence. Thus, the Nova Empire's power is at least on par with the Kree, perhaps even surpassing it. A high-tier civilization of this caliber inevitably brushes against divine beings, gaining insights into gods. The classification of gods known to Gamora would naturally be known to them as well. Though the Nova Empire fears few gods, given its might, divinity transcends mere individual strength. It is rooted in the divine pantheon that stands behind each god. Loki, for instance, might struggle against Iron Man on Earth, yet he commands the backing of the Asgardian pantheon. No civilization in the universe dares to disregard a divine realm or a pantheon. Thus, Xander received the news with utmost caution. The report was initially destined solely for the Nova Empire's capital, but another figure intercepted the same intelligence. That figure was Ronin. Ronin, a fervent warmonger of the Kree civilization, seethed with dissatisfaction over the peace treaty between the Kree and the Nova Empire. He believed that every civilization standing before the Kree should be conquered and annihilated. To this end, he severed ties with his own people, seeking Thanos' power to destroy the Nova Empire. His ideology aligned with Thanos, and the Mad Titan was more than willing to gain such an ally, dispatching Nebula and Gamora to assist him. Xander, the Nova Empire's capital, naturally became Ronin's primary target. He had long embedded spies at key locations to gather intelligence. Thus, a single piece of intelligence drew the attention of two great powers. Xander dispatched a contingent to investigate the KYLN prison. Meanwhile, from the depths of space, Ronin coldly observed Xander's movements, a sinister smile curling at his lips. Apocalypse, naturally unaware that his ostentatious behavior would influence both Xander and Ronin, found himself with the group of 6 cramped aboard Star-Lord's Milano. Apocalypse's presence in particular weighed heavily on them, a transcendence of life's essence unrelated to concepts of hierarchy or reverence. Gamora broke the silence. "Cool, why not play that song of yours? What was it called?" Star-Lord was about to answer, but Apocalypse interjected deliberately, "Where I come from, we call it the Fool's Joy." Drax burst into thunderous laughter. "Huh, what a strange tune. Star-Lord dared not show displeasure toward Apocalypse, so he snapped at Drax instead. You've never even heard it. What are you laughing at? Huh. The name alone brings joy. It must be a wonderful song. Even Gamora, oblivious to the slight remark to Star-Lord, its melody matches its title perfectly. No wonder you love it so. Feeling a million cuts of humiliation, Star-Lord abandoned the true song title, entirely deflecting the topic to Rocket Raccoon. Get the ship moving. Rocket asked Quill where to. Let's head to nowhere first. Gamora questioned why there. You already have the orb. Rocket Raccoon immediately leaped up. I knew it. You're intercepting our cargo to sell it to the collector Tyvan. He then turned to Groot, roaring, and now, your 10 billion credits are going into someone else's pocket. I am Groot. The tree creature paid no heed, absorbed in his own games. Gamora gently nudged Rocket. Watch your tone. You're speaking to a god. Apocalypse, familiar with Rocket's temperament, chose not to take offense. After all, none of the Guardians of the Galaxy were normal. Taking them seriously would only drive one mad. Apocalypse stated, I have my reasons for going to nowhere. Since you're free, come along. In the original story, Gamora led Star-Lord and the others to the collector to trade the orb. Now that the orb was in Apocalypse's possession, there was no deal to be made. Yet Apocalypse still sought out Tyvan. His purpose was simple: to learn if the collector possessed the complete incantation for controlling the ether. The incantation passed down by the Dark Elf King was incomplete, allowing only rudimentary use without unlocking its full potential. The Dark Elf King had once sacrificed himself, transforming the ether into a colossal apocalyptic tornado, a technique Apocalypse had yet to comprehend. If he could master that operation, Apocalypse might unleash such a devastating move without needing to sacrifice himself. In the original story, Asgard entrusted Sif to deliver the ether to the collector, implying that Tyvan held some knowledge of it. As for what he knew, Apocalypse would take a chance and visit him. Additionally, he was curious to see the severed head of an ancient celestial. The film narrative never revealed which celestial the head belonged to or who had severed it. In the comics, the Celestials had once assembled to hunt the symbiote god Null, only to have one of their own slain in retaliation. Yet the comic timeline was so convoluted and outlandish that Apocalypse doubted it would manifest in this universe. He viewed the journey as a sightseeing trip. What harm could come from looking? Suddenly, Star-Lord called out, everyone hold on. We're entering a chaotic meteor field. It's going to get bumpy. Rocket veered the ship, wildly dodging incoming asteroids as Gamora and the others tensed up. This was no bumper car ride. Navigating such a treacherous meteor field carried immense risk. They were not gods. If the ship failed and they were cast into the void of space, they would not survive long. In the original story, Gamora had been exposed to space and began freezing within minutes. Star-Lord had saved her by transferring his own bubble suit to her. Apocalypse said calmly, no need to dodge. Just fly straight ahead. Flying straight ahead. Isn't that courting death? The raccoon was about to angrily shout, but suddenly saw a dark red liquid fly out from Tianqi's hand, passing through the spaceship's glass, growing larger by the moment, quickly enveloping the entire ship. In a moment of distraction, a meteor came flying towards them, and everyone instinctively raised their hands to shield themselves. However, the meteor seemed to pass through them, as if they were an illusion, directly penetrating the ship's hull, without any effect on the spaceship. Soon after, more massive meteors appeared, coming straight at them. The immense sense of oppression instinctively urged them to resist, but the meteors quickly passed through their bodies, disappearing behind the ship. After observing a few times and realizing there was indeed no danger, everyone relaxed, even attempting to reach out and touch the meteors passing through the ship. Naturally, they touched nothing. Star-Lord touched his own body, finding it was not phasing, and let out a sigh of relief. Tang, aren't you an Earthling? Are Earthlings this powerful now? Or are you a deity of Earth? I thought gods were merely a product of religious imagination. Tianqi replied calmly, I don't know if gods exist, but I am indeed an Earthling. If you insist on calling me a deity, then I suppose I am a deity of Asgard. Star-Lord looked puzzled, struggling to comprehend. It seemed reasonable to say Tianqi was an Earthling, a deity among Earthlings. Quill didn't know before, perhaps due to not being at that power level. But saying he was a deity of Asgard, wasn't that a reversal of roles? Shouldn't he be an Asgardian, a deity among Earthlings? After all, the life level of Earthlings is much lower than that of Asgardians, and Asgardians' power could be considered divine on Earth. But conversely, how could an Earthling be considered a deity in Asgard? Tianqi was unsure if he counted as a deity, but he indeed possessed the strength of one. If titles were to be counted, he was a prince of Asgard, so naturally, he should be considered a deity of Asgard. These two statements left Raccoon, Rocket, Star-Lord, Gamora, and others bewildered. If Star-Lord had said such things, Raccoon would have undoubtedly erupted in a roar, but facing Tianqi, he was irritable, yet dared not be overly rude. In contrast, Groot and Drax were unaffected at all. Your confusion is your own business. I am single-minded, and things I can't understand are simply not worth pondering. Seeing Tianqi in a good mood, Star-Lord asked many questions about Earth. Tianqi naturally answered every inquiry, even discussing some supervillains from recent years. The spaceship soon traversed the meteor belt, emerging into the vastness of outer space. Looking back at the chaotic meteor belt densely packed with meteors, there were even some prison ships that attempted to pursue, but were blocked by the meteor belt. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had it not been for Tianqi's miraculous methods, they could never have made it out so easily. There was indeed a reason why the planet Xander dared to build Clint Prison here. However, encountering an unreasonable outsider like Tianqi meant that the natural barrier of the meteor belt hindered the prison's pursuit. Gamora, please input the coordinates of the Void Realm. Star-Lord shouted. Gamora leaned over the control panel, tapping a few times with her green fingers. Then the engines slowly began to power up. Suddenly, the ship trembled, and everyone saw countless stars stretching into a long line before being rapidly tossed behind them. Even the space inside the ship became extremely distorted, and everyone felt as if they were being stretched, their visual perception becoming grotesque. Fortunately, this spatial stretching did not last long. In the blink of an eye, the ship had exited the wormhole, and the starry sky before them returned to normal. This was Tianqi's first experience of traveling through a wormhole in a spaceship, and with his physical constitution, he naturally felt no adverse effects. Looking at the display on the control panel, they were now several light years away. It seemed that even in the universe, traveling by spaceship was a necessity, even for deities. Although Tianqi's strength was not weak and he could survive in space, even so his speed of flight was merely several times the speed of sound. In the grand scale of the universe, that was insignificant, not to mention when compared to the speed of spatial jumps. Fortunately, Asgard had the Rainbow Bridge, such a godly artifact. Otherwise, even if ordinary deities could survive in the vacuum of space, they truly could not fly very far, relying solely on their physical bodies. Like Star-Lord's father Ego, whose true form is the brain of a planet, still relies on spaceships when traveling with his avatars. Of course, those like the Celestials and Captain Marvel were a different story. Tianqi did not understand the Celestials well, but how was Captain Marvel so monstrous, merely absorbing part of the Tesseract's power? Now that the Tesseract was in Tianqi's hands, he could only borrow a fraction of its power to unleash the infinite fist. Do anything beyond that was beyond his capabilities. Could it be that the Tesseract has some manipulation incantation? Wow! Star-Lord, Raccoon, and others suddenly exclaimed, their eyes fixed ahead. Looking out, they saw a massive head appearing in the cosmic expanse, resembling a star. The eyes and mouth of the head were hollow, revealing enormous bones within. Surrounding it were large patches of yellow-green cosmic dust, giving the head a base color, and these nebulae seemed to merge with the head, likely emitted from the decay of the head. At first glance, it looked like a person had poked their head out from the cosmic background, glaring at the world on the other side. In the distance, they could vaguely see some ships traversing within, likely mining ships from the Tyvan group. As the spaceship flew closer, the once visible entirety of the head slowly filled their vision, revealing more and more land as they approached. Raccoon piloted the ship into the hollow of the eye. This massive eye had no flesh left on the bony eye socket. There were many artificial steel frames constructed, but they seemed to have been abandoned after mining. Passing through the hollow, they found the inside brightly lit, filled with lights and numerous mining ships busily flying about. The ground was dotted with many pools filled with inky green liquid, and workers were seen refining and processing nearby. Not far from the processing area, various markets were scattered about, seemingly without any distinction between production and residential areas. Crowds surged everywhere, creating a scene of bustling prosperity. Throughout the entire process, there were no inspections, nor was there anyone guiding the spaceship's landing. Raccoon casually found an abandoned open space to stop the ship. Gamora said, "Everyone be careful, there is no order here." Stepping off the ship, Tianqi could clearly feel that the ground was different from an ordinary surface, neither mud nor metal. Had he not known in advance that this was the head of an ancient celestial, he would never have guessed that the ground was composed of bone. Just now, Star-Lord's ship parked here, without any deformation or indentation indicating its hardness. After walking just a few steps, Tianqi sensed a strong vitality emanating from this massive head. Surprised, he wondered if this head was still alive. Upon further sensing, he found that this vitality was merely spontaneous, not conscious. The divine celestial's physical form was immensely powerful, remaining indestructible even in death. Even if only fragments of its body remained, it would instinctively draw energy from the void. If its power reached a certain threshold, it could regenerate severed limbs and be reborn as an independent consciousness. Pushing further, it could even attain the legendary realm of rebirth from a single drop of blood. As long as a single drop remained, it would be immortal and indestructible. But clearly the celestial before them was far from reaching that level. Having merely been decapitated, it could no longer sustain its life. The celestial's consciousness had dissipated, and the energy it absorbed could only be converted into some organic matter. If left unseen after billions of years, this place might have evolved into a living planet. Yet it was discovered by the Tyvan group, and thus this evolutionary process could not be completed. Now the Tyvan group had been developing here for centuries. As long as the basic structure of the head was not damaged, this would remain a renewable resource for the next few millennia. However, the spinal fluid and other items produced were useful to mortals, but of little help to those with high power. Entering the market, there were beast-fighting gambling tables, bars, and a flea market selling all sorts of strange accessories not too different from the cities of some planets. Seeing that Tianqi and his group were newcomers, countless eyes were fixed on them along the way. But the combination of these few individuals was simply too peculiar. With a tree man and a raccoon and a destroyer named Drax who looked far from easy to provoke, no one dared to approach and cause trouble for a while. Some waited patiently, watching to see who would be the first to step forward and test the mettle of these newcomers. Gamora went to a place that looked like a bar and handed over a few credits. Soon an alien with spikes all over his head came to inform them, "The collector is busy now. You'll have to wait." "No." Tianqi stepped forward. "Whatever he's busy with, tell him to drop everything and come out to greet us." "Greet?" The spike-headed alien sneered. "Do you know what this place is? Tyvan is the king here. Being able to pass on a message for you is already a courtesy, considering you have items for trade. Otherwise, you wouldn't even get to see the collector." Tianqi frowned. "Don't waste my time. If you don't inform him, I'll go in myself." Star-Lord and the others knew Tianqi wasn't here to trade the orb. Seeing him show such disrespect to the collector, they assumed he planned to seize everything by force. Rocket Raccoon had already drawn his hadron gun, pulling the trigger to unfold it layer by layer, and boasted arrogantly, "I like Tang's style. Let's kick some ass." The spike-headed alien waved his hand, and a large number of alien races emerged from all around. Though roughly humanoid, they bore all sorts of bizarre features. As they appeared, they aimed various strange weapons at Tianqi and his group of 6. Gamora, Star-Lord, Drax, and the others were no pushovers either. They drew their weapons ready to counterattack. A battle seemed imminent. The surrounding crowd scattered like birds and beasts. Just moments ago, they had been eyeing Tianqi's group, but now these newcomers were brazenly targeting the collector himself. Everyone knew the collector's vault held countless treasures, but not a single person present dared to harbor any improper thoughts. Or rather, those who had such thoughts had already vanished. These outsiders, regardless of victory or defeat, dared to storm the gates directly. Their strength was not something the small fry on the periphery could provoke. Tianqi said to the alien, "Tell Tyvan that someone from Asgard has arrived." In the original storyline, when Sif arrived with the ether, Tyvan recognized her as an Asgardian and gave her a deep bow, showing great respect. Clearly, although Tyvan ruled this star domain with arrogance, he willingly placed himself in a position of humility before a single Asgardian warrior. Moreover, considering that Asgard had entrusted the ether to Tyvan, Tianqi speculated that Tyvan was likely an outer member of the celestial realm. After all, a celestial realm couldn't keep everyone confined within Asgard. The universe was vast, and they would inevitably station their own people in various places to gather information, collect items, and perform other tasks. Even if he wasn't a member, he was at least a sufficiently close and trusted associate. The collector delighted in hoarding rare items. If Tianqi's guess was correct, the more precious pieces among these collections would flow into Asgard's vaults. Unfortunately, most of that vault's contents had been reduced to nothing when he tempered his body with flames. It would take countless millennia to replenish. Unexpectedly, the spike-headed alien refused to listen, saying, "It doesn't matter what home they're from. Fire." Dozens of subordinates aimed dozens of strange alien weapons and simultaneously fired energy blasts at Tianqi's group. Star-Lord, Gamora, and the others tensed up, instinctively moving closer to resist. Those dozens of alien weapons left no room to dodge on their own. They wouldn't last 3 seconds. Tianqi stretched out his hand, and a yellow divine shield enveloped the group. The energy blasts either dissolved upon impact or ricocheted in other directions. Since he refused to inform him, I'll call him out myself. With that, Tianqi lightly stamped his foot on the ground. Boom. The ground shook violently, sending the aliens' dozens of subordinates tumbling. Their weapons slipped from their grasp, and the energy blasts ceased. On the ground, centered on Tianqi's foot, a web of cracks spread outward like a spider's web, faintly revealing spinal fluid within the bones, emitting a refreshing fragrance. The hostile aliens who had been sizing up Tianqi's group couldn't help but swallow hard. Fortunately, they hadn't been rash enough to provoke them earlier, otherwise that single stomp would have proven that no one's bones were harder than a celestial's. Just as the alien was about to act, the door to the collector's vault creaked open. A red-skinned alien, made in a white short skirt, opened the front door, stepped out, and stood obediently to one side. Then a man with white hair and a fur cloak emerged. Though his hair was white, his face looked middle-aged, and he wore a pair of sunglasses. As he appeared, the arrogant alien immediately lowered his head and stepped back, making space. Clearly this was the collector Tenalier Tyvan. Tyvan asked what happened. The alien hurriedly replied. This man said he's from some home, wanted to see you. No, demanded that you come out immediately to greet him. I tried to stop him, but But what? Tyvan snapped. How dare you make decisions for me? With that, he conjured a small spark in his hand, as if performing a magic trick, and flicked it at the alien. The spark touched the alien, who immediately screamed in agony. In the blink of an eye, the flames grew larger, engulfing him entirely. As the screams faded, only a pile of ashes remained where the alien had stood. Tyvan adjusted his sunglasses, the flame on his fingertip dancing, and surveyed the scene, asking, "Who among you wishes to see me?"